Wu Ku Kao F-level qualification subjected to ridicule from the crowd. Zhang Xiao unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the force measurement device and obliterating all disdain. In a moment of dire straits, he encountered a ferocious beast. Awakening the Titan Great Ape bloodline from the Wanshou Tu Lu, brute strength transformed into extraordinary combat prowess. He tore apart dragons with his bare hands and fiercely slashed through a pack of wolves, roaring that reverberated throughout Jiangxing. Chapter 1. F-Level Qualification. At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the martial arts examination venue. The air was so sweltering it seemed on the verge of combustion, mingling with the scent of the boys' anxious sweat and their surging vitality. On the massive electronic screen, names and corresponding vitality values scrolled rapidly, each fluctuation tugging at the heartstrings of countless families. Lin Feng, vitality value 1.82. A fervent cheer and gasps erupted from the crowd below. My heavens, 1.82, surpassing the excellent line. Truly a genius from the Lin family. He must be the top scorer in this martial arts examination. Amidst the throng, a young man clad in white training attire, with an air of arrogance about him, slightly raised his head, a smile of undeniable confidence gracing his lips. He was Lin Feng, the acknowledged martial arts prodigy of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. In the cacophony, a tall boy in a faded school uniform stood apart, seemingly out of place amidst the fervor. His name was Zhang Xiao, and at this moment, he kept his gaze lowered, resembling a silent rock, isolated from the surrounding clamor. Only his hands, resting at his sides, with knuckles turning white from strain, betrayed his inner turmoil. Next, Zhang Xiao. The examiner called out his name in a voice devoid of emotion. Zhang Xiao inhaled deeply and stepped forward. His towering figure ought to have drawn attention, yet he was met instead with a mix of pity, curiosity, and unabashed scorn. Is he Zhang Xiao? They say his academics are decent, but his martial arts are hopeless. I heard his family is quite ordinary, lacking resources. It's a wonder he even has any vitality at all. Look at him. He probably won't even reach the passing line of 1.0. Whispers pricked at his ears like fine needles. Zhang Xiao appeared oblivious to the murmurs as he approached the gleaming, metallic force measurement device, placing his palm upon the cold sensor area. The machine emitted a faint hum, and a soft red beam scanned his body from top to bottom. The numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. 0.50, 0.71, 0.89. The digits climbed slowly and laboriously. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, it trembled to a halt at 0.95 F-level. A brief silence enveloped the examination hall before a greater wave of laughter erupted. 0.95 F-level? Surely, I must be mistaken. Ha ha ha, as expected. Not even reaching 1.0. Has he set a new record for the lowest score at our school? A waste is a waste. What use is his tall stature? He's just an empty shell. The biting mockery surged forth like a tidal wave. Zhang Xiao's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment before he slowly withdrew his hand. 0.95. This figure felt like a bucket of icy water extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. F-level signified that on the path of martial arts, he had been nearly sentenced to death. Zhang Xiao, vitality value 0.95, F-level, disqualified. The examiner announced flatly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, as if stating an unrelated fact. At that moment, a voice laden with evident derision rang out clearly. Zhang Xiao, that little bit of cleverness in academics is of no use in the face of true martial talent. Lin Feng, arms crossed and flanked by a group of sycophants, sauntered over, casting a disdainful glance up and down at Zhang Xiao, as if appraising refuse. Had I known it would be like this, I would have preferred to give the opportunity to someone else. Why come here to embarrass yourself? F-level? Ha ha, even the blood vitality of my family's guard dog might surpass yours. Laughter erupted even louder. Zhang Xiao clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking slightly under pressure. A wave of scorching energy surged uncontrollably within him, causing a heaviness in his chest. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, startled by the sudden ferocity in Zhang Xiao's eyes, instinctively took a half step back, his face flushed with indignation. What are you staring at? A waste at F-level, dare you glare at me? Disregarding Lin Feng's taunts, Zhang Xiao merely cast him a deep glance, as if to etch that face into his memory. Then, he turned and silently descended from the testing platform, heading toward the strength testing area. That straightened spine, amidst countless mocking gazes, radiated an unyielding tenacity. Strength test. This is my last chance, he silently vowed, the latent power within him, occasionally unsettling even to himself, was his only hope. On the periphery of the crowd, a tall, well-proportioned young woman clad in a practical combat uniform observed the examination site intently. She was Su Wan, an instructor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Initially just conducting a routine inspection, Zhang Xiao's fierce gaze moments ago, along with the fleeting, almost imperceptible surge of energy within him, piqued her interest. Vitality of 0.95. Yet what was that subtle burst of power just now? Su Wan furrowed her brow slightly, her fingers swiftly navigating her portable device, pulling up Zhang Xiao's file. Ordinary background, clean record, intriguing. She shut off the device, her gaze returning to the resolute figure striding toward the strength testing area. Perhaps this routine inspection would yield an unexpected discovery. The strength testing area housed several towering force measurement devices resembling colossal tablets. In contrast to the technological ambience of the vitality test, this area was steeped in a primal aura of strength. Numerous students were already vigorously striking the testing tablets, producing resounding thuds, while the screens displayed a variety of values. When it was Lin Feng's turn, he confidently approached one of the measurement tablets, inhaling deeply, uniting his waist and legs, and unleashed a punch like a dragon. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the measurement tablet shook violently, the numbers on the screen skyrocketing and ultimately stabilizing at 988 kilograms. Wow! Almost 1,000 kilograms. Peak strength of a martial apprentice. Remarkable. Adulation enveloped Lin Feng once again, relishing the admiration of the crowd as he provocatively cast a glance at Zhang Xiao standing behind him. Zhang Xiao, undeterred by the surrounding uproar, approached an unoccupied measurement tablet. This black, colossal tablet felt cold and silent, as if awaiting his challenge. He did not adopt the ostentatious postures of others, but stood calmly, eyes fixed on the center of the tablet. Within him, that restless warmth surged once more pronounced than ever before. Now is the moment, he urged himself inwardly, every muscle tightening like a bow. All his strength, including that uncontrollable warmth, coalesced in his right fist, and then, simple and direct, he unleashed a ferocious strike. There was no sound of slicing air, no overwhelming momentum. The instant his fist connected with the testing tablet, a resonating vroom echoed. An eerie humming emanated from within the measurement tablet, reminiscent of metal distorting and fracturing. The numbers on the display leaped chaotically, and the crimson light flashed wildly, until finally, with a sizzling sound, the screen went entirely black. Only a shallow imprint remained on the tablet's surface, faintly edged with dark red patterns resembling molten lava, which rapidly faded to the naked eye. The entire strength testing area was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the black screen of the testing stone, then at Zhang Xiao, who stood with his fists clenched and brows furrowed, seemingly perplexed. What is happening? Is the instrument broken? Did he do it? How is that possible? There's not a hint of energy fluctuation. Could it be cheating? Did he use some banned substance? The murmurs of doubt spread like a contagion. The examiner, with a grim expression, hurried forward to inspect the device, confirming that it had indeed ceased to function. He turned to Zhang Xiao, his gaze stern. Zhang Xiao, what did you do to the testing instrument? Zhang Xiao glanced at his slightly reddened fist, feeling the warm current within him gradually subside, accompanied by a strange sense of weakness. He shook his head. I don't know. I just threw a punch. Don't know? The examiner's tone grew heavier. The instrument cannot simply malfunction without reason. Your results are indeterminate, and we may need to hold you accountable after an investigation. Lin Feng, standing nearby, let out a derisive laugh, his voice clear yet not loud. A waste is just a waste. When the normal test fails, he resorts to such petty tricks. What a disgrace to our school. Zhang Xiao whipped his head around, locking eyes with Lin Feng. The ferocity in his gaze rendered Lin Feng's mocking expression abruptly stiff. You? Lin Feng opened his mouth, but found himself hesitant to meet Zhang Xiao's gaze. Enough. The examiner interrupted. Zhang Xiao, your strength test results are pending. You may leave. Zhang Xiao refrained from further argument. He cast a lingering glance at the black screen testing stone and swept his gaze over Lin Feng's forced calm facade before silently turning to leave. His back remained straight amidst the clamor and skepticism, yet it bore an unspoken solitude and weight that few could comprehend. In the distance, Su Wan observed everything with keen eyes, a flicker of astonishment and deeper curiosity crossing her beautiful features. Instrument overload damage? Not due to external force, but rather an instantaneous energy input beyond the limit. She murmured to herself, her fingertips swiftly recording on her holographic device. With a vitality of 0.95, yet capable of unleashing strength far exceeding that of a martial apprentice. Possibly a precursor to the awakening of a special physique? Recommend classifying him as a key observation target. She closed her records, her gaze drifting over the restless crowd, landing on the solitary figure making his way toward the edge of the testing area. Zhang Xiao, it seems you require a place more befitting of your potential. Chapter 2, The Anomalous Strike. The commotion in the strength testing area rippled outward, like stones cast into a serene lake. Zhang Xiao quietly approached the edge of the resting area, standing against the wall, feeling out of place amidst the excited, frustrated, and still gossiping candidates surrounding him. He looked down at his right fist, where a barely perceptible warmth lingered at the joints, as if he had not just touched the frigid testing stone, but rather some searing metal. Damn it, he mused inwardly, feeling that uncontrollable power resurface with even greater intensity than before. It felt like a ferocious beast lying dormant deep within him, usually slumbering, yet occasionally stretching uncontrollably, revealing a glimpse of its terrifying fangs. This sensation filled him with both unease and a faint yearning. Hey, Zhang Xiao, a somewhat shrill voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Xiao looked up to see a tall, lanky boy from his class, accompanied by a few others, approaching with expressions of schadenfreude. This boy was Wang Chao, who often played the sycophant to Lin Feng. Nice job, Xiao Gu, Wang Chao sneered mockingly. Your vitality may be lacking, but your strength is enough to break the machine? Tell us, what kind of black technology did you use? Enlighten your brothers. The others behind him burst into laughter. Exactly, you've hidden it well. Could it be you took some Banjin drugs? That could land you in jail. I think the machine just aged itself. With his F-grade vitality, how strong could he possibly be? Filthy words and malicious speculations splattered upon him like sewage. Zhang Xiao's gaze hardened. He didn't seek trouble, but that didn't mean he would tolerate endless provocation. Step aside. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable coldness. Wang Chao felt a chill at the intensity of his gaze, yet remembering Lin Feng behind him, he feigned composure and reached out to shove Zhang Xiao's shoulder. What? Did I hit a nerve? Let's see how you... Before he could finish, Zhang Xiao swiftly seized his wrist. Zhang Xiao exerted minimal force, merely tightening his grip slightly made Wang Chao feel as if his bones were caught in a vice, a sharp pain shooting through him, prompting a cry of agony. Why you let go? Wang Chao's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The others behind him attempted to advance, but were halted in their tracks by Zhang Xiao's piercing gaze. That calm yet indifferent look bore the ferocity of a wild beast, freezing them in place, too terrified to move. Zhang Xiao released him, as if merely brushing off dust. Wang Chao stumbled backward, clutching his wrist in horror, no longer daring to utter another word. Waste. Zhang Xiao uttered those two words, no longer glancing at them, his gaze returning to the testing area. This minor incident left little impact on his mind. What occupied his thoughts now was how the examiners would handle his anomalous results, and the young female instructor who lingered nearby, seemingly observing him with casual interest, yet occasionally directing her gaze his way. Who is she? Zhang Xiao pondered. Has she been paying attention to me since the vitality test? At the examiner's table, several officials responsible for the strength tests gathered, their expressions grim as they whispered amongst themselves. Examiner Li, the number 3 testing stone has been confirmed damaged. The internal core sensor was overloaded and burned out. Signs of an instantaneous excessive energy load are evident. The repair costs will be substantial. A technician reported. The middle-aged head examiner, Li, furrowed his brow tightly. Is it confirmed that this was caused by the candidate named Zhang Xiao? From the surveillance and data records, yes, but it's quite peculiar. The technician brought up the holographic data. At the moment he struck, the instrument registered an energy peak remarkably anomalous, far exceeding that of a martial apprentice, even briefly reaching the threshold of a martial master, only to plummet to 0 without any sustained vitality output. It resembles a momentary explosion. A momentary explosion at the martial master threshold? Examiner Li was taken aback. His vitality is only 0.95. How is that possible? Thus, it remains inexplicable. Currently, there is no evidence to suggest he used banned substances or equipment. It seems more like an extraordinarily rare malfunction of the instrument, coincidentally occurring during his test. This conclusion felt tenuous even to him. The examiners exchanged glances, and ultimately, Examiner Li sighed. Without evidence, we cannot classify this as cheating. However, his results remain indeterminate. Recorded as instrument malfunction, results pending. I will report this matter upwards. Instrument malfunction? Lin Feng, overhearing the report from those beside him, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. He's just lucky. He had no faith in Zhang Xiao's abilities, dismissing it as mere coincidence. A waste with F-grade vitality could not possibly possess the strength to destroy a testing stone. It was utterly absurd. He preferred to believe that Zhang Xiao had employed some unscrupulous means, simply escaping detection. Jumping clown. Lin Feng snorted coldly, dismissing Zhang Xiao entirely from his mind, as he began to envision the glorious scene of being fervently recruited by the prestigious Wu University with his exceptional dual scores. Su Wan leaned against a pillar at the edge of the arena, appearing languid, yet her mind raced with analysis. The energy peak, exceeding the load limit, internal damage, lack of sustained vitality output. She recalled the scene she had just witnessed, along with the faint, peculiar fluctuation she had sensed. This does not resemble martial skills, nor does it appear to be a conventional special physique explosion. Rather, it seems akin to. She contemplated ancient records concerning certain powers that lay hidden deep within one's bloodline, known as taboo forces. These powers are typically highly unstable, awakening often accompanied by significant risks and extraordinary phenomena. Could it be, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind, that a awakener could emerge in a place like Jiangxing? Moreover, of a type exceedingly rare and undocumented. This notion caused her heartbeat to quicken slightly. If this were indeed the case, then the youth named Zhang Xiao would possess value beyond imagination. Of course, the risks were equally immense. An undocumented awakener often implied uncontrollability and danger. A closer observation is required. Resolutely, Su Wan's gaze once again fixed upon that solitary figure. She retrieved her encrypted communicator and swiftly composed a message. Suspected special awakener detected. Target Zhang Xiao, Jiangxing No. 1 high school candidate, requesting authorization for in-depth contact assessment. The subsequent evaluation tasks were mundane for Zhang Xiao. The speed test was unremarkable. The neural response test barely passed. His overall score undoubtedly placed him at the bottom. Had it not been for the minor discussion sparked by that extraordinary punch, he would have almost been submerged in the vast sea of candidates, becoming just another shattered dream among countless martial aspirants. As the twilight sun elongated the shadows on the playground, the martial arts examination finally concluded. Some rejoiced, while others hung their heads in despair. Zhang Xiao silently walked towards the school exit, blending with the crowd. His emotions were complex. That extraordinary punch felt like a spark of fire cutting through darkness, revealing a vague possibility. Yet the ensuing doubts and uncertainties felt like cold shackles, pulling him back to reality. Zhang Xiao, please wait a moment. A clear and gentle female voice rang out behind him. Zhang Xiao paused, turning around to see the young female instructor he had noticed for quite some time, smiling as she stood before him. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon her, the combat uniform accentuating her athletic form, exuding a distinct and competent aura. Su Wan? Zhang Xiao recognized the nameplate on her chest that read Jiangnan Wu University, Su Wan. Indeed, it is I. Su Wan maintained her smile, yet her gaze held a scrutinizing quality as she carefully examined Zhang Xiao, as if seeking to see through him entirely. May I have a few words with you? The remaining students around them cast curious glances, especially upon seeing the prominent Jiangnan Wu University insignia, filled with envy and jealousy. Jiangnan Wu University was one of the top institutions that countless martial artists dreamed of. Zhang Xiao felt a stir within, yet maintained a composed demeanor. What brings you, Instructor Su? He could not fathom why an instructor from such a prestigious university would seek a conversation with a poor student ranked at the bottom of the scores. Rather than responding directly, Su Wan took a couple of steps closer, lowering her voice, her bright eyes locking onto Zhang Xiao's with a subtle probing quality. Regarding the punch that damaged the force testing monument, could you share what it felt like at that moment? Chapter 3 Su Wan's report. The waning rays of the setting sun filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a play of light and shadow across the polished surface of the desk. Su Wan sat alone in the temporary office of Jiangxing, her fingertips dancing swiftly over the floating light screen, her expression one of deep concentration and gravity. Outside, the city of Jiangxing began to illuminate with countless lights. Yet none of it could distract her focus. In her mind, the details of Zhang Xiao's punch replayed incessantly, the eruption of energy that was anything but human, the faint scent of singed components within the force measurement stone as they melted, and the fleeting look of confusion and ferocity in the boy's eyes that even he himself had not noticed. Feeling? Su Wan murmured Zhang Xiao's response from that moment, where the tall youth, after a brief silence, had offered only 3 words: very hot, very full. Such a simple yet bizarre description. This was far beyond the realm of ordinary martial skills or known special physiques. She called up Zhang Xiao's entire dossier, the screen flickering with the unremarkable details of this 17-year-old's life. His parents were ordinary office workers. The family lived modestly. His academic performance was average, and his martial arts achievements had long languished at the bottom. All data pointed to a youth of mediocre potential with a limited future, save for that earth-shattering punch today. Excluding known special physique resonance reactions, ruling out high-level energy infusion possibilities, dismissing conventional banned substances and external apparatus assistance, was there a possibility of a latent ancient bloodline awakening? Suwon paused for a long time at this section of the report before ultimately typing out this bold, yet most reasonable conjecture. Only those ancient bloodlines, buried deep within human genes and originating from times beyond reckoning, could exhibit such irrational and unclassifiable characteristics. They were often referred to as taboo bloodlines or cursed bloodlines because those who awakened them seldom met a good end. They either lost control and descended into madness or were targeted by certain hidden forces. She swiftly accessed the encrypted internal database of Jiangnan Martial University, inputting several vague keywords: power eruption, sudden overload, non-chi energy characteristics, accompanied by physical high heat reactions. The search results were scarce and largely ambiguous, yet the clearance levels were alarmingly high. One document marked as top secret fragment caught her attention: Titan bloodline observation record, unconfirmed. Upon opening it, most of the content was blacked out, with only a few segments mentioning the power to shake mountains, the body like a furnace. Awakening accompanied by risks of loss of control, with all recorded subjects confirmed missing or dead. Suwon's heart skipped a beat. Could the force lying dormant within Zhang Xiao be of this kind, a power that existed only in myths and forbidden texts? She could not be certain, but this undoubtedly heightened Zhang Xiao's potential value and danger level immensely. Collecting her thoughts, Suwon began drafting the formal internal evaluation report. Her language was meticulously precise, objectively describing the phenomena, listing the data, emphasizing uncertainty. Yet the conclusion was unequivocal. Subject Zhang Xiao, despite currently low overall evaluation, exhibited extraordinary power characteristics, possessing immense research and training value. It is recommended to grant him special observation qualifications and include him in the Special Talent Observation Program, subject to in-depth monitoring and guidance by our team. The associated risks are manageable, and the ancient bloodline lineage that may lie behind him holds significant implications for our institution and even human genetic research. She placed particular emphasis on the phrase "the risks are manageable," despite harboring a flicker of doubt within. Could that power truly be so easily controlled? After completing the report, she attached the residual energy spectrum analysis from the force measurement stone, Zhang Xiao's detailed dossier, and her own authority signature, marking it as B-level priority, sending it directly to the Special Action Group of the Jiangnan Martial University Admissions Committee, as well as to her direct superior, Professor Li Zhenfeng of the Biological Potential Research Institute. Almost simultaneously, thousands of miles away at Jiangnan Martial University, in a tranquil little building surrounded by greenery, a notification chimed softly. Professor Li Zhenfeng, with gray hair and reading glasses perched on his nose, looked up from his study of an ancient animal skin scroll. He opened the screen, noting the title and priority of the report sent by Suwon, his brow arching in interest. Oh, little Su found something intriguing in a place like Jiangxing? He adjusted his glasses and began to read closely. As he delved deeper, the lightness on his face gradually shifted to gravity. Upon encountering the conjecture of a latent ancient bloodline awakening and the reference to the Titan bloodline observation record, he sat up straight, his eyes behind the glasses sparkling with intensity. The sudden energy overload and physical high heat reactions. How similar, he murmured, his fingers excitedly tapping the table. Though faint and immature, could these characteristics truly signify the resurgence of that bloodline in the present world? He immediately accessed a higher clearance database, and a flurry of red insufficient clearance or data missing alerts flashed across the screen, further confirming his hypothesis. Information regarding those truly ancient taboo bloodlines was scant and tightly sealed by the Alliance. Professor Li pondered for a moment, choosing not to reply directly to Suwon, but rather connecting to an internal encrypted communication. "Old Joe, are you asleep?" He addressed the void. The screen flickered to reveal a blurred but authoritative face, evidently just stirred from slumber, displaying a hint of impatience. "Oldly, spit it out quickly. I have an important meeting tomorrow. Calm down. There's no need to be so irritable." Professor Li chuckled, though his tone turned serious. "I may have discovered a Titan candidate." The figure on the other side instantly straightened. the vague visage sharpening into that of a commanding middle-aged general. Are you certain? His voice was low and grave. Suwon found it in Jiangqing. Preliminary observations show a high degree of correlation. It just awakened, and its power is still very weak, but its potential is unknown. She applied for special observation to conduct in-depth monitoring. General Zhou pondered, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. You know what this means. The birth of every titan is accompanied by turmoil. Those old fossils and the Purification Society are keenly aware. That is precisely why I sought you. It's more dangerous to leave it out there than to keep it under our watch. Suwon is prudent in her actions. Her willingness to file a report indicates a degree of confidence. Professor Lee advised, a potentially living, growing titan specimen holds immeasurable value. Silence reigned on the other end for a moment, broken only by the sound of fingers drumming on the table. What about the risks? General Zhou finally inquired. At this stage, the risks are manageable. The subject is young, with an undecided temperament, making it the best time for guidance. If left unchecked and found by other forces or the Purification Society, the consequences would be dire. Very well. General Zhou seemed to have made up his mind. I grant you authorization, under the Special Talent Observation Program, provide him with a special observation qualification. But Oldly, you must keep a close watch. If there is any slip-up, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, I am well aware. The communication ended. And Professor Lee let out a long breath before quickly drafting a response, attaching a higher clearance directive to send back to Suwon. At the Jiangqing office, Suwon received the reply. She looked at the screen displaying the approval for the application, granting special observation qualifications, with the clearance level elevated to C. Along with Professor Lee's added instructions for cautious contact, priority observation, assessment of temperament, and the need for continuous reporting. Her heart surged with certainty. It is done. Though merely an observation status, it signified that Zhang Xiao, this potential asset, had quietly captured the attention of the formidable Jiangnan Martial University. Next would be the practical assessment. A true test to determine whether he was merely a fluke or genuinely possessed extraordinary potential. She moved to the window, gazing into the profound night beyond. Her thoughts seemingly penetrating the fabric of space, landing on the youth who might be tossing and turning in his humble home. Zhang Xiao, will your practical assessment tomorrow bring greater surprises for me and everyone else? She whispered to herself, a hint of hopeful anticipation curling at the corners of her lips, pleading not to be let down. After all, for your sake, I had confidently asserted in the report that the risks were manageable. Chapter 4, Practical Assessment. In the early morning, at the entrance of the simulated wilderness area on the outskirts of Jiangqing, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. Unlike the clamor of the examination hall the day before, here only the low growl of engines and the crisp, authoritative commands of the instructors filled the air. Dozens of camouflaged armored personnel carriers stood in neat rows, as candidates silently boarded according to their groups. The air was thick with metallic scents, dust, and a faint hint of blood, remnants of years spent battling ferocious beasts. Zhang Xiao glanced at the grouping information in his hand, his brow momentarily furrowing. Group 7, Lin Feng, Wang Chao, Li Shui, along with two other boys who clearly looked up to Lin Feng. And he, Zhang Xiao, was the sixth member of this illustrious ensemble. What a twist of fate. A cold smirk formed on his lips as he could almost foresee what lay ahead. Indeed, as soon as he boarded the vehicle, Lin Feng, seated in the front row, shot him a scornful glance through the seat gap, as if to say, just wait and see. Wang Chao added with a mocking tone, oh, look who we have here, our group's strength king. Make sure to protect us weaklings later. The girl named Li Shui cast a timid glance at Zhang Xiao. Her expression complex, gratitude mingled with a distinct desire to avoid trouble. The other two boys completely ignored him, huddling around Lin Feng, whispering and laughing. Zhang Xiao remained silent, making his way to the far corner of the vehicle to sit down, closing his eyes to rest. He could not be bothered by such petty exclusion. The key was to survive the practical assessment and secure base points. As for teamwork, he had never harbored any expectations. The armored vehicle rattled along the bumpy road for about half an hour before finally halting at the edge of a primal jungle, enclosed by towering electric fences. Group 7. Disembark. The assessment area is in Sector C7. Objective: survive for 6 hours and hunt ferocious beasts to earn points. If you encounter insurmountable danger, fire a signal flare. This also signifies failure. Understood? Barked a stern-faced officer. Understood. The group chorused as they stepped into the simulated wilderness. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation and the unique musk of beast dens. From afar, the eerie howls of unknown beasts echoed, causing Li Shui and another boy, both new to such an environment, to pale visibly. As the nominal group leader, Lin Feng pulled out a map and compass, feigning seriousness before pointing in a particular direction. "We'll head this way. Stay close, don't fall behind." He emphasized the last 3 words, casting a pointed glance at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao maintained a neutral expression, trailing at the back of the group. In that moment, his senses sharpened. The rustling of grass in the wind, the movements of insects beneath the soil, and the distant sound of flowing water all flooded his awareness. He even sensed, dimly, that behind the seemingly tranquil thicket on his left, a small creature exuding faint malice and a foul odor lay in wait. "Wait!" Lin Feng abruptly halted, gesturing towards a clearer path on the right. "Let us go this way. The thicket over there is too dense. It might be dangerous." Zhang Xiao's gaze lingered on the left thicket. A warm current within him stirred slightly, offering a vague warning. Something felt amiss on the right. He thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it, knowing well that such an assertion would only invite ridicule. The group turned right. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far before a low growl resonated ahead. 3 robust, tusked, iron-skinned wild boars charged out from the trees. These beasts were of mid-tier combat grade, with tough hides and immense force. "Prepare for battle." Lin Feng, though startled, remained composed, bellowing as his inner vitality surged, charging forward first. Wang Chao and the others hastily drew their weapons, forming a rudimentary formation. Zhang Xiao did not rush in. Instead, he scanned the battlefield. Noticing that the lead boar's eyes were bloodshot, its behavior oddly agitated, as if provoked by some unseen force, he stealthily repositioned himself, finding a vantage point that allowed both support and observation. Lin Feng executed a series of impressive strikes with his family's signature technique, the flowing wind palm, sending gusts of energy towards the boar's hardened skull, producing muted thuds, yet failing to inflict substantial damage. Instead, he found himself overwhelmed by the boar's brute force, his vitality surging perilously. "Damn it, this creature's hide is too thick," Lin Feng cursed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, the boar he had been targeting became thoroughly enraged, its crimson eyes fixating on Lin Feng, hooves pounding the ground as a far fiercer aura erupted, accelerating towards him. If it connected, Lin Feng would surely suffer grievous injuries. Panic washed over Lin Feng, exhaustion from his previous efforts leaving him unable to evade. In the nick of time, a figure darted in like a specter from the side. It was Zhang Xiao. He employed no flashy martial techniques, nor did he harness the strange power within him. Relying solely on his extraordinary reaction speed and physical strength, he accurately predicted the boar's trajectory, sidestepped, lowered his shoulder, twisted his waist, and delivered a simple yet powerful elbow strike that landed precisely on the vulnerable junction of the boar's neck and shoulder. With a sickening crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed. The hefty iron-skinned wild boar, weighing several hundred kilograms, was sent tumbling 2 to 3 meters away, emitting a shrill cry. Its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, struggling to rise for a moment. The other 2 boars, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, hesitated in their assault. Lin Feng, having narrowly escaped disaster, gasped for breath, glancing at the fallen boar, then at the composed Zhang Xiao, his face a canvas of mixed emotions. In that fleeting moment, he hadn't even seen how Zhang Xiao had struck. Wang Chao and the others stood agape, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. A barehanded strike, severely wounding a mid-tier combat-grade iron-skinned wild boar? Was this even possible for someone with F-grade vitality? What are you waiting for? Deal with the other 2. Zhang Xiao's cold voice shattered the stillness. Lin Feng finally snapped back to reality, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment, unleashing his frustration on the remaining 2 boars as he rallied Wang Chao and the others for a fierce assault, ultimately bringing them down. As the battle concluded, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the group. Lin Feng and his companions huddled together to process the boar materials, deliberately maintaining distance from Zhang Xiao, not uttering a word of thanks. Li Shui stole a few glances at Zhang Xiao, hesitating to speak, but ultimately chose to silently join Lin Feng. Zhang Xiao relished the solitude, kneeling beside the boar he had felled to inspect it. He noticed that the creature's tusks were smeared with a dark purple viscous substance, emitting a faintly sweet and bloody odor. Residual lure? Doubts flooded his mind. The beasts in the simulated wilderness were artificially introduced and controlled, hence such substances should not exist. Was it an accident or? He kept his thoughts to himself, carefully scraping a bit of the viscous substance off and wrapping it in leaves for later. In the following hours, under Lin Feng's brilliant leadership, the group encountered several waves of beasts, managing to avoid serious danger. Zhang Xiao continued to linger at the periphery of the team, occasionally intervening to swiftly eliminate the most troublesome targets. Yet he never sought glory nor engaged with Lin Feng and the others. His points steadily and subtly accumulated on his personal terminal. Though not conspicuous, they were sufficient for passing. Lin Feng's demeanor darkened increasingly. Zhang Xiao's presence was like a thorn, incessantly reminding him of his earlier humiliation. His once prided strength and leadership appeared utterly pale and laughable in contrast to Zhang Xiao's seemingly casual yet effective interventions. "Let us find a place to rest." Lin Feng irritably waved his hand, leading the way toward a slightly elevated patch of forest. Zhang Xiao lingered at the rear, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding environment, his brow furrowing once more. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or birdsong. As a palpable sense of oppression hung in the air, a warm current within him began to stir restlessly, more pronounced than ever before. Sensing something amiss, he halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Are you scared?" Wang Chao mocked, glancing back. Ignoring him, Zhang Xiao's attention fixed on a seemingly ordinary shadowed area ahead. The space there appeared to be subtly twisting. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum, as if capable of penetrating the very soul, erupted without warning. In the next moment, a void opened in the air several meters before them, shattering like a broken mirror, revealing a pitch-black gap edged with flickering, unstable arcs of electricity. A terrifying pressure, thick with the essence of destruction, surged forth from the fissure like a tangible tsunami. With a deafening roar that sent shivers through the souls of all present, a colossal head, shrouded in dark, bony armor, emerged slowly from the rift. Its cold, vertical pupils surveyed the diminutive creatures before it, filled with bloodlust and cruelty. The formidable beast, the iron-armored earth dragon. The sharp alarm of the assessment system pierced the silence of the wilderness, yet it seemed trivial in the face of that overwhelming roar and pressure. The spatial rift. It's a formidable level beast. Run. Quickly. Wang Chao and the others, terror-stricken, felt their legs turn to jelly as they scrambled backward, rolling and crawling in a frenzy. Lin Feng's face turned as pale as a sheet, his grip on his weapon trembling. His once proud martial skills and vigor felt as fragile as paper under such absolute hierarchical oppression. Li Shui collapsed to the ground, her despairing gaze fixed on the monstrous creature that loomed like a mountain. The entire seventh group crumbled in an instant. Only Zhang Xiao remained. His eyes locked onto the iron-armored earth dragon as it became more complete, his body trembling slightly under the immense pressure, yet in the depths of his eyes, alongside an unprecedented gravity, flickered a spark of madness ignited by desperation. The warm current within him surged forth, fueled by the life-and-death crisis, racing with unparalleled fervor, as if it would ignite his very blood. Chapter 5. The spatial rift time seemed to freeze in that moment, only to be violently shattered by the emergence of the beast's menacing head. The piercing alarm echoed frantically in the simulated wilderness, flashing red lights illuminating the pale faces of the young individuals. Yet, this artificial warning paled in comparison to the ancient and savage aura emanating from the rift, which felt as though it could swallow them whole. The spatial rift. It's real. Wang Chao's voice turned shrill, a dark stain rapidly spreading across his pants, the stench of fear wafting through the air. He scrambled backward, using hands and feet to flee, casting aside all thoughts of points or assessments, driven solely by primal survival instincts. How could a formidable level beast appear here? Lin Feng's grip on his sword shook violently. His once fluid qi now as frozen as ice, impossible to mobilize. He stared at the massive iron-armored earth dragon, now fully emerged from the rift. Measuring over 8 meters in length, its dark bony armor reflecting a haunting glow in the sparse light, while its thick tail swept across the ground, carving deep furrows. The cold, vertical pupils swept across the scene, rendering Lin Feng as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body stiffening, his will to flee seemingly drained. This was an absolute suppression of life hierarchy. "Help! Help!" Another boy cried out, turning to flee but tripping over the vines on the ground, falling painfully. His face smeared with tears and snot, unable to rise. Li Shui sat paralyzed on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with utter despair and terror, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. The collapse transpired in an instant. For Zhang Xiao, the moment the spatial rift appeared, a primal sense of danger surged from the depths of his blood, coursing through him like electricity. Unlike the others, who succumbed to panic, he deftly sidestepped. Akin to a nimble leopard, stealthily concealing himself behind a massive ancient tree that required 2 people to embrace. Leaning against the rough, cold bark, he could distinctly hear his heart pounding like a war drum, thudding against his chest. His breath became hot and rapid, every muscle in his body taut to the extreme. Yet, curiously, this profound fear did not rob him of his sanity. Rather, it felt like a bucket of ice water, awakening something dormant within him. The wild current that had previously surged uncontrollably now coalesced, as though guided by an invisible hand, compressing and gathering heavily within his limbs and bones, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of power, as if he could shatter mountains with a single blow. No, more accurately, it was an impulse to obliterate everything. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing this unfamiliar and perilous urge, peering cautiously from the edge of the tree trunk with a cold eye, calmly observing the hellish scene unfolding outside. Roaring, the iron-armored earth dragon emitted a roar that heralded the onset of the hunt, its sound waves carrying a stench of blood, toppling trees, and sending dust and debris flying. It seemed disinterested in the terrified insects scurrying in all directions, its cold vertical pupils instead locking onto Lin Feng, the only one still rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. No, don't come closer. Lin Feng's spirit surged in desperation, his will to survive finally overcoming his terror. He screamed, channeling all his qi into his sword, which glimmered with a faint light as he unleashed his family's most powerful sword technique, the flowing wind slash. A pale blue arc of light, accompanied by a piercing wail, sliced toward the dragon's head. This was his all-or-nothing strike, infused with all his strength and hope. However, clang, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The arc of the sword struck the dark bony armor, leaving not a single mark, shattering into a myriad of shimmering particles. The recoil sent Lin Feng's hands into a painful shock, causing him to lose grip of his sword, which flew from his hands. He himself was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a tree, sliding down in a limp heap, consciousness fading. The defense of the formidable beast was terrifying beyond belief. The earth dragon seemed momentarily angered by Lin Feng's feeble attack, with a casual sweep of its massive tail. It struck down near Wang Xiao and another fleeing boy like a colossal battering ram. Boom. The ground erupted into a massive crater, dirt and debris soaring into the air. Wang Xiao and the others were flung like kites cut from their strings, falling to the ground in silence, their fates uncertain. It was a crushing defeat, unquestionably overwhelming. In just a few breaths, those who had been lively moments before were now either dead or severely injured, the scene resembling a battlefield ravaged by a hurricane. The thick scent of blood began to permeate the air. The earth dragon, seemingly satisfied, shifted its massive form, producing a grating sound of bones grinding together. As its cold vertical pupils slowly turned toward the final conspicuous target in the field, Li Shui, who sat on the ground, utterly resigned to her fate. For her, the immense shadow that loomed over her was the last hue of the entire world. The dragon opened its enormous jaws. Jagged teeth resembling the guillotine of death dripped with foul saliva, corroding the vegetation beneath. It seemed poised to savor this appetizer. Li Shui closed her eyes, tears clinging to her long lashes, her body trembling slightly from sheer terror. Now was the moment. From behind the tree, Zhang Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, narrowing into the most dangerous pinpricks. The warm current within him, under the devastating scene and the pungent stimulation of blood, finally broke through a certain critical point. Akin to a flood unleashed by a broken dam, erupting with a thunderous roar, an intensity so searing, a ferocity so primal, filled with the raw desire for destruction, instantaneously engulfed every inch of his flesh and every cell within him. Reason ignited in flames, his body cried out in anguish, yet a powerful conviction, equally resolute in its refusal to witness tragedy unfold, sustained him. A roar erupted from Zhang Xiao's throat, utterly inhuman, suffused with pain and fury, momentarily overpowering even the howl of the earth dragon. The massive tree he hid behind began to splinter and char at the point of contact on his back. As if seared by an invisible inferno, he moved, no longer hiding, no longer merely observing, like a human cannonball. Propelled by unwavering resolve and enveloped in a scorching wave of distorted air, he charged forth from behind the tree, his target locked on the ironclad earth dragon poised to devour Li Shui. In that instant, his eyes transformed into molten gold. Chapter 6. No longer enduring time seemed to stretch, each moment crystallizing into a silhouette of despair. Li Shui sat helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the monstrous maw bristling with sharp teeth, dripping with corrosive saliva. The breath of death enveloped her like a chilling slime, seeping into her very marrow. She could even discern the dark red flesh writhing deep within the dragon's throat, and the stench of blood mingled with decay assailed her senses. Her mind went blank. even prayer forgotten, leaving only an abyss of darkness stretching before her. Behind the tree, Zhang Xiao's pupils narrowed into the most perilous pinpricks. His heart thundered in his chest, almost ready to explode. Reason screamed, frantically urging him, flee, escape quickly. This formidable beast is beyond his capability to confront. To charge out would be to court death. The fate of Lin Feng and the others stood as a stark reminder. He clenched his teeth tightly, his body trembling slightly from fear and instinct. He recalled the weary yet hopeful faces of his parents, who had scrimped and saved to support his martial training. If he were to die here, no, he couldn't go out. It would be fatal. Yet, the utterly despairing and hollow gaze of Li Shui pierced his mind like a searing needle. Just moments ago, this girl had looked at him with a hint of trepidation and gratitude. Now, she was about to be crushed like an insect. Would he stand idly by? Would he remain silent and endure, watching the tragedy unfold as before? The two conflicting thoughts clashed violently in his mind, causing the veins at his temples to throb. His nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. He loathed his own weakness, and even more so, this desperate situation. Just as the razor-sharp teeth were about to close, ready to split Li Shui's petite frame in two, a low growl of impatience emanated from the earth dragon, the stench of blood wafting through the air. This roar acted as the last straw, igniting something long suppressed within Zhang Xiao. To hell with reason. To hell with restraint. If he could not protect the person before him, if he could only cower in the shadows like a coward, what was the purpose of his martial path? What was the use of this power? He could not die. What would happen to his parents if he did? But he could not bear to watch her die. An unprecedented determination surged forth, mingling with his rage against his own impotence, erupting within him like a volcano. The urge to protect overwhelmed the instinct for survival, resonating with the deep-seated, repressed will to annihilate everything. Get away, he rasped, his voice hoarse, as if tearing his throat apart, no longer a matter of thought, but pure instinct driving him. A dark red wave of energy exploded from him, his figure resembling a meteor falling against the tide, crashing into the inevitable doom with unparalleled speed. Bang! A powerful yet irresistible force struck, and Li Shui felt as though she had been sideswiped by a speeding truck, her body lifted effortlessly from the ground and sent tumbling towards a safe area. As she rolled through the air, the last image burned into her mind was Zhang Xiao's silhouette, reminiscent of an ancient war god, resolutely standing between her and death. In that same instant, as he shielded Li Shui, his old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, leaving him entirely exposed to the dragon's assault. A flicker of rage flashed in the dragon's slit pupils, provoked by the mere presence of an ant. Its massive jaw, which had been aimed at Li Shui, snapped shut with a bone-jarring clatter, while a colossal forepaw, encased in thick bone, swung towards him with a speed that belied its size, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air. Too fast, too powerful. The wrath of an apex predator was an onslaught that Zhang Xiao, relying solely on instinct and a surge of reckless bravery, could not evade or withstand. Boom! A heavy, muffled thud echoed, reverberating like a colossal drumbeat in everyone's hearts. The bone claw struck Zhang Xiao's chest with brutal force. In that moment, the unmistakable, chilling sound of cracking bones drowned out the noise of the impact. Zhang Xiao felt as if he had been struck head-on by a flying mountain. The overwhelming force instantly obliterated any semblance of resistance he had hastily gathered in his chest, fracturing many ribs, while his organs felt as if they were being crushed in an invisible vice. Spurt. The blood he coughed up was not bright red, but a dark crimson, mixed with shredded internal tissue, tracing a sorrowful arc through the air. His body was sent soaring like a marionette with severed strings, hurtling through the air for several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Beneath him, the earth was stained a shocking dark red, a long drag mark bearing witness to the horror of the blow. Agonizing pain, an indescribable torment surged through him like a tide. His vision blurred, turning crimson, while a buzzing filled his ears, apart from his labored, wind-like breaths. He could hardly hear anything else. Life was swiftly draining from him, coursing away with the terrifying indentation in his chest and the blood that flowed relentlessly. Coldness. The chilling grip of death began to spread from his fingertips. Was he going to die? A thought flickered through his nearly dormant mind. Unwillingness. An intense unwillingness burned like the last flicker of flame, defiantly igniting in the icy darkness. He had yet to uncover the secrets within him, had yet to provide a good life for his parents, had yet to stand atop the martial world. How could he die here like a mere insect? And what of the girl he had pushed to safety? Was she all right? This faint, incongruous urge to protect, contrasting sharply with his current state of fury, acted as a beacon in the dark. Just as he felt his consciousness slipping into the abyss of darkness, his bodily functions nearing total collapse. A valve deep within his soul, long shrouded by feeble energy and the constraints of the mundane world, burst open under the dual assault of the dire threat of death and his unyielding will to protect. It was as if the first light of the universe had broken forth, or like an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. A power, vaster, older, and more tyrannical than any he had ever experienced, suffused with the essence of savagery and annihilation, erupted from the very core of his bloodline. From the essence of his existence. This was not a warm current. It was a surging river of molten lava, a roaring storm of destruction. Within his shattered chest, that heart on the brink of cessation, was suddenly infused with the most potent lifeblood, violently, fervently breaking free from the shackles of death, beating heavily and powerfully. With each pulse, it expelled scalding blood, infused with terrifying energy, flooding through his limbs and bones. As his body made contact with the ground, the fragments of stone and dust around him began to levitate and tremble as if stirred by an unseen force. The metallic scent of blood in the air seemed to be repelled by some intangible power, giving way to a more primal and heart-stopping aura that slowly radiated from him. His once dim eyes, dulled by grievous injury, suddenly reignited, not with the whites and pupils of a human, but transformed into pure, molten golden fire. What resided within was no longer mere brutality, but a divine essence of overseeing existence and wielding destruction, or perhaps a demonic nature. Within his shattered chest, a sound akin to bone cracking echoed, as fractured bones were forcibly realigned and began to heal at an extraordinary pace. The armored earth dragon, initially poised to indulge in its next morsel, found its cold, slit-like pupils narrowing in shock as its massive form briefly stilled. From the creature that should have been lifeless, it sensed the aura of a superior predator, sending tremors of dread to its very core. Ha! Zhang Xiao gasped like a wheezing bellows. Yet his fiery golden gaze remained fixed on the armored earth dragon not far away. He struggled, propping his nearly disassembled body with one arm, slowly rising from the pool of blood. With each inch he ascended, the savage and violent aura surrounding him intensified. The dark red mist of blood no longer seeped out unconsciously. It swirled around him like a living flame, rising ever higher. Chapter 7. The awakening of the cursed consciousness drifted in an endless sea of darkness and excruciating pain. Zhang Xiao felt as though he were a battered solitary vessel tossed into a tempest stirred by his own suffering and external threats. Each attempt to gather his thoughts was shattered by the soul-rending agony in his chest and the swift erosion of vitality. The coldness was bone-deep, as if even thought could freeze. The darkness, viscous and all-consuming, threatened to drag him into eternal silence. Was it the end? The remnants of his consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering uncertainly. His father's sigh, his mother's hopeful gaze, Lin Feng's disdainful smirk, Wang Chao's piercing ridicule, fragments of countless scenes flashed before him, ultimately crystallizing on Li Shui's eyes as he pushed her away, her expression shifting from despair to shock. At least she survived. A faint glimmer of solace became the sole beacon in the darkness. Yet this glimmer was too minuscule to dispel the pervasive chill of death. Just as this light was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, a resounding thud echoed. It was a heavy sound, almost primordial, reverberating from the depths of his consciousness. This was not the heartbeat of a heart. It was more akin to the awakening of a slumbering behemoth. Thud, thud. The second and third beats followed in succession. Each thump echoed heavier and more violently, like the war drums of the wilderness. Each pulsation sent his fragmented consciousness into a frenzied quiver, as if it might completely shatter at any moment. Accompanying this terrifying rhythm was an indescribably scorching and forceful power, akin to a volcano that had been imprisoned for eons, bursting forth from every restraint, roaring out from the very roots of his bloodline and existence. This was not the uncontrolled warmth he had felt before. This was a torrent of destruction, a sea of power. Ugh! Zhang Xiao, sprawled in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his eyes. They were no longer human eyes. The distinction between whites and pupils had vanished, leaving only pure, burning, molten gold. What emerged from his throat was no longer a groan of pain, but a non-human roar filled with exquisite agony and a sense of liberating ecstasy. This roar was distorted and hoarse, yet it contained a pressure that sent shivers through the very soul, overpowering even the distant low growl of the armored earth dragon. Tinged with uncertainty, transformation unfolded wildly upon his body. Crack, crack, crack. The excruciating sound of bones cracking reverberated from within him like popcorn popping. His form visibly expanded and elevated. His once-fitting school uniform was instantly torn apart, reduced to tattered strips clinging to the rapidly swelling, granite-like muscles. He surpassed 2 meters in height, approaching 3. His shoulders broadened immensely. His arms grew thick as tree trunks, with dark blue veins coiling like twisted steel cables upon the surface of his muscles, writhing with the flow of power. His skin deepened in hue, taking on a metallic quality reminiscent of bronze and dark gold, with dark red luminescence coursing beneath the surface like slow-moving magma. His once delicate facial features became rugged and chiseled, the corners of his forehead slightly protruding, bearing a hint of inhuman angles, radiating primal ferocity and strength. Most astonishingly, a thick, dark red mist of blood no longer dispersed unconsciously, but surged upward from the crown of his head, as if imbued with life and will. This mist was no longer an ordinary red. It burned with a scorching intensity that twisted the surrounding air, evaporating the blood beneath him and forming a clean area several meters in diameter. In the air lingered a peculiar scent of sulfur mixed with ozone, tinged with a sense of ancient battlefield desolation and bloodshed. Ho! In the cold, slit-like eyes of the armored earth dragon, fear emerged for the first time. Its massive body involuntarily recoiled a half-step, its thick tail slamming against the ground, creating shallow craters. As a formidable beast, its perception of danger far surpassed that of humans. The creature that had once deemed him an ant, easily squashed, now exuded an aura that signified dominance at a biological level. It was an ancient, tyrannical, and pure force that pressed down upon it. It felt as if it stood before not a human, but a titan hatchling from the age of myths. In the distance, Li Shui, who had just struggled to rise, clutching her chest and coughing blood, stood frozen in shock, her cherry lips forming an A shape, her mind completely blank. Is this still Zhang Xiao? This was clearly a humanoid beast. Further away, in the monitoring center, everyone who witnessed the scene through high-speed satellites and residual drone footage fell into a profound silence. Only Su Wan, abruptly standing from her seat, pressed her hands fiercely against the control panel, her knuckles whitening from the force. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with unprecedented shock, fervor, and a hint of concern she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. It has come. It has truly come. Her voice trembled ever so slightly. This form, this pressure, this aura of primal destruction is the bloodline of the Titans. It is a living taboo. She rapidly operated the control panel, magnifying Zhang Xiao's current life signs and energy fluctuation spectrum onto the main screen. The energy readings displayed a frantic ascent at a velocity that defied the laws of physics, having already surpassed the martial apprentice realm, even exceeding that of an ordinary martial master, racing towards an astonishing height. The energy response continued to amplify. Life signs were in turmoil. His injuries were healing. How is this possible? Exclaimed the nearby technical officer in disbelief. The footage revealed Zhang Xiao's terrifying chest cavity slowly rising at a visibly accelerating pace, fractured bones being forcibly realigned and mended, although the speed was not exceedingly rapid. It was undoubtedly a miraculous sight. Zhang Xiao, or rather the being currently governed by primal instincts, slowly lowered his head. His molten lava-like eyes coldly swept over the healing wound on his chest before he lifted his gaze, once again locking onto the armored earth dragon ahead. He flexed his newly formed, terrifyingly muscular arms, fingers gradually curling inward to form a fist. The air crackled as it was crushed within his palm, producing a faint sound. There was no roar, no bellowing. He merely leaned slightly forward, his imposing frame exceeding 2.5 meters, adopting the most primitive and direct posture for an assault. A far heavier and more suffocating sense of destructive pressure descended upon the ravaged woodland like an invisible mountain. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey underwent a revolutionary reversal. The armored earth dragon emitted a low growl of unease and threat, its bony armor scraping against itself with a sound akin to cracking wood, entering its most formidable battle state. It could sense that this creature before it possessed the power to threaten its very life. The standoff lasted less than a second. In the blink of an eye, the dark red figure surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by a ferocious momentum that seemed capable of tearing everything asunder, charging towards the massive armored earth dragon. Chapter 8. The Descent of the Giant Ape. There was no probing, no circumvention, only the most primal, savage, and direct clash of power. The dark red figure collided violently with the colossal creature enveloped in bony armor, akin to two meteorites striking together. Boom. The terrifying sound of the impact resonated like a tangible shockwave, spreading in a circular frenzy. Vegetation within dozens of meters was uprooted, and debris flew like bullets. while the ground was gouged down by 3 inches. Dust mixed with dark red energy, and the stench of the earth dragon surged skyward, forming a brief, chaotic column of cloud. Surveillance footage shook violently, flickering like static, nearly losing signal. As the dust began to settle, it revealed a heart-stopping scene. Zhang Xiao, or rather the towering giant ape, nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles coiling like a dragon and surrounded by a swirling haze of dark red energy, was bracing his enormous palm, adorned with exaggerated proportions and dark golden patterns, against the earth dragon's head, which was charging him with full force. His feet sank deep into the ground, creating long furrows, yet he held his ground. Roar! The earth dragon, filled with anger and confusion, could not comprehend how this diminutive creature had suddenly acquired the terrifying strength to match it. It wildly thrashed its head, attempting to shake Zhang Xiao off, while its robust tail lashed out like a steel whip, shrieking through the air as it aimed for Zhang Xiao's midsection. Should it connect, even iron would be cleaved in two. However, the giant ape Zhang Xiao reacted with swiftness. Or rather, it was the awakened titan's battle instincts propelling him. His arms, bracing against the earth dragon's head, swelled with power akin to mountains, exerting a force capable of shaking the very earth. And he forcefully pressed the earth dragon's heavy head downward. Simultaneously, he leveraged this strength, twisting his waist at an unnatural angle, propelling himself skyward in a half-spin, narrowly evading that lethal tail strike. Snap! The earth dragon's tail struck the empty air, producing a crisp sound explosion, shattering a nearby boulder into fragments. With a missed strike, the earth dragon became even more furious, opening its massive maw as dark energy gathered deep within its throat, releasing a wave imbued with destructive intent as it prepared to unleash its innate ability. Yet the giant ape Zhang Xiao offered it no opportunity. The moment he landed, he unleashed a tremendous force from his feet, creating a shallow crater with a thunderous sound, and the dark red figure dashed forward like a specter once more. This time, he did not use his palm. Instead, he brought his fingers together into a fist. Upon his fist, dark red energy coalesced with high intensity, radiating a heat akin to molten lava, causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. Boom! A powerfully straightforward punch struck the gap between the earth dragon's neck and shoulder armor. There, where Lin Feng's previous strike had failed to make any impact. Unlike before, this punch produced a sound reminiscent of a heavy hammer shattering granite. Crack! A clear, spine-tingling sound of bones fracturing echoed. The earth dragon's seemingly indestructible dark armor shattered under this punch. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. Roar! The earth dragon emitted the most anguished and sorrowful howl since the battle began. The intense pain in its neck drove it into a frenzy, as dark energy erupted uncontrollably from its mouth, mangling its own oral cavity. Its massive body twisted and rolled in agony, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding ground. After landing a successful punch, the giant ape Zhang Xiao swiftly retreated, his indifferent golden eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only harboring the purest intent of a hunter assessing its prey. He moved like the most patient of hunters, circling the rampaging beast that was losing control due to pain, searching for the next lethal opportunity. The earth dragon rolled, attempting to rise, but the severe injury to its neck clearly affected its balance and strength. Its crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on the dark red figure, filled with rage, pain, and an increasingly palpable fear. It was afraid. This beast, which had dominated the wasteland simulation, was now acutely aware of the threat of death. Roar! It emitted a threatening growl, attempting to intimidate its adversary. But what responded was the giant ape Zhang Xiao's furious charge once more. He no longer targeted the hard bony armor, but instead relied on his terrifying speed and agility, focusing on the earth dragon's relatively vulnerable joints, abdomen, and those cold vertical pupils. Thud! A punch struck the side of the knee joint, causing the earth dragon to stumble, nearly collapsing. Ripping! His fingers hooked into its relatively soft abdomen, leaving 5 deep, charred wounds that exposed bone, hot beast blood gushing forth like a stream. Thud! A sharp boulder that had been forcibly pried from the ground shot forth like a cannonball, striking the earth dragon's eye with precision, forcing it to clumsily shut its eyes, fracturing the scales on its eyelids. At this moment, Zhang Xiao resembled an inexhaustible, all-powerful killing machine, embodying the aesthetics of violence to their utmost extremes. He exhibited no discernible pattern, yet maximized his strength, speed, and defense. Each attack aimed directly at vital points, efficient and lethal. The earth dragon was utterly relegated to a position of passive defense. its massive body becoming a burden as its once proud defenses crumbled before the strange, searing, and destructive force of its opponent. Blood stained much of its body. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its roars weakened. Finally, as the giant ape Zhang Xiao delivered a fierce, sweeping kick, toppling the earth dragon as it attempted to rise. Its relatively vulnerable neck and throat were laid bare. The moment of decisive battle had arrived. In Zhang Xiao's golden pupils, the flames of destruction blazed to their zenith. He let out a low, satisfied roar that seemed to resonate from the depths of ancient wildness. He lunged forward, his muscular arms, coiled and bulging with the power to rend mountains and shatter stones, clamped tightly around the exposed neck of the earth dragon. The earth dragon recognized the arrival of its doom, emitting a desperate and frenzied struggle, its limbs thrashing wildly, tail whipping the ground in a futile attempt to shake off the creature clinging to it. Yet, the giant ape Zhang Xiao's feet were rooted to the ground, immovable as ancient mountains, unwavering despite the earth dragon's frantic thrashing. Furthermore, he began to apply pressure. Crack! The unbearable sound of muscles and bones being forcibly compressed, twisted, and shattered filled the air. The struggles of the earth dragon grew increasingly feeble, its icy vertical pupils becoming bloodshot, bulging with utmost agony and defiance. The giant ape Zhang Xiao let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, a cathartic release. The muscles of his arms expanded to their limits, and dark red blood surged like a furious dragon into the sky. With a resounding rip, akin to fabric being torn asunder, a terrifying sound reverberated throughout the simulated wilderness. Under the torrential downpour of scalding beast blood and the multitude of horrified gazes, the once mighty and fearsome king of beasts, the iron-armored earth dragon, was brutally torn asunder in the most savage, primal, and soul-stirring manner. Scalding entrails, shattered bones, and fragmented armor mingled with the cascading blood, forming a small pool upon the ground. The two severed halves of the earth dragon convulsed a few times before falling silent. Zhang Xiao stood amidst the pool of blood and remnants, drenched in gore, the dark red mist of his vital energy still swirling around him. Resembling a demon returned from the abyss, he casually discarded the half of the corpse he held, producing a heavy thud as it struck the ground. Slowly, he raised his head, his lava-like golden pupils scanning the scene with cold indifference. A profound silence enveloped the area. In the distance, Lin Feng, recently rescued and barely bandaged, felt his legs weaken upon witnessing the scene. Had he not been supported by others, he would have collapsed to the ground, a warm dampness returning to his trousers. His face was as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, and his gaze towards Zhang Xiao was filled with boundless terror, devoid of any prior arrogance. Li Shui, shielded behind the rescuers, clutched her mouth tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she beheld the figure in the pool of blood. Her emotions a tumultuous blend of relief for having survived and the shock of witnessing a mythic descent. All those observing the scene through monitors, whether instructors outside the examination hall, military officers, or higher-ranking dignitaries, were left in a prolonged state of speechlessness. Suwan clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms as she gazed at the figure resembling an ancient war god on the screen, murmuring to herself, "The giant ape descends, tearing the dragon apart with bare hands. Is this the power of the Titans?" As Zhang Xiao surveyed the area with a cold gaze, his attention gradually returned to his massive hands, stained with thick beast blood. Within his golden pupils, the flames of destruction flickered slightly, revealing a hint of bewilderment unique to Zhang Xiao. What is this power? In the next moment, the relentless, ferocious force that had sustained him began to ebb like a receding tide, an overwhelming sense of weakness and excruciating pain crashing over him like a tsunami. His colossal form swayed, the golden hue in his eyes rapidly fading, and the dark red mist of his vital energy dissipated abruptly. With a heavy thud, he could no longer maintain his footing and fell forward, plunging back into the abyss of darkness, leaving behind a ravaged battlefield and scattered remnants. Chapter 9. The Uncontrolled Boundary Darkness, Boundless Darkness. Yet this time, the darkness was no longer cold and silent, but transformed into a seething ocean of molten lava. The desire for destruction pierced through the remnants of Zhang Xiao's consciousness like countless glowing steel needles, each fragment screaming the same thought: kill, annihilate everything before him. He envisioned himself as the towering giant ape, treading upon mountains and rivers, shattering stars with his fists, leaving a path of obliteration where civilization turned to scorched earth. It was an exquisite ecstasy of wielding absolute power, trampling upon all rules, instilling terror in all beings, akin to the most intoxicating poison, ravenously consuming his sanity. Submit. Embrace it. This is your true power. Destruction is rebirth. A grand whisper, filled with temptation and seemingly arising from the very essence of his soul, echoed in the molten darkness, attempting to drag his last vestiges of humanity into the abyss. No, a fragile yet remarkably resilient thought, like a lone boat tossed in a storm, clung desperately to the final beacon of light. The light of the beacon was faint. It was the gentle gaze of his mother as she stitched his school uniform under dim light, the calloused hand of his father patting his shoulder, offering him the saved nutritional supplement. The eyes of Li Shui, filled with despair that transformed into shock, ultimately becoming a complex swirl of emotions when he pushed her away. Did I kill it? This realization momentarily halted the tide of destruction. In the name of protection, I am not a monster. The conviction to safeguard clashed violently with the instinct for annihilation in the battlefield of his consciousness, igniting a fierce and primal tug of war. In reality, after tearing apart the Earth Dragon, his giant ape form did not collapse immediately. He stood amidst the pool of blood and wreckage, the dark red mist of his vital energy fluctuating erratically around him. His golden pupils flickered intensely, at times filled with a pure, violent desire to shred every living being in sight, and at other moments, betraying a glimpse of Zhang Xiao's painful struggle for clarity. He emitted a series of unintelligible, suppressed sounds of extreme agony from his throat, his powerful arms occasionally lifting, making tearing motions in the air, only to be forcibly subdued, his muscles spasming violently from the intense conflict. Roar! A cry filled with a desire for destruction nearly erupted from his throat. Another sound, laden with human pain, abruptly interrupted him. He resembled a rubber band stretched to its limit, wildly oscillating between two extremes, on the verge of snapping completely. In the distance, the newly arrived rescue team and medical personnel gazed at the blood-soaked, demonic figure, none daring to approach carelessly. He seems unstable. Don't go near. He is extremely dangerous now. The energy readings are fluctuating in the high-risk zone. Beware of his indiscriminate attacks. Lin Feng and others were terrified, cowering behind the rescuers, hardly daring to breathe, fearing to attract the monster's attention. Only Su Wan, through the monitor, fixated on Zhang Xiao's intensely flickering pupils, her heart racing. Hold on, kid. This is the most perilous phase of will assimilation following bloodline awakening. Once the instinct for destruction consumes you entirely, there will be no return, she whispered, her palms slick with cold sweat. She understood that, at this moment, no one could assist him. He had to rely solely on himself. In the sea of consciousness, the light of the protective beacon dimmed under the onslaught of the wave of destruction. Those warm memories began to blur, the visage of his mother, the silhouette of his father, all appearing through a layer of blood-tinted frosted glass. I am so tired. Just give up. Destroying everything means no more struggle. The seductive whisper became clear once more, just as the light of the beacon was about to extinguish completely, and Zhang Xiao's consciousness was on the brink of succumbing to the boundless desire for destruction. An image, strikingly clear and imbued with resolute force, suddenly pierced through the overwhelming darkness. It was neither his mother nor his father, nor Li Shui. It was himself, the version of him who, at the school gate, faced the mockery of Lin Feng and Wang Chao, clenched his fists but ultimately chose silence and retreat, feeling somewhat pathetic. The one who, after the power test, faced skepticism from everyone, walking alone into a corner. The one who, during group assignments, knew he would be ostracized yet silently endured. A surge of intense resentment and fury erupted like a final volcano deep within his consciousness. I refuse. I refuse to be that waste who can only passively endure, ridiculed by others. I will not be controlled by this power, becoming a monster that knows only destruction. My path is my own. I will master my strength. Roar. In reality, the giant ape Zhang Xiao unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. However, this roar was starkly different from the previous primal howls. It no longer contained a mere desire for destruction. Instead, it was imbued with boundless anger, an indomitable struggle, and a resolute determination to break free from shackles. The dark crimson aura surrounding him seemed to be infused with a new will, no longer merely surging violently, but suddenly retracting and compressing inward. His massive form began to tremble violently, muscles and bones groaning under the unbearable strain. In his golden red pupils, the clarity representing Zhang Xiao flickered like a candle in the wind, yet it burned fiercely, fiercely contending with the destructive crimson for dominance. He was forcefully suppressing the tumult of his bloodline, attempting to confine the awakening titan back into the cage of consciousness. This process was far more agonizing than mere annihilation. It felt as though countless searing irons were scorching every inch of flesh and every nerve within him. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. His colossal body cracked and fissured, only to be tenuously mended by his formidable self-healing abilities, a cycle of torment that was nothing short of horrific. What was he doing? A rescue worker asked tremulously. Su-won gazed at the figure on the screen, seemingly enduring torture, her eyes flashing with shock and emotion. He is battling his own bloodline instincts. He is attempting to regain control over his body. What astonishing willpower. Just after acquiring such earth-shattering power and reveling in the ecstasy of control, he could force himself to rein in his impulses. This silent war felt as though it lasted an eternity. Finally, under the watchful gaze of all, the ferocious aura surrounding the giant ape Zhang Xiao began to rapidly diminish and dissipate like a receding tide. His massive frame slowly shrank, the bulging muscles flattened. The dark golden patterns faded away, and his golden-red pupils dulled, returning to the stark contrast of human black and white. With a thud, when the last vestige of abnormality vanished and Zhang Xiao reverted to his tall, youthful form, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, splattering some blood. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, his body riddled with fine cracks and dried blood, resembling a shattered porcelain figure barely glued back together. Yet, in the fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, a drop of liquid, mingled with blood and tears, silently slipped from the corner of his tightly shut eyes. He had triumphed. At least this time. He had upheld the baseline of his humanity. Chapter 10. The name of the calamity star Zhang Xiao regained some awareness amidst the acrid scent of disinfectant and the pervasive agony throughout his body. His eyelids felt heavy, barely allowing him to crack them open a sliver. In his blurred vision, he discerned a monotonous white ceiling and a cold metallic force stand. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, but discovered himself bound tightly to the hospital bed by a flexible, yet sturdy material, even his neck secured by an inflatable collar, restricting his view to a very limited angle. This was a completely isolated ward, with smooth walls, the only observation window being one way. Those outside could see in, but he could not see out. The air circulation system emitted a low hum, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. A series of tearing pains coursed through him, particularly in his chest, yet they seemed to be dulled by some potent medication, rendering them a numb ache. He could sense the once violent power within him had subsided, replaced by an utter emptiness, as if even thinking had become an arduous task. The realization that he was still alive brought him a moment of relief, but soon, the bloody, frenzied scenes filled with a desire for destruction before his unconsciousness surged into his mind like an out-of-control train. The sensation of tearing apart the earth dragon with his bare hands, the scalding beast's blood splattered across his face, and those eyes of his, burning with crimson flames. Cold and merciless. A chill surged up his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Was that really me? Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, muffled voices of conversation drifted in from outside the ward, seemingly from the guards. Is that the Jiangcheng giant ape? He looks just like a student. Is he really that formidable? Shoo, be quiet. It's written in the files, a high-risk individual. He tore apart a tiered earth dragon with his bare hands. I watched the surveillance footage. That scene was like something out of a primordial beast. TSK, truly a monster. I heard that several students in his group were terrified. One of them went insane, and the others are still undergoing psychological counseling. They tremble at the sight of anyone in a school uniform. A calamity star. What a mess created during the martial science examination. Not only did he slay a fierce beast, but the examination venue was nearly destroyed as well. Monster, calamity star. Extreme risk. These words pierced Zhang Xiao's heart like icy needles. He slowly closed his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is it truly like this? Meanwhile, public discourse had already erupted like a lake disturbed by a boulder, creating towering waves. Local news channels and online platforms in Jiangcheng were inundated with keywords such as martial science examination, spatial rifts, and Jiangcheng giant ape. Although the authorities refrained from releasing specific surveillance footage for stability reasons, some blurred, long-range recordings of the dark crimson aura surging upwards and the horrifying scene of the earth dragon being torn apart had leaked through various channels. Coupled with the survivors' incoherent and fearful descriptions, the situation rapidly escalated. Breaking news. A humanoid beast appears during the Jiangcheng martial science examination, tearing apart a tiered earth dragon with bare hands. Genius or demon? Uncovering the ordinary past of Jiangcheng giant ape Zhang Xiao. Expert analysis. Are the frequent spatial rifts related to the awakening of certain special physiques? We must remain vigilant. Discussing the potential threat to societal safety posed by unstable, superpowered individuals. Various sensational headlines flooded the public eye, while the populace was shocked by the inhuman power. A greater sentiment of fear and rejection prevailed. Zhang Xiao's ordinary family background, his F-grade bloodline results, and his sudden eruption of terrifying power created a starkly bizarre contrast, firmly attaching labels such as monster, calamity star, and unstable factor to him. Some even began to petition for the authorities to impose strict control or even eliminate such high-risk individuals. In the Jiangcheng military district, within a heavily guarded conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if water could be wrung from it. Seated around the massive oval conference table were military representatives, education department officials, security department appointees, and observers from several top martial universities, including Su Wan. On the projection screen, processed battle footage captured by high-altitude drones and residual surveillance equipment played on repeat, showcasing Zhang Xiao stepping forward and sustaining severe injuries, the dark crimson aura soaring. The brutal clash between the giant ape and the earth dragon, culminating in its dismemberment, and finally, the struggle to revert to human form, collapsing from exhaustion. The image froze on Zhang Xiao's pale, unconscious face. Gentlemen, the situation is quite clear. A middle-aged military officer adorned with stars on his epaulets spoke first. His voice steady yet imbued with undeniable pressure. Candidate Zhang Xiao harbors an unknown, exceptionally powerful, and highly unstable force within him. Although this incident resulted in him saving the lives of other candidates, the destructive potential exhibited, along with the risk of losing control over his own will, must be treated with the utmost seriousness. An official from the security department adjusted his glasses, his tone frigid, based on our assessment. Target Zhang Xiao can currently be classified as a high-risk special individual. The cause of his power awakening remains unclear, its controllability unknown, and its potential societal hazard rated as Class A. I recommend that he be immediately transferred to a military special containment facility for in-depth research and the implementation of permanent control measures. I oppose this. Su Wan suddenly stood up, her voice clear and resolute, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She faced the scrutinizing gaze of the security officer and several military representatives without a trace of fear. Zhang Xiao, when the crisis erupted, first chose to save his classmates. It was only when he witnessed his peers on the brink of peril that his latent power was involuntarily awakened. This attests to his inherent kindness, profound sense of responsibility, and unwavering will to protect. Ultimately, it was through his own resolve that he forcibly restrained that violent force, averting even more dreadful consequences. This precisely illustrates that he is amenable to guidance and control. Controllable? Another official from the education department furrowed her brow. Instructor Su. We both witnessed that his display of power was far beyond human capability. This is sheer uncontrollability. If it weren't for his fortunate exhaustion leading to unconsciousness, who can assure us he would not redirect his aggression towards other survivors? We cannot gamble the safety of more students on a mere possibility. That is not luck. Su Wan countered vehemently. That is a manifestation of his willpower. One of the very purposes of Jiangnan University is to discover and cultivate various exceptional talents, guiding them onto the right path, is it not? To confine such a raw gem merely because his power is formidable and momentarily difficult to control? That is akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. She retrieved a recently received encrypted support document from Professor Li Junfeng of the Institute of Biological Potential Research and displayed it on the screen. According to the preliminary analysis by our authoritative experts, Zhang Xiao's condition falls under an extremely rare category of latent special constitution stress awakening. Although it carries risks, its potential is immense, with extraordinarily high research and cultivation value. On behalf of Jiangnan University, I formally apply for Zhang Xiao's special recruitment and inclusion into the Special Talent Observation Program, with our institution responsible for subsequent guidance, observation, and management. A murmur of discussion erupted in the conference room. The military and security personnel exchanged glances, evidently displeased with Jiangnan attempt to seize the opportunity. Yet the reputation of Professor Li Junfeng and the supporting document compelled them to deliberate carefully. After a heated debate interspersed with various interests, the presiding general made a decisive ruling. In light of the fact that Zhang Xiao did indeed exhibit altruistic behavior during this incident, and given that Jiangnan is willing and capable of assuming the responsibility for subsequent observation and management, we tentatively approve the special recruitment application from Jiangnan University. Su Wan felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, the general's next words caused her spirits to plummet. However, he emphasized, Zhang Xiao's classification must be clearly designated as a high-risk, observational special individual. Zhang and Wuda must establish the most stringent management and observation protocols to ensure he remains in an absolutely controllable state. Should any signs of loss of control arise, the military and security forces have the right to intervene immediately and reassess the handling plan. This stipulation must be included in the agreement. When Zhang Xiao awoke once more from his slumber, the first sight before him was Su Wan, seated beside his hospital bed, her expression a blend of calm and complexity. "You are awake." Her voice remained bright, yet now carried a note of gravity. "How do you feel?" Zhang Xiao opened his mouth, his throat dry and hoarse, still alive. Su Wan nodded, placing a thin yet seemingly weighty document beside him. "This is the special admission notice from Jiang and Wuda University." She observed the widening of his eyes and continued, "However, there are additional conditions." Pausing, she articulated the official classification clearly. "You, Zhang Xiao, have been designated as a high-risk, observational special individual. This means you have the opportunity to enter a prestigious institution, but it also signifies that henceforth, you will live under the strictest surveillance and the most scrutinizing gaze. Every ounce of your strength, every emotional fluctuation, may be recorded and analyzed. Now, tell me your choice." Su Wan's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on his eyes, whether to accept this opportunity laden with shackles, striving to master your perilous power and prove to everyone that you are not a harbinger of disaster, or to refuse it and be sent to some unknown place, subjected to eternal observation. Zhang Xiao fell silent. He gazed at the admission notice, then up at Su Wan, finally resting his eyes on his shackled hands, which still seemed to pulsate with the remnants of the fierce power he had felt. Shackles or cage? He inhaled slowly, the air still carrying a hint of sulfur and the metallic scent of blood. Chapter 11. Special Recruitment Order. Just as Zhang Xiao faced his fateful decision in the isolation ward, a heated debate regarding his future was reaching a boiling point in the core administrative district of Jiangnan Wuda University, miles away. The atmosphere in the ancient and weighty circular conference hall was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Seated around the oval table were the true decision-makers of Jiangnan Wuda, the president and vice president, department heads, senior professors, as well as heads of the security department and student management office. A holographic projection hovered at the center of the table, alternately displaying Zhang Xiao's profile, the alarming battle footage from the martial sciences assessment, and the evaluation report submitted by Su Wan. In summary, the potential exhibited by Zhang Xiao far exceeds conventional definitions of a special constitution. Its research value and the disruptive understanding it could bring to the existing martial arts system are immeasurable. Su Wan stood beside the projection, her posture erect, her voice resonating clearly within the hall. Despite facing numerous high-ranking elders and colleagues, there was no trace of trepidation in her eyes, only the determination and fervor of a researcher. Immeasurable? I would argue it is the immeasurable risk that we should be concerned about. A cold voice interjected, unceremoniously interrupting her. The speaker was the head of the security department, a middle-aged woman with a stern countenance and eagle-like sharp eyes, surnamed Yin, informally referred to by students as Yin the King of Hell. Instructor Su, you only emphasize his potential while deliberately downplaying his danger. Ripping apart formidable beasts with bare hands? Uncontrollable violent transformations? This is not a student. This is a walking human bomb. If we admit him to campus, who will bear the responsibility if he loses control one day in the dormitory or classroom? You. Her words pierced through the hearts of many conservative senior members like ice picks, eliciting a murmur of agreement. Director Yin is correct. An elder vice dean adjusted his glasses, his expression filled with concern. Jiangnan Wuda is a cradle for cultivating talent, not a prison for dangerous goods. Introducing such an unstable element into our campus poses a significant threat to the safety of other students and faculty. I suggest it would be more prudent to leave this matter to the military or relevant national research institutions. Prudent my foot. A rough shout erupted like thunder, shaking the conference room. The attendees turned to see a burly man in combat gear with a shallow scar across his bald head, visibly impatient as he dug at his ear. He was Hong Zhan, the chief instructor of the special training class. My special training class was originally a recycling station for exceptional talents. It's not about whether we gain or lose one. It's just another kid who can throw things like a monkey. Do I really lack the ability to control a kid? He surveyed the room, his gaze infused with the ferocity honed on the battlefield. Putting him out there, letting those chaotic forces or military research lunatics handle him, is the real waste. A good seed must be stewed in our own pot. If it blows up, that's on me. Hong Zhan, mind your language and attitude. The president, An elderly man with graying hair but a vigorous demeanor spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Su Wan. Instructor Su, with Instructor Hong willing to take charge, we have solved a management dilemma. However, as Director Yin pointed out, the risks are objectively present. You persist in advocating for special recruitment. Apart from the so-called potential, what more concrete reasons can you provide? And how do you intend to ensure that the risks are manageable? All eyes once again turned to Su Wan. Taking a deep breath, she recognized that the critical moment had arrived. She retrieved another set of encrypted data, a limited analysis regarding similar historical cases recently transmitted by Professor Li Jinfeng. Principal, esteemed colleagues, she spoke with a calm demeanor. According to the preliminary comparative analysis conducted by the Research Institute, Zhang Xiao's situation is not merely one of loss of control. At the final moment, he forcibly suppressed the bloodline turmoil through sheer willpower, restoring his human form. This proves that his subjective consciousness can influence, and, to a certain extent, dominate this force. This is precisely the foundation of manageability and the most significant distinction between him and those who have utterly succumbed in historical failures. She pointed to a close-up of Zhang Xiao's final struggle to regain clarity. Look here. This is not the gaze of a beast. This is the gaze of a person battling against his own fate. At Jiangnan Wuda, we teach not only the art of killing, but also the cultivation of the heart. Guiding such a powerful, yet internally confused youth onto the righteous path embodies the highest value of our education, does it not? Stepping forward, she gazed intently at the principal. Her voice resolute. I, Su Wan, in my capacity as an instructor from Jiangnan Wuda, and with all my research credits as collateral, request that Zhang Xiao be specially recruited into Instructor Hong's training class, with me serving as his direct observer and guide. I will formulate a detailed observation and guidance plan to ensure he remains under strict monitoring. Should he cause any significant harm to personnel or property on campus due to loss of control in the future, I am willing to bear full responsibility, resign, and submit to military trial. The phrase military trial struck like a hammer upon every heart present, plunging the assembly hall into an immediate silence. The weight of resignation was already a grave cost, and coupled with military trial, it implied that Su Wan was wagering her own future and freedom. Even Hong Zhan raised his brows in surprise, casting an unexpected glance at Su Wan, murmuring, "This girl is fierce." Director Yang opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak. But upon seeing Su Wan's determined gaze and the principal's contemplative expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. The principal's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, producing a soft sound. After a considerable pause, he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Potential and risk coexist. Guidance and control must be balanced. Instructor Su is willing to commit to this military decree, and Instructor Hong is willing to take over. Do any of you have further objections? No one dared to voice dissent. On one hand, Su Wan's wager was too substantial. On the other hand, Zhang Xiao's astonishing power indeed piqued the curiosity of many top martial artists and researchers present. The temptation to observe such a specimen up close within their own courtyard was irresistible. Thus, the principal ultimately made his decision, approving the special recruitment application. Zhang Xiao was to be included in this year's special recruitment sequence, directly entering the training class led by Instructor Hong Zhan. Instructor Su Wan would serve as his exclusive observer, fully responsible for his guidance and preliminary evaluation, and was required to submit a detailed control and observation plan to the school committee and security department for record within 3 days. His tone grew exceedingly grave, simultaneously. According to safety regulations, Zhang Xiao is classified as a high-risk observation subject for special recruitment. During his time on campus, his range of activities, resource allocation, and interpersonal contacts must adhere to the highest level of control protocols. Should any signs of loss of control emerge outside of Instructor Su's plans, or should there be evidence suggesting a substantial threat to social and campus safety, the special recruitment agreement shall be immediately terminated and transferred to the relevant national authorities for handling. This resolution will be documented. In the cold isolation ward, Zhang Xiao listened to Su Wan's emotionless statement, as well as the admission conditions filled with terms such as high risk, observation, control, and agreement. He gazed at the document representing a ticket into the pinnacle of martial arts in Longhua, feeling it resembled more a contract of servitude, or, perhaps, a pass into a high-security prison. The phrase high-risk observation subject reverberated in his mind, heavy with humiliation but also carrying a faint glimmer of hope. At least, he still had a choice. At least, he would not be immediately confined to some dark research facility. He lifted his head to look at Su Wan, whose eyes, having experienced despair and madness, now reflected only a calmness born of resolution and a hint of stubbornness. I accept. There were no impassioned declarations, no angry protests. Only 3 tranquil words. He extended his hand, attempting to grasp the document, but the restraints hindered his movement. Su-Wan regarded him, a fleeting complexity flickering in her eyes. She personally took the document and placed it beside Zhang Xiao's restrained hand, which was still distinctly formed. "Welcome to Jiangnan Wuda, Zhang Xiao," she said, her voice remaining steady. "Take care of your injuries. Your better days are just beginning." With that, she turned and exited the ward, the heavy isolation door silently closing behind her, segregating the 2 worlds. Zhang Xiao's gaze fell upon the document beside him, then slowly shifted to the pallid ceiling. The shackles had already been placed upon him. What remained was for him to discover a method to master that destructive power within these shackles and then shatter them. Chapter 12. Awakening and confusion. Consciousness felt as though it were submerged in murky, deep waters, repeatedly attempting to surface, only to be dragged back down by an invisible weight. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness, stubbornly infiltrating his nostrils alongside the scent of disinfectant. Zhang Xiao's eyelids fluttered a few times before he finally managed to pry them open just a crack. Blurred vision revealed a monotonous expanse of white and the cold reflection of metal. He attempted to move his eyes, but a wave of intense dizziness struck him, accompanied by a dull ache in his chest that compelled a faint gasp to escape his lips. His throat felt as though it had been sanded down, burning painfully. He realized he was firmly secured to the hospital bed, flexible restraints binding his chest, abdomen, and limbs, with even his neck secured by an inflatable collar, leaving him only able to see the stark white ceiling above and the 4 bag hanging nearby, dripping a clear liquid drop by drop. Is this a hospital? Memories shattered like broken glass, intermingling with crimson hues and deafening roars, flashing chaotically in his mind. Lin Feng's derision, Wang Chao's sinister grin, Li Shui's despairing gaze, followed by the abruptly torn space, and the colossal figure clad in bone armor with its icy vertical pupils. Agonizing pain, a tearing agony in his chest, then darkness, an infinite and scorching sense of power, alongside a frenzied desire to annihilate everything. He saw himself grow immensely, his arms brimming with the strength to shred all. Dark red currents howling around him as he grasped something and pulled with all his might. Huh! Zhang Xiao sharply inhaled, his pupils constricting in terror. Those blurred images bore a visceral tangibility and the stench of blood, assaulting his fragile nerves. Was that truly me? A chill shot from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him shivering all over. It was not the joy of gaining power, but the deepest dread of his own loss of control and the unknown terror lurking within him. Beep beep. The violent fluctuations of his emotions seemed to trigger the bedside vital signs monitor, emitting a series of slightly urgent alarms. Immediately afterward, the door of the isolation ward slid open silently. A doctor clad in a tightly sealed protective suit, with a transparent face shield obscuring his features, entered, accompanied by 2 similarly attired nurses. Their gazes, peering through the masks, conveyed a professional caution, tinged with an undeniable sense of detachment and vigilance. "You are awake, Zhang Xiao." The doctor's voice, filtered through the mask, sounded somewhat muffled and distorted. "How do you feel? Is there anything particularly uncomfortable?" Zhang Xiao opened his mouth, intending to express his discomfort of chest pain and a dry throat, but ultimately only emitted a few rasping, fragmented syllables. "Water." A nurse approached, carefully moistening his cracked lips with a cotton swab dipped in warm water, her movements precise and mechanical, deliberately avoiding any unnecessary contact with his body. Meanwhile, the doctor began to expertly examine the monitoring electrodes affixed to him, scrutinizing the various data while a device with a probe slowly scanned above him, emitting a faint buzzing sound as complex data scrolled rapidly across the screen. His vital signs were stabilizing, and the internal injuries were recovering unusually quickly under the effects of the special medication. The doctor observed the data and quietly noted to the nearby nurse that the residual energy fluctuations still existed, albeit at a very low level. The bone healing exceeded expectations. Zhang Xiao listened silently, as those cold terminologies seemed to describe an object rather than a human being. During a pause in the examination, the doctor finally directed his gaze toward Zhang Xiao's face, his tone remaining even. "Classmate Zhang Xiao, we need to inquire about the events that transpired in the simulated wilderness zone. How much do you remember?" Zhang Xiao closed his eyes, striving to steady his breathing, temporarily suppressing the bloody and horrific fragments of memory, and with a hoarse voice, succinctly recounted, "I remember the spatial rift, the emergence of the Earth Dragon. I pushed Li Shui, then got hit from behind. It's all rather hazy. He omitted the most critical details, merely mentioning his injury. The doctor and nurse exchanged a glance, refraining from probing further into the vague parts. Clearly, they already knew the truth from surveillance and other sources. According to the on-site records, you sustained serious injuries while attempting to protect your classmates, the doctor stated, his tone devoid of emotion. What transpired afterward was an uncontrollable accident. You need not feel excessive guilt. Accident? Zhang Xiao internally scoffed. Was it truly an accident? That power had evidently always lain dormant within him. Your physical condition is unique. The doctor continued. You will need to remain hospitalized for observation for a period of time. Furthermore, during this period, no visitors are allowed aside from medical staff. This is for your safety and for the safety of others. I hope you understand. The prohibition of visitors weighed heavily on Zhang Xiao's heart. Was it to prevent him from harming others, or to shield others from provoking this monster within him? The subsequent days were spent in an environment of extreme oppression and isolation. Daily examinations, monotonous liquid diets, and the occasional silhouette of personnel clad in protective gear passing by outside. No one spoke more than necessary, and the medical staff would hastily leave after completing their duties, as if lingering even a second might infect them with something. He could distinctly sense the curiosity and scrutiny in the glances that pierced through the protective masks. But more than that, there was an unabashed fear and aversion. He even inadvertently overheard two nurses exchanging whispers outside the door. Is the one inside really the Jiangxing giant ape? He looks quite refined. Shoo, don't be deceived by appearances. The files indicate high risk. It said that when he goes berserk, he could demolish a house. Be cautious, don't provoke him. Understood, understood, what a misfortune. High risk. Misfortune. He curled up on the hospital bed, gazing at the sky divided by the iron bars outside, feeling less like a patient and more like a monster on display. Confusion enveloped him like a thick fog. What had he become? What was that power? Why was it within him? Would he lose control again? What would happen if he did? No one could provide him with answers. Until Su Wan's arrival brought that so-called special recruitment order and the high-risk classification for observation of a unique individual. There was no joy as he had imagined. No exhilaration akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. After hearing those cold, unyielding terms and the guarded classification, Zhang Xiao was engulfed by a profound weariness and deeper bewilderment. Jiangnan Wuda, a hallowed ground coveted by countless martial artists. Yet for him, it felt more like a lavishly adorned yet invisible prison. He accepted it, for he had no other choice. After Su Wan departed, the ward fell silent once more. Zhang Xiao gazed at the admission notice placed beside his bed, the cover showcasing the grand entrance of Jiangnan Wuda, the gilded emblem glaring under the light. He reached out, his fingertips slowly gliding over the cold paper, sensing the opportunities and burdens it represented. What would the future hold? He did not know. All he knew was that from the moment he unleashed that extraordinary punch in the martial arts examination, from the moment that power awakened within him, his once ordinary life had irrevocably veered onto a path fraught with thorns leading into the unknown. Chapter 13. A new prison on the day of his discharge. There were no flowers, no welcoming family members, only a black hovering vehicle devoid of any markings, silently halting at the hospital's special exit. The windows were tinted with one-way glass, shielding him from the prying eyes of the outside world. Su Wan, clad in her practical combat attire, stood by the vehicle, calmly observing as Zhang Xiao emerged. Escorted by a medical staff member and two plainclothes guards, his steps still somewhat unsteady. He had changed into a standard-issue dark gray trainee combat uniform provided by Jiangnan Wuda, making him appear at last like a normal student, if one overlooked his somewhat pale complexion and the lingering heaviness in his gaze. Get in the car, Su Wan said without further pleasantries, opening the door. Zhang Xiao silently entered the spacious interior. Though the hard seats and layout resembled a transport vehicle more than a comfortable school bus, Su Wan sat opposite him, while the guards flanked him on either side. Despite their lack of overt movement, the subtle emanation of their vital energy and their vigilant expressions constantly reminded Zhang Xiao of his current identity as a high-risk observation subject. The hovering vehicle smoothly ascended, merging into the continuous flow of traffic above Jiangxing. Through the tinted windows, Zhang Xiao watched the familiar cityscape rapidly recede below, the towering buildings, the darting hover cars, the bustling crowds. Everything seemed to be separated from him by an invisible veil. He was bound for Jiangnan Wuda, the sacred land in the hearts of countless martial artists. Yet within him, there was no sense of excitement or anticipation, only a weighty foreboding of heading into an unknown battlefield. The vehicle did not steer toward the grand, bustling main entrance of Jiangnan Wuda, but rather circled to the rear of the campus, an area encircled by even taller metal walls shimmering with faint energy ripples. The trees here appeared older and denser, the atmosphere unusually tranquil, even somewhat grim. The vehicle halted before a small, inconspicuous gate that was evidently much more heavily guarded. Following identity verification, energy scans, and a series of tedious procedures, the heavy metal gate slowly creaked open. What lay beyond was not the campus scenery one might expect, but a straight corridor flanked by towering metal walls, with cold lighting overhead, and the air carrying a faint scent of oil and ozone. It resembled the entrance to a military base. The hovering vehicle drove in, the gate closing silently behind them, completely isolating them from the outside. Ultimately, the vehicle stopped in front of a 5-story building that appeared to be a relic from the last century, with a rugged and robust style constructed entirely from dark gray alloy. The area surrounding the building was devoid of greenery, only cold ground and distant, barely visible watchtowers. Above the entrance, there were no signs, only a simple red number 7. Special Training Class Residence, Building 7. Get out, Su-won instructed as she pushed the door open. Zhang Xiao followed her out, his feet touching the cold, hard ground as he surveyed his surroundings. The eerie silence here starkly contrasted with the vibrant sounds emanating faintly from the main campus. Follow me. We need to complete your enrollment procedures, Su-won said, leading the way toward the heavy metal door of Building 7 that required both palm print and iris verification. The administrative point is situated in a small room adjacent to the lobby on the first floor, resembling more of a security checkpoint than a service area. A middle-aged man, expressionless and clad in an attire reminiscent of security personnel, is responsible for the registration. He takes the documents handed to him by Su-won, glances briefly at Zhang Xiao, his gaze revealing no emotion, and proceeds to operate swiftly on the touchscreen. Zhang Xiao, student ID T7013, has a restricted access level, with an activity range limited to Building 7 and designated training areas. Communication devices and internet access are both restricted, and resource allocation is executed according to specific observation protocols. The middle-aged man monotonously recites a series of limitations before handing over a black, archaic-style wristband, stating, "This is your identification wristband, which also serves as a monitor, locator, and emergency communicator. It must not be removed unless under special circumstances." Zhang Xiao silently accepts the wristband, feeling its cold weight in his hand. He dons it as instructed, and it automatically tightens around his wrist, emitting a faint click as it locks. Throughout this process, there is no semblance of a welcoming ceremony for the newcomers, only the chilling stipulations and omnipresent restrictions. After completing the formalities, Su-won guides him into the building's interior. The corridor is spacious yet dimly lit, with walls of exposed reinforced concrete and a floor of anti-slip metal grating, amplifying the sound of their footsteps. Occasionally, students dressed in similar dark gray combat attire pass by. They nod in acknowledgement to Su-won, but their expressions shift to one of complexity, curiosity, scrutiny, and unabashed wariness when they land their eyes on Zhang Xiao. No one approaches him, maintaining a noticeable distance, as if an invisible barrier surrounds him. "This is the special training class," Su-won explains calmly as they walk, her tone betraying neither enthusiasm nor displeasure. "Those who enter here either possess abilities that are difficult to control, exhibit peculiar personalities, or have committed serious infractions that necessitate their transfer. In essence, this is a concentration camp for problematic students." She halts before a door marked 013, swipes her access card to unlock it, and states, "This is your room. Daily necessities have been provided. Remember the activity range indicated on your wristband. Do not attempt to leave the designated area, as triggering an alarm will have severe consequences. Gather in the lobby at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Instructor Hong will address you." With that, she makes no further delay, turning to leave, the sound of her high heels striking the metal floor echoing down the empty corridor. Zhang Xiao pushes open the door to his room. It is modest in size, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a metal bed, an alloy wardrobe, a set of wall-mounted desks and chairs, and a tiny private restroom. The decor is stark to the point of being Spartan, with bare walls and no windows, save for a ventilation fan humming softly above. The cold white light casts a sterile glow, rendering the room devoid of warmth. This space resembles not a dormitory, but rather a cell. He flops onto the hard bed, gazing at the pallid ceiling, acutely aware of the wristband's presence on his arm. A new cage has indeed arrived. Beyond this confinement, the gazes, some filled with fear, others with caution or curiosity, and even a hint of schadenfreude, along with the yet unseen Instructor Hong, foreshadow his impending tumultuous life on campus. Chapter 14. Special Training Class. The heavy metal door clanks shut behind him, sealing away the last remnants of external clamor. Zhang Xiao leans against the cold metal door, gradually sliding down to the unforgiving floor, inhaling deeply. The air is saturated with disinfectant, metal, and a complex amalgamation of scents reminiscent of sweat, char, and a faint metallic tang of blood. This is to be his dwelling, a cell numbered 013, devoid of windows. It presents only frigid walls and a buzzing ventilation fan overhead. The oppressive atmosphere washes over him like a tangible tide, threatening to submerge him in despair. Yet, he has little time to wallow in self-pity. The instinct for survival, sharpened by years of marginalization at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, compels him to regain his composure swiftly. He must familiarize himself with this new prison, its inmates, and its wardens. After a brief respite, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Zhang Xiao rises and decides to explore. He twists the doorknob, and the metal door silently opens a narrow gap. The corridor remains empty and quiet, save for distant, muffled thuds and the low-frequency hum of energy reverberating through the air. He steps out of his room and wanders aimlessly along the cold metal corridor. The grating beneath his feet produces faint echoes, starkly pronounced in the stillness. The interior of the special training facility is more expansive and intricate than it appears from the outside. In addition to the residential area, he spots entrances labeled Gravity Training Room, Element Resistance Chamber, Psychological Pressure Capsule, and High-Risk Ability Testing Ground, all of which require authorization for access. The very names exude an aura of extraordinary severity and peril. Occasionally, he encounters other students, most of whom are in a hurry, either alone or in small groups. Yet they maintain a palpable distance, their expressions wary, with little interaction. He observes a slight, bespectacled boy clutching a seemingly complex device, muttering calculations to himself as he nearly collides with a wall, adjusting his glasses before continuing on, entirely absorbed in his own world. He also sees a girl leaning at the far end of the corridor, her fingertips dancing around a cluster of icy blue flames, emanating an aura that warns others to keep their distance. As he passes, he feels the temperature around him drop several degrees. Another figure, a burly young man resembling a bear, is relentlessly pounding against a specially designed alloy panel on the corridor wall, his fists enveloped in a yellowish glow. Each strike resonates with a dull thud, leaving shallow indentations while he growls, "Not enough. Not strong enough." A bizarre and dangerous array of characters surrounds him. This is the concentration camp for problem students that Su once spoke of. Zhang Xiao senses that each individual bears some burden, be it a troubling power or an extreme personality. They seem to be a collection of volatile materials, precariously assembled together. And he, undoubtedly, is the newest and most renowned among them. He can distinctly feel the weight of their gazes upon him: curiosity, scrutiny, caution, disdain, and even a subtle hint of provocation. As he approaches the edge of a spacious communal lounge, this sensation intensifies. The hall houses a dozen individuals, some seated, others standing, the atmosphere thick with tension. When Zhang Xiao appears in the entrance, nearly every eye instantly pivots towards him, as if illuminated by searchlights. Whispers fill the air. Is that him? The Jiangxing giant? Doesn't he seem particularly special, just taller than average? Shoo, keep it down. I heard he can tear apart a mid-tier earth dragon with his bare hands. A human beast. Who knows if that's true? He might just have been lucky or used some forbidden method. Look at him. He seems weak. His energy fluctuations are pathetic. He has probably overexerted himself and done for. The voices are not loud, yet everyone present possesses hearing far superior to the average person. And the words reach Zhang Xiao's ears clearly. He maintains an impassive expression, his gaze calmly scanning the hall. Some individuals avert their eyes upon meeting his, while others boldly lock gazes with him, their eyes brimming with evaluation and a peculiar interest akin to that of a child encountering a new toy. A young man with a striking red mohawk and clad in a studded leather jacket sauntered over, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. He nonchalantly blocked Zhang Xiao's path, tilting his head to scrutinize him while a malicious grin spread across his face. "Hey, newcomer. I hear you're quite the fighter. Did you really tear apart a Dilong? Why not show us a little demonstration?" Behind him trailed several similarly eccentric students, their arms crossed, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhang Xiao halted, gazing at the crimson-haired youth without uttering a word. He sensed the restless energy coursing through his opponent, likely at the peak of a martial apprentice, nearing the level of a martial master, a commendable caliber among this group of troubled students. However, after having faced life and death and the tumult of bloodline awakening, he found such provocations tedious. Noticing Zhang Xiao's silence and his unnaturally calm gaze, the red-haired youth felt slighted. His grin morphed into a grimace of rage. "What's the matter? Lost your voice? Scared to make a move? It seems the rumors were just hot air. You're nothing but a lucky F-grade waste. He extended his hand, intending to shove Zhang Xiao's shoulder. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, Zhang Xiao moved. There was no transformation, no violent surge of energy, nor any grand gesture. He merely sidestepped slightly, evading the push, while his right hand shot forward like lightning, precisely clasping the wrist of the red-haired youth. The youth felt a sudden vice-like grip, as if a searing iron clamp had seized his wrist. An indescribable force coursing through him rendered his entire arm numb and weak, nearly dispersing the energy he had gathered. The cruel smile on his face froze, replaced by shock and a hint of pain. Zhang Xiao's fingers were like steel, tightening ever so slightly. A faint crack of bones echoed. "Ah!" The red-haired youth involuntarily cried out, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He attempted to struggle, but found Zhang Xiao's grip as unyielding as a mountain, utterly immovable. The expressions of his companions shifted dramatically, and they were poised to intervene. Zhang Xiao lifted his gaze, casting a cold, disdainful glance towards them. That look was tranquil yet imbued with a chilling indifference and warning, as if emanating from the apex of the food chain, causing them to freeze in place, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand that rendered them incapable of advancing another step. The hall fell into a hushed silence, breaths held in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Though the red-haired youth was not the strongest in the special training class, his prowess was undeniable. Yet he had been so effortlessly subdued by this newcomer, unable to even resist. Zhang Xiao regarded the pale, sweat-drenched red-haired youth and released his grip, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. "Do not provoke me." He enunciated 3 words, his voice low yet unmistakably firm. Then, without casting another glance, he walked past the red-haired youth, retracing his steps, his posture straight amidst the myriad of complex gazes, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The red-haired youth cradled his agonizingly swollen wrist, watching Zhang Xiao's retreating figure with eyes brimming with fear, resentment, and a trace of dread he was reluctant to acknowledge. This newcomer was far from the simpleton he had initially presumed. Upon returning to his room 013, Zhang Xiao closed the door, leaning against the cold metal panel, exhaling a weary breath. He understood that this display of dominance was merely the beginning. In this environment rife with malice, chaos, and danger, silence and retreat would only invite further bullying. He needed to demonstrate enough strength and resolve to carve out a sliver of breathing room for himself. The icy touch of the black wristband reminded him of the ever-present surveillance. Beyond the confines of the cage lay more direct hostility. Within this atmosphere of animosity, he must swiftly regain his power and discover a pathway to survival in this unique setting. He moved to the center of the room, attempting to summon the dormant energy within him, yet he was met only with an echoing void and the faint ache of his meridians. It seemed the battle with the D-Long and the forced suppression of his bloodline had inflicted far greater damage upon his body than he had anticipated. The road to recovery would likely be longer and more arduous than he had foreseen. And tomorrow, what sort of admonition would the mysterious Hong Jiawan bring forth? He sat cross-legged on the rigid bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice the most fundamental breathing techniques, guiding the meager flow of energy to gradually nourish his battered body. Chapter 15. Hong Jiawan at precisely 5:50 a.m. An emotionless electronic voice rang out in each student's room within the special training class. All students, assemble in the first-floor hall within 1 minute. Latecomers will bear the consequences. Zhang Xiao opened his eyes from a shallow meditative state, a glint of sharpness passing through his pupils in the dim room. He had spent the night awake, primarily attempting to channel the faint energy to heal his body, with minimal success. But at least his spirit and stamina had seen some recovery. He quickly rose, adjusting his sole set of deep gray combat attire, and opened the door. The corridor echoed with a cacophony of footsteps as other students emerged from their cells, silently and swiftly converging towards the first-floor hall. No one spoke. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Zhang Xiao blended into the crowd, casting a glance around. He spotted the red-haired youth from yesterday, whose wrist was now bandaged, shooting Zhang Xiao a dark look before quickly averting his gaze. He also noticed the girl playing with ice flames, still appearing indifferent to her surroundings, and the burly bald man, now eagerly rubbing his fists, seemingly anticipating the forthcoming lecture. Within a minute, approximately 30 students lined up in the center of the hall. The formation was crooked, devoid of discipline, each face displaying a myriad of expressions: numbness, defiance, fear, and curiosity. At 6 o'clock, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from the side passage, each step resonating as if it were treading upon the hearts of those present. With every footfall, the metallic floor trembled slightly, an invisible, Feral force akin to a primordial beast surged forth, flooding the hall in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. Some students of lesser strength or wavering resolve turned ashen, their breaths quickening, bodies trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They felt as if they were cast into the depths of the ocean, overwhelmed by an insurmountable pressure intent on crushing them. Even the robust, bald youth reigned in his casual demeanor, his expression now grave, muscles taut. Zhang Xiao felt an immense weight bearing down upon him, as if a mountain were pressing against him, threatening to bend his resolute spine and shatter his indomitable spirit. The injury on his chest, still not fully healed, ached ominously, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his jawline as firm as iron. Visions of the iron-armored De Long's terrifying presence flashed through his mind, along with the overwhelming sense of power during the bloodline awakening. Compared to that life-threatening and annihilating pressure, the current atmosphere, though fierce and brutal, lacked the qualitative weight of true oppression. More importantly, the stubborn defiance within him, the refusal to be belittled by anyone, ignited fiercely at that moment. You think you can crush me? You are not nearly enough. A silent roar echoed within him, and the dormant bloodline within seemed to sense the provocation of external pressure, stirring ever so slightly, transmitting a faint warmth that bolstered his resolve. He summoned all his mental strength, envisioning the imposing pressure as a colossal boulder, while he himself was akin to a stubborn stone, desperately striving to break free from its weight. His legs were like two steel stakes, firmly anchored to the ground. Trembling slightly, yet showing no inclination to bend, his spine remained erect, akin to a solitary pine standing proud in the snowfield. At that moment, the owner of the approaching footsteps finally appeared before everyone. It was a nearly 2-meter-tall bald man, clad in severely worn black combat trousers and a snug tank top, his bronze skin marred by numerous intersecting scars, resembling a fearsome centipede. His rugged visage and piercing gaze radiated a cold indifference, as if he had long been battle-hardened, viewing human life as mere fodder. Just his presence seemed to exude an oppressive aura, akin to a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was none other than the chief instructor of the special training class, Hong Zhan. Hong Zhan's hawk-like gaze swept across the assembly. Under his scrutiny, most of the students instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Only a handful managed to hold their ground. His gaze lingered momentarily on the robust bald youth, offering a slight nod, seemingly satisfied. Then, it passed over the girl manipulating ice flames. Though pale, her eyes remained hollow, as if she possessed an innate immunity to external pressures. Finally, his gaze settled on the youth at the rear of the line, whose complexion was similarly ashen. Trembling slightly from the exertion against the oppressive force, yet his spine stood straighter than anyone else's, and he dared to raise his head to meet Hong Zhan's gaze. Zhang Xiao. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Hong Zhan's eyes. The dossier indicated this boy had F-level vitality, was still recovering from severe injuries, and had been provoked by a few delinquents yesterday. Yet, under the weight of his aura, he managed to endure until now. Moreover, that gaze did not reflect a desperate defiance, but rather a serene, unyielding resolve. Intriguing. Hong Zhan refrained from speaking immediately, continuing to emanate his terrifying aura. As seconds ticked by, one student finally succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. This triggered a chain reaction. One after another, students fell to the ground, losing consciousness. In an instant, nearly half of the 30-person squad had collapsed. The remaining students were on the brink, teetering, sustained only by sheer will. The red-haired youth turned ashen, his lips bloodied from biting down in desperation, on the verge of following suit. Only Zhang Xiao, the robust bald man, the Ice Flames girl, and a mere handful of others stood resolutely. Zhang Xiao felt as if his teeth might shatter, his temples throbbing, and the world around him growing hazy. Yet a single thought dominated his mind. He could not fall. To fall meant surrender. It meant failing to surpass even this first challenge. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to reach his limit, the overwhelming pressure enveloping the arena receded like a receding tide. A cold grunt escaped Hong Zhan, resonating like thunder in the ears of those present, causing those still struggling to maintain composure to feel a surge of blood, nearly gasping for breath. Yet it also liberated them from the extreme pressure they had endured. The surviving students gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, their gazes toward Hong Zhan filled with fear. Hong Zhan stood before them, arms crossed, a pillar of iron, his voice grating like sandpaper, imbued with undeniable authority. Useless. A bunch of useless waste. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've all collapsed. His gaze swept over the few who remained standing, pausing intentionally on Zhang Xiao for a fleeting moment before continuing. I am Hong Zhan, From this day forth, I am the leader of you wretches. Here, my word is law. If I tell you to go east, and you dare even glance west, I will gouge your eyes out to use as marbles. Do not speak to me of rights or freedoms. Once you enter the special training class, you have but one identity: soldiers under my command. If you are a dragon, coil for me. If you are a tiger, lie down for me. If you are worthless, then you will train until you are no longer worthless. Here, strength is everything. Want resources? Want respect? Want not to be discarded like garbage? Simple. Trade with your fists, trade with your results. He abruptly pointed at a massive electronic screen mounted on the wall, where various training programs, scoring rules, and resource exchange lists began to scroll. Do you see? Everything is clearly priced. Monthly assessments, with the last place eliminated. Those who are eliminated will find better places awaiting you. His words brimmed with the stark reality of the jungle law, causing the hearts of all students to sink. Now, Hong Zhan's voice thundered, wake these garbage up. 10 minutes later, assemble at the training ground. Latecomers will forfeit their meals today. With that, he turned away, striding heavily out of the hall, and the suffocating pressure dissipated alongside him. The surviving students, as if granted a reprieve, hurried to assist and revive their unconscious companions. Zhang Xiao gradually released his clenched fists, his palms marked with deep impressions from his nails. He exhaled a breath tinged with the metallic taste of iron, feeling his nearly exhausted body. Yet his resolve grew ever stronger. He raised his head, locking eyes with Hong Zhan as he vanished around the corner, that meaningful last glance lingering. It was as if he had discovered an intriguing prey. Zhang Xiao understood that from this moment forward, he had officially entered the sight of this tyrannical instructor. The days to come, as Suwon had said, would truly mark the beginning of his challenging journey. Chapter 16. Isolation. As the palpable pressure emanating from instructor Hong dissipated, the hall was left with only the sounds of labored breathing and chaos from those who had survived. The unconscious students were hastily roused, their faces pale and eyes dazed, clearly still reeling from the mental shock they had just endured. Silence enveloped everyone, a suffocating stillness overshadowing the group. The rules left by Hong Zhan weighed heavily on each heart, the threat of elimination at the end of each month creating an invisible tension in the air. Here, every individual around them could potentially be a rival, ready to trample them down. Zhang Xiao stood silently among the crowd, acutely aware of the varying degrees of attention directed towards him. Following the morning's confrontation and the incident of his wrist being crushed yesterday, he had undoubtedly become the focal point of the special training class. Curiosity, wariness, assessment, and more malice lurking beneath the surface, quietly growing like damp moss, surrounded him. He could distinctly feel a particularly sinister gaze fixed on him from a diagonal rear. It belonged to Hojin. The bandaged wrist of the latter served as the perfect fuel for his animosity. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the sharp sound of the assembly whistle echoed once more. The students, not daring to delay, rushed toward the designated training area, a vast underground space fortified with special alloys, the scent of metal and stale sweat permeating the air. The first day's training, rather than being a session of learning, was more of a one-sided demonstration of authority by Hong Zhan. The ultra-high-intensity physical endurance cycle, weighted squats, speed drills, and resistance pulls approached or even surpassed the physiological limits of ordinary martial artists. Hong Zhan patrolled the area like a warden, his rugged voice and unrelenting encouragement reverberating throughout the venue. Haven't you eaten? Useless. Move. Faster. Are you crossing the road like an old lady? If you can't hold on, then get lost. The special training class does not harbor idlers. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, summoning the meager vitality within him, desperately striving to keep pace. His body, still recovering from severe injuries, was plagued by a dull ache in his chest with every exertion, as if his meridians were being ground down by coarse sandpaper. Sweat cascaded from his forehead like a flowing stream, soaking his combat uniform and leaving dark stains on the ground. He noticed a burly young man, later identified as Shi Meng, who executed his training with relative ease, clearly possessing a robust physical foundation. The girl wielding the ice flame, known as Lung Ning, seemed less adept at physical training. Her face was pale, yet her gaze remained hollow, persisting in a manner bordering on self-martyrdom. During a brief intermission in their training, Zhang Xiao approached the sidelines to retrieve his water bottle. Just as he twisted the cap open, a small, agile trainee stretching nearby inadvertently stumbled, his elbow colliding with Zhang Xiao's. The bottle slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Oh dear. Sorry, I didn't TC you. The diminutive trainee apologized, though a smirk of amusement betrayed his insincerity as he glanced toward the nearby turkey, evidently under orders. Surrounding them, muffled chuckles erupted, eyes gleaming with curiosity to see Zhang Xiao's reaction. For a moment, Zhang Xiao halted, observing the puddle of water and the fallen bottle. He then directed a calm, unsettling gaze toward the small trainee. He did not express anger or engage in argument. Instead, he silently bent down, retrieved the water bottle, capped it, and walked over to the water dispenser to refill it. The entire exchange occurred in silence, as if nothing had transpired. This silence, in such an environment, was interpreted by many as a sign of weakness. I thought he was formidable, but he's just a coward. It seems the luck that allowed him to crush the turkey's wrist yesterday was merely a fluke. F-class is F-class. The foundation is too weak to keep up with training, yet he dares to be arrogant? The whispers grew increasingly brazen. At noon, the cafeteria upheld the same rudimentary yet efficient style, serving standard high-energy meals that, while lacking in flavor, quickly replenished energy. Zhang Xiao filled his plate and settled into a corner seat. As he picked up his utensils, a tray was slammed onto the table across from him with a loud clatter. It was the turkey, his wrist still bandaged, flanked by several lackeys. The turkey looked down at Zhang Xiao with a smirk that lacked genuine warmth. Well, if it isn't our mighty gorilla. Dining alone, are we? How lonely. Would you like your brothers to keep you company? Before he could finish, one of his lackeys seemed to slip, and the tray tilted forward, sending a viscous, steaming nutritional paste splattering directly onto Zhang Xiao. The suddenness and angle of the attack left him with little chance to evade. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to witness the spectacle, including those of Shi Meng and Lung Ning seated nearby. Zhang Xiao's pupils constricted, as the sticky substance threatened to coat his face. His body instinctively prepared to react, a flicker of dormant energy stirring within him, but he quickly suppressed it. He could not afford to reveal any abnormality here, especially under the scrutiny of Hong Jiaoguan and Su Wan. The paste, warm and oddly scented, splattered across his face and hair, leaving his combat uniform in disarray. Liquid dripped down his hair and cheeks, rendering him a pitiful sight. Laughter erupted from the turkey and his entourage, unrestrained and mocking. My bad. Slipped. The clumsy lackey feigned an apology, his face brimming with satisfaction. The cafeteria filled with raucous laughter, creating an atmosphere of delight in this oppressive setting, where bullying the weak had become a rare source of entertainment. Zhang Xiao sat there, allowing the viscous paste to slide down his face. He did not wipe it away or raise his gaze. His fingers gripping the utensils turned pale from excess pressure, trembling slightly. He slowly set down his utensils and stood up. Without sparing a glance at the turkey and his group, he silently turned and walked toward the cafeteria exit, intending to clean himself. His silence and retreat only emboldened the turkey and his cronies. A waste is a waste. Did you think you could transform? It seems that won't happen. Each time I see you, I'll douse you again. Their taunting words pierced him like arrows from behind. Zhang Xiao's steps did not falter, as if he had not heard them. Yet his defiled silhouette, illuminated at the cafeteria's entrance, resembled a flag sullied by mud, yet steadfastly refusing to fall. Upon returning to the windowless room 013, he approached the cramped bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed away the grime from his face and clothing with cold water. The rushing water echoed as his expressionless visage reflected in the mirror, save for his eyes, where an icy flame seemed to burn silently within. Once clean, he sat on the edge of the bed. The room remained cold and sparse, yet at this moment, it felt like his only refuge. A place to momentarily catch his breath and lick his wounds. Endurance does not equate to submission. Silence can sometimes be the quiet accumulation before an eruption. He glanced at the cold, black bracelet on his wrist, then slowly closed his eyes, continuing to guide the feeble energy within him. He understood that the turkey and his cronies would not relent. In their eyes, his forbearance would only serve as further encouragement for their relentless bullying. The next time provocation arose, when his escape route was completely blocked, what choice would he make? Would he continue to endure until he was completely trampled into the mire? Or would he discard all restraint and reveal his fangs? The answer seemed to brew quietly beneath his calm exterior, awaiting merely a spark to ignite it. Meanwhile, outside the training camp, a voice filled with resentment transmitted through encrypted communication toward the area where the elite class resided. Qin Xiao, you have no idea. That Zhang Xiao has become utterly arrogant. He claims that the training class is garbage, including you. He remembers vividly how you were so frightened by the Earth Dragon. Chapter 17. Qin Hao's provocation. The days in the training class felt like trudging through a swamp, each step mired in heavy pressure and an intangible quagmire of malice. Zhang Xiao resembled or cast into a furnace, undergoing relentless tempering in the form of extreme training, isolation, and unexpected challenges. His body, under the immense strain and nurtured by a flicker of resilient energy, was slowly but surely recovering. The piercing pain in his chest gradually transformed into a profound dull ache, and the stagnation in his damaged meridians eased with each surge of energy. He remained like a silent rock, enduring the relentless waves, appearing motionless while accumulating strength within. The turkey and his associates, having found their repeated provocations met with indifference, increasingly viewed him as a hollow shell, intensifying their antics. The cafeteria incidents became a daily fixture, and unintentional collisions during training grew ever more frequent. Zhang Xiao continued to endure, silently cleaning up and mending, but the coldness deep within his steady gaze grew nearly tangible. That afternoon, following the conclusion of basic physical training, a brief period of free activity commenced. Most trainees opted to return to their rooms for respite or engage in additional practice. As Zhang Xiao prepared to head back to room 013 for further recuperation, he reached the entrance to the corridor leading to the living quarters when he heard a commotion outside in the square, unlike any he had encountered before. Filled with an unmistakable air of superiority and mockery, he initially had no intention of getting involved. But several students from the special training class rushed in with expressions of indignation mixed with a hint of fear. Fragments of their hushed conversations drifted into his ears. "It's that arrogant bunch from the elite class. The leader seems to be Qin Hao from the Qin family. What brings him to our dump? What else? To find trouble and assert his dominance. I heard that the guy called Turkey approached him yesterday and mentioned wanting to find the giant ape, Zhang Xiao." That name struck Zhang Xiao's mind like a rusty nail, embedding the memories of Jiangcheng #1 high school deep within him. The mockery after the martial arts examination, the skepticism following the strength test, and the humiliating image of him being flung aside by a land dragon's tail in the simulated wilderness. How could he be here, specifically seeking me? A blend of clarity and cold rage surged within Zhang Xiao. He halted momentarily, then altered his course towards the exit of the hall. As he stepped out of the heavy metal door of Building 7, the afternoon sun was blinding. In the not-so-spacious square in front of the building, the atmosphere was starkly divided. Most of the special training class students were huddled at the edges, their faces grim, bearing the humiliation and suppressed anger. In the center of the square stood 7 or 8 young men and women clad in well-tailored, shiny white uniforms with blue trim. They exuded a vigorous aura. Their gazes haughty, akin to swans mistakenly mingling with ducks, openly displaying their disdain and mockery. The foremost among them, tall and handsome, had a slight smirk and a glimmer of contempt in his eyes, undermining his noble demeanor. It was indeed Qin Hao. Qin Hao leisurely surveyed the somewhat shabby Building 7, as if he were exploring an ancient relic. The elite class students behind him pointed and laughed, their voices piercing. Is this really the infamous problem child detention center? The environment is certainly unique. A female student from the elite class waved her hand in front of her nose exaggeratedly, prompting a chorus of laughter. I hear the people here either lose control of their abilities or are psychologically twisted. We should keep our distance to avoid any bad luck. The special training class students clenched their fists, the sound echoing ominously, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Qin Hao's indifferent gaze swept over the faces of the special training class students, finally landing with precision on Zhang Xiao, who had just stepped out and stood at the edge of the shadow. A malicious grin spread across Qin Hao's face, reminiscent of a hunter who had finally spotted his prey. Oh, is this not our great hero from Jiangcheng #1 high school, the Jiangcheng giant ape? Zhang Xiao. Qin Hao's voice was deliberately raised, laced with exaggerated surprise, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What is the matter? Hiding in your shell? Afraid to meet old friends? Zhang Xiao looked at him with an expressionless face, as if witnessing a poorly executed performance that had nothing to do with him. Such petty provocations seemed pale and absurd after he had endured life and death trials and the rigors of the special training class. Noticing Zhang Xiao's silence, Qin Hao assumed he had been intimidated by his imposing presence. Recalling Turkey's embellishments, his anger flared, and he became even more arrogant. He parted the crowd and strode directly to Zhang Xiao, sizing up his faded gray combat uniform with a sneer. I heard you've been thriving here, relying on your monstrous luck to play the big shot? Unfortunately, a monster is still a monster, and even if you manage to sneak into Jiangnan University, you can only remain in this dump, surrounded by a bunch of waste. Laughter erupted from the elite class students behind him, their mockery reaching a crescendo. Brother Hao is right. Waste should stay where waste belongs. You thought transforming was impressive? Seems like the after effects are quite severe. You probably can't even feel your vitality anymore. Who knows? You might lose control one day and demolish this place. Now that would be a spectacle. On the side of the special training class, Turkey and others watched Zhang Xiao being humiliated, revealing expressions of schadenfreude rather than solidarity, evidently enjoying his plight. Zhang Xiao's fists tightened slightly at his sides, then slowly relaxed. He remained silent, his gaze drifting past the incessant Qin Hao, as if observing a pile of noisy refuse, preparing to turn away. It was pointless to waste words on such individuals. His restraint was not born of fear, but rather for a grander scheme. However, just as he turned, Qin Hao's cold and venomous voice pierced through the air again, like a poisoned needle, striking at his most sensitive spot. What? You wish to leave? It seems you are not only a waste, but also a cowardly wretch, just like your father, who struggles at the bottom like a maggot. I heard he worked overtime for months to scrape together money for the cheapest nutrient solution, nearly exhausting himself to death for you? Truly a touching father-son bond. Both equally worthless. The word worthless burned like a red-hot iron, searing deep within Zhang Xiao's heart, in the most tender yet resilient area. His foot, poised to take a step, abruptly froze in midair. The entire world seemed to have been stripped of all sound. The clamor, the ridicule, the wind, all vanished. In Zhang Xiao's ears, only the thunderous rush of his blood surged to his head, and his heart beat heavily like a drum. Slowly, inch by inch, he turned back his body. His once calm eyes now resembled ancient glaciers cracking open, revealing the molten fury ready to erupt below. The chilling and searing emotions intertwined and collided within him. An indescribable, extreme aura of menace emanated from him, silently enveloping the space around him. Though faint, it caused Qin Hao, who stood closest, to feel an icy dread shoot up from his feet to the crown of his head, as if being targeted by a revived prehistoric beast. Qin Hao's smile faltered, instinctively taking half a step back, his throat feeling dry as if gripped by an invisible hand. He sensed that the Zhang Xiao before him was no longer the reticent F-grade waste he had encountered during the martial arts examination. Nor was he the seemingly submissive individual from earlier. He was markedly different now. Zhang Xiao did not roar or argue. He simply raised his eyes. His gaze as cold as an abyssal lake, firmly locking onto Qin Hao's. Each word he spoke was hoarse yet clear, falling like ice pearls onto the ground. You said what? Each syllable bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking Qin Hao's heart and resonating through the silent square. The air instantaneously froze to an icy point. Chapter 18. A fist packed the atmosphere seemed to freeze under Zhang Xiao's glacial gaze and words. Qin Hao felt a jolt at the sight of that gaze, as if he were under the scrutiny of a beast that had broken free from its chains. A primal fear surged within him, causing him to instinctively retreat another step. Yet, almost immediately, a shameful indignation rose within him like lava, incinerating the fear, leaving only a raging fury in its wake. How could I fear this F-grade waste? He is merely posturing. It must be. Qin Hao forced himself to straighten up, his voice sharp and laced with bravado. I said you and your father are both worthless. What of it? Did I say something wrong? One struggles like a rat at the bottom. The other relies on becoming a monster merely to sneak into Wu University. What else could they be but worthless? The elite class students behind him caught on, stepping forward as their auras coalesced into an invisible wall, pressing towards Zhang Xiao. What's the matter, Zhang Xiao? Do you want to make a move? Don't forget the school rules. Taking action against a classmate, especially a low tier against a high tier, will have consequences you cannot bear. Indeed, a piece of trash from the special training class dares to bare his teeth at young Master Qin. On the side of the special training class, Turkey and others reveled in the misfortune, almost wishing for an immediate conflict, hoping Zhang Xiao would be utterly ruined in the process. Faced with the encroaching pressure and verbal assaults, the icy demeanor on Zhang Xiao's face gradually retracted, returning to a calm state. Yet beneath that calm lay a volcano poised to erupt. He was acutely aware that taking the initiative here, regardless of the outcome, would likely result in Qin Hao, the first to provoke, receiving merely a reprimand, while he, as a high-risk observation subject, could very well have his special recruitment qualifications revoked and be sent to that dismal place devoid of light. He could not strike first. Yet, this indignation could not be swallowed. The dignity of his parents was not to be desecrated. His gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, cutting through the clamoring elite class students, ultimately locking onto Qin Hao once more. His voice, though not loud, clearly pierced through all noise, reaching the ears of everyone present. Qin Hao, are you not merely relying on your initial mastery of martial arts and your so-called aristocratic background to bark here? Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a furious laugh. And what of it? Crushing a wretch like you is akin to squashing an ant. Unconvinced? Willing to concede? Zhang Xiao's lips curved into a faint yet cuttingly sarcastic smile. You, who cannot withstand even a single strike from a formidable beast and quail in fear. Dare to demand my respect? Those words struck like the sharpest dagger, brutally tearing open the most grievous wound in Qin Hao's heart. His face reddened instantly, akin to a pig's liver, for his disgraceful admission to the martial science examination was the greatest humiliation of his life. You are courting death. Qin Hao's blood surged, nearly compelling him to act recklessly. Hold on, Zhang Xiao interrupted, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Do you not revel in bullying the weak? I offer you a legitimate opportunity to redeem your face. He pointed towards the side of Building 7, where a small, open-air martial arts platform was available for students to settle personal grievances, protected by a basic energy shield. Let us ascend the platform, you and I. He extended his right index finger, his gaze piercing, emphasizing, I shall only throw one punch. He paused, observing the astonishment on Qin Hao's face, and clearly stated, after one punch, regardless of the outcome, our grievances at Jiangnan Martial University will be settled. You, along with your minions, shall henceforth avoid me. Of course. His voice turned cold, laced with disdain. If you dare not, take your entourage and vacate the training class's territory. Never return to howl like a wild dog and disturb the peace. Only one punch. Grievances resolved? Dare not, then leave? These words were akin to a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest in the square. Everyone was stunned, incredulously gazing at Zhang Xiao, questioning if they were hallucinating. Has he gone mad? Only one punch. Who does he think he is? A martial general? Qin Hao is a bona fide martial artist at the initial stage. His vitality exceeds 20. What can an injured, weakened F-class do against him? Only one punch. This is sheer self-humiliation. He must be throwing caution to the wind. Students from the training class were abuzz with speculation, wondering if Zhang Xiao had indeed lost his mind. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha! Does this fool know he cannot win and seeks a swift demise? The elite class also chimed in, erupting in even louder jeers. Ha ha! Young Master Qin, he is looking down on you. One punch. He probably cannot even break your protective energy. Accept his challenge. Let him comprehend the disparity. Qin Hao, having regained his composure from his initial shock, exhibited rage at the severe humiliation, yet deep within, a flicker of uncertainty flashed. Why was Zhang Xiao so confident? Did he possess a hidden card? No, impossible. He must be bluffing to intimidate me. Yes, it must be so. The thought of having been momentarily daunted by Zhang Xiao's gaze filled Qin Hao with immense shame. He must, in front of everyone, trample Zhang Xiao underfoot to cleanse this humiliation and re-establish his authority. Very well, Zhang Xiao. You have chosen your fate. Qin Hao sneered, pointing at the martial arts platform. I will accept your punch. I shall see how powerful your single strike is. However, merely walking away would be too lenient. If, after your punch, you can still stand and speak, I, Qin Hao, shall henceforth address you as Brother Xiao. But if you fall, you must kneel and bow 3 times, acknowledging that both you and your father are worthless. Agreed, Zhang Xiao responded without hesitation, seemingly unfazed by the wager presented. The agreement spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the entirety of Building 7. Even the main campus caught wind of the news. Have you heard? The giant ape from the training class is set to face off against Qin Hao from the elite class. What? Isn't he severely injured and nearly finished? Strangely, he claims he will only throw one punch. One punch. Ha ha. That is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Let us go see the spectacle. Watch as the monster is knocked down by young Master Qin's punch. In no time, the previously quiet square of the training class was flooded with spectators. There were students from the training class with nothing to do, students from nearby classes drawn by the commotion, and even some ordinary class students who hurried over. Surrounding the modest open-air martial arts platform, all faces bore expressions of eager anticipation, with nearly no one believing that Zhang Xiao could win. In fact, most thought that if he managed to withstand a punch from Qin Hao without losing consciousness, it would be a miracle. Bets are open. Will Zhang Xiao be knocked out or kneeling in surrender after one punch? I wager he will be sent flying off the platform. I bet he will be too frightened to throw a punch. Amidst the clamor, Zhang Xiao and Qin Hao ascended the martial arts platform. Qin Hao flexed his wrists, a mocking smile on his face, as the initial stage martial artist's vitality flowed steadily, a faint azure protective energy manifesting, enhancing his formidable presence. He waved at his supporters below, eliciting cheers. In contrast, Zhang Xiao stood quietly on the opposite side of the platform, his eyelids slightly lowered, seemingly regulating his breathing or perhaps accumulating something. His deep gray combat uniform fluttered gently in the wind, appearing exceptionally thin and solitary amid the surrounding brilliance. Su Wan had also appeared at some point on a high platform at the edge of the square, arms crossed, silently observing Zhang Xiao, her brow slightly furrowed. Hong Zhan leaned against the window of his office, a wine flask in hand, squinting downwards, his face betraying no discernible expression. "Are you prepared, wretch?" Qin Hao proclaimed triumphantly, raising his voice to completely overshadow his opponent. "I am eager to witness the extent of your feigned prowess." Zhang Xiao slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm as it met Qin Hao's, a depth in his eyes that unsettled the heart. He offered no response, merely raised his right arm, forming a fist. Chapter 19. On the arena, the area surrounding the martial arts platform was a cacophony of noise, with various discussions, jeers, and bets blending into an invisible tide that surged against the compact arena. The sunlight slanted, reflecting blinding spots off the alloy floor, elongating the shadows of the two figures on the platform. Qin Hao, brimming with confidence, had his azure protective energy swirling around him like waves, the fluctuations of his initial stage martial artist vitality unabashedly radiating, drawing cheers from the spectators below, particularly the elite class students. He reveled in this sensation of being the center of attention, his gaze towards Zhang Xiao imbued with a cat-and-mouse superiority. "Zhang Xiao, kneel and admit defeat now. Acknowledge that you and your father are both worthless, and I might consider going easy on you." Qin Hao deliberately amplified his voice, ensuring everyone could hear. Zhang Xiao continued to lower his eyelids, seemingly enveloped in another realm, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He merely began to raise his right arm, his movements appearing ordinary, even somewhat slow, fingers coiling into what seemed like a powerless fist. There was no surge of vitality, no escalation of aura, as if an ordinary person had casually clenched a fist. In this manner, to the onlookers, it further solidified the speculation of empty bravado and surrender. What a display of ghostly theatrics! Qin Hao snorted disdainfully, utterly losing his patience. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you." He hesitated no longer, and with a powerful push against the specially designed floor of the martial arts platform, a resounding thud echoed. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, his palms intertwined, and an intense surge of vitality coursed through him. A pale azure light rapidly coalescing in his palms, swirling and emitting a hissing sound as it sliced through the air. It was the Qin Yuan Pekong Zhang of the Qin family. The discerning elite class students gasped in astonishment. Qin Xiao was actually deploying a family martial technique right from the outset. Was it necessary against this waste? What do you know? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a hare. Qin Xiao aims to win without any doubt, utterly shattering that waste's pride. Before them, a condensed, ever-spiraling pale azure cyclone had formed between Qin Hao's palms, exuding a fierce aura that tore through the air, locking onto Zhang Xiao's chest, and ruthlessly crashing down. The air distorted slightly where the palm wind passed, demonstrating the terrifying power contained in this strike. This palm strike, let alone against a weakened, injured target. Even a peak martial artist in perfect condition would find it impossible to withstand. The audience below held their breath instantly, all eyes widened, anticipating the sight of Zhang Xiao being sent flying, bones shattered. The expressions of Huiji and others revealed a wicked delight. On the high platform, Su Wan clenched her fists slightly, while Hong Zhan leaned against the window, taking a sip of wine, his narrowed eyes revealing nothing. Facing this unparalleled and instantaneous attack, Zhang Xiao finally moved. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, at the very moment the pale azure cyclone was about to imprint upon his chest, he suddenly lifted his head. Boom! An invisible and formless force, seemingly emanating from a deep soul level, imbued with a weighty pressure reminiscent of ancient wilderness, erupted violently, centered around Zhang Xiao. As if a long-dormant volcano had finally exploded. This was not the power of vitality, it was intimidation. It was the natural suppression of lower life forms that accompanied the awakening of the Titan Great Ape bloodline. This pressure was not directed at the entire arena but was forcibly compressed and condensed into a singular line by Zhang Xiao, akin to an invisible sledgehammer, striking precisely at Qin Hao's mind. Just as Qin Hao was poised to revel in victory, the sinister grin on his face froze instantly. In his perception, the Zhang Xiao before him seemed to vanish, replaced by a towering, earth-shattering, terrifying giant ape whose eyes resembled molten stars. The giant ape gazed down coldly upon him, as if observing a minuscule insect that could be crushed at will. An indescribable horror and despair gripped his heart. His thoughts came to a halt. The flow of vitality suddenly stagnated. The once smoothly circulating Qin Yuan Pekong Zhang cyclone, on the verge of bursting forth. showed signs of disintegration due to the momentary confusion of his mind and vitality. His movements became an extremely brief, yet potentially fatal rigidity. Now was the moment. In Zhang Xiao's previously calm eyes, a brilliant light ignited. His long-prepared right fist moved. There were no extravagant glimmers, no surging vitality manifested. Only the purest and most concentrated physical strength, along with a barely detectable dark red glimmer hovering at the edge of his fist. This punch, though initiated later, arrived first. Simple, direct, violent. Like a dragon leaping from the abyss, it moved so swiftly that it surpassed the visual capture of all present. As Qin Hao stood frozen, paralyzed by the shock to his mind, in the infinitesimal window of opportunity before his palm strike could be unleashed, Zhang Xiao's fist pierced through the air. Akin to a heated iron nail penetrating thin paper, striking with pinpoint accuracy, devoid of embellishment, upon the most unstable point of Qin Hao's protective energy shield. Disrupted by his chaotic vitality, a soft yet chilling sound, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, echoed. Qin Hao's seemingly solid pale azure protective energy shield, upon contact with the fist, could not withstand even a fraction of a second, shattering like glass struck by a heavy hammer, dissipating into a myriad of luminous particles. Then came the thunderous boom. A heavy, muffled sound reverberated as the fist collided solidly with Qin Hao's chest. A clear sound of broken ribs sent a jolt through the hearts of all present. Qin Hao's eyes bulged in an instant, filled with excruciating pain and disbelief. He felt as if he had been collided head-on by a rampaging rhinoceros, his internal organs instantly dislocated, ribs splintering beyond count. The gathered vitality was completely shattered by this punch, the ferocious force penetrating deeply. He was sent flying, like a kite severed from its string, or a burlap sack thrown with full force, his feet leaving the ground, hurtling backward. He traced a chaotic arc through the air, crashing heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the martial arts platform. The energy shield, capable of withstanding martial artist-level attacks, rippled violently, emitting a strained hum. Qin Hao slid down the shield, collapsing to the ground, his head tilting, blood mixed with internal fragments spilling from his mouth, and he fell unconscious. His white combat uniform bore a distinctly charred fist imprint upon his chest, with wisps of dark red energy lingering like embers, slowly dissipating. Silence. A deathly stillness. The once boisterous commotion around the martial arts platform was abruptly stifled, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Everyone stood frozen in place. Expressions of mockery solidified at their lips. Excitement frozen in their eyes, and the fervor of betting halted upon their faces. A gentle breeze rustled a few fallen leaves, landing beside Qin Hao's unconscious form, producing a sharp sound that echoed painfully in the extreme silence. One punch. Just one punch. Qin Hao, a beginner martial artist and the genius of the Qin family, unleashing a family martial technique, was actually sent flying and knocked unconscious by an F-class waste still recovering from injuries? How could this be possible? It must be an illusion. Hua Ji gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The few lackeys beside him turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. The elite class students had lost their earlier sense of superiority and mockery, replaced instead by boundless astonishment and a hint of fear. As they gazed at the expressionless Zhang Xiao, who was slowly retracting his fist, as if witnessing a true monster, Su Wan gradually released her tightly clenched fist, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder, murmuring to herself, "It is not merely the power of vitality, it is the perfect fusion of spiritual intimidation and physical strength. His mastery of the bloodline is more exquisite than I had imagined." By the window, Hong Zhan took a final swig of wine, tossing the empty bottle out the window, where it shattered crisply upon the ground below. He wiped his mouth, gazing at Zhang Xiao on the platform, grinning with wild delight. "Hey, this is interesting." And there stood Zhang Xiao in the center of the martial arts platform, slowly exhaling a breath laden with a faint sulfuric scent. He glanced at the unconscious Qin Hao and then surveyed the dazed spectators below, his expression tranquil and unruffled, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Only he knew the tremendous effort it took to control the force of this punch, to accurately release that thread of intimidation without awakening the dormant, violent bloodline within him. He lifted his foot, preparing to descend from the martial arts platform. At that moment, the crowd, previously engulfed in silence, finally reacted, erupting into a cacophony tenfold more intense than before. "No way, just one punch. Qin Hao lost. A beginner martial artist knocked unconscious by an F-class with a single punch? I can't be dreaming. Someone pinch me. What was that Zhang Xiao just used? Why do I feel as if my very soul is trembling? A monster. He truly is a monster. The cacophony of voices, shouts of astonishment, murmurs of skepticism, and whispers of fear crashed upon him like a tsunami. Zhang Xiao did not falter in his stride, descending the martial arts platform with unwavering resolve. As he passed, the crowd parted like the tide, instinctively granting him a wide passage. Those who had previously regarded him with scorn and derision now gazed upon him with expressions of shock, reverence, and profound trepidation. He traversed the throng, making his way towards the formidable metallic door of building number 7, effectively shutting out all the clamor and scrutiny behind him. His silhouette remained tall and solitary, yet no one dared to belittle him any longer. That singular punch shattered not only Qin Hao's pride and ribs, but also obliterated the labels of luck, incompetence, and bluster that had clung to Zhang Xiao. The name of Jiang Chengju Yuan, for the first time, was indelibly stamped upon Jiang and Wuda, a realm teeming with prodigies. Chapter 20. Establishing authority. The heavy metallic door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the tumultuous uproar of astonishment and myriad complex gazes outside. Within, he found the familiar, frigid silence of a corridor permeated with the sense of metal and antiseptic. Leaning against the cold door, Zhang Xiao gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The air still carried a faint trace of sulfur, a remnant of his punch, mingled with the metallic tang of Qin Hao's spilled blood. Inside him, his vital energy simmered lightly, invigorated by the forceful strike that had combined psychological intimidation with raw physical power. The lingering ache from his not yet fully healed wounds was accompanied by a sense of clarity after release, as well as the mental fatigue from suppressing his bloodline's surging impulses. That punch had been meticulously calculated. He could not afford to wield his true bloodline powers, for that would provoke uncontrollable repercussions and lay him bare to the scrutiny of Instructor Hong and Su Wan, not to mention higher authorities. Instead, he harnessed a hint of the innate intimidation emanating from his bloodline, combined with his extraordinary physical strength and impeccable timing. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He exploited Qin Hao's arrogance, the flaws in his ostentatious martial skills, and the momentary paralysis caused by sheer intimidation to the fullest extent. The result was a display of authority with a single punch. The cost was akin to performing a splendid dance on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a plummet into a bottomless abyss. After a brief respite, feeling his turbulent energy calm slightly, Zhang Xiao straightened and proceeded toward his room. No. 013. The corridor was deserted, yet the sensation of being observed was more palpable than ever. He was acutely aware that countless eyes were fixed upon him through hidden surveillance cameras or from within some clandestine observation room. Upon entering his small, cold, windowless cell, he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere, though the environment remained unchanged. He sat cross-legged on the hard bed, attempting to enter a state of meditation, but found it challenging to achieve complete tranquility. The memory of Qin Hao's horrified expression on the arena, the stunned faces of the onlookers, and the pallor of the fire chicken and his entourage haunted his mind. He understood that from this day forth, his standing in the special training class would undergo a seismic shift. Indeed, the changes began to unfold quietly from the very next day. During the morning assembly, as Zhang Xiao stepped out of his room into the corridor, the previously noisy chatter abruptly hushed. The students he encountered, whether they had mocked him or ignored him before, now wore expressions of complex emotions: respect, fear, curiosity, scrutiny, and an indescribable sense of alienation. No one dared to maintain prolonged eye contact. As he walked by, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a wider path, as if an invisible force field surrounded him. On his way to the cafeteria, there were no accidental collisions or spilled food. Upon entering the dining hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an instantaneous silence, with countless gazes illuminating him like searchlights before swiftly averting, feigning ignorance. He continued to sit alone in his usual corner, yet the surrounding tables naturally vacated, forming a veritable void around him. The fire chicken and his cronies scurried away as soon as they glimpsed him, their eyes darting, afraid to even breathe. The short student who had once accidentally knocked over his water bottle turned pale as a ghost upon encountering him in the training corridor, pressing against the wall in terror until Zhang Xiao had moved on. The overt provocations and bullying vanished overnight. Words like mysterious, formidable, and untouchable became Zhang Xiao's new labels among the special training class students. Even some training exercises exhibited subtle changes. During sparring sessions, few dared to partner with him voluntarily. When forced by instructors to compete, opponents often faltered before the match began, managing to muster only 70% of their potential, rendering the contests uninspiring. Zhang Xiao relished the solitude. He had never been fond of socializing, and this isolation provided him with more time and energy to focus on his recovery and training. He remained silent and solitary, akin to a dormant meteorite, relentlessly honing his still recovering body within the grueling training regimen devised by instructor Hong. Each bout of lung-burning effort during extreme sprints, every muscle-tearing strain during weighted squats, and each impact during resistance training were silently borne by him as he endeavored to guide the faint energy within him toward healing, adaptation, and fortification. He could sense that the terrifying injury in his chest was healing at a slow yet steady pace, the fractured bones regaining their strength, and the damaged meridians gradually restoring their elasticity under the nurturing flow of energy. Though the journey to complete recovery and the awakening of his dormant, formidable powers remained a distant prospect, he at least glimpsed hope. However, beneath the veneer of calm, turbulent undercurrents were ever present. Occasionally, he could detect the barely perceptible jealousy and resentment lurking behind the eyes of those who regarded him with awe, particularly during resource allocations or monthly assessment rankings. That subtle hostility became even more pronounced. Resources within the special training class were already scarce, and due to Zhang Xiao's status as a high-risk observation subject, some basic resources were allocated even less than to ordinary students. This imbalance inevitably stirred discontent among those who sought resources through their own merits. Why should someone who had inexplicably defeated Qin Hao with a single punch occupy a coveted spot, though they dared not voice their sentiments? That silent exclusion was sometimes more stifling than open provocations. Moreover, Zhang Xiao was acutely aware that the matter with Qin Hao was far from resolved. The Qin family was a prominent martial arts lineage in Jiangcheng, and the humiliation inflicted upon Qin Hao, his ribs shattered, unconscious, and utterly disgraced, would not be easily forgotten. He could not predict when or in what form retribution would arrive. Additionally, since that day, the glances instructor Hong cast upon him had changed, now tinged with something more. No longer were they purely scrutinizing and indifferent. They carried a hint of curiosity, akin to discovering an intriguing plaything, along with an almost imperceptible expectation. This heightened his vigilance. In this cage teeming with monsters and troubled students, a momentary display of authority could not guarantee lasting safety. He felt akin to a young tiger that had intruded into a pack of wolves. Though he had momentarily intimidated them with his ferocity, he remained vulnerable, susceptible to being torn apart by more cunning and powerful forces at any moment. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. After a day of rigorous training, Zhang Xiao returned to room 013, his weary yet fulfilled body in tow. He twisted open the specially designed faucet and splashed his face with icy cold water, gazing into the mirror at the visage that still bore the mark of youth, though his eyes had already accumulated a wealth of experiences. The black wristband on his arm sent a chill through him. After establishing his dominance, the path ahead seemed clearer, yet it was fraught with peril. He dried his face and moved to the center of the room, once again sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. He forcefully excluded all external disturbances. The immediate priority was recovery, the restoration of strength. A faint yet resilient flow of energy was cautiously guided within him, like a gentle stream, beginning to cleanse and nourish his battered meridians. Chapter 21. Weight training. The training in the special class offered no respite. After enduring the pressure of intimidation, the limits of physical endurance, and the turmoil of the arena, Hong Zhan seemed to believe that the preceding appetizer had been insufficiently stimulating. A new round of the main course was promptly served. That morning, all the trainees were taken to an outdoor training ground behind building number 7. The ground covered with coarse, durable materials. In the center of the venue, a pile of weight equipment gleamed with a cold metallic luster, consisting not of ordinary dumbbells or barbells, but rather of circular objects and vests crafted from a special alloy, inscribed with intricate energy circuits, clearly not of mundane quality. Hong Zhan stood like an iron tower before the equipment, his bald head glinting in the sunlight, his scarred face devoid of expression, save for his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scanning the diverse expressions of the trainees before him. Today, let us keep it simple. Hong Zhan's voice rasped like grinding gravel, imbued with an undeniable fierceness. Do you see these iron weights? Each wrist and ankle ring weighs 50 kilograms, and the weighted vest is 100 kilograms. A total of 300 kilograms. Put them on. Upon hearing this declaration, gasps of astonishment erupted from the ranks. 300 kilograms. For an ordinary martial artist, this was an almost unbearable burden. Even for those present, who possessed some degree of exceptionalism, it was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. This was not merely a test of strength. It was a brutal trial of endurance, willpower, and the very limits of their skeletal resilience. Is this weight really appropriate? One trainee muttered quietly, fear etched across his face. Hong Zhan's gaze sliced through the air like a frigid blade. Is there a problem? Do you find it heavy? Fine. You can leave the special training class right now. The door is over there, and no one will stop you. The trainee's face turned pale, and he immediately fell silent. Once outfitted, they were commanded to run laps around the field. I won't call a halt. No one is permitted to stop. Those who fall behind will have extra practice tonight. Those who cannot endure will pack their bags and leave by tomorrow. Hong Zhan's voice thundered, resonating in everyone's ears. With the order given, no one dared to hesitate. The trainees advanced, struggling to don the heavyweight equipment. The clanking of metal rings fastening onto their limbs and the oppressive weight of the vests caused many faces to grow solemn, their breaths becoming labored. Turkey, while laboriously fastening the leg rings, cast a furtive glance towards Zhang Xiao, his eyes filled with resentment and anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. He had heard that Zhang Xiao was still recovering from serious injuries and that his vitality was waning. This 300 kilograms of weight would undoubtedly crush him. He could hardly wait to witness his humiliation. Shermeng, however, appeared much more composed. He grunted softly as he effortlessly donned the weighted vest. Adjusting the ankle rings with a metallic rasp, his eyes betraying a thrill at the challenge. Lung Ning remained aloof, indifferent to her surroundings, quietly putting on her gear. Her complexion seemingly paler, yet her gaze remained vacant. As for Zhang Xiao, upon hearing the weight of 300 kilograms, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Previously, such a weight would have been an astronomical figure for someone with only an F-grade vitality, rendering even movement nearly impossible. Yet in this moment, feeling the faint but tangible roots of blood coursing within him, along with the gradual restoration of his physical strength through grueling training, he sensed that perhaps he could attempt it. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, swiftly grasped the equipment, and began to don it. The weight of the ankle rings felt heavy, and the vest pressed upon his shoulders, sending a twinge of pain through his still-healing injury. Nevertheless, he moved fluidly, as if donning not 300 kilograms of metal, but rather a simple garment. This scene caught Hong Zhan's attention, and for the first time, the expressionless mask on his face betrayed a slight furrowing of the brow. Begin. With Hong Zhan's command, the heavy running commenced. The training ground measured about 1 kilometer in circumference, its rough surface significantly increasing the difficulty of running under such weight. Initially, most trainees managed to keep pace, but the burden soon revealed its daunting power. The sound of labored breaths rose like a worn-out bellows across the field. Sweat streamed from every pore, soaking their combat uniforms and evaporating almost instantly upon contact with the scorching ground. Steps became staggered, muscles cried out in agony, and their lungs burned painfully. Each stride seemed to sap the last vestiges of their strength. After merely 2 laps, the group began to splinter. Shermeng led the charge, his robust physique and solid foundation allowing him to plow ahead steadily. Though not the fastest, he moved with the unwavering strength of an indomitable ox. Lung Ning lagged behind, her strengths not lying in physical power. Running appeared laborious for her, her face pale to an alarming degree, yet she persisted with a chilling determination. Turkey and his companions found themselves in the middle to rear of the pack, already exhausted, their faces contorted in desperation. Every lift of their legs seemingly an exertion of monumental effort. Yet Zhang Xiao occupied a position that shocked and astonished all. He trailed closely behind Shermeng, securing second place. His running form was not particularly standard, even possessing a unique, somewhat heavy rhythm. Each footfall echoed dully against the specialized ground, as if the weight he bore exceeded that of others. Yet his pace remained remarkably steady. His breath, though hurried, maintained a certain rhythm. Unlike the chaotic gasps of his peers, the 300 kilograms of weight pressed upon him indeed imposed tremendous pressure. The persistent ache from his old injury lingered, and the strain on his muscles and bones was all too real. Strangely, however, he did not experience that debilitating sensation of energy being rapidly drained. Instead, beneath the oppressive weight, the dormant blood within him seemed to awaken with a flicker of vitality. A faint yet resilient warmth radiated from deep within, flowing steadily to his limbs, acting as both a lubricant and source of energy, fortifying his body against the external burden. This sensation was subtle, not an explosive surge of power, but rather a manifestation of his inherent strength. It felt as though his body had been intrinsically designed to bear greater forces, and 300 kilograms had yet to graze the edges of his true limits. How is this possible? Turkey gaped at Zhang Xiao's steadfast silhouette, heavy yet unwavering, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Wasn't he gravely injured? How can he run so fast? A monster truly is a monster. His companion, panting heavily, wore an expression of despair. Not only they, But all the other trainees also took note of this extraordinary spectacle. The strange newcomer who had defeated Qin Hao with a single blow was exhibiting astonishing endurance under such a terrifying load. As time passed, the gap widened. Shi Ming continued to lead, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his breaths noticeably heavier. Zhang Xiao followed steadfastly behind, his pace showing no discernible decline. The heavy sound of his footsteps resonated like the beating of war drums, striking at the hearts of all present. The trainees behind him had already collapsed, sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs, devoid of even the strength to twitch a finger. Even Lung Ning reached his limit in the fifth lap, leaning on his knees, gasping violently, unable to continue. On the field, only Shi Ming and Zhang Xiao remained, still persevering. Shi Ming glanced back at Zhang Xiao, who was closely tailing him, a flicker of astonishment and heightened fighting spirit gleaming in his copper-like eyes. He let out a low growl, attempting to accelerate and create distance. However, Zhang Xiao remained like a relentless shadow, firmly trailing just a few meters behind, his steady rhythm seemingly impervious to fatigue. As they entered the 10th lap, even Shi Ming's speed inevitably began to wane, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Yet, despite being drenched in sweat, his face flushed and his chest heaving violently, Zhang Xiao's footsteps remained unperturbed. In fact, upon sensing Shi Ming's deceleration, he even began to gradually quicken his pace. He aimed to surpass Shi Ming. This scene utterly astonished all who still possessed their wits. Hong Zhan stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, observing the upright figure attempting to surge forward under the weight of his burdens. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his stern, expressionless face, and he gave a slight nod. This lad's physical foundation is far more solid than the data suggests. Intriguing. Ultimately, under the gaze of those who regarded him as a monster, Zhang Xiao, with an incredibly slight edge, surpassed the already significantly slowed Shi Ming, crossing the finish line that signified the end of 10 laps. Upon crossing the finish line, he did not immediately halt, but, propelled by inertia, jogged a few more steps before gradually coming to a stop. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat cascading from his chin like a waterfall, forming a small puddle on the ground. His chest heaved like a bellows, every muscle quivering uncontrollably. Exhaustion, utter exhaustion. Yet he stood firm. He did not fall. He lifted his gaze towards the approaching Hong Zhan. His eyes, slightly blurred from overexertion, glimmered with an indomitable spirit. Hong Zhan approached, looking down at him without uttering a word, simply extending his hand to deliver a heavy pat on his sweat-soaked, taut shoulder. The dull sound echoed as his palm made contact. "Not bad. You didn't embarrass me." Hong Zhan's voice remained rough, though it seemed to have lost some of its previous coldness. After speaking, he turned away, tending to the other trainees still sprawled on the ground. Zhang Xiao gradually straightened his back, feeling the lingering, approving pressure on his shoulder, watching Hong Zhan's towering figure as he exhaled a breath tinged with iron. The bloodline heat that had been subtly ignited by the extreme burden revealed a path to strength unlike any ordinary martial arts. Chapter 22. The limits of willpower. Heavy gasps thundered in his ears, resembling the roar of a worn-out bellows. Each inhalation brought searing pain to his lungs, and every exhalation seemed to drain the last remnants of his strength. Sweat had long since dried, his skin flushed abnormally due to excessive strain, clinging to the cold, heavy-weighted vest, creating a sticky and suffocating sensation. The training continued. Hong Zhan resembled an unyielding overseer, his icy gaze sweeping over the few remaining figures capable of movement: Shi Ming, Zhang Xiao, and 2 others barely hanging on due to their exceptional resilience. The majority had collapsed, like fish out of water, unable to move even a finger, helplessly watching the inhuman contest at the center of the field. "If you're alive, keep crawling." Hong Zhan's roar struck like a whip on the fraying nerves of everyone on the verge of collapse. "Can't handle this weight. Useless. All of you are worthless." Shi Ming's speed had dwindled to a mere shuffle, his robust legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, each lift accompanied by violent tremors and the groans of muscle fibers on the brink of tearing. He growled, clinging stubbornly to his feet with the stubbornness of a bull and an innate fear of Hong Zhan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao faced a more complex situation. His body had also reached its physiological limit. The 300 kilograms of weight felt like an invisible mountain, pressing down on every inch of his bones, which cried out in agony under the unbearable burden. The old injury in his chest had transformed into a constant, piercing pain, as if countless heated steel needles were repeatedly stabbing him. The sensation of muscle soreness had dissipated, replaced by a heavy numbness that felt alien. However, his consciousness slipped into a more perilous realm. Extreme fatigue crashed over him like a tidal wave, eroding the dam of his rationality. After prolonged extreme exertion, his mind finally began to waver. The world before him started to spin and blur, the sunlight becoming glaring and distorted, while Hong Zhan's shouts and Shi Meng's gasps seemed to come from a distant horizon. In this moment of utmost vulnerability, destruction whispered within him, a deep, grand thought filled with endless temptation and savagery, akin to an ancient god lurking in the abyss. Why endure? Why suffer? Release me. Tear apart these chains, crush these ants. True power lies within you. Destruction is your true nature. This whisper was not a voice but a direct assault on his soul, reeking of sulfur and blood, accompanied by terrifying illusions of collapsing civilizations and shattered landscapes, violently assailing his crumbling sanity. Zhang Xiao's pupils dilated slightly as the indomitable light in his eyes began to be eroded by a hint of chaotic rage. He felt the dormant bloodline within him stirring uncontrollably, a familiar, chilling urge for destruction awakening like a slumbering serpent coursing through his limbs. He looked up. He gazed at Shi Meng's struggling form ahead. A frenzied thought erupted uncontrollably. Charge. Knock him down. Crush this annoying obstacle. He turned to Hong Zhan's towering figure at the sidelines, a mix of anger and destructive desire brewing within him, challenging him. Tear him apart. Make this so-called instructor grovel on the ground. He even desired to rip off the heavyweight vest, to shatter this damned training ground with a single punch, to reduce everything before him to dust. No. He let out a silent scream deep within, biting down on his tongue, a metallic taste flooding his mouth, the intense pain granting him a fleeting clarity. He must not lose control. Absolutely must not lose control here. He desperately recalled the warmth of his mother's embrace, the silent yet firm silhouette of his father, the astonished expression on Li Shui's face when he pushed her away, and Su Wan's scrutinizing and expectant gaze. With these human emotions, he constructed the final fragile barrier, fiercely battling against the tsunami of destructive whispers born from his bloodline. His running form began to grow erratic, at times heavy and steady, at times staggering and on the verge of collapse, his body unconsciously twisting slightly, as if two entirely different forces were fiercely contesting control within him. He emitted suppressed, beast-like gasps, the veins on his forehead bulging, his expression twisting into something almost grotesque from the extreme struggle. Hong Zhan immediately sensed Zhang Xiao's abnormality from the sidelines. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as the most precise scanner, instantly locking onto Zhang Xiao. He could feel a subtle yet dangerous change in Zhang Xiao's aura, no longer merely fatigue, but an unstable agitation filled with destructive desire. The young man, Hong Zhan, felt a chilling sensation within him as he recalled the uncontrollable risks mentioned in Su Wan's report. Could it be that extreme training had inadvertently become a catalyst for awakening the dangerous force within him? Hidden away in a surveillance room within Building 7, Su Wan, utilizing high-precision life sign monitors and mental fluctuation detectors, detected an anomalous surge in Zhang Xiao's data. Her expression turned grave as her fingers swiftly operated the control panel, pulling up the highest alert protocols while simultaneously establishing an encrypted communication with Hong Zhan. Instructor Hong, the target's mental fluctuations are abnormal. Energy readings indicate signs of losing control. Please be cautious. Listening to the warning echoing in his earpiece, Hong Zhan observed the young man in the arena, dancing on the edge of a knife, teetering on the brink of an abyss. His face remained expressionless, though his fingers, which were crossed over his arms, tightened ever so slightly. He hesitated. Should he terminate the training immediately, forcibly intervene, or wait a moment longer? How far could this young man's limits extend? How resilient could his will prove to be? It was a gamble. Should he win, he might refine a true gem. Should he lose, it could spell a disaster difficult to rectify. At that moment, Zhang Xiao was oblivious to everything around him. His entire world had been reduced to a fierce battle within. Ice and fire, reason and madness, humanity and beastliness clashing violently. The whispers of destruction grew increasingly clear and tantalizing, offering an exquisite thrill of shedding all burdens and embracing absolute power, leaving behind all chains and suffering. Yet Zhang Xiao's will was like a solitary boat tossed in a storm, guarding a dim flicker of humanity that refused to extinguish. The light flickered uncertainly, as if it might be devoured by endless darkness at any moment. His body trembled violently from the internal conflict, his steps faltering, nearly collapsing to the ground on several occasions. The heavy burden he bore no longer resembled training equipment, but felt like a lifeline, anchoring him to the edge of reality with its immense physical pressure, preventing him from plunging into the depths of madness. How much longer could he endure? No one knew. Even he sensed that the string of rationality had stretched to its limit, emitting a painful lament on the verge of snapping. His physical limits had already been surpassed. Now, it was the resilience of his soul that was being tested. Chapter 23. The first loss of control. The colors of the world faded, leaving only a searing red and viscous black. Zhang Xiao felt as if he stood on a precarious tightrope, with a churning abyss of magma beneath him, fueled by a desire for destruction. His reason flickered like a candle in the wind, uncertain and wavering, while the whispers originating from the depths of his blood grew louder and clearer, akin to a chorus of countless fanatics, intent on drawing him into eternal madness. The heavy, staggering figure of Shi Meng began to distort in his vision, no longer a classmate struggling to hold on, but rather an eyesore, a stubborn rock that needed to be eradicated. The towering figure of Hong Zhan also transformed in his perception, no longer a revered instructor, but a mountain that sought to suppress him, one that needed to be overthrown. A surge of heat uncontrollably rose from his abdomen, violently crashing against his nearly exhausted veins, imparting a false sense of power. In the relentless tug-of-war between extreme fatigue and madness, his eyes involuntarily flashed with a molten red hue. That crimson flickered momentarily, yet bore a chilling ferocity. Not far from him, a fellow student, having just halted due to exhaustion and leaning on his knees, inadvertently raised his head and locked eyes with Zhang Xiao's fiery gaze. What was that? The student froze, as if targeted by the most dangerous predator. A primal fear gripped his heart instantaneously. That gaze was not one befitting a human. Cold, indifferent, it brimmed with the most primitive desire for destruction, as if ready to pounce and tear him to shreds. Zhang Xiao emitted an unconscious, low growl from his throat, filled with satisfaction and longing. His rationality was swiftly being consumed by that crimson glow. The impulse for destruction surged forth like a flood, threatening to breach the last dam of restraint. Following the instinctive urge from his bloodline, he slowly, stiffly raised his right hand. The hand, adorned with a 50-kilogram metal bracelet, felt weightless in his perception at that moment. His fingers curled slightly, their nails sharpening under the influence of that restless power, aimed squarely at the terrified student before him. He yearned to tear something apart. Just as his fingers were about to execute the next move, as the student, paralyzed by sheer terror, felt his pupils constrict, on the brink of a scream. Enough? A voice thundered like a clap of thunder, imbued with a strange, paralyzing force that suddenly resounded in Zhang Xiao's ears. This sound pierced through the layers of destructive whispers, like ice water dousing his head, clearing the madness engulfing his brain in an instant. Simultaneously, a formidable aura, far more concentrated and domineering than before, descended with the weight of a mountain, precisely targeting only Zhang Xiao, crashing down with tremendous force. Thud! Before Zhang Xiao's raised hand could descend, he felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. His legs buckled, and he dropped to one knee. His knee collided with the hard ground, producing a dull thud. The 300 kilograms of weight now felt like 1,000,000 pounds, pressing down on him until his spine groaned under the unbearable strain, rendering him unable to stand. The faint yet dangerous restlessness that had surged within him was instantly quelled, forced back into the depths of his being, like a venomous snake constricted at its vital point. The crimson hue in his eyes receded like a tide, restoring clarity, though filled with confusion, dread, and a sense of having narrowly escaped a calamity. Hong Zhan had appeared before him like a specter, towering above, his sharp gaze devoid of surprise, only reflecting a cold, understanding, and undeniable authority. His right hand was slightly raised. It was he who had, with mere presence and a commanding shout, forcibly subdued the nearly uncontrollable Zhang Xiao. The training ground fell into a profound silence. All the remaining students, still conscious, stared in shock at this scene, their minds blank. They could not comprehend what had transpired. They only saw Zhang Xiao suddenly acting strangely, his gaze horrifying, followed by Instructor Hong's sudden appearance, silencing him with a single shout that brought him to his knees. The palpable aura of terror, though directed solely at Zhang Xiao, sent ripples through those nearby, rendering them breathless and filled with trepidation. The student who had nearly fallen victim to Zhang Xiao's frenzy collapsed in fear, his legs giving way, wetting himself in a moment of pure panic. Shi Meng also halted, turning around, his eyes wide with shock and confusion as he gazed at Zhang Xiao, who knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat as if just pulled from water. Then back at the stern-faced Hong Zhan. Training halted. Hong Zhan surveyed the entire area, his voice cold and decisive. All who can move, assist each other, and return to the dormitory to rest. Today's training is concluded. There were no explanations, no idle chatter. The students felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, and without a moment's thought to the bizarre occurrence, they hurriedly helped one another or dragged their incapacitated companions, stumbling away toward Building 7. As each passed by Zhang Xiao, they instinctively kept their distance, their eyes filled with deeper fear and confusion. Soon, the vast training ground was left with only Hong Zhan and Zhang Xiao, who remained kneeling, gasping for breath. The heavy burden still weighs upon him, yet at this moment, it is more a mental strain than a physical one. Zhang Xiao bows his head, observing the sweat droplets falling to the ground, his mind a tumultuous chaos. The madness and desire for destruction he felt just moments ago were so vivid, so intense, that had it not been for Instructor Hong, he might have succumbed entirely. He slowly lifts his gaze toward Hong Zhan, his lips parting as if to speak, only to find his throat parched and his voice trapped within. Hong Zhan regards him with a chilling stare, as though his eyes could pierce through flesh and bone, delving into the restless blood that courses through Zhang Xiao's veins. How do you feel? His voice remains icy, devoid of any discernible emotion. Did the sensation of nearly tearing yourself and that worthless wretch beside you apart shake you to your core? Zhang Xiao shudders, lowering his head in silence. Humph. Hong Zhan scoffs. It seems Su Yada was not mistaken. You truly are a powder keg waiting to ignite. Is this all it takes? A mere 300 kilograms to make you lose your composure? He crouches to meet Zhang Xiao's gaze, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Listen closely, boy. I care not how you acquired that monstrous strength, nor do I concern myself with what you may become in the future. But while you are on my turf, before you can fully master it, you'd best learn to suppress that wildness. He extends a rough finger, nearly prodding Zhang Xiao's nose. Today, consider yourself fortunate that I am present. Should I catch you displaying that ghastly demeanor again, I will incapacitate you before you can spiral out of control. Do you understand? Zhang Xiao meets Hong Zhan's unyielding gaze, feeling the primal aura emanating from him, and slowly, he nods with determination, albeit hoarsely. Understood. Good. Hong Zhan rises, reverting to his hardened demeanor. Return to rest. You've missed dinner today, consider it a lesson. With that, he turns away, striding off with a silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Zhang Xiao remains kneeling on the desolate training ground until Hong Zhan's figure vanishes at the entrance of Building 7. He then attempts to muster the last vestiges of his strength, struggling to rise. The 300-kilogram weight feels even heavier now. Exhaustion grips his body, while the psychological scars and fear of his own perilous power wash over him like a tidal wave. Yet, he ultimately manages to stand, albeit unsteadily. He gazes at the setting sun, its afterglow casting a long, distorted shadow behind him. He has barely clawed his way back from the brink of chaos. But what awaits him next? Taking a deep breath, burdened and filled with lingering apprehension, he trudges toward the imposing confines of Building 7. He knows that the battle with the beast within him has only just begun, and what transpired moments ago was merely the opening skirmish. Chapter 24. Instructor Hong's warning. The twilight glow stains the training ground in a somber hue, reminiscent of spilled, aged blood. The clamor has long since dissipated, leaving only a scattered mess of sweat and a few abandoned, glinting weight rings. The vast expanse is filled solely with Zhang Xiao's labored breaths, akin to a deflated bellows, accompanied by Hong Zhan's heavy, drum-like footfalls drawing nearer. Kneeling on one knee, the 300 kilograms feel like invisible shackles, binding him firmly in place. He bows his head, sweat trickling from his hairline to his nose, pooling on the arid ground in dark splotches. It is not merely physical fatigue. It is the spiritual exhaustion of having survived a harrowing ordeal, coupled with the terror of his recent transformation. Those crimson eyes, the hands that almost tore something apart, and the urge to annihilate. Everything felt so real, so immediate. The footsteps halt before him, casting a vast shadow that envelopes him entirely. Zhang Xiao can feel Hong Zhan's icy gaze, a tangible probe sweeping across every inch of him, as if to dissect him entirely. He does not lift his head but grips his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, attempting to dispel the remnants of madness with pain. Can you stand? Hong Zhan's voice resonates, stripped of the bluster associated with training, now imbued with a peculiar, almost calm severity. Zhang Xiao clenches his teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength within him, struggling and swaying, until finally, he manages to rise with one leg supporting him. The weight vest constricts painfully against his shoulders, his legs trembling like overcooked noodles, yet he stands upright, albeit slightly hunched to counter the oppressive weight. He lifts his gaze to meet Hong Zhan's stare. What kind of eyes are those? Having witnessed countless battles and the ebb and flow of life and death, they are as unyielding as a deep, placid abyss. Yet beneath that surface, Zhang Xiao perceives a rare gravity, an almost brutal clarity. How do you feel? Hong Zhan inquires once more, his tone flat, yet akin to a dull knife, slowly slicing through Zhang Xiao's attempts to conceal his vulnerability. You were nearly not yourself. Just a moment away from that coward over there becoming a heap of flesh. He gestures toward a splotch on the ground, still damp and exuding a lingering stench. Zhang Xiao follows his gaze, a subtle tremor coursing through him, his throat parched and incapable of uttering a sound. He knows Hong Zhan speaks the truth. You think you can topple Qin Hao, outrun Shermeng under such weight, and feel accomplished? Hong Zhan's voice remains steady, yet it carries a piercing intensity. Nonsense. That power you harbor within is but an appetizer in the face of what lies dormant inside you. He steps closer, nearly face to face with Zhang Xiao, the oppressive aura of sweat, blood, and rust crashing over him. I care not whether your strength is a gift from your ancestors or mere luck. Hong Zhan locks eyes with Zhang Xiao, each word a hammer striking his heart. I will tell you this only once. You are playing with fire. A fire you cannot hope to control. Look at yourself just now. A mere physical limit, a trifling mental strain, and you lose your composure, allowing that power to lead you by the nose. Today, I am here to awaken you with a slap. But what of tomorrow? What of the day after? In solitude, in the face of life and death, can you still suppress it? Hong Zhan's voice crescendos, booming like thunder. If you cannot contain it, what will the consequences be? Have you ever considered? Zhang Xiao's lips move, wanting to assert his control, yet the terrifying brush with the abyss renders his words feeble and impotent. At that moment, you will no longer be Zhang Xiao. Hong Zhan's voice is as cold as steel. You will become a mindless, destructive beast, a walking calamity. And the Alliance has means to deal with such disasters. He extends a rough finger, almost touching Zhang Xiao's brow, his tone unyielding. If you cannot control it, you will be the next target for elimination. Elimination. This word pierces through Zhang Xiao's lingering hopes and confusion like a chilling icicle. He raises his head abruptly, his eyes wide with shock and a newfound clarity of fear. He has always known this power to be perilous, aware that he is a high-risk individual. Yet, it is only now, with the word elimination spoken so bluntly and brutally by Instructor Hong, a figure of authority and strength, that he fully comprehends the grave danger he inhabits. This is no longer a matter of peer rivalry, nor the hardships of training. This is a true tightrope. With a bottomless abyss beneath, a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences, branding him as a monster and a threat, destined to be erased from this world. Power has never been a blessing. When it spirals out of control, it becomes the deadliest poison, a Damocles sword hanging over one's head. Observing the growing fear and bewilderment in Zhang Xiao's eyes, Hong Zhan understood that his words had made an impact. He took a step back, allowing Zhang Xiao a moment to breathe, yet his gaze remained piercing. Are you afraid? Hong Zhan scoffed, knowing that fear signifies the possibility of salvation. I did not come here to preach lofty ideals. In the special training class, fists and willpower are the essence of truth. Your current issue is not the strength of your fists, but the inadequacy of your will to match the power concealed within them. If you wish to survive, if you wish to avoid elimination, remember the feeling of today. Remember the fear of nearly losing control. Then, use your will to tame it, to master it. Transform it into your strength, rather than becoming its slave. Upon finishing his exhortation, Hong Zhan ceased further discourse and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused without looking back and remarked, "Dinner is already over. Consider it a punishment. Training resumes, as usual tomorrow. If I see you in that wretched state again, HM." That meaningful cold scoff sent a shiver through Zhang Xiao, more disquieting than any threat. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, leaving Zhang Xiao alone in the training ground. Enveloped by the boundless and oppressive twilight, he remained rooted in place, motionless for a long while. Hong Jiaoguan's warning etched itself into his heart like a brand. Words like play with fire, elimination, tame, and slave echoed repeatedly in his mind. He slowly raised his hands, gazing at those seemingly ordinary palms, which contained the power to rend apart the might of formidable beasts. For the first time, he clearly recognized that these hands could protect what he wished to safeguard, yet also annihilate everything he cherished, including himself. Power is the greatest reliance, yet it is also the most substantial hindrance and peril. He inhaled the cool evening breeze, feeling the tumult within his chest, stirred by extreme training and emotional upheaval, gradually subside. Yet, a heavier weight pressed upon his heart. The path ahead appeared clearer, yet fraught with greater dangers. He took a step forward, burdened by heavy negativity and an even heavier heart, moving towards the 7th building, which loomed like a colossal beast. This time, His silhouette, in addition to its uprightness and solitude, bore a newfound caution akin to walking on thin ice, and a determination reminiscent of burning one's boats. Chapter 25. In search of knowledge at the library, Hong Jiaoguan's warning loomed like a sword overhead, causing Zhang Xiao to navigate the subsequent training as if walking on the edge of a blade. No longer did he merely pursue the enhancement of his strength. Instead, he focused on control, controlling his breath, controlling every tremor of his muscles, controlling the destructive impulses that surged under extreme pressure. Each time he approached exhaustion, each time mental tension threatened to fracture, he forcibly recalled the fear of losing control he had felt on the training ground, and Hong Zhan's chilling words of elimination. This was akin to being doused with icy water, extinguishing the impending flames of madness, compelling him to bind the roaring beast within with a more resilient will. The results were remarkable. His control over his own strength became increasingly refined, and the stirring of his bloodline no longer easily provoked. However, this was accompanied by a deeper sense of unease and confusion, like a fog shrouding his path. What exactly is this power? Where does it originate? Why is it so violent, so eager for destruction? If he could not comprehend its source, would control and taming ultimately prove to be mere ephemeral pursuits, liable to collapse at any moment? He sought answers, a direction. The students in the special training class possessed limited access to the library, which was under strict surveillance. On an afternoon devoid of high-intensity training, Zhang Xiao stepped into the magnificent central library of Jiangnan Wuda, akin to a sacred sanctuary. In stark contrast to the cold oppression of the seventh building, the library exuded a profound tranquility and weightiness of knowledge. The towering dome was adorned with celestial maps, and the seemingly endless shelves of books resembled silent giants. The air was imbued with a unique scent, a blend of ancient scrolls, energy barriers, and a hint of sandalwood. Students were engrossed in their studies, illuminated screens flickering, pages turning, creating a scene rich in academic atmosphere. Zhang Xiao's presence inevitably stirred subtle ripples of curiosity, apprehension, and scrutiny from those around him. The reputation of the Jiangcheng giant ape had already spread within certain circles. Ignoring the gazes, he made his way directly to the brightly lit electronic retrieval area. He entered keywords into the screen: special physique, power surge, ancient bloodline, giant ape, transformation. A multitude of search results appeared, yet most pertained to known and documented special physiques, such as elemental affinity, mental enhancement, and physical mutation, all of which diverged significantly from his own violent transformation accompanied by mental intimidation and pure destructive desire. Occasionally, he encountered a few entries regarding beastification and frenzy. Upon opening them, they either contained vague descriptions or were simplistically categorized as mental domain trauma or the aftermath of obsession, failing to provide the foundational information he sought. He attempted to input more specific terms: Titan, forbidden bloodline, uncontrollable elimination regulations, insufficient permissions, access to related encrypted data is denied. This entry pertains to the Union Security Treaty. Please confirm your access level. Warning: your search behavior has been recorded for documentation. The cold mechanical alerts rang out consecutively, and glaring red warning boxes flashed on the screen. As expected, legitimate and easily accessible channels could not yield the answers he desired. The existence of his power seemed to be deliberately obscured, sealed, or even erased by an invisible force. An indescribable sense of restlessness began to spread within him. Was there truly no clue to be found? Undeterred, he took a deep breath, exited the technologically advanced electronic retrieval area, and ventured deeper into the library, where the atmosphere grew heavier amid the dim light of the ancient books and forbidden literature section. Here, management was stricter, requiring further identity verification and permission checks, with a designated area administrator overseeing the space. The administrator, an elderly man with thinning white hair and a stooped posture, was engrossed in a hefty tome bound in dark, worn leather, seemingly lost in the ancient text. Indifferent to his surroundings, the sound of Zhang Xiao's verification passing only prompted the old man to lift his eyelids slightly. His murky gaze briefly lingered on Zhang Xiao, particularly on the distinctive black monitoring bracelet on his wrist, a flicker of barely perceptible insight flashing in his eyes before he returned to his impassive demeanor, waving a frail hand to indicate for him to proceed. Upon entering the ancient books section, it felt as if he had instantly traversed time and space. There were no flickering screens, only rows of massive wooden bookshelves emanating the sense of aged dust and decayed time, displaying an assortment of peculiar, fragile yellowed books. Thick scrolls of worn leather, strange symbols etched onto weathered jade tablets or massive tortoise shells, and even some ancient fragments encased in transparent energy crystals. The air was heavy, mingling mustiness, leather, and an indescribable, distant melancholy. Zhang Xiao calmed his mind and began the long and arduous search. He pored over those epics written in obscure ancient scripts and even entirely unfamiliar hieroglyphs, searching for any trace that might connect to the giant ape, frenzy, or destruction. Most of the content was absurd, filled with exaggerated rhetoric and religious metaphors, or clearly embellished legends crafted by later generations. He discovered ancient texts documenting the wrath of mountain spirits, causing tremors and upheavals. Remnants depicted monstrous beasts wreaking havoc across desolate lands. Yet, these portrayals were far too vague, starkly contrasting with his own profound experience, which emanated from the depths of his bloodline, imbued with a clear intent and a sense of overwhelming authority. Time gradually slipped away, and the light outside waned. Zhang Xiao rubbed his bloodshot eyes, burdened by fatigue, as a throbbing pain enveloped his temples. Hours spent deciphering those convoluted characters and abstract symbols had not only drained his mental energy, but also instilled a sense of frustration from the repeated flickering of hope, only to be extinguished once more. Nothing to show for his efforts. Was his power truly unprecedented, or had all relevant records been utterly obliterated? A profound sense of helplessness gripped him. Leaning against the cold bookshelf, he slowly sank to the floor, burying his head between his knees. The silence of the ancient texts section engulfed him like a tide, a solitude cast aside by history and truth. Just as his mind began to relax, entwined with fatigue and despair, his fingertips unconsciously brushed against the ground beside him, where several severely damaged, dark yellow beast-skin scrolls lay abandoned. One scroll, with its jagged edges, grazed his finger, still healing from prior training, reopening a slight wound. A drop of crimson blood quietly oozed out, falling silently onto the corner of the least conspicuous scroll, thickly coated in dust and partially crushed by others. Suddenly, a faint yet profound vibration reverberated through him. It was not merely a sound but a resonance, as if a dormant string had been plucked. Zhang Xiao abruptly lifted his head, the weariness and confusion in his eyes replaced by astonishment. He distinctly felt the dormant blood within him stir, albeit faintly, at this moment. An indescribable pull emanated from his fingertips, directing him toward the scroll stained with his blood. His heart raced, and he nearly lunged toward it, carefully extracting the scroll from the clutter. The beast's skin felt unusually heavy in his hands, its texture coarse, its edges brittle. Exuding a potent moldy scent mingled with a faint trace of blood, seemingly diluted by time. Suppressing his excitement, he gently brushed away the accumulated dust and slowly unfurled it. The inscriptions on the beast's skin were not in the commonly used language of the Longhua, but rather in a more archaic, twisted form of hieroglyphics, laden with a primal essence and interspersed with abstract, grotesque designs. Zhang Xiao struggled to comprehend, requiring intense concentration to piece together its meaning. He beheld illustrations of colossal beings striding across the vast earth, effortlessly shattering mountains and damming rivers with a mere gesture, scenes of stars plummeting like fiery rain, engulfing the boundless land in flames, thunder, and molten lava, images of tiny humans, akin to ants, crawling and struggling beneath the shadows cast by enormous feet. Civilizations crumpling like sandcastles beneath relentless force. Beside these depictions, filled with a sense of overwhelming power and destruction, were fragmented phrases, seemingly erased, their meanings obscured. He focused all his attention, laboriously deciphering the dark brown ink. The pillars of heaven shall break, the supports of earth shall shatter. The Titaness wrath, the silence of all beings. The cursed blood shall flow on the day of awakening, marking the beginning of destruction. An ineffable force springs from chaos, ultimately leading to annihilation. Sealing or banishment, a record to warn future generations. Titan, curse, destruction. These keywords struck him like thunderclaps tearing through the night, resonating violently in his mind. Each word bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, sending tremors through his very being, causing his blood to chill instantaneously. Though vague and fragmented, seemingly mere remnants of a grand narrative torn asunder, these words resonated profoundly with his own experiences, the icy resolve embedded in his bloodline, and his uncontrollable urge for annihilation. Did the power within him truly connect to these ancient legends of titans, who could shake the heavens and earth and herald the end of eras? And was the phrase cursed blood, the beginning of destruction, the inescapable fate he was destined to endure? A chill far deeper than Instructor Hong's warnings surged uncontrollably from the depths of his soul, spreading through his limbs. His hand gripping the beast skin scroll trembled involuntarily. not from fear of the power itself, but from the terror of the truth and destiny it represented, a truth so heavy it seemed to transcend time itself. He had initially believed he merely needed to tame a powerful force. Yet now, it appeared he must confront an entire shadow of a buried, taboo-laden ancient epic. Chapter 26. Consciousness in the Abyss. In the bestiary, the cold metallic floor of room 013 was painfully hard, and the overhead light emitted a monotonous hum. Zhang Xiao sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The chilling aura of the ancient texts section seemed to cling to his skin, and the words tightened and cursed blood burned like a branding iron in his mind. He sought answers, a revelation regarding the truth of the power within him. Unable to find answers externally, he turned inward. His thoughts became a sharp sword, slicing through layers of fog, plunging deep into the recesses of his consciousness. Initially, there was chaos. A thick gray mist clung to him like a tangible substance, and countless fragmented memories coiled around him like venomous serpents. Lin Feng's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. F-grade waste. Wang Chao sneered as he splattered viscous nutrient paste across his face, the warm, sticky sensation feeling all too real. The claws of an armored dragon ripped through the air. The excruciating pain of shattered ribs engulfed him once more. Furthermore, the euphoric rush of transforming into a giant ape, capable of tearing apart anything, seduced him like the sweetest poison, tempting him to surrender. "Get away from me," Zhang Xiao silently roared within. His burning will morphing into a sharp drill, laboriously forging ahead through the chaos. With every inch gained, the resistance doubled. It was not merely a mental oppression, but also a rejection stemming from the very bloodline itself. Time slipped away, and just as his consciousness was about to be consumed by the endless darkness, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. This light, though feeble, radiated resolutely, standing as a beacon amid the pure darkness, akin to a lighthouse in a tempest. The closer he drew, the more the torrent of information surged like a tsunami against the barriers of his consciousness. A deafening roar resonated directly with his soul, revealing a colossal ape wielding lightning, tearing open the sky. Amidst a lament that echoed like bloodied cries, the vermilion bird, engulfed in flames, extinguished beneath countless cold beams of light, falling like a meteor. The anguished roar of a dragon reverberated across the starry sea as the azure dragon was ensnared within intricate nets of mysterious runes, writhing in agony. The final moments of innumerable powerful beings and the tragic end of countless civilizations surged like a deluge, battering against his consciousness. In reality, Zhang Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently, his nails digging deep into his palms. He felt as though his very soul was being torn apart by this overwhelming flow of information. Yet, he did not falter. Clenching his teeth, he summoned the faint trace of power belonging to the Titan bloodline within him, cautiously adjusting the frequency of his thoughts. This was not a battle but a quest for resonance, akin to searching for the soul's safe passage within a raging storm. This is an exceedingly perilous journey, where his consciousness is intermittently shattered by the ferocious roars of beasts and, at times, overwhelmed by the poignant sorrow of a fallen civilization, igniting a desire to forsake everything. Just when his awareness teeters on the brink of utter collapse, he captures a strange resonance. This resonance emanates from the very bloodline within him, generating a faint harmonic vibration with a certain fundamental frequency emitted by a glimmer of light. Now is the moment. Zhang Xiao channels every ounce of his remaining willpower, following that thread of resonance, and resolutely extends his mental tendrils to gently touch the speck of luminescence. Boom. There is no sound, yet it feels as if an immense explosion reverberates deep within his soul. The anticipated obliteration of consciousness does not arrive. That glimmer of light rapidly expands, magnifying into a colossal stone tome, seemingly forged from the cores of stars. The stone book hovers quietly in the depths of his consciousness, its vastness appearing to encompass an entire star realm. The pages are composed of dark, heavy stone slabs, their edges worn and frayed, exuding an ancient and weathered essence 1,000-fold more potent than that of the beast skin scroll. The cover of the stone book bears for characters he has never seen before. Intricately structured, their strokes coiling like dragons in a complex script. The instant he gazes upon these four characters, a profound understanding wells up from the depths of his bloodline. Wanshou Tu Lu. These four characters strike his cognition like the blows of heavy hammers. Not the Titan Codex, not the truth of destruction, but Wanshou Tu Lu. At that moment of astonishment, a much more intense and pure atmosphere of tragic desolation surges into his consciousness like a deluge bursting forth from a dam. This time, He distinctly hears the roars of countless colossal beasts, divine birds, and exotic creatures emitting their final cries of life. Their roars are filled with tenacity, fury, longing, and despair. He witnesses how an era of myriad beasts rises to glory, flourishes, and ultimately crumbles under an incomprehensible cleansing from a higher dimension. This is not war. It is a massacre, an extermination of an entire magnificent civilization. Wanshou Tu Lu is not merely a cultivation technique. It is the final epitaph of a civilization, a blood-soaked lament, an ultimate legacy left for its successors, a monument of civilization. The four characters feel like ice-cold water poured over him, instantly illuminating the true essence of this stone book. His bloodline is the final vessel chosen by this monument, bearing the overwhelming hatred and will to annihilate. The cursed blood. Zhang Xiao murmurs within his consciousness. He now comprehends fully. This curse stems from an obliterated civilization's eternal malediction upon its destroyers. To inherit this bloodline means to bear the weight of a blood-soaked vendetta heavy enough to crush any soul. Just as this cruel truth threatens to shatter his awareness once more, a comparatively gentle stream of information, like delicate vines growing quietly beside a gravestone, entwines around his consciousness. This is not a scene of destruction, but rather fragmented pieces of more abstract, primordial information. An unbalanced tree cannot stand alone. Myriad beasts are not merely one beast. Merge to mend the gaps and quell the raging fury. Hunt to devour and unify. Suddenly, a flash of insight pierces through the fog. Zhang Xiao's consciousness widens in realization. He understands. Wanshou Tu Lu encompasses myriad beasts, and the Titan bloodline he inherits is but a fragment of the whole, a singular bloodline. Embodying the destructive obsession of an entire civilization inevitably leads to imbalance, spiraling into madness and self-destruction. To stabilize himself and control the power of this curse, he must merge with other powerful bloodlines. Using the strength of other bloodlines as a foundation to balance, dilute, and ultimately master the overwhelming will of destruction within the giant ape bloodline. Wanshou Tu Lu is not merely a gravestone. It is also a hunting map. As he comprehends this, a faint yet distinctly different tremor seems to emanate from an unfathomable distance. This tremor carries a weighty, searing quality, brimming with explosive potential. Like a dormant volcano, it surges with lava capable of reshaping landscapes. The words earth and lava naturally flowed into his mind. The source of this sensation subtly points towards the wilderness beyond Jiangcheng, deep within an area isolated by high walls and electrified fences. His thoughts ebb and flow like the tide, returning to his core. Zhang Xiao suddenly opens his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the crimson stain on his fingertip with a complex expression. The truth is far heavier than he ever imagined. He is not a fortunate chosen one, but rather an unfortunate soul compelled to bear the blood-soaked vendetta of an era. Yet, amidst this unending weight, that distant tremor flickers like a firefly in the dark, faint yet stubbornly glowing. Earth and lava. He closes his eyes, attuning himself once more. That tremor is incredibly subtle, intermittent, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, yet it possesses a unique weight and heat. It originates from the southwest, penetrating layers of spatial barriers, resonating delicately with the giant ape bloodline within him. The guidance of Wanshou Tu Lu is unmistakably clear: to survive and wield power, he must embark upon the path of hunting and merging. The first target is the power of earth and lava. Merging sounds deceptively simple. Zhang Xiao cannot help but scoff internally. Does it require him to hunt like a primitive man, pouncing upon his target and devouring it raw? This method of inheritance is far too crude. Imagining himself feasting on raw flesh makes his stomach churn. The Wanshou Tu Lu has much to offer, yet its execution is shockingly barbaric, lacking any technical finesse. Despite his grumbling, reality leaves no room for hesitation. Hong Zhan's warning echoes in his ears, and the ever-restless bloodline within him looms like a sword over his head. He must take action. At that moment, a piercing assembly bell suddenly rings, shattering the dawn's tranquility and interrupting his thoughts. All special training class members, assemble at training ground number 1 within 5 minutes. Repeat, assemble within 5 minutes. Hong Zhan's voice, like gravel grinding together, reverberates throughout building number 7, imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhang Xiao's gaze sharpens as he swiftly rises. He stretches his body, feeling the lingering pain in his chest and the faint yet genuine power of the bloodline within him. As he strides toward the training ground, he notices the other trainees hastily moving, most wearing expressions of tension and confusion. An early emergency assembly surely signifies something significant is afoot. At training ground number 1, the first light of dawn gilds the cold metallic floor with a faint golden hue. Hong Zhan stands like a tower at the forefront of the field, his bald head glinting with a cold sheen under the morning light, his scarred face betraying no emotion. Su Wan stands beside him, clad in a practical combat uniform, her calm gaze sweeping over the swiftly gathering trainees. Zhang Xiao keenly observes that today's atmosphere is decidedly unusual. Not only were Hong Zhan and Su Wan present, but also several unfamiliar instructors exuding a profound aura, evidently masters in their own right. Is everyone here? Hong Zhan's gaze swept across the assembly with the keen intensity of a hawk, his voice low yet distinctly resonant, penetrating the ears of each individual. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have some promising news to share with you inept individuals. He paused momentarily, observing the students below, whose nerves instantly tensed. A flicker of a smile seemed to cross his lips, chilling the hearts of those present. In 3 days, all members of the special training class will join select students from the elite class to embark on a 7-day wilderness practical course at the C-17 ruins. Wilderness practice. C-17 ruins. The mere mention of these two phrases struck the students like a boulder cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of excitement and dread alike. Some clenched their fists in exhilaration, eyes shining with fervor, for the wilderness promised opportunities, real combat, and invaluable points. Others turned pale, their lips trembling, clearly gripped by terror at the thought of that land of death. Zhang Xiao's heart raced upon hearing the term C-17 ruins. The tremors he had sensed from the earth and magma seemed to encompass the very region of the C-17 ruins. Was it mere coincidence? Or had the Wan Shou Telu begun to influence reality? Goals and opportunities had suddenly materialized before him. Silence. Hong Zhan's commanding voice echoed like thunder, instantly quelling all noise. His merciless gaze swept across the crowd, compelling everyone to hold their breath. What is the C-17 ruins, you may ask? Some of you might have heard of it, while others may be entirely ignorant. Today, I am in a generous mood, so I shall elaborate. He pointed to the immense illuminated screen behind him, which began to reveal a series of desolate and dangerous images, collapsed and twisted skyscrapers resembling the bones of colossal beasts. Various mutated creatures darting through the shadows of the ruins, visible clouds of colorful radioactive dust hanging in the air. An ominous dark red glows seeping from the cracks in the ground. This is the urban wasteland of a bygone civilization, now a paradise for mutated beings. A hotspot of radiation pollution and a death zone suffused with the fires of the earth. Each year, self-important fools perish within, becoming the excrement of mutated beasts or reduced to ashes by the flames. Hong Zhan's voice was cold and ruthless. Your tasks for this expedition are threefold. First, survive. Second, collect at least 10 energy crystals from mid-tier or above mutated creatures. Third, explore designated areas and map them out. Remember, this is not a leisurely outing. There will be no rescue. Face danger on your own. If you cannot manage, then perish within and do not disgrace the academy. The brutal rules rendered many students even paler. Now, the group list and detailed information will be sent to your personal terminals. You have 3 days to prepare adequately. Dismissed. With a decisive wave of his hand, Hong Zhan left no room for hesitation. The crowd erupted into a flurry of activity as they hurriedly checked their terminals. Zhang Xiao opened his screen. Group 7. Leader, Lin Xiaoyun, Elite Class. Members, Zhang Xiao, Special Training Class. Sherman, Special Training Class. Sun Xiaoying, Special Training Class. Li Mubai, Elite Class. Wang Tong, Elite Class. A mixed group, as anticipated. Lin Xiaoyun had a decent reputation, Sherman was a familiar face, and Sun Xiaoying, Lungming, possessed unique abilities. The troublesome part was Li Mubai and Wang Tong. Their names indicated they were from Qin House faction. C-17 ruins. The land of earth and magma. Zhang Xiao closed his terminal, his gaze shifting southwest, his eyes sharp. Numerous obstacles lay ahead. His injuries were not yet healed. Bloodline control was unstable, the perilous environment of the ruins, and potential treachery from teammates. Yet, this was also an opportunity, a chance to validate his senses and seek clues. He no longer hesitated and turned decisively toward the mission hall. He required more points to exchange for essential equipment and supplies. 3 days remained to prepare thoroughly. The path of hunting would officially commence from this death-laden wasteland. Chapter 28. The Tombstone of Civilization and the Path of Hunting. 3 days flew by in a frenzy of preparation. Zhang Xiao scarcely slept, devoting all his time to the task at hand, aside from the Academy's mandatory basic training. He meticulously calculated his purchases at the Academy's equipment center. utilizing all the points he had earned from clearing 2 dangerous nests, along with his previous savings. He acquired an exceptionally tough alloy combat knife. Its edge gleaming with a cold light, its handle etched with a simple energy conduction circuit, costing him a significant portion of his points. This blade was rumored to conduct vital energy more effectively, proving highly effective against the resilient hides of mutated creatures. He also procured a first aid kit equipped with efficient hemostatic gel, broad-spectrum detoxifying serum, and potent stimulants, an essential lifeline for wilderness survival. Lastly, he invested heavily in a relatively detailed electronic map of the C-17 ruins, which not only marked known danger zones and the approximate distribution of mutated creature nests, but also highlighted areas of concentrated earth fire with varying shades of red. As Zhang Xiao studied the map, his gaze lingered on the deepest crimson area spreading across the center of the ruins. This may not merely be an obstruction. It could represent an opportunity of some sort. On the day of departure, as the darkness before dawn had yet to fully fade, the assembly square was already bustling with figures. Large off-road transport vehicles stood in a line like slumbering steel giants, emitting a low, rumbling, idling sound. The atmosphere was so tense it felt palpable. The students from the special training class and the elite class stood distinctly apart, as if an invisible line divided them. Most elite class students were well-equipped, their combat uniforms sleek and polished, their weapons shimmering with energy. They gathered in small groups, engaging in hushed laughter, their expressions radiating an unmistakable sense of superiority. In contrast, the special training class appeared more subdued and repressed, their deep gray standard uniforms looking somewhat worn, their equipment varied, and many wore expressions of anxiety and apprehension regarding the unknown wilderness. Zhang Xiao stood silently at the back of the special training class, carrying a somewhat rudimentary pack. He could distinctly feel a gaze filled with malice, like a cold spider's thread, clinging to his back. Without turning, he knew it was Qin Hao. The scion of the Qin family seemed to have recovered, though his complexion remained pale, surrounded by several sycophants, his eyes narrowing menacingly as they fixed on Zhang Xiao, as if intent on devouring him whole. Zhang Xiao remained unfazed. His thoughts were largely immersed in the faint connection he had with the Wan Shou Tulu. Since clarifying his objective, the resonance between him and the stone book seemed to have grown clearer. At that moment, the stone book emitted a low and rhythmic pulse, akin to the distant beating of war drums, resonating across space with some presence emanating from the depths of the C-17 ruins. Board the vehicle, according to the group list. Move swiftly. Hong Zhant's distinctive voice, akin to gravel grinding, shattered the silence of the square. The students began to board the vehicles in an orderly fashion. Following the directions on his terminal, Zhang Xiao located the off-road vehicle marked for Group 7. As he opened the door, he found several individuals already seated inside. Leader Lin Xiaoyan occupied the front passenger seat. Upon hearing the sound, he turned around and, upon seeing Zhang Xiao, displayed a subtle complexity on his otherwise calm face, which quickly transformed into tranquility as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sherming filled the back seat, his large frame taking up nearly 1.5 spaces. Upon spotting Zhang Xiao, he broke into a broad, somewhat silly grin and patted the vacant seat beside him, saying, "Zhang Xiao, come here." The other two, Li Mubai and Wang Tong from the elite class, did not bother to hide their frowns, their faces reflecting disdain. Li Mubai scoffed coldly, turning his head to look out the window, while Wang Tong muttered under her breath, "What bad luck." Zhang Xiao remained expressionless, nodded to Sherming, and walked directly to the rear seat, sitting beside Sherming by the window. He placed his backpack at his feet and then closed his eyes, as if all that transpired outside had no bearing on him. His consciousness once again sank into the profound ocean, instinctively drawing closer to the colossal Wan Shou Tulu. "Tell me, where exactly is it? How can I find it?" he inquired within his mind. The silent stone book seemed to awaken, the ancient patterns on its surface faintly glowing. In the next moment, a torrent of chaotic images and fragments of information surged into his awareness like a flood breaching a dam. He beheld a searing underground space, surrounded by dark red walls that appeared to flow like molten rock, naturally inscribed with some scorching, dark, golden, arcane patterns. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of sulfur and ozone, and the high temperatures distorted the light. At the deepest point of the cave, a mass of indescribable dark red energy, akin to liquid flames or molten rock, pulsated slowly and powerfully, like a heart. Each beat sent tremors through the ground, emanating an overwhelming force that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The connection between the earth and the molten core surged forth, and yet, before he could thoroughly investigate this suspected target, the scene abruptly shifted. No longer was it a specific locale, but rather a grander, more staggering, and utterly despairing vista. He witnessed the titanic Titan ape, roaring in the boundless cosmic void, shattering stars with a mere gesture, causing tectonic plates to fracture with a stomp. Yet within those golden pupils burned not the joy of destruction, but an ocean of grief and indignation. He saw the blazing vermilion bird, its wings spanning the heavens, each flap summoning fiery storms that swept across the galaxy. But under the relentless, cold radiance of order, its divine flames dimmed, feathers scattered, emitting a mournful cry akin to weeping blood, before trailing a long tail like a meteor plummeting into the silent void. He beheld the azure dragon's shadow, stirring time and space, summoning winds and rains, accompanied by the laws of existence, yet ensnared by a colossal net adorned with bizarre runes. Shimmering with the light of absolute rationality, tightening its grip with every struggle, binding flesh and scales, the dragon's lament resonating with anguish and fury. He saw countless beings of diverse forms, yet equally powerful enough to instill terror. The thunder-wielding Qilin, the mountain-carrying Xiangui, the underworld-controlling Teng Shi, all contributing to a civilization of unimaginable splendor belonging to all beasts. Yet this civilization faced an incomprehensible and insurmountable catastrophe. It was not a war, it was a cold, systematic cleansing, or rather, a formatting from a higher dimension. An invisible force swept through, extinguishing stars, rewriting laws. And powerful entities were erased like pencil marks rubbed away by an eraser, their existence obliterated into nothingness. Despair, boundless despair. In the final moments of civilization's demise, the surviving most powerful beings made the same choice. They burned everything they were, flesh, soul, will, and even the last glory and resentment of their civilization, melding them into the ethereal semblance of a book. All the anger, all the hatred, all the defiance, all the nostalgia for their homeland, and all the yearning for vengeance coalesced into the most primal, vile curse, searing into that book like boiling magma. Wansho Tulu. This was no gentle inheritance of skills. It was the embodiment of a glorious civilization's final strength, crystallized from their deepest resentment as the flames of vengeance. A tombstone for a civilization, and his bloodline was the chosen vessel, tasked with carrying this overwhelming vendetta and will for destruction. The so-called cursed blood was, in essence, the blood of inheritance burdened with the deep-seated animosities of an era. Thus, I must grow stronger, not merely to survive, but to wield power in order to fulfill the vengeance of a fallen civilization. This realization struck Zhang Xiao's mind like a colossal hammer, causing his consciousness to tremble, nearly suffocating him. Personal grievances, academic ostracism, all appeared minuscule and trivial in the face of this grand narrative that spanned eons and concerned the very survival of civilization. Just as he was overwhelmed by this heavy fate, the stone book trembled once more, conveying a relatively clear and specific message. It detailed how to sense other bloodlines, how to hunt, and the rudimentary methods for fusion. The method was simple, direct, and could even be described as primitive. Find a target, defeat it, or more directly, kill it. Then invoke the power of Wansho Tulu to forcibly devour its bloodline essence. Could this guide be any more rudimentary? Zhang Xiao's consciousness roared in protest. Was there not even a user manual or safety precautions? Absolute poor rating. He could already envision a future of foraging and hunting like a primitive man, chasing after bizarre creatures in the wilderness, his stomach churning. The Wansho Tulu held a high prestige, yet its execution method was far too crude and lacking in sophistication. Complaints aside, the urgency of reality did not allow him the luxury of hesitation. Hong Zhan's warnings and the ever-looming threat of the curse's backlash lashed at him like a whip. There was no retreat. He had no choice but to tread this bloody and uncertain path of hunting. As he slowly awakened from the deep connection of consciousness, the convoy had already departed from Jiang and Wuda, jostling through the desolate and dilapidated wilderness. Outside the window were abandoned farmlands, collapsed villages, and in the distance, the outlines of city ruins lay sprawled on the horizon like the carcasses of colossal beasts. Everyone, brace yourselves, came Lin Xiaoyun's steady voice from the front row as he checked the electronic map. We are about to enter the buffer zone surrounding ruins now. C-17. Remember, any hint of laxity here could be fatal. All actions are to follow orders. If encountering mutated creatures, prioritize risk assessment and avoid unnecessary entanglements. Li Mubai chuckled dismissively from the side, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What the boss says is right. Some people should manage themselves better, lest they lose control and put us all in danger. His gaze pointedly drifted toward Zhang Xiao in the back row. Wang Tong echoed, exactly. Being paired with a ticking time bomb is just our luck. Zhang Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of dark red lava shimmering deep within his pupils. He paid no heed to the buzzing like flies around him, instead extending all his senses like invisible tendrils. Quietly reaching out beyond the car window towards the depths of the approaching ruins, which brimmed with an incomprehensible terror. There, he distinctly sensed the call of something scorching, heavy, and brimming with primal and ferocious power. It stood like a beacon in the abyss of darkness, dangerous yet illuminating the path ahead. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the cold, hard alloy of the combat knife at his waist. "Wait for me," he silently vowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chapter 29. The journey of death. The darkness before dawn was the thickest, yet the assembly square of Jiangnan was already bustling with voices. Dozens of modified armored off-road vehicles lined up in 2 rows, resembling slumbering steel beasts, their engines' low rumble echoing in the morning mist. The vehicles bore scars and dried blood, silently narrating the battles they had endured in the wilderness. Zhang Xiao stood among the ranks of the special training class, burdened with a simple satchel. He donned a deep gray combat uniform, still the most basic style, yet thoroughly cleaned, each wrinkle exuding meticulous diligence. At his waist hung the alloy short blade acquired with points, gleaming coldly in the dawn's faint light. The square was sharply divided. To the left stood the well-dressed, well-equipped elite class students, gathered in clusters, chatting and laughing, their brand-new energy weapons and customized armor sparkling under the lights. Qin Hao stood amidst the crowd, his complexion still somewhat pallid, yet the venomous glare in his eyes seemed almost tangible, fixated on Zhang Xiao from a distance. "Look at that waist. Putting on quite the act," sneered a subordinate beside Qin Hao. "Let him bask in his glory for a few more days." Qin Hao replied coldly, "Once we reach the ruins, he shall see his true colors." To the right stood the motley crew of the special training class. Their combat uniforms were standardized yet evidently outdated, and their equipment varied widely, with some still wielding the basic weapons issued by the academy. The atmosphere was tense, with most students displaying signs of anxiety and unease. Shiming stood beside Zhang Xiao, caressing his specially made metal gauntlets, grumbling, "Damn it, these elite class kids have such fine gear." His eyes, large as copper bells, sparkled with envy, yet he was filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Sun Xiaoying continued to don her slightly oversized combat attire, her cap pulled low, revealing only her delicate, fair chin. She seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor, as if it were of no concern to her. Hong Zhan and Su Wan stood at the front of the convoy. Hong Zhan maintained his perpetually stoic demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a chilling breeze, silencing all whispers in an instant. Su Wan, arms crossed, appeared casually poised, yet her eyes occasionally lingered on Zhang Xiao, scrutinizing him with subtle discernment. "Board the vehicles," Hong Zhan commanded, waving his hand without further ado. The students began to board in an orderly fashion according to the group list. When Zhang Xiao located the off-road vehicle marked for Group 7, the other team members had already gathered. The group leader, Lin Xiaoyan, was a handsome young man with a composed demeanor. Upon seeing Zhang Xiao, a flicker of complexity crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, "Zhang Xiao, I am Lin Xiaoyan, the leader for this practical exercise." "Mm." Zhang Xiao replied succinctly, stowing his backpack in the trunk. Shiming flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. "Zhang Xiao, good fellow, we get to team up again." Sun Xiaoying remained unresponsive, as if everything around her were inconsequential. The trouble lay with the other two. Li Mubai, a tall and slender youth with an arrogant gaze, scrutinized Zhang Xiao, scoffing, "Lin, once we enter the ruins, make sure this giant ape keeps his distance. We wouldn't want him to lose control and drag us down with him." Wang Tong, a fair-skinned girl with a sharp expression, echoed, "Exactly. I heard he nearly tore a classmate apart during training last time. Teaming up with such a creature offers no sense of security." Zhang Xiao, expressionless, seemed unaffected by their taunts, walking straight to his seat by the window and closing his eyes to rest. Such petty provocations were meaningless to him. He needed to conserve his energy for the forthcoming dangers. His silence and indifference only served to frustrate Li Mubai and Wang Tong, their expressions growing more sullen. Lin Xiaoyan observed this scene with a silent sigh and spoke, "All right, since we are in the same group, we are teammates. Prepare to depart." The convoy, amidst the roar of engines, slowly exited Jiangnan, heading towards the wilderness beyond the high walls. Zhang Xiao leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating scenery. The towering walls loomed closer, a massive barrier forged from special alloys, soaring over 50 meters, its surface adorned with energy patterns and automated defense weaponry. This was the final line of defense for human civilization against the wilds. As the convoy passed through the heavy gates, officially entering the wilderness, a primal, untamed aura surged forth. Unlike the orderly world within the walls, the wilderness was chaotic and perilous. Twisted, mutated plants clawed at the sky, and distant howls of unknown creatures echoed through the air, mingling with the faint scent of radiation, dust, and decay. The battered highway wound ahead, flanked by abandoned vehicles and the ruins of buildings, narrating the rise and fall of a bygone civilization. Attention, we have entered the wilderness zone. Lin Xiaoyun's voice crackled through the vehicle's intercom. Following the planned route, we will arrive at the periphery of ruins C-17 in an hour. Remain vigilant. Mutated creatures may ambush us at any moment. The atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly tensed. Even the incessantly chattering Li Mubai and Wang Tong fell silent, gripping their weapons tightly. Zhang Xiao opened his eyes, sensing a subtle stir within his bloodline. In this savage land, the Titan blood within him seemed to awaken with greater intensity. Simultaneously, the resonance from the Wanshou Tulu grew clearer, a tremor representing earth and lava emanating from deep within the ruins, akin to an ancient call. The convoy jostled along the damaged highway, every individual on high alert. Outside, the desolate landscape rushed past, occasionally revealing shadows flitting in the distance. The mutated creatures wandering the wilderness. An hour later, a silhouette of a city shrouded in a gray mist appeared on the horizon. C-17 ruins, we've arrived. It was a city graveyard steeped in silence. The collapsed skyscrapers resembled the bones of a colossal beast, twisted rebar jutting from concrete. Shattered glass glimmering dimly in the bleak light. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the entire city, as if something dreadful lay dormant within. Disembark. Groups. Assemble at temporary Camp 1 according to the designated route. Hong Zhan's voice reverberated through the convoy. The groups commenced their movements. Group 7, led by Lin Xiaoyun, opted for a relatively circuitous route rumored to have fewer mutated creature activities, edging into the outskirts of the ruins. As Zhang Xiao set foot on this land of death, he sensed a much more potent wild essence than when he was in the vehicle. Simultaneously, the sensation representing earth and lava within him intensified abruptly. It was right here. Chapter 30, The Initial Battle of the Ruins. The moment Zhang Xiao stepped into the C-17 ruins, a noxious mixture of decaying matter, radiation dust, and the stench of some beast assaulted him, nearly suffocating him. The collapsed skyscrapers twisted toward the gloomy sky, their shattered glass and exposed steel glimmering coldly in the dim light, rendering the entire city akin to a dead giant, slowly decaying. Maintain formation, stay alert, Lin Xiaoyun whispered. His standard-issue rifle steadily aimed ahead. His sharp gaze swept over every potential hiding spot, half-collapsed shops, twisted heaps of cars, and bus stops entangled in vines. Shi Meng led the way, his specially crafted metal gauntlets already donned, his muscular arms coiled like two hammers ready to strike. Sun Xiaoying remained silent, though a chill seemed to swirl around her fingertips. Li Mubai and Wang Tong trailed nervously behind, exchanging anxious glances. Zhang Xiao walked in the middle of the group, appearing calm, yet his senses were heightened to their utmost. His ears caught every whisper of the wind, every pebble that tumbled. His nose discerned the various dangerous scents in the air. His eyes scanned every shadowed corner. More importantly, he was intently sensing the tremor from the depths of the ruins, resonating with the earth and lava. This eerie place, Wang Tong murmured, unable to suppress her fear, tightening her grip on the energy pistol. Shut up, stay quiet. Lin Xiaoyun rebuked without turning his head. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao's footsteps hesitated slightly. His ears detected an unusual rustling sound emanating from a half-collapsed residential building to the front right. The noise was rapid and dense, approaching swiftly. Something is coming from the right front, he stated calmly, prompting the entire team to instantly shift into a combat-ready stance. Almost as soon as he spoke, dozens of crimson eyes flared to life in the darkened window of the building. Radiation hyenas. Prepare for battle. Lin Xiaoyun barked sharply. In the next moment, accompanied by a spine-chilling, high-pitched shriek, a multitude of mutated creatures, their fur molting and flesh decaying, surged forth like a tidal wave. These beasts were of a size comparable to wolf dogs, their exposed skin riddled with festering sores, sharp teeth dripping with radioactive saliva, and their blood-red eyes reflecting nothing but pure hunger and madness. Open fire. Shoot while retreating. Do not let them encircle us. Lin Xiaoyun commanded as he pulled the trigger first, energy beams whistling forth to obliterate the two leading radiation hyenas into fragments. Shi Meng roared fiercely, his fists glowing with an earthy hue as he struck the ground. Boom! A shock wave radiated outward, sending several hyenas tumbling in disarray. Sun Xiaoying silently raised her hand. An icy blue chill enveloping the air, causing the hyenas charging from the left to slow down, frost forming on their surfaces. Li Mubai and Wang Tong hastily opened fire. Yet their shots were clearly lacking in precision, most energy beams missing their mark and scorching the walls instead. One hyena seized the opportunity to leap at Wang Tong from the side, startling her into a scream, nearly causing her to lose grip on her weapon. Useless. Li Mubai cursed, flustered as he attempted to assist, only to be ensnared by another hyena. At that moment, a figure shifted. Zhang Xiao advanced like a specter. Stepping aside just as the hyena was about to pounce on Wang Tong, his fingers poised like a blade, striking precisely at the vulnerable junction of the hyena's neck. Crack! A faint, crisp sound echoed. The hyena fell limp without a sound. Wang Tong, still shaken, gazed at the downed creature, then at Zhang Xiao, who stood poised, her face pale and lips trembling in speechlessness. Zhang Xiao did not linger, shifting seamlessly into the fray. He eschewed any flashy techniques, even refraining from tapping into the dangerous power of his bloodline. Each of his movements was succinct, efficient, and lethal. He sidestepped an oncoming attack, his short blade deftly slicing open a throat. An elbow strike crushed a skull, brain matter and blood spraying. A flying kick shattered a spine, sending a charging hyena crashing into a crumbling wall. His motions were so rapid they left afterimages, and where he passed, the charging hyenas fell like cut wheat. There were no superfluous gestures, no wasted energy. As if he were a finely tuned machine of death, each action calculated to perfection. Boom! A punch shattered the skull of a hyena attempting to flank Sherming. Swoosh! A hand strike severed another hyena's throat, its hot blood splattering across his face. Yet he did not even blink. This sudden, efficient slaughter instantly stabilized the previously chaotic battlefield. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes shimmered with astonishment as he quickly adjusted his orders. Sherming, hold the front. Sun Xiaoying, freeze and slow the left flank. Zhang Xiao, engage in free hunting of any individual breaching our defenses. Sherming roared, his fists swinging as he crushed the hyenas surging towards them. Sun Xiaoying unleashed even colder air, freezing the hyenas on the left into ice sculptures, while Zhang Xiao executed his orders flawlessly, acting like a keen reaper, dispatching any hyena attempting to slip through the gaps. Li Mubai watched Zhang Xiao's clean and remarkably aesthetic method of killing, contrasting it with his own earlier struggles, his face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily forgetting to fire. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the pack of dozens of radiation hyenas was utterly defeated, leaving over 20 corpses behind, while the remaining few emitted unwilling shrieks as they retreated into the darkness. With the battle concluded, the team members panted heavily. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the peculiar stench of radiation hyenas. Li Mubai and Wang Tong surveyed the chaotic scene of hyena bodies, then turned their gaze towards Zhang Xiao, who stood amidst the blood, expressionless as he wiped the stains from his face. Their eyes filled with a complex mixture of fear and an indescribable sense of awe. Sherming approached, giving Zhang Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. His voice booming with approval. Good job. That was splendid. Much more satisfying than I expected. Zhang Xiao nodded slightly, yet his gaze was drawn deeper into the ruins. During the battle, he had not only showcased his strength, but also, with a perception far exceeding normalcy, seemed to sense a faint, peculiar wave emanating from the depths, imbued with a searing intensity and weight. Clear the battlefield and move swiftly through here, Lin Xiaoyan commanded, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Xiao. This time, Li Mubai and Wang Tong refrained from further mockery. The team advanced deeper into the ruins, enveloped in an atmosphere of subtle tension. Zhang Xiao followed silently, feeling the increasingly distinct warmth, his expression growing more profound. Chapter 31. Fire Sha body tempering. As the team delved deeper into the ruins, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. Twisted steel rebar jutted from the concrete like the ribs of a dying giant, shattered glass reflecting a dim light in the murky atmosphere. A new, unsettling odor began to permeate the air. It was an intangible heat, seeping from the depths of the earth, infiltrating their combat suits through the seams. It was not the searing heat of flames, but rather a sinister, corrosive energy seeking to erode their vitality. Focus your energy to resist. It's the Earth Core Fire Sha. Lin Xiaoyan was the first to sense the anomaly, his expression shifting. This was a unique hazard of the C-17 ruins, capable of corroding vitality and numbing meridians. Upon hearing this, everyone activated their internal energy. Sherming was enveloped in a yellowish glow. Sun Xiaoying emanated coldness. and a faint blue light swirled around Lin Xiaoyan's form. Li Mubai and Wang Tong, however, struggled considerably. Their protective auras flickered uncertainly, beads of sweat quickly forming on their foreheads. Damn it, this cursed place. Wang Tong couldn't help but complain, wiping her sweat, feeling her vitality rapidly deplete. Zhang Xiao too felt the encroaching heat. The fire sha energy burrowed into him, causing a slight stagnation in his vitality and a sharp pain in his meridians. Yet, at that moment, his Titan bloodline stirred to life within him. That strand of bloodline power, like a languid dragon, emitted a unique allure, forcefully drawing in the invasive fire sha energy, capturing it, and then guiding it through his body in a tumultuous wash, honing and tempering it. Zhang Xiao let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. An intense pain, far surpassing the previous sharp sensations, swept through his entire being. It felt as if a red-hot iron was repeatedly pressed across every inch of him. This agony was tenfold more brutal than Instructor Hong's weight training. His movements inevitably stiffened for a moment. Zhang Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoyan immediately noticed the anomaly. I'm fine, Zhang Xiao managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, forcing himself to steady. Moments later, the most excruciating pain subsided, and he was astonished to find that his body was beginning to acclimate to this suffering. Moreover, under the fervent onslaught of the fire sha, he sensed a slight enhancement in the resilience of his meridians, a feeble warmth infusing his flesh and bones. This earth core fire sha, for his bloodline, was unexpectedly an alternative tonic and whetstone. Although the process of this supplementation tested the limits of his willpower, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes as he quietly adjusted his position, moving to the front of the team. Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyan was puzzled. The concentration of fire sha is higher here. I'll test it in front, Zhang Xiao replied succinctly. He stepped ahead, utilizing his bloodline's ability to attract fire sha, acting as a human siphon, drawing more of the incoming fire sha energy into his body. The effect was immediate. The teammates behind him noticeably felt a decrease in the overwhelming heat, the depletion of their vitality slowing. Hey, it doesn't feel as unbearable anymore? Wang Tong exclaimed in surprise. Li Mubai regarded Zhang Xiao's silhouette, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Lin Xiaoyan keenly sensed the shift. He could feel that Zhang Xiao was not immune to the fire sha's influence, but was enduring and even harnessing this energy in a unique manner. The occasional tightening of muscles due to excruciating pain, coupled with a breath even more suppressed than usual, attests to this fact. Not only does it indicate resistance to the malevolent energy of the earth, but it also suggests the potential for tempering one's body. Lin Xiaoyan pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of Zhang Xiao's bloodline characteristics. He refrained from making any comments, merely adjusting the rhythm of their progress in silence. As Zhang Xiao endured the furnace-like agony within him, he keenly sensed the peculiar fluctuations that represented the earth and lava growing clearer by the moment. Just as they traversed an open area that had once served as a city square, an unforeseen calamity struck. The ground rumbled violently, and a section ahead suddenly collapsed, releasing a searing breath from beneath. Retreat, Lin Xiaoyan shouted, but it was already too late. From the gaping chasm emerged 3 monstrous creatures, their bodies enveloped in dark red rock, with molten lava flowing through the crevices. They bore a resemblance to pangolins, but were several times larger, each the size of a small car, emanating an oppressive heat and aura. They were lava geckos, high-tier soldiers. Lin Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically as he prepared for battle. The 3 lava geckos let out deep roars, their scorching presence distorting the very air around them. They had evidently been drawn by the commotion of the earlier battle and the scent of living beings. This is troublesome. Li Mubai's face turned pale, his grip on the gun trembling slightly. Shermeng let out a furious roar and charged forward, his metallic gauntlet glowing with an earthy hue as he struck one of them fiercely. Clang! His fist collided with the lava gecko's rocky exterior, leaving only a shallow dent, and the recoil caused Shermeng to stagger back. The other 2 geckos seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously. One unleashed a fiery lava projectile, while the other swung its lava-covered tail in a sweeping motion. Sun Xiaoying quickly released a chilling aura, conjuring an ice wall before her companions. However, the moment the lava fireball struck the ice wall, it began to melt at a visibly rapid pace. This won't do, Lin Xiaoyan shouted while firing. Their defenses are too strong. Zhang Xiao's gaze sharpened. At the instant the lava geckos appeared, his bloodline sensitivity intensified remarkably. These creatures possessed the very earth and lava powers he required. Just then, one of the lava geckos broke through their defenses, lunging directly at Sun Xiaoying. who was maintaining the ice wall. "Be careful," Zhang Xiao bellowed, his vital energy surging within him. This time, he did not suppress his bloodline power, but actively channeled it. A roar, unlike that of a human, erupted from the depths of his throat, and a glimmer of crimson gold ignited in his eyes. Though his size did not increase, his aura suddenly became wild and searing. He stepped forward fiercely, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His right fist clenched tightly, dark red vital energy coalescing at his knuckles, exuding a primal pressure as he ruthlessly struck the lava gecko. Boom! The collision of his fist with the lava gecko's rocky exterior produced a deafening sound. Astonishingly, this time, the once impenetrable shell of the lava gecko shattered like fragile glass beneath Zhang Xiao's blow. The creature emitted a piercing wail, its massive body sent sprawling back, crashing heavily into the ruins beyond, unable to rise again. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. All gazes were fixated on Zhang Xiao, on his crimson gold eyes, feeling the chilling aura of primal power emanating from him. Li Mubai and Wang Tong turned pale with fear, retreating repeatedly. Zhang Xiao slowly withdrew his fist, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. He felt the tumultuous energy within him, along with a trace of the true earth and lava power siphoned from the lava gecko, a subtle yet tangible satisfaction curling his lips into an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 32. Earthfire Lizard. The scene of the lava gecko being sent flying by Zhang Xiao's punch plunged the battlefield into a momentary silence. Shi Ming's eyes widened like saucers as he beheld the creature lying on the ground, its shell shattered, then turned to Zhang Xiao, murmuring in astonishment, "Goodness! That punch is harder than mine." Sun Xiaoying's lips parted slightly beneath her hat, her icy aura dissipating unconsciously. Li Mubai and Wang Tong's faces turned ghostly pale as they instinctively took several steps back, their gazes toward Zhang Xiao filled with dread. They finally comprehended the terrifying power lurking within this seemingly ordinary special training class student. Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He keenly noted the fleeting crimson gold in Zhang Xiao's eyes and the brief appearance of that wild aura. Is this his true power? Lin Xiaoyan was shaken, but, as the captain, he had to remain alert. Don't dawdle. There are still two left. The remaining two lava geckos seemed enraged by their companion's fate, emitting even more furious roars. The lava flowing through the cracks in their rocky exteriors accelerated visibly, sending waves of scorching heat that warped the surrounding air. Their weak points are at the neck and abdomen. Zhang Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with a peculiar depth and rasp. At the moment his punch made contact, he not only shattered their defenses, but also captured the structural characteristics of these creatures through the sensitivity of his bloodline. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened, unhesitatingly trusting this assessment. Concentrate firepower, aim for the neck and abdomen. Shi Ming roared again, charging forward once more. This time, he altered his strategy, no longer attempting to break through head-on, but instead using the wind from his punches to create distractions, seeking opportunities to strike the relatively vulnerable necks of the lava geckos. Sun Xiaoying concentrated her icy aura, unleashing several ice spikes that whistled through the air, accurately targeting the abdomen of the other lava gecko. The clash of ice and fire produced hissing sounds. Though it failed to inflict fatal damage, it successfully hindered its movements. Zhang Xiao stood rooted, his eyes gently closed. He was attuned to the trace of earth and lava power he had just assimilated. This energy, wild and searing, resonated harmoniously with his original Titan bloodline. The pain persisted, yet it was accompanied by a euphoric sensation of power. He could feel his physical form undergoing subtle changes amid the collision of these two forces. His muscle fibers grew more resilient, the density of his bones seemed to increase, and even his perception of the surrounding environment sharpened. Is this the sensation of fusion? Zhang Xiao opened his eyes, a hint of dark red light swirling in the depths of his pupils. Just then, another upheaval occurred. The ground of the entire square began to tremble violently, far more intensely than before. The earth beneath their feet cracked, and a searing breath surged forth from the fissures. Not good. Retreat. Lin Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late. In the center of the square, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive pit from which emerged a lava gecko far larger than the previous ones. This creature rivaled the size of a heavy-duty truck, its body no longer merely covered in rock, but adorned with black crystals that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The lava flowing through the cracks was no ordinary liquid, but a radiant golden molten substance. The pressure it exuded left everyone gasping for breath. This is a superior beast. The Earth-Fire Lizard. Lin Xiaoyun's voice trembled. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. The Earth-Fire Lizard unleashed a deafening roar, the shockwave carrying waves of heat that threatened to topple them. Its blazing eyes swept across the crowd, ultimately locking onto Zhang Xiao, or more precisely, the trace of lava power he had just absorbed. It is drawn to your aura. Lin Xiaoyun urged urgently, Zhang Xiao, retreat. Yet, Zhang Xiao stood firm, not retreating but instead stepping forward. The moment the earth fire lizard appeared, his bloodline sensitivity surged to unprecedented heights. It was not merely a simple attraction. It felt more like a beckoning. The Wanshou Tu Lu resonated faintly within the depths of his consciousness, conveying a profound yearning. This was the true target he needed to hunt, the key that would enable him to achieve his first bloodline fusion. The Dihua Shiyu evidently sensed the unique aura emanating from Zhang Xiao, letting out a low, menacing growl as it lumbered closer, each imposing step leaving a burning imprint on the ground. Zhang Xiao, retreat, Shiming shouted anxiously, attempting to assist, but was repelled by the casually swishing tail of the Dihua Shiyu. Sun Xiaoing tried to freeze the creature's movements with frigid air, but her efforts evaporated before they could approach due to the intense heat surrounding it. Li Mu Bai and Wang Tong were already paralyzed with fear, retreating hastily, desperate to escape this perilous situation. Only Zhang Xiao, confronted by the advancing behemoth, felt a fierce battle spirit ignite within his eyes. He could sense the Titan bloodline within him quivering with excitement, a primal longing for a formidable prey, an instinctive pursuit of power. Everyone, step back. This is my fight. Zhang Xiao's voice was eerily calm. The Dihua Shiyu halted 10 meters away, lowering its head, its burning gaze fixated on this seemingly insignificant yet alluring creature. Suddenly, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a column of golden lava fire that shot directly at Zhang Xiao. Be careful, Lin Xiaoyun exclaimed. Faced with this molten pillar capable of melting steel, Zhang Xiao stood resolute, inhaling deeply as the dual forces of his bloodlines surged within him, forming an invisible barrier before him. Boom! The lava fire column collided with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Scalding energy splattered everywhere, turning the surrounding ground into molten rock. As the brilliance faded, everyone was astonished to see Zhang Xiao still standing, enveloped in a faint dark red halo. Although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkled with an intensity that grew brighter. The Dihua Shiyu, clearly taken aback by this outcome, let out an enraged roar and began to gather its strength once more. But this time, Zhang Xiao moved. He propelled himself forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he shot towards the Dihua Shiyu like a cannonball. During his sprint, his right arm began to transform. Dark red patterns emerged on his skin, muscles bulged, and a glow reminiscent of lava coursed beneath the surface. Roar! Zhang Xiao emitted a primal roar, infused with the oppressive might of the Titan bloodline, momentarily halting the creature's movements. Now was the time. His fist, imbued with the power of both bloodlines, struck forcefully at the crystal embedded in the creature's forehead. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering resonated across the square. The Dihua Shiyu let out a piercing scream as the vital crystal was shattered by Zhang Xiao's blow. Golden lava gushed from the broken shard, and its massive body began to convulse violently. After landing a successful strike, Zhang Xiao swiftly retreated, landing on the ground, slightly panting. He felt a pure force of earth and lava surge into him the moment he shattered the crystal. This fusion was exponentially more intense than before. The pain nearly rendered him unable to stand, yet the subsequent enhancement in power was undeniably evident. He sensed his right arm undergoing a significant transformation, the density of its bones increasing, muscle fibers reorganizing, and even the skin beginning to display patterns akin to molten rock. Following a final, unwilling wail, the Dihua Shiyu's colossal body collapsed to the ground, silenced forever. The area fell into a hushed stillness. Everyone gazed, awestruck, at the youth standing before the fallen body of the Dihua Shiyu, observing the fading lava patterns on his right arm and the still unsettled ferocity surrounding him. Lin Xiaoyun took a deep breath, his gaze toward Zhang Xiao fraught with complexity. He finally understood why the academy placed such importance on this young man, why instructor Hong Zhan took a particular interest in him. This was no ordinary warrior. He was an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Zhang Xiao slowly straightened, feeling the surging power within him and the initial fusion of earth and lava bloodlines. Though the process was agonizing, the outcome was worth it. He turned his gaze toward the depths of the ruins, where the resonance of Wanshou Tu Lu grew clearer. More prey, more power, awaited him there. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Wan observed everything through surveillance equipment, swiftly jotting notes. The target has preliminarily exhibited bloodline fusion abilities, successfully hunting the elite Dihua Shiyu. The fusion process was accompanied by evident pain, but the enhancement in combat prowess is significant. Continued observation is recommended. She lifted her gaze to the figure on the screen, softly murmuring, Zhang Xiao, just how far can you go? Chapter 33. Reason and Power. The massive carcass of the Dihua Shiyu continued to radiate residual heat, the air heavy with the acrid scent of sulfur and char. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the ruins, casting mottled shadows upon the debris-strewn ground. Shimeng was laboriously prying a flawless dark golden crystal from the Dihua Shiyu's body with his specially crafted metal gauntlets. Muttering, this thing is incredibly tough, harder than my fists. He attempted to brute force the situation, resulting in a crystal flying off and nearly hitting Wang Tong nearby. Wang Tong yelped, dodging the projectile, her face contorting in disgust as she brushed off non-existent dust. Her gaze toward Zhang Xiao was complex, a mixture of relief for surviving and an unspoken jealousy. Why did this anomaly from the special training class possess such power? Leaning against a broken concrete pillar, Li Mubai's face remained pale. The pride of his elite class had been shattered in the earlier battle, and now he silently tended to his shoulder wound. His eyes occasionally flicked toward Zhang Xiao, revealing a mixture of lingering fear and a barely perceptible humiliation. Sun Xiaoying stood in the shadows a bit further away, her hat pulled low, yet her gaze lingered on Zhang Xiao, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Zhang Xiao disregarded these varied stares, sitting atop a broken beam, staring down at his right arm. The dark red patterns on the surface of his skin had faded, yet a profound, searing sense of power settled deep within his flesh, creating a delicate balance with his original Titan bloodline. The fusion process had been accompanied by a tearing pain, akin to forcing a scorching iron into the gaps of his bones, but the resultant increase in strength was undeniably tangible. He could distinctly perceive the increase in the density of his right arm's bones, the fortification of muscle fibers, and a natural affinity for the searing essence of the earth's core fire surrounding him. The Wanshou Tu Lu emitted a contented hum deep within his consciousness, yet soon transmitted an even stronger yearning, hunting and devouring. The path ahead was bloody and savage, yet it was the only means for him to control the curse within and to survive. He instinctively licked his slightly parched lips, as if already savoring the taste of the next sustenance. At that moment, a steady footfall interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xiaoyan approached, his face still bearing the composure of an elite student, though his eyes betrayed a shock and seriousness that was hard to conceal. Instead of maintaining a safe distance like the others, he naturally sat down not far from Zhang Xiao, a gesture that startled Li Mubai and Wang Tong, who were secretly observing. Shall we talk? Lin Xiaoyun initiated, his voice devoid of much emotion. Zhang Xiao glanced at him, remaining silent, which served as tacit consent. He resembled a rock blanketed in ice and snow, silent and cold, nearly impenetrable. This was his protective layer, as well as the barrier Lin Xiaoyun needed to confront. Seemingly undeterred by Zhang Xiao's silence, Lin Xiaoyun appeared prepared, pulling up a miniature holographic screen from his wrist, where data and combat footage rapidly scrolled. From the encounter with the radioactive hyena to the recent confrontation with the magma lizard, I have meticulously documented 34 instances of your effective attack maneuvers. Lin Xiaoyun's voice resonated with the precision and calmness of a scientific report. In facing the radioactive hyena, your average kill efficiency stood at a mere 15 seconds per creature, an astonishingly low energy utilization rate, with health consumption estimated at no more than 0.3 standard units. To put this into perspective, Li Mubai would typically expend over 25 units to achieve the same outcome. The display screen showcased a stark comparative graph, with Zhang Xiao's data line practically grazing the base of the coordinate axis, strikingly low. In the treacherous environment of the magma, Lin Xiaoyan shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Zhang Xiao. Our combat capabilities are all subjected to varying degrees of suppression, averaging a decline of approximately 18%. However, your core body temperature exhibits an unusual, yet stable upward trend during combat. This is inconsistent with the characteristics of magma erosion, resembling instead a form of efficient passive energy conversion or absorption. Frankly, I have never encountered such adaptability in any recorded accounts. Zhang Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained silent. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoyun's observations would delve so deeply, nearly grazing the edges of his bloodline's secrets. Lin Xiaoyun deactivated the display screen, his gaze sincere as he regarded Zhang Xiao, his tone turning pragmatic. I do not comprehend your power system, nor do I wish to pry into its depths. In this forsaken place, survival and the successful completion of our mission take precedence. He gestured towards the desolate and crumbling surroundings, as well as the unsettling darkness that lay beyond. Your combat prowess, Particularly your terrifying adaptability to such harsh environments is vital to our team. Ming is reliable. Sun Xiaoying possesses unique abilities, and Li Mubai and Wang Tong can at least provide some fire support. He paused, tapping his temple. While my value lies in analysis and command, we can collaborate. You require a relatively stable environment to address your own issues, while we need your sharp strength to confront the dangers of the ruins. This is the most rational judgment based on the current situation. Our interests align. His words held no emotional embellishment, merely a cold calculation of benefits and drawbacks. A gust of wind, laden with ashes, swept through, carrying the distant, haunting howls of unknown creatures. Zhang Xiao remained silent for a moment. Lin Xiaoyun's straightforward style caught him off guard, devoid of hypocritical pleasantries or foolish fears, presenting only a direct calculation of interests. This approach, paradoxically, brought him a sense of comfort. Your observation skills are commendable. Zhang Xiao finally spoke, his voice raspy as usual. Yet the icy detachment that typically surrounded him seemed to thaw slightly. This marked the first instance since entering the ruins that he had engaged in a relatively calm exchange with a teammate. A flicker of subtle relief crossed Lin Xiaoyun's face. He understood that his gamble had paid off. Data does not lie. Moreover, his gaze swept meaningfully over the corpse of the magma lizard. I sense that our forthcoming objectives may not conflict. This creature seems to hold a certain allure for you. Zhang Xiao did not deny it, responding succinctly. I need to hunt stronger prey. Understood. Lin Xiaoyun nodded, considering this in his route planning. In exchange, when we encounter dangers that we cannot handle independently, I will require your strength. Certainly, Zhang Xiao replied with crisp decisiveness. Thus, a preliminary trust based on cold calculations of interests was established amidst the precariousness of the ruins, devoid of fervent oaths or heartfelt confessions. Merely two pragmatic individuals making the most sensible choice in dire circumstances. Lin Xiaoyun stood. Time to rest is over. We must set out. The map indicated that the radiation levels in the upcoming area were even higher, possibly harboring more troublesome entities. He turned to summon the other team members. Zhang Xiao watched his departing silhouette, his gaze momentarily flickering. Lin Xiaoyun's intellect was indeed what he needed at this juncture. With a clever mind at work, he could focus more intently on hunting and contending with the increasingly restless beast within him. He closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the nascent fusion of his bloodline powers, alongside the clearer, more fervent call from the Wanshou Tu Lu, beckoning from the deeper recesses of the ruins. Collaboration may indeed render this thorny path of hunting slightly more traversable. Meanwhile, atop a dilapidated skyscraper several hundred meters away, a figure quietly melted into the shadows, leaving behind a whisper that dissipated with the wind. The relationship between the target and Lin Xiaoyun has proven to be more stable than anticipated. A reassessment of the intervention plan is required. Chapter 34. The silver shadow enclosure. The setting sun struggled to cast its final crimson rays upon the fragmented remnants of the C-17 ruins, resembling the blood of a dying beast. The sweltering heat of the day was swiftly supplanted by a bone-chilling cold that seeped into the marrow. Gray radioactive dust floated silently in the dimming light, and the distant echoes of distorted, mutated howls rendered the silence all the more suffocating. The night was fast approaching. A safe encampment must be located immediately. Lin Xiaoyun unfurled the electronic map, the cold glow of the screen illuminating his furrowed brow. Their designated light point lay at the edge of a high-risk abandoned industrial zone. To operate in the ruins at night equates to suicide. We require a defensible position that is difficult to assault. His gaze swept the surroundings. The skeletal remains of collapsed factories loomed ominously, shattered windows resembling countless hollow eye sockets. Coldly watching these intruders, the wind whistled through the twisted pipes, emitting a wailing sound akin to the lament of wronged souls. The office building ahead appeared relatively intact and sufficiently tall. Ming pointed towards a nearby 5-story structure, suggesting in a booming voice, "Let us occupy the top floor. The view is clear. Who would dare approach when I'm here to punch them out?" Lin Xiaoyun observed intently for a moment before nodding. The objective is clear. Ming, lead the way. Zhang Xiao, cover the rear. The rest of you stay in the middle, maintaining the highest vigilance, and move quickly. The team surged forward like arrows released from a bow, swiftly traversing the street strewn with rubble and rusted metal. Zhang Xiao walked silently at the rear of the group, his senses taut like a drawn bowstring. He was not only alert to visible dangers, but also meticulously discerning every subtle anomaly in the energy fluctuations within the air. After merging with the bloodline of the magma lizard, his perception of the earth and the attribute of heat had become extraordinarily sensitive, to the extent that he could faintly hear the faint flow of energy beneath his feet. just as they approached within 50 meters of the office building's entrance. Zhang Xiao's footsteps faltered imperceptibly. Something approaches. His low voice was hardly louder than a whisper, yet it struck like ice water upon the hearts of all present, causing the team's movements to halt abruptly. Almost simultaneously, a low, dense rustling sound, unnervingly intense, surged from all directions. Initially faint, the noise rapidly crescendoed, akin to countless dull blades scraping against the cement floor, drawing ever closer and growing clearer. It is a pack of wolves. Prepare for battle. Lin Xiaoyun's complexion changed dramatically as he barked, his standard-issue rifle raised instantly. In the next moment, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered to life in the dim twilight. Like ghostly flames emerging from the shadows of the crumbling factories, from the gaps in the collapsed walls, and beneath the chassis of abandoned vehicles. Their numbers far exceeded that of the previous radioactive hyenas, gray figures darting swiftly through the ruins. They silently and swiftly formed a tightening encirclement, completely blocking their path to the office building. These mutated wolves were as large as calves, their fur a lifeless gray, muscles taut and ready to burst, with viscous, corrosive saliva dripping from their jaws, producing faint wisps of white smoke upon contact with the ground. Their sharp claws glinted with a metallic sheen in the twilight. Their movements horrifyingly coordinated, resembling a well-trained battalion. These are Gale wolves, mid-tier soldiers, extremely fast, adept at cooperative hunting. Lin Xiaoyun spoke rapidly, his mind racing. Back to back. Form a circular defense. Meng, Zhang Xiao, withstand the main pressure points on the perimeter. Sun Xiaoying, control the field, limit their speed. Li Mubai Wang Tong, provide cover fire, prioritizing the elimination of individuals attempting to breach our ranks. Upon the issuance of commands, the members of the squad synchronized seamlessly, akin to finely tuned gears. Meng let out a low growl, his fists colliding, enveloped in a golden-hued aura that radiated vitality, resembling a formidable boulder standing resolutely to one side. Sun Xiaoying remained silent, her fingertips exuding a chill as they swiftly conjured a smooth and resilient layer of ice upon the ground. Li Mubai and Wang Tong positioned themselves back to back, raising their energy guns. Li Mubai's face was ashen, the pride of his elite class being shaken by a primal fear, yet he strained to aim. Wang Tong's fingers trembled slightly, the crosshairs of her energy gun wavering incessantly. Zhang Xiao, without uttering a word, walked towards a gap in another direction, directly facing the oncoming horde of wolves. He assumed no defensive posture, merely shifting slightly to the side, his eerily calm eyes scanning the onslaught of gray figures, as if counting a harvest of weeds soon to be reaped. Deep within his right arm, the newly merged power of lava stirred restlessly, emanating a burning desire. A chilling, prolonged howl, imbued with a cold directive, emanated from the rear of the pack, sounding like a clarion call for the assault. In an instant, dozens of Gale wolves launched their attack simultaneously. They surged forth like gray lightning, recklessly pouncing from various angles towards the contracting circular formation. Open fire, Lin Xiaoyun commanded sharply. Pulling the trigger, the energy beams sliced through the dimness, obliterating the first few Gale wolves that charged forward into a gruesome burst of flesh and blood. Meng roared, swinging his fists with tremendous force, each strike resonating with a dull whoosh, shattering the attacking wolves as if bowling them over. Sun Xiaoying's ice spikes struck with surgical precision, either piercing the wolves' eyes or freezing their joints, effectively disrupting the pack's coordinated rhythm. In contrast, Zhang Xiao's combat style was starkly different. He wielded no weapon. Facing the frenzied Gale wolves, his movements were exquisitely succinct. A sidestep, a wrist twist, and an arm swing. His hand struck like lightning, precisely severing the wolves' necks with lethal efficiency. Alternatively, he unleashed a devastating punch, the raw power penetrating deeply, causing the wolves' heads to explode like ripe watermelons. Underfoot, the wolf corpses accumulated at an astonishing rate, dark red blood quickly soaking the ground. Yet, the number of wolves seemed endless. They appeared indifferent to their losses, with fallen comrades quickly replaced by those behind, their assault relentless as crashing waves. Moreover, they were cunning, constantly probing the weaknesses of the defense with feigned attacks. Clang! A particularly robust Gale wolf's claws raked against Meng's metallic gauntlet, sending bright sparks flying. The immense impact swayed Meng's sturdy frame, prompting a muffled grunt. Ah! Wang Tong emitted a short, piercing scream as a Gale wolf, leveraging the cover of its comrades, stealthily lunged from the shadows, its vicious fangs aimed directly at her throat. Li Mubai hastily redirected his gun, a beam of energy narrowly missing Wang Tong's hair as it blasted the wolf away. However, In doing so, he exposed himself. And another wolf seized the opportunity to tear open a gash on his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. The pressure on their defense escalated abruptly, the circular formation beginning to twist and warp. Damn it, there are too many of them. Our vitality and energy are depleting rapidly, Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed. His forehead beaded with sweat as he maintained both command and combat, a tremendous strain on his psyche. Just as Zhang Xiao crushed a gale wolf attempting to ambush Sun Xiaoying, its blood and brain matter splattering across his face, he wiped it away. His gaze turning icy as he took in the seemingly endless, increasingly frenzied wolves surrounding them. Lin Xiaoyan, Zhang Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice like ice clashing. The pack has a leader. If we do not eliminate the alpha, we will be worn down here. Lin Xiaoyan's understanding dawned instantly. Indeed, the Wolf King, Shimeng, tighten the defense and protect the flanks. Zhang Xiao located. Just as his words fell, the chilling howl erupted once more. Yet this time, the pressure and coldness within the sound momentarily froze everyone's movements. A heart-stopping aura of terror surged forth like a tide from the end of the street, and the previously frenzied wolves parted in unison, creating a wide passage. In the deepening twilight, an enormous shadow, larger than nature would permit, slowly emerged. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, its form was over 4 times that of a typical gale wolf. Its fur not dull gray but cloaked in a layer of dark, metallic silver, reflecting a cold sheen in the dim light. Most striking was the tuft of fur on its forehead, resembling flickering silver flames, and its eyes, no longer a haunting green, but transformed into a chilling, pale gold. Within those eyes lay no trace of wildness, only a chilling cruelty and an intelligence almost human. With each step it took, the solid concrete beneath it groaned under the strain, cracking patterns radiating from its paw prints. An intangible pressure emanated from its being, like a tangible mountain, crashing down upon everyone's hearts. Even a hardened man like Shimeng found his breath momentarily caught, the flow of his vitality becoming convoluted. Li Mubai's energy gun clattered to the ground, his complexion pale as parchment, his lips trembling, barely able to stand. Wang Tong's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes filled with utter despair. The Alpha Wolf King. It's the Alpha Wolf King. Li Mubai's voice shattered. Trembling with uncontainable fear. The Alpha Wolf King. Equivalent to a mid-level human warrior, perhaps even a high-level terror. Its cold, pale golden gaze swept across the fallen bodies of its kin, ultimately locking onto Zhang Xiao, whose hands were still dripping with wolf blood and whose aura stood out most prominently. A low growl emanated from deep within its throat, akin to distant thunder rolling. Filled with a lethal intent, the peril escalated instantly. The air in the entire block seemed to freeze under the weight of this terrifying pressure. Chapter 35. The Awakening of the Beast. The emergence of the Alpha Wolf King rendered the air itself solid. Its pale golden gaze traversed the battlefield like a monarch surveying its realm, finally settling upon Zhang Xiao. This diminutive creature emitted an aura that both threatened and intrigued it. Steady the formation. Lin Xiaoyan's voice rang with resolute authority. Shimeng, guard the left flank. Sun Xiaoying, prepare for extreme freezing. Li Mubai, Wang Tong, provide covering fire. Yet, before his command could fully resonate, the Wolf King was already in motion. Without a roar or warning, its silver-gray form left behind an afterimage, appearing before Li Mubai in the next instant. Its speed transcended the limits of visual perception. Li Mubai had no time to think, only able to watch in horror as the massive maw, lined with dagger-like fangs, loomed closer, the stench of death overwhelming. He stood paralyzed, unable to execute even the most basic evasion. Be careful, Wang Tong screamed, her voice filled with anguish. Shimeng charged forward with a roar. Yet he was no match for the Wolf King's speed. Lin Xiaoyan's energy beam detonated behind the Wolf King, leaving only charred remnants. In a moment of peril, just as the Wolf King's fangs were about to tear into Li Mubai's throat, a roar erupted, wholly unlike that of a human. As if a primordial beast had awakened. The savagery and authority within the sound temporarily eclipsed even the presence of the Alpha Wolf King. From the source of the sound, Zhang Xiao's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones popping echoed from within him like firecrackers. His body visibly expanded, rising higher. The once perfectly fitted combat suit was instantly torn apart, transforming into ragged strips clinging to the suddenly expanded muscles. Standing at an astonishing height of over 2 meters. Nearing 2.5, his arms and thighs were disproportionately robust, his skin exhibiting a dark red hue with a metallic sheen, as if molten lava flowed beneath. His features became rugged and sharp, with prominent brow ridges, curled lips revealing dagger-like fangs. The nails on his hands turned an ominous black, sharp as the claws of the Grim Reaper. He had undergone a semi-bestial transformation. Though not fully transformed into a giant ape, this grotesque visage, straddling the line between man and beast, coupled with an overwhelming aura of ferocity, created an unparalleled visual impact. The Wolf King momentarily froze, its primal instincts sensing a lethal threat from this abruptly manifested being. It was this fleeting hesitation that saved Li Mubai's life. The semi-bestial Zhang Xiao lunged forward, the ground beneath him erupting as he shot forth like a cannonball, his speed surpassing that of the Wolf King. The collision echoed like two mountains crashing together, a terrifying shockwave radiating outward, shredding the nearest swift wolves to pieces. Nearby walls crumbled under the force, dust swirling in the air. Zhang Xiao's fists, covered in a dark red carapace, collided brutally with the Wolf King's massive claws. The sickening sound of bones cracking resonated as the Wolf King let out a pained roar. Its claws, capable of crushing steel, were shattered, blood gushing forth. My heavens! Shi Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath caught in his throat. He had never witnessed such a raw and direct clash of power. Sun Xiaoying, under the brim of her hat, slightly parted her lips, the chill emanating from her fingertips dissipating unconsciously. This was her first time witnessing Zhang Xiao's mutation, and the oppressive aura stemming from a primal level of existence instinctively made her tremble. Li Mubai sat paralyzed on the ground, warmth pooling in his pants. Yet he was oblivious to it. Wang Tong had fainted outright. Only Lin Xiaoyan managed to maintain his composure, though his fingers trembled slightly as he pondered whether this was Zhang Xiao's true power. In the center of the battlefield, Zhang Xiao's golden eyes burned with flames of destruction. The semi-bestial transformation brought not only a surge of power, but also an intoxicating sense of control and a frenzied desire to obliterate everything in sight. He let out a hoarse growl, charging forward again. His claws slashed through the air, producing a piercing shriek, each strike aimed directly at the Wolf King's vital spots. The Wolf King, both astonished and enraged, had ruled this territory for years and had never faced such provocation. A glint of ferocity flashed in its pale golden eyes as it unleashed its full speed in retaliation. Two figures, one silver gray and the other dark red, collided ferociously among the ruins, their claws and fangs sparking bright flashes as they clashed. The Wolf King sank its fangs into Zhang Xiao's shoulder, but its teeth were caught firmly in his iron-like muscles. Zhang Xiao retaliated with a claw, ripping open a gash deep enough to expose bone in the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King swung its massive tail, striking Zhang Xiao's chest like a steel whip, sending him crashing through 3 walls before coming to a halt. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Xiao burst forth from the rubble, the wound on his chest visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The intensity of the crimson in his eyes deepened, his feral aura only escalating. Is this fellow immortal? Shi Meng murmured to himself. Lin Xiaoyan keenly observed that while Zhang Xiao's assault was ferocious, his movements were becoming less precise, as if he were gradually losing his rationality. The Wolf King sensed this as well. It abruptly abandoned its confrontation with Zhang Xiao and lunged towards the seemingly weakest Sun Xiaoying. Be careful, Lin Xiaoyan urgently warned. Sun Xiaoying hastily released a wave of cold air, but under the overwhelming pressure from the Wolf King, the ice wall shattered in an instant. In that critical moment, Zhang Xiao unleashed a thunderous roar, the dark red patterns on his right arm suddenly glowing with blinding intensity. A far more terrifying aura erupted forth. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and his speed surged once more. Just as the Wolf King was about to reach Sun Xiaoying, Zhang Xiao's claws, burning with dark red light, plunged fiercely into the Wolf King's previously injured left front leg joint, with a sickening crack accompanied by the Wolf King's anguished howl. Its left front leg bent at an unnatural angle, clearly incapacitated. Injured and desperate, fear finally flickered in the Wolf King's eyes. It let out a long, unwilling howl, stumbling away on its remaining 3 legs, casting one last deep glance at Zhang Xiao, who stood like a demonic deity, before retreating into the depths of the ruins. With their leader's retreat, the pack scattered in disarray. The battle concluded, leaving the streets littered with wolf corpses and horrifying traces of the conflict. Zhang Xiao, still in his semi-bestial form, stood amidst the chaos, breathing heavily. The ferocity surrounding him gradually receded, and his body began to revert to its original state. When the last vestige of abnormality vanished, he swayed unsteadily, kneeling on one knee, his complexion as pale as a sheet. The relentless high-intensity battle and the bloodline eruption had drained him significantly. Compounding the issue, he sensed that the conflict within his two bloodlines had not subsided. Rather, it had intensified due to this outburst. Lin Xiaoyan was the first to react, quickly approaching. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Meng also approached, his gaze complex as he regarded Zhang Xiao, his voice deep and resonant. "Brother, you were truly fierce just now." Sun Xiaoying silently conjured a sphere of cold air, alleviating the burning sensation in Zhang Xiao's overexerted right arm. Meanwhile, Li Mubai remained slumped on the ground, his gaze towards Zhang Xiao filled with boundless terror. When their eyes met, he instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a primordial beast. Zhang Xiao slowly rose, feeling the tumultuous power and intense conflict within him. His gaze directed towards the Wolf King's retreating form. The resonance of the Wan Shou Tu Lu intensified. Deep within these ruins, even greater and stronger prey awaited him. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, a figure raised a telescope once more, reporting in a hushed tone, "The target has exhibited semi-bestial capabilities, with combat strength assessed at the general level. A revised contact strategy is recommended." Chapter 36. The Purification Assembly emerges. The dust from the Wolf King's flight had yet to settle, and the streets were thick with the stench of blood and the unique musk of the wolf pack. Amidst the shattered concrete and twisted metal lay the scattered corpses of the swift wolves, their dark red blood pooling into small streams, winding through the cracked earth. Silence reigned, an eerie, deathly silence. Only the heavy, uneven sounds of breathing intermingled in the air. Meng leaned on his knee, sweat and wolf blood mingling as it trickled down his bald head. His gaze towards Zhang Xiao was filled with an indescribable shock, mixed with a flicker of fervent battle spirit, a reverence and yearning for pure power. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but ultimately managed to stammer out, "Brother, impressive." Sun Xiaoying quietly stepped aside, turning her back to the others, her hat pulled lower, yet the slight tremors of her shoulders betrayed the turmoil within her. The overwhelming aura of ferocity Zhang Xiao exuded during his semi-bestial transformation had stirred an instinctual response in her icy bloodline. Li Mubai remained slumped beside the pool of filth he had contributed, his face as pale as paper, his eyes vacant. When Zhang Xiao's gaze inadvertently swept past him, he jolted as if scorched by a branding iron, scrambling backward on hands and knees, gasping like a winded bellows. Fear had etched itself into his very bones. Wang Tong, having regained consciousness, curled up against a broken wall, hugging her arms and trembling, her eyes regarding Zhang Xiao as if he were a primordial beast ready to devour. The fractures within the team were glaringly apparent at that moment. The terror of Zhang Xiao's inhuman strength had shattered Li Mubai and Wang Tong's psychological defenses, pushing the team to the brink of collapse. Lin Xiaoyan observed everything with a heavy heart. He quickly walked to Zhang Xiao's side, his voice tinged with an imperceptible dryness. "Are you seriously injured?" He observed that after Zhang Xiao reverted to his human form, his complexion appeared exceptionally pale, and his breath was somewhat erratic. Zhang Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. He tore off the tattered hem of his combat uniform and silently wiped the coagulated blood from his arms and face. His movements were slow, imbued with a weariness characteristic of a post-battle state, yet his eyes retained their sharpness. Whenever they flitted over Li Mubai and Wang Tong, they would instinctively retract their necks like frightened quails. Zhang Xiao could not help but scoff inwardly. With such timidity, how could they dare venture into the wilderness? They were truly flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand even the slightest tempest. The obstacles were evident. The internal panic and distrust were far more lethal than the external wolf pack. If this rift could not be mended, not only would their mission be in jeopardy, but their very survival in this desolate ruin would also be uncertain. Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath and turned to the visibly shaken individuals, striving to maintain a calm tone. "If it weren't for Zhang Xiao just now, we all would have perished here. His strength may surpass the norm, but he is our comrade. He saved us." "Comrade? Monster. He is a monster." Li Mubai suddenly shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Zhang Xiao with a shrill voice. "Did you see how he looked? He is not human. He will devour us. He surely will." Wang Tong began to sob, her face smeared with tears of fear. Meng furrowed his brow and barked, "Hey, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Who just pulled you from the jaws of the wolf?" "That was his instinct. A bloodthirsty instinct." Li Mubai retorted incoherently. Lin Xiaoyun's brows knitted tightly. He understood that it would be challenging to dispel this fear rooted in the unknown in such a short time. Just as he was about to speak again, attempting to reason with them, a faint yet rhythmically peculiar sound of footsteps echoed from the far end of the street. The footfalls were synchronized, cold and restrained, starkly contrasting with the desolate silence of the ruins. instantly alerting everyone. They turned to the source of the sound and beheld 7 figures materializing like specters in the dim light, dressed uniformly in deep gray uniforms made of a matte material. Their attire was simple and form-fitting, devoid of any insignia, and their faces were obscured by masks that concealed most of their features, revealing only their emotionless eyes. They were well-equipped, wielding uniquely designed weapons that shimmered with a ghostly blue energy, moving in perfect harmony, as if they were a single entity. The aura they emanated was starkly different from the chaotic savagery of the ruins. It exuded a cold efficiency, stripped of unnecessary emotions, fostering an unsettling sense of order. The leader, a tall and proportionate figure, bore an indeterminate gender but radiated an aura of chilling depth. Their gaze acted like a precise scanner, sweeping over the corpses of wolves strewn about, glancing at the terrified Li Mubai and Wang Tong, scanning the vigilant Shi Meng and Sun Xiaoying, scarcely lingering on Lin Xiaoyan. Ultimately, that frigid gaze, akin to 2 poisoned daggers, fixed firmly on Zhang Xiao, who had just finished wiping away the blood and was slowly rising. The leader raised a hand, and the 6 behind them instantly fanned out in a semicircle, lifting their ghostly blue weapons in unison. The hum of concentrated energy pierced the silence, creating an exceptionally jarring sound. A cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any humanity, resonated through the mask. Echoing across the street, target confirmed. Codename: Titan Legacy, Curse Vessel. Initiating purification protocol. The moment the word purification left their lips, an icy, pure killing intent, far colder than that of the Wolf King, enveloped the entire area like a palpable chill. The internal discord was crushed in that instant by this sudden, more threatening external crisis, supplanted. Li Mubai and Wang Tong's cries and screams ceased abruptly. They stared in terror at the uninvited guests, feeling a more immediate and undeniable threat of death emanating from the cold, murderous intent than when facing Zhang Xiao. Shi Meng clenched his fists tightly. His muscles tensed as if facing a formidable foe. Sun Xiaoying's fingertips gathered cold energy once more, her eyes beneath the brim of her hat gravely focused. Lin Xiaoyan's heart sank to the depths. He had heard whispers of certain mysterious organizations lurking in the shadows, dedicated to dealing with anomalies and taboos. Could these be the very individuals before him? The Purification Society? They were here for Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao slowly lifted his head, meeting the leader's icy gaze. Upon hearing the terms Titan Legacy and Curse Vessel, a violent tremor surged through the depths of his consciousness. Originating from the Wanshou Tu Lu, this was not mere desire. It was a profound, boiling hatred and a warning. So, besides the curse within him and the dangers of the wilderness, there existed such entities lurking in the darkness, watching him. This new life and death crisis had descended in the most unexpected manner. Chapter 37. Standoff among 3 parties. The words purification protocol struck each person's eardrums like 4 sharp blades. The lingering scent of blood on the street seemed frozen by this sudden, cold, murderous intent. The gray-clad individuals stood like a silent wall, their deep gray matte uniforms blending almost seamlessly with the ruins in the dim light. Only their uniquely shaped, humming ghostly blue weapons emitted an ominous glow. Their positioning was precise and deadly, blocking every possible escape route. Li Mubai and Wang Tong's fear swiftly redirected its focus. Compared to this team radiating a cold sense of order and openly declaring their intent to purify, Zhang Xiao, who had just moments ago terrified them, now appeared less daunting. At least Zhang Xiao had saved their lives. Wang Tong pressed her hands tightly over her mouth to stifle another scream, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Li Mubai crawled behind a larger concrete block, his complexion even grayer than before. Shi Meng emitted a low growl from his throat, reminiscent of a beast's warning. His fists clenched tightly, the earthy glow of his vital energy flaring once more, yet his round eyes were filled with unprecedented gravity. He sensed that each of these 7 individuals was formidable, especially the leader, whose unfathomable aura sent chills down his spine. Sun Xiaoying's fingertips were almost solid with cold energy, creating a visible low-temperature zone around her, her gaze sharp as ice picks, fixating on the energy weapon in the gray-clad individual's grasp. She was rapidly calculating the extent to which her freezing abilities could affect such weaponry. Lin Xiaoyan's heart raced like a drum. His mind raced, analyzing the dire situation before him. He had only glimpsed the term Purification Society in certain encrypted family documents. Vague in description, but always pointing to a singular trait: their absolute hostility and eradication policies towards certain abnormal existences. They had come for Zhang Xiao. Moreover, judging by the aura and equipment of the opposing team, this squad possessed at least 2 martial artist-level combatants. The leader was likely even stronger. This was troublesome. Lin Xiaoyun's lips felt parched, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. He quickly scanned the surroundings for any possible escape. In the midst of this deathly silence and standoff, Zhang Xiao moved. He did not glance at his terrified teammates, nor did he regard the tense Shi Ming and Sun Xiaoying. His gaze remained fixed on the leader of the gray-clad figures. Within him, the Wan Shou Tu Lu no longer conveyed mere hatred warnings. Instead, it surged with a boiling rage rooted in his very bloodline, coupled with an almost imperceptible trepidation as if faced with a natural enemy. These individuals knew of the Titan legacy and the cursed vessel. Their appearance was no coincidence. He stepped forward, just one step. The hum of the energy weapons in the hands of the gray-clad team suddenly escalated, the ghostly blue light locking onto Zhang Xiao. With lethal energy gathering at the gun muzzles, poised for release. Zhang Xiao seemed oblivious. He slightly tilted his head, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable calmness as he addressed Lin Xiaoyan behind him. Take them back. The command was succinct, devoid of negotiation, merely an order. Lin Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. In an instant, he comprehended Zhang Xiao's intention. He was prepared to confront the terrifying purification team alone, buying them precious time to retreat. Rationality dictated that this was the least costly choice under the circumstances, yet a certain sense of responsibility belonging to the captain constricted his throat. Lin Xiaoyan wanted to say something. Leave. Zhang Xiao interrupted him, his tone resolute. Simultaneously, the aura that had waned due to the fierce battle with the wolf pack began to surge back with astonishing speed, coalescing into a formidable presence. A ferocious energy, far more restrained yet profoundly terrifying than before, began to emanate from him, reminiscent of a waking volcano. Deep within his eyes, the molten gold hue ignited once again. Although his body did not immediately transform, everyone could sense that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay the power capable of cataclysmic destruction. He stood alone between the team and the gray-clad figures, like an impending eruption dividing 2 worlds. The icy gaze of the purification team leader flickered momentarily, perhaps surprised by Zhang Xiao's swift resurgence of fighting spirit, yet that was all. In their eyes, Zhang Xiao remained merely a vessel to be purified. Resist to the end. The leader's cold voice resounded again, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Surrender, and you may reduce your suffering. Zhang Xiao's response was a chilling, wild smile that curled at the corner of his lips. In that grin, there was no trace of human emotion, only the arrogance and brutality of a beast. The energies of both sides clashed violently in the air. One exuded cold, order, and a metallic aura of slaughter, while the other radiated chaos, savagery, and a will to annihilate. The invisible forces collided, causing the debris on the ground to tremble slightly and the air to emit a low, mournful whine. Lin Xiaoyan and the others standing behind Zhang Xiao could distinctly feel that suffocating pressure. Shi Ming gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. He could not endure the strain of this standoff any longer and roared, "Damn it, let's fight them. I am Shi Ming." Listen to him. Retreat. Lin Xiaoyan barked sharply, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil. He seized Shi Ming, who was about to voice more objections, while signaling to Sun Xiaoying and Li Mubai, "Quick, find cover." Sun Xiaoying cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xiao's upright and solitary figure, her fingers retracting the coldness as she turned without hesitation, stealthily retreating towards a half-collapsed wall. Li Mubai and Wang Tong, as if awakening from a dream, scrambled to follow Lin Xiaoyan's lead. The purification team leader watched as Lin Xiaoyan and the others withdrew, and a faint, almost mechanical fluctuation crossed their cold gaze. They raised a hand, not pointing at Zhang Xiao, but at Lin Xiaoyan's retreating team. A chilling, mechanical voice devoid of human emotion rang out like a final judgment. Command updated. Eliminate all witnesses. Retrieve the vessel. Execute. The moment the order was issued, the formation of the gray-clad team shifted instantly. For members swiftly redirected their ethereal blue weapons, unleashing searing energy beams like the sides of death, mercilessly targeting Lin Xiaoyan, Shi Ming, and the others who were seeking cover. Meanwhile, the other 3, including the leader, moved like phantoms, forming a pincer attack with cold, murderous intent. Charging directly at the solitary Zhang Xiao, the battle erupted with a thunderous roar. Energy beams tore through the air, blasting the ground where Lin Xiaoyan had just stood into charred craters. Shi Ming bellowed as he shielded Wang Tong with his body, deflecting a flying shard of rock. Lin Xiaoyun's rifle spat fire wildly, attempting to suppress the onslaught, yet against their superior equipment and seamless coordination, it seemed utterly futile. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao faced 3 gray-clad figures, each at least of martial artist caliber, As the golden light in his eyes intensified, a roar erupted from his throat, finally breaking free. He no longer held back. His half-beast transformation returned, his body swelling slightly as claws burst forth from his skin. Instead of dodging, he charged headlong at the leader of the gray-clad figures. Delivering a powerful punch, the air erupted with a thunderous boom where his fist passed. The dark red energy of his blood clashed violently with the cold energy radiating from the leader's palm. Boom! A more tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing the area in dust. The chaotic battle quickly escalated in intensity on the ravaged streets. Survival or death hung in the balance in an instant. Chapter 38, Desperate Blood Battle. Boom! Zhang Xiao's fist collided forcefully with the gray-clad leader's palm, covered in chilling energy. Dark red energy clashed fiercely with the pallid energy light, erupting in blinding flashes and deafening roars. The shockwave exploded in a circular pattern, clearing the thick dust and debris from the ground, revealing the cracked concrete beneath. Zhang Xiao emitted a muffled groan, feeling a bone-chilling, corrosive energy surge through his arm as it invaded his veins, causing his blood flow to become sluggish and stiff. He staggered back 3 steps, each leaving deep imprints on the ground, his right fist trembling, a thin layer of frost forming on his skin. What a peculiar energy. Not only was it powerful, but it also bore the dual effects of psychological suppression and energy corrosion. Almost simultaneously as he retreated, 2 other gray-clad figures, like specters, lunged at him from both sides. Their movements were terrifyingly synchronized, devoid of any excess. One wielded an ethereal blue energy blade, thrusting it toward his ribcage, while the other unleashed a metallic chain adorned with runes, coiling toward his legs like a venomous serpent. There was no escape. Roar! The golden light in Zhang Xiao's eyes flared, unleashing the suppressed beastly instinct within him. His half-beast transformation reached its zenith in an instant, standing over 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, claws elongated, fangs protruding, and a ferocious aura blazed around him like tangible flames. In a frenzy, he chose not to evade, but to retaliate. His left claw, slicing through the air with a sharp shriek, lunged at the energy blade, while his right fist charged recklessly at the gray-clad figure wielding the chain. Clash! The piercing sounds of metal clashing and flesh tearing echoed simultaneously. Zhang Xiao's left claw collided with the energy blade, sparks flying as it deflected slightly, yet his palm was deeply cut, the wound exposing bone. And the dark red blood that flowed out was immediately frozen by the chilling energy. Meanwhile, his right fist landed squarely on the arm of the gray-clad figure attempting to block with the chain. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking sent shivers down spines. The gray-clad figure let out a muffled groan, sent flying as if struck by a rampaging rhinoceros, crashing into a crumbling wall and sending dust billowing into the air. However, Zhang Xiao also paid a price. His right shoulder was grazed by the deflected energy blade, leaving a charred wound, with the chilling energy rapidly corroding inward. Simultaneously, the metallic chain, as if animated, coiled around his left calf, the runes glowing, imparting a heavy sense of restraint and energy extraction that weighed him down. Target threat level elevated. Energy corrosion effect below expectations, the gray-clad leader's cold voice intoned. They seemed entirely unaffected by their companion's injury, their forms shifting as they closed in again, their palms moving frantically, unleashing a barrage of pale energy palm shadows, enveloping Zhang Xiao like a blizzard. Even before the palm winds reached him, the mental suppression struck Zhang Xiao with a piercing pain, as if countless ice needles were stabbing at his soul. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyun and his companions found themselves in a similarly perilous situation. The 4 gray-clad figures wielded ethereal blue energy weapons that incessantly emitted lethal beams, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The energy beams struck their cover, instantly melting and vaporizing the concrete, leaving behind gaping, horrifying craters. Damn it! These weapons are too formidable, Shermeng roared, utilizing his earth-toned, glowing gauntlets and formidable physique to swat away several energy beams aimed at Wang Tong. However, the gauntlets bore charred marks, sending tremors through his arms. Li Mu Bai, crouched behind the cover, appeared pale, his hand gripping the energy gun trembling uncontrollably, making it nearly impossible to aim. Wang Tong, in a state of panic, curled up behind Shermeng, reduced to nothing but screams and shivers. Sun Xiaoying, aside from Lin Xiaoyun, was the only one who remained composed and effective in counterattacking. She harnessed her ice abilities to continually conjure smooth ice surfaces or sharp ice spikes in the path of the gray figures. Although she could not inflict fatal damage, she successfully disrupted their offensive rhythm, forcing them to alter their shooting positions multiple times. We cannot fight them head-on. Lin Xiaoyun's mind raced, his voice urgent amidst the whistling of energy beams. Shimeng, use your strength to create obstacles. Overturn those wrecked vehicles. Sun Xiaoying, continue freezing and disrupting. Delay their advance. Limu Bai, Wang Tong, if you wish to survive, aim and shoot, even if only to harass. As he shouted, he peered out from behind the cover, his standard-issue rifle pinpointing its target. An energy beam struck the arm of a gray-clad figure poised to throw some explosive device, interrupting their action, though it failed to breach their defenses. Understood, Shimeng bellowed, his fists crashing into a nearby rusted truck wreck. Boom. The heavy truck wreckage was forcefully lifted and rolled toward the gray figures, temporarily repelling their frontal assault. Silent yet determined, Sun Xiaoying unleashed a torrent of icy energy from her fingertips, creating large smooth ice layers beneath the gray figures, while several ice spikes shot forth like bullets towards them, compelling them to defend. Limu Bai, startled by Lin Xiaoyun's commanding shout, gritted his teeth, forcing himself to steady his arm, and began to shoot sporadically. Wang Tong trembled as she raised her gun, closing her eyes and firing wildly, though lacking precision. The dense energy beams served to distract somewhat. Their harassment posed no significant threat to the well-equipped and formidable gray figures, yet it effectively alleviated some pressure from Zhang Xiao, preventing the four gray figures from fully coordinating their assault on him. In the main battlefield, Zhang Xiao found himself embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. The half-beast transformation and berserk state were taxing both his mind and body. He bore 7 or 8 wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, others covered in frost, and some charred black. The chilling, corrosive energy clawed at him like a festering wound, continuously attempting to freeze his vitality and erode his meridians. Had it not been for the innate resilience of the Titan bloodline, combined with the newly integrated powers of earth and lava providing some resistance, he might have already collapsed. The gray-clad leader's attacks came like relentless waves, cold, precise, and lethal. The other 2 gray figures, including the one with a fractured arm, seemed to have temporarily suppressed their injuries with some form of medicine or ability, behaving like sly serpents, constantly circling and searching for Zhang Xiao's vulnerabilities to launch deadly ambushes. Zhang Xiao's breathing grew heavier, his golden red pupils reflecting a tumult of madness and rationality. He knew he could not continue like this. The opportunity arose when the gray figure wielding chains attempted once more to bind him. This time, Zhang Xiao did not struggle. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he willingly allowed the chain to wrap around his right arm once again. Simultaneously, he propelled his left leg with all his might, disregarding the excruciating pain from the chain's constriction around his calf, charging forward like a rampaging bull. What? The gray figure was clearly unprepared for Zhang Xiao's reckless audacity and could not retreat in time. Die! Zhang Xiao emitted a roar that cleaved through the air, the muscles of his chained right arm swelling ominously, a dark red mixture of vitality and lava power surging forth, unleashing a strength far beyond the ordinary. He allowed the runes on the chain to drain his energy, his right fist blazing like a red-hot meteor, striking the gray figure's chest with unadulterated ferocity. Thud! There was no violent clash of energies, only a sickening sound of flesh and bone being obliterated, vaporized in an instant. The gray figure's chest was brutally pierced by Zhang Xiao's blow, leaving behind a charred black hole, its edges glowing with a dark red light and frigid air. The coldness in his eyes froze momentarily before dimming. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Success. 1 down. But the price was steep. The chain on Zhang Xiao's right arm tightened suddenly, threatening to crush his bones, while an even stronger sensation of energy extraction overwhelmed him, causing him to momentarily black out, nearly losing control of his berserk state. At that moment, the gray leader's palm, imbued with a terrifyingly cold energy, struck the center of his back with the intent to freeze his very soul. There was no evasion possible. His old strength had waned, and new power had yet to manifest. The shadow of death loomed heavier than ever. Chapter 39. Bloodline devour. The breath of death enveloped Zhang Xiao like a tangible frost, permeating every inch of his skin and seeping into his marrow. The gray leader's palm, replete with a chilling energy, had yet to fully imprint. Yet the biting cold had nearly frozen the muscles of his back, causing his heart to feel as if it might cease its rhythm. His right arm was ensnared by the chain, ravenously draining his already dwindling strength, while his left leg felt leaden, and the agony from multiple wounds intertwined with the chilling corrosive sensations, threatening to drown his consciousness. The half-beast state fluctuated violently, his body resembling a furnace on the brink of explosion, yet lacking sufficient fuel. The strength derived from his berserk state was receding like a tidal wave, replaced by a profound weariness and frailty that penetrated deep into his soul. His vision began to blur, and all that remained was his heavy, labored breathing, akin to that of a bellows, alongside the increasingly near presence of a deathly gust. Was it to end here? An uncontrollable thought surfaced. Unwilling, like a wildfire, it surged within him. He had yet to discover the means to master the curse, had not provided for his parents, had not ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, and had not unraveled the secrets of the Wansho Tu Lu and Titan bloodline. How could he perish like an inconspicuous insect in this frigid wasteland, at the hands of these lurking purifiers? No, I absolutely cannot die here. I need strength. More strength. In the face of despair, the instinct to survive eclipsed all. With unprecedented intensity, his spirit collided with the dormant Wansho Tu Lu deep within his consciousness. Buzz. It was as if an ancient star realm, long slumbering, had suddenly ignited. The immense stone book within his mind erupted with resplendent light, shaking violently. A raw, ancient force filled with predatory intent surged forth, erupting from Zhang Xiao's body. This force did not target physical existence, but directly acted upon the essence of his bloodline. The target was none other than the massive corpse of the three-eyed demon ape that Zhang Xiao had just slain with his punch. At that moment, the enormous demon ape's corpse visibly shrank at an astonishing rate. A trickle of dark red bloodline essence, infused with the violent power of the earth and faint spiritual energy, was forcibly extracted from the corpse, transforming into a barely perceptible crimson stream that disregarded spatial distance, instantaneously merging into Zhang Xiao's body. The excruciating agony, tenfold more intense than when merging with the bloodline of the fire lizard, pierced through Zhang Xiao's every nerve like countless searing steel needles. The bloodline of the earth core demon ape was wild and chaotic, infused with a potent aura of diabolic energy and mental corruption. This clashed violently with his original Titan gorilla bloodline and the nascent fusion of the earth lava power, resulting in a fierce conflict within him. Three bloodline powers, all belonging to the earth yet differing in nature, roared like three ferocious dragons, tearing, colliding, and vying for dominance within his body. His meridians felt as though they were being shredded inch by inch, his bones groaned under the unbearable strain, and his internal organs seemed to be tossed into a meat grinder. In reality, the surface of Zhang Xiao's body flickered with hues of dark red, earthy yellow, and a strange, shadowy sheen. His skin cracked and healed, only to crack again, while the ominous aura surrounding him became increasingly unstable, swelling and waning uncontrollably. This sudden and bizarre transformation caused a momentary hesitation in the leader of the gray-robed man, who was on the verge of victory. For the first time, a flicker of doubt appeared in his cold gaze. He sensed that the aura of this cursed vessel was undergoing an incomprehensible change, becoming more perilous and chaotic. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a new energy, a terrifying amalgamation of the Titan's savagery, the searing heat of the fire lizard, and the earth core demon ape's ferocity and psychic power, was forcibly compressed, ignited, and erupted within Zhang Xiao. He abruptly raised his head, his once golden eyes now replaced by a deeper, more feral dark red, his pupils narrowing like those of a demon ape. He emitted a roar that was utterly inhuman, a blend of pain and sheer ecstasy. The metallic chains coiling around his right arm cracked under the force of this new power, their runes dimming and shattering as the chains broke apart inch by inch. With a powerful punch, he no longer relied solely on brute physical strength. Dark red energy entwined around his fist, flowing like molten lava and infused with an intangible force that could disrupt the mind. Charging towards the leader of the gray-robed man, who had just regained his composure. The impact of their clash was far more ferocious than any previous encounter. Dark red and pale energies clashed violently, annihilating and exploding, sending shockwaves that swept through the vicinity like a tsunami, collapsing nearby dilapidated buildings. Dust erupted into the sky, obscuring half a block. The leader of the gray-robed man gasped as he was pushed back by the force of Zhang Xiao's strike, revealing tiny cracks in his frost-covered palm, while a sliver of dark red energy attempted to infiltrate his meridians. Zhang Xiao, though pushed back several meters and tasting blood at the corner of his mouth, stood firm. The chaotic and violent aura around him began to stabilize and merge at an astonishing rate. A far denser and more domineering force, pulsating with the essence of the earth and the fervor of lava, now coursed through him, accompanied by a peculiar sense of mental oppression. Within his sea of consciousness, the massive Wansho Tu Lu depicted a once blurred image representing the Titan gorilla, now accompanied by a vividly clear dark red vein that outlined the form of a roaring earth-core demon ape. Although still faint, it had taken shape. The act of devouring had succeeded. A surge of enlightenment flooded Zhang Xiao's mind as he discovered a genuine path to breaking the stalemate. Not only did he seek to balance the curse, but through the Wan Shou Tu Lu, he aimed to plunder and fuse the bloodlines of countless beasts. Embarking on an unprecedented journey of evolution, he slowly raised his dark red slitted eyes to the gray-robed man leader, whose expression now bore a hint of gravity. And a savage, cruel smile spread across his face. It seemed the target of his hunt could be augmented. As the dust settled, it descended like a murky curtain over this brutal battlefield. In the center of the street, Zhang Xiao's figure gradually emerged from the swirling haze. Slightly hunched over, he gasped for breath, each inhalation releasing scorching white vapor, as if his lungs had become a dilapidated bellows. His body was a tapestry of old and new wounds. Blood soaking through the tattered fabric, pooling at his feet in a dark red puddle. The newly forged power, a fusion of the Titan gorilla's savagery, the fire lizard's heat, and the earth-core demon ape's ferocity and psychic energy, surged within him like three tumultuous rivers, rushing and colliding, striving to establish a balanced channel. The pain had not subsided. Rather, it had intensified, becoming sharper and more intricate due to the surging and conflicting energies. As if his body were on the brink of explosion from the overwhelming force. The obstacles were immense. He felt like a child wielding a divine weapon, possessing the strength to shake mountains, but struggling to control every ounce of that power. Muscle fibers twitched uncontrollably, and his bones endured pressures far beyond their limits, emitting faint groans. Yet, amid this extreme agony and chaos, Zhang Xiao keenly sensed a peculiar change. His mental acuity became extraordinarily focused and sharp. The cold, needle-like mental suppression that had accompanied the Purification Society's attacks now felt as if it were filtered through a resilient membrane, significantly diminished in effectiveness. The psychic power embedded within the earth-core demon ape bloodline seemed inherently resistant to this type of mental assault. He suddenly lifted his head, his dark red, slitted pupils piercing through the lingering dust, locking onto the gray-robed man leader, who was also regaining his footing. The leader's icy eyes reflected Zhang Xiao's current state, gravely wounded, exhausted, and chaotic in power. Logically, this should have been the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. However, the non-human dark red slitted pupils in Zhang Xiao's gaze, along with the turbulent energy field infused with multiple dangerous auras surrounding him, momentarily stunned the leader into indecision. Now, action. Zhang Xiao's thoughts raced at an unprecedented speed, his body's reactions surpassing conscious commands. He did not attempt to meticulously control the surging powers within him. Such precision would only squander the opportunity. Instead, he poured all his will, all his strength, including the newly formed, concentrated mental energy, into his next attack. Death. A low growl escaped him, devoid of a roar, yet infused with a chilling resolve. He propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him collapsing under the force of his leap. He transformed into a dark red blur, moving faster than in his prime. His claws extended once more, but this time, they were not only wrapped in dark red, nearly black energy and molten flow. They were also accompanied by an intangible force capable of disrupting perception and piercing the soul with psychic shockwaves. The leader of the gray-robed man's pupils contracted. They had not anticipated Zhang Xiao could unleash such a swift and fierce counterattack in this state, let alone the sudden threat level of his psychic assault. In a moment of panic, they could only stack their frost-covered palm once more in front of their chest, attempting to withstand the blow. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the sickening sound reminiscent of a searing iron piercing through frozen grease. Zhang Xiao's claws tore through the leader's thick, cold energy defense, like ripping apart tough leather. The dark red claw light flickered and vanished. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The leader's forward motion halted abruptly. In disbelief, they gazed down at their chest. In that moment, the deep gray matte uniform was neatly torn open in 5 places, revealing an empty chest cavity beneath. No blood gushed forth. Only the remnants of tissue vaporized and obliterated by extreme heat and violent force, along with the lingering, dark red energy that relentlessly eroded his remaining vitality. A fragmented, heavily distorted sound struggled to escape from beneath the respirator. The once icy gaze dimmed rapidly, ultimately extinguishing completely. Thud. The towering figure fell backward, stirring a cloud of dust. The leader of the Purification Society was dead. At that instant, all sounds on the battlefield seemed to vanish. Lin Xiaoyan and Shi Meng, who were desperately resisting the assault of the other 4 gray-clad figures, stood frozen, dumbfounded. Meng even forgot to block, nearly being struck by an energy beam, but thankfully, Sun Xiaoying timely conjured an ice shield to deflect it. Did the captain just kill that leader? Meng's voice trembled with disbelief, not fear, but a nearly frenzied excitement. Lin Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing, yet his mind remained extraordinarily clear. He saw the dawn of victory, but also the looming threat. The remaining 4 gray figures briefly paused their actions at the moment their leader fell. Their cold gazes swept over the leader's corpse and then towards Zhang Xiao, who, though swaying, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. Without any communication or hesitation, one of them uttered a curt, icy syllable, retreat. The 4 figures instantly ceased their attacks, as if rehearsed countless times, retreating swiftly like phantoms, vanishing into the shadows of the ruins, leaving only a few fleeting energy fluctuations behind. Their arrival was sudden, their departure decisive. As the pressure dissipated abruptly, Meng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, staring at the numerous burn marks and cracks on his gauntlets, muttering in distress, "Damn it. I've taken a huge loss. How many points will it cost to repair this?" Sun Xiaoying leaned against the cover, her chin pale beneath the brim of her hat, the continuous high-intensity use of her abilities nearly exhausting her. Li Mubai and Wang Tong, like limp ragdolls, lay sprawled on the ground, the immense shock of survival leaving them too weak to even stand. Lin Xiaoyan remained vigilant, hastening to Zhang Xiao's side, urgently inquiring, "Zhang Xiao, how are you?" Zhang Xiao did not respond, standing still, his body slightly swaying as the dark red vertical pupils gradually returned to normal, the violent aura surrounding him receding like a tide. The newfound power from the devourer had not completely subsided, still clashing within him, causing waves of tearing pain, yet the sense of mental cohesion remained. He glanced at the corpse of the gray-clad leader on the ground, then towards the direction where the members of the Purification Society had vanished, his gaze icy. The counterattack had succeeded, but the danger was far from over. Those who called themselves the Purification Society were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, never to relent. Meanwhile, the beast codex within him, after successfully consuming the bloodline of the Earth-core demon ape, no longer conveyed mere desire, but a clearer, more urgent hunting command. In the depths of the ruined shadows, it seemed there were more nutrients awaiting him. Chapter 41. After fusion, the footsteps of the Purification Society members retreated entirely into the depths of the ruins, and the once taut atmosphere suddenly relaxed, bringing not relief, but a deeper fatigue and the exhaustion of survival. The street was thick with the stench of gunpowder, blood, and the acrid odor of energy annihilation, mingling into a nauseating aftertaste of war. Meng slumped to the ground with a thud, carelessly tossing aside his battered metal gauntlets. Resembling a collapsed hill against a half-broken wall, his chest heaved violently. He lacked the strength to even raise a finger, grumbling hoarsely, "What a loss. How many tasks will I need to undertake to earn back the repair costs?" Sun Xiaoying silently slid onto a relatively clean piece of rubble, her hat brim low, hugging her knees tightly, curling up as if to shut herself off from this perilous world. Only her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed that she was not as calm as she appeared. The mental anguish from overextending her abilities left a lingering exhaustion etched upon her brow. Li Mubai and Wang Tong had completely lost all strength, sprawled like 2 puddles of mud behind the cover, their vacant gazes fixed on the gray sky, even fear seemingly paralyzed by their overwhelming fatigue. Lin Xiaoyan, holding himself together despite feeling like he would fall apart, first quickly checked on Meng and Sun Xiaoying, confirming they were merely exhausted and not mortally wounded, then forcefully pressed a bottle of high-efficiency nutrient solution into the trembling hands of Li Mubai, before finally turning his attention to the solitary figure still standing in the center of the battlefield. Zhang Xiao. He stood there, like a solitary rock amidst the aftermath of a storm. However, his condition was evidently dire. The wounds crisscrossing his body continued to seep blood, congealing with dust into dark red scabs. His tattered combat suit barely covered him, exposing sinewy muscles marred by bruises and burns. His breathing was heavy and erratic, each inhalation seeming to drain his last reserves of strength, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Yet the eyes that had just regained their contrasting clarity still bore the remnants of unquenched rage and unfathomable fatigue. What weighed heavily on Lin Xiaoyan's heart was the unsettling feeling that Zhang Xiao's aura was extremely unstable, sometimes faint as a flickering candle in the wind, and at other times uncontrollably releasing a jarring wave of violent energy, as if a silent, yet more perilous battle raged within him. "Zhang Xiao," Lin Xiaoyan rushed forward. His voice tinged with undeniable concern and gravity. Your injuries. Zhang Xiao raised a hand slightly, signaling him to keep his distance, the motion appearing somewhat stiff. He painstakingly moved his feet to a relatively intact corner, leaning against a thick concrete wall, and slowly sat cross-legged. This simple action elicited a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. The objective was clear. He must stabilize the nearly uncontrollable fusion power within him immediately, while also combating the ensuing, more dangerous erosion. The obstacles were formidable. His body was severely overdrawn, numerous meridians damaged from the clash of powers, and his vital energy was nearly depleted. Yet, more frightening than physical injuries were the mental impacts. Just as he closed his eyes, attempting to guide the chaotic energy within him, the whispers of destruction echoed in his mind. How delightful is the power of annihilation! Embrace it and shatter all barriers. These ants are unworthy to accompany you. Slaughter and devour. This is your destiny. Those voices, originating from the Titan bloodline and embodying the obsession with civilization's ruin, had not diminished with the consumption of the Earth-core demon ape's bloodline. Instead, they seemed to have been infused with new fuel, becoming clearer and more enticing. The chaotic and violent mental attributes contained within the Earth-core demon ape's bloodline resonated strangely with these whispers of destruction, transforming them from mere background noise into more specific and targeted temptations. These voices reverberated deep within his consciousness, like countless honey-coated barbs relentlessly prodding at the limits of his rationality, enticing him to abandon his struggle and fully succumb to the sense of control and desire for destruction that power offered. The difficulty of resistance had increased manifold compared to before. Zhang Xiao's brows knitted tightly, his teeth clenched, his jawline taut as iron. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, with three-colored glimmers clashing beneath his skin, causing his surface temperature to fluctuate wildly, and his breath to become increasingly erratic. Observing this, Lin Xiaoyan's expression grew even more serious. He stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself between Zhang Xiao and the outside world. Though the energy in his rifle was nearly depleted, his grip remained steady, and his vigilant gaze scanned every corner that might harbor danger. He asked no questions, made no attempts to intrude, but conveyed his protective intent through action. Zhang Xiao cast aside all distractions, plunging his entire will into the chaotic battlefield within. He no longer sought to forcibly suppress or separate the three surging and conflicting bloodline powers, as such actions would only exacerbate internal strife. Instead, he recalled the ancient essence conveyed by the Wanshou Tu Lu, which embraced all beasts and dominated the wilderness. He endeavored to guide his core consciousness, like a calm observer or a steadfast helmsman seeking a delicate balance amidst the turbulent currents of energy. This process was slow and agonizing. Each attempt to guide felt akin to untangling red-hot steel wire with his bare hands, the mental agony intertwining with the whispered temptations, nearly leading him to despair. Sweat soaked his remaining garments, mingling with the blood that continuously dripped. Time slipped away gradually. The sun sank completely below the horizon, and the ruins were engulfed by thick darkness, illuminated only by the distant flickers of phosphorescent light and the sparse starlight in the sky. Shimeng had already fallen into a deep slumber, while Sun Xiaoying seemed to have drifted into light sleep. Li Mubai and Wang Tong remained ensnared in fatigue and lingering fear, silent in their reflections. Only Lin Xiaoyan stood resolutely by Zhang Xiao's side, vigilant against any sign of disturbance. Uncertain how much time had passed, the turbulent energy fluctuations within Zhang Xiao finally began to visibly subside and converge. The three-color shimmering light beneath his skin gradually merged into a relatively stable, subdued hue, and the chaotic aura became increasingly prolonged and steady. He slowly opened his eyes. Although his complexion remained pallid and his wounds far from healed, the chaos and hostility in his gaze had dissipated, replaced by a profound weariness and a hint of more restrained sharpness. He had succeeded in initially stabilizing his fused state. The outcome was clear. He distinctly perceived that he had indeed gained formidable resistance to mental attacks, particularly those cold, suppressive types akin to the Purification Society's onslaught. The bloodline of the Earth-core demon ape played a crucial role in this. Yet simultaneously, he was acutely aware that the difficulty of combating the internal destruction curse stemming from the Titan bloodline had multiplied. The whispers were no longer a distant background noise. They had grown closer, adept at exploiting his emotional and desire weaknesses, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike in his moments of vulnerability. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyun, who stood guard for him, his bloodshot eyes still brimming with spirit, and nodded slightly in gratitude. Lin Xiaoyun exhaled, about to inquire further, when Zhang Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened, snapping towards a patch of darkness behind him. Almost simultaneously, an extremely faint yet rhythmic ticking sound emerged from that direction, growing ever closer. Chapter 42. Fractures within the team. The peculiar and rhythmic ticking was ultimately confirmed to be caused by a radiation-mutated rat dragging a broken tin can, which Lin Xiaoyan swiftly dispatched with the butt of his rifle. However, this minor incident, much like a stone tossed into still waters, shattered the brief post-battle silence and roused the group from their respective emotional reveries. Ming rubbed his sleepy eyes, grumbling as he rose, while Sun Xiaoying quietly adjusted her posture, her gaze sweeping across the scene from beneath her hat. Li Mubai and Wang Tong huddled together like startled birds, only relaxing after realizing it was merely a rat, their faces betraying a flicker of embarrassment and residual fear. As dawn lightened the sky, the outlines of the ruins appeared particularly sinister in the dim pre-dawn gloom. The remnants of last night's brutal battle were evident everywhere. The scorched ground, congealed pools of blood, collapsed walls, and the corpse of the gray-clad leader with a terrifying hollow in his chest, all silently reminding them of what they had just endured. The objective became stark and urgent, to decide the next course of action for the team. Should they venture deeper into the ruins in search of their mission target, and for Zhang Xiao, his hunting target as well, or should they withdraw and return to the temporary camp? Internal discord erupted. Li Mubai abruptly stood up, his face drained of color, yet his eyes gleamed with an almost frantic paranoia and fear. Pointing at Zhang Xiao, who had just finished resting and still breathed weakly, he spoke in a piercing voice. "Leave. We must get away from here. Far from him." He trembled all over, exclaiming, "Can't you see? He is a monster. A walking calamity. If it weren't for him, how would we have attracted those twisted killers in gray?" Wang Tong, as if finding her anchor, quickly scrambled to hide behind Li Mubai, her voice quavering in agreement. "Yes. Yes. He is a menace. Staying with him will get us all killed. If it hadn't been for our luck last night, we would have." Her sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. They entirely blamed the attack from the Purification Society on Zhang Xiao's peculiar identity. Fear overwhelmed rationality, drowning out the reality that Zhang Xiao had valiantly saved them from the jaws of death and the beams of annihilation. Ming's brows furrowed, and he bellowed in outrage. "Shut your mouths. If it weren't for brother Zhang Xiao last night, you'd all be dead by now. Those gray-skinned dogs were clearly after all of us. It was his fault." Li Mubai retorted defiantly, refusing to look at Zhang Xiao, instead shouting at Ming and Lin Xiaoyan. "He is a curse. Anyone who gets close to him is doomed. Captain Lin, you understand. Having such a thing around us means we can never complete our mission. We will only be dragged down. I want to leave the team. Right now? Immediately. Wang Tong, let's go." He grabbed Wang Tong, making to flee towards the outskirts of the ruins. The scene momentarily froze. Ming, seething with rage, clenched his fists, ready to deliver a blow to these ungrateful wretches. Sun Xiaoying remained silent, her gaze shifting between Li Mubai, Wang Tong, and Zhang Xiao, her emotions unreadable. Lin Xiaoyun's brow furrowed, torn between conflicting thoughts. As the captain, he had to consider the safety of the entire team and the mission. Although Li Mubai's words were extreme, they were not entirely devoid of reason. Zhang Xiao's identity had indeed attracted unknown and formidable enemies, and accompanying him would inevitably lead to peril. But to abandon a comrade who had fought alongside them and save them all? Just as Lin Xiaoyan struggled to weigh his options, Zhang Xiao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His voice, hoarse from weakness, bore an unsettling calm, tinged with barely perceptible mockery. "Let them go." The three words resonated clearly in the morning breeze. All were taken aback, including Li Mubai and Wang Tong, who were about to force their departure. Zhang Xiao slowly raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over Li Mubai's distorted face, twisted by fear and excitement, and Wang Tong's evasive eyes. "We walk different paths," he added lightly, without any plea or anger, as if merely stating a simple fact. He had long grown accustomed to isolation and being regarded as an outlier. The presence or absence of two additional teammates who could not trust him was inconsequential. He even found it somewhat amusing. Did these two truly believe that leaving the team and venturing alone into these ruins would ensure their safety? With his tacit acceptance, the previously complicated situation became starkly simple. A flicker of astonishment passed over Li Mubai's face, and fearing Zhang Xiao might change his mind, he hastily pulled Wang Tong along, racing towards their designated safe direction outside the ruins without a backward glance. They neglected even the basic equipment checks, their retreat frantic and disordered, soon vanishing into the shadows of the crumbling walls. Their departure removed the most unpredictable element from the group and alleviated some burdens. Only 4 individuals remained on the scene. Lin Xiaoyun gazed in the direction where Li Mubai and Wang Tong had vanished, letting out a deep sigh as he rubbed his brow. He turned to Zhang Xiao, his tone laden with complexity. "You actually need not have done this." Zhang Xiao interjected, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Shi Ming and Sun Xiaoying. "If you don't trust me, leaving would only lead to further complications." Shi Ming chuckled, approaching and giving Zhang Xiao's shoulder a hearty slap. Despite grimacing slightly in pain, I, Lao Shi, admire those with genuine skills. No matter the monsters, if one can slay wolves and butcher dogs, they are a true brother. The 2 cowards have left, cleanly. Sun Xiaoying nodded gently, her silence nevertheless underscoring her stance. Lin Xiaoyun surveyed the 3 remaining companions. Zhang Xiao, burdened with a curse, Shi Ming, straightforward and stubborn, and Sun Xiaoying, whose abilities were unique and whose demeanor was reticent. He suddenly felt that although the team had diminished in number, a certain reassuring cohesion had emerged. In fact, having shared life and death experiences and the weight of Zhang Xiao's secrets and the impending assault from the Purification Society had quietly fortified their bond. They were no longer an ad hoc assembly of individuals harboring personal agendas, but comrades who had relied on one another in adversity. "Very well." Lin Xiaoyun inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute once more. "Since we've decided to press on, we must replan our route." Li Mubai and the others took a backup map, but we still possess the primary map. Additionally, we need to locate a water source swiftly and assess our remaining supplies. His eyes fell upon Zhang Xiao. "Can you endure your injuries?" Zhang Xiao assessed the lingering pain within him, now somewhat stabilized, and the destructive whispers in his mind that, though clear, were temporarily suppressed. He nodded. "It's manageable." The reduction in team members had left the path ahead seemingly clearer, perhaps due to the newfound purity of trust and collaboration that had emerged from the elimination of unnecessary distractions. Yet, none could predict whether Li Mubai and Wang Tong's hasty retreat would summon new variables. Deep within the ruins, the land and the force of the molten rock that had drawn Zhang Xiao's attention, as well as the potential presence of other Purification Society members, loomed like shadows ahead. Chapter 43. Blood Jade Zhu Guo. At last, the morning light struggled to penetrate the ever-present radiation dust lingering over the ruins, casting a few thin, pale beams that illuminated the desolate battlefield. The air remained tainted, a noxious blend of blood, char, and gunpowder. Yet, compared to the profound stillness of the night, there was a semblance of vitality, albeit one fraught with peril. The departure of Li Mubai and Wang Tong seemed to relieve the tension, shedding excess weight from the taut string of the group, resulting in a simpler yet more serious atmosphere. Lin Xiaoyun quickly assumed command, orchestrating the subsequent actions with precision. "First, we must examine the bodies of those in gray." He pointed to several corpses clad in deep gray uniforms nearby, his tone grave. "Their origins are unknown, and their methods peculiar. We may uncover some clues." The objective was clear: to scour for spoils and procure any resources that might enhance their capabilities or provide intelligence. Obstacles soon arose. The 4 approached cautiously, with Shi Ming using his battered fist to roughly overturn the corpses. However, the outcome was disappointing. The Purification Society members boasted exceptionally refined gear, yet it appeared to possess some form of self-destruct or encryption mechanism. The ethereal blue energy weapons they wielded dimmed swiftly upon their demise, crumbling into a heap of useless metal and crystal shards. The uniforms, made of a peculiar material, bore no insignias. They carried no electronic devices, identification, or maps, appearing as if deliberately sanitized. "Damn it, a bunch of paupers. Not even a single valuable item." Shi Ming kicked at the remnants of the now worthless weaponry, his face a portrait of frustration. Lin Xiaoyun's brows furrowed as he crouched down, meticulously inspecting the corpse of the gray-clad leader. He tore away the tattered uniform, revealing not flesh and blood beneath, but a highly mechanized structure. Its internal circuitry intricate and crucial components severely damaged. This Purification Society was proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. Rising to his feet, his expression grave, he concluded that they would find little of value on these bodies, other than confirming their absolute hostility towards them, particularly Zhang Xiao. The trail seemed to have gone cold. The environment remained fraught with danger, and none could ascertain when reinforcements from the Purification Society or other mutated creatures might appear. They could not linger. Lin Xiaoyun decisively ordered, "Let us gear up, replenish our water and energy, and depart in 5 minutes." According to the original plan, they needed to traverse this industrial area and head to the designated backup rendezvous point marked as number 3 on the map. The group silently complied with the command. Zhang Xiao utilized this brief respite to reassess his condition. The power he had merged with was now somewhat stable, yet far from being in a state of equilibrium. And his physical exhaustion required time and energy to recover. He instinctively patted his waist, where several efficient nutrient solutions had once hung, now consumed or destroyed in the relentless battles they had faced. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint yet distinctly directional wave emanated from the depths of his consciousness, courtesy of the Wanshou Tu Lu. This signal was not aimed at distant prey, but originated nearby. More precisely, it came from the direction of the three-eyed demon ape he had slain and devoured the bloodline of the previous night. Action. Zhang Xiao felt a stirring within him as he lifted his gaze toward that area, a relatively concealed corner formed by collapsed factories and massive pipelines. I'm going to check that out, he informed Lin Xiaoyan, not waiting for a response before striding toward the direction. His movements remained somewhat sluggish, yet his eyes were sharp. Lin Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily before signaling Shi Ming and Sun Xiaoying to maintain vigilance, then quickly followed Zhang Xiao. He trusted that Zhang Xiao would not act without purpose. Navigating through the chaotic steel bars and concrete debris while avoiding the radiated puddles of strange colors on the ground, the two soon arrived at the designated area. Here, the potent aura of the demon ape lingered, with numerous shattered bones and tufts of fur scattered about, indicating they were near its former lair. Zhang Xiao followed the faint guidance of the Wanshou Tu Lu, sweeping his gaze across a shadowy corner obscured by vast pipelines. There, beneath a pile of inconspicuous, moss-covered, and rusted metal debris, a flicker of unusual red light glimmered. He approached, signaling Lin Xiaoyan to remain alert, and then cautiously began to clear the heavy refuse. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the debris, pressed against the damp earth, grew an extraordinarily peculiar plant. It stood barely a foot tall, its stem resembling red jade, translucent and radiant, while its leaves exhibited a muted metallic sheen. At the apex of the plant, 3 dragon-eye-sized fruits hung, blood-red in hue, their surfaces seemingly flowing with a jade-like luster. A faint crimson mist coiled around the fruits, emanating a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Just a whiff invigorated the spirit and seemed to awaken the very essence within. Blood jade zhugua, Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed in disbelief, his face alight with incredulous joy. This was the spiritual herb chronicled in ancient texts. It only thrived in the aftermath of formidable beings' demise, where the convergence of malevolent earth veins and vitality occurred in extreme environments. This treasure could significantly enhance vitality and refine the physical form, making it an invaluable asset for martial artists. No wonder the three-eyed demon ape had claimed this spot. It was surely guarding this spiritual herb, waiting for the fruits to ripen fully. The results surpassed all expectations. To discover such a rare resource amidst the aftermath of a seemingly fruitless sweep was beyond astonishing. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes as well. He could distinctly sense the pure vitality contained within the blood jade fruit, which exerted a compelling allure on his currently weakened state and the body he was in the process of harmonizing. The resonance from the Wanshou Tu Lu also carried a sense of yearning. There were a total of 3 fruits. Lin Xiaoyan quickly regained his composure. Turning to Zhang Xiao with a serious tone, Zhang Xiao, you exerted the most effort last night and sustained the heaviest injuries. Thus, you should select first from these fruits, or even take them all. Zhang Xiao shook his head, interrupting him. Distribute as needed. He was not a greedy person, especially within this newly tested team. He extended his hand to pluck one of the fruits, the one exuding the most potent energy and the deepest hue. One was sufficient. It felt warm in his grasp, as though he were holding a piece of living warm jade, its surging energy subtly coursing through his skin. Lin Xiaoyan cast a deep glance at Zhang Xiao, choosing not to say more, and cautiously gathered the remaining 2 fruits, placing them in a specially crafted jade box. These 2 will be allocated after discussions with Shi Ming and Sun Xiaoying. We should not linger here. We must depart immediately, having acquired these unexpectedly precious resources. The 4 team members wasted no time, swiftly composing themselves, armed with their newfound treasures and vigilance, as they once again ventured into the perilous depths of the ruins. Shortly after their departure, a pair of cold, emotionless electronic eyes slowly faded into the shadows of the corner where the blood jade fruits had grown. Chapter 44. The distribution of spoils. The quartet traversed the ruins for over an hour until Lin Xiaoyan discovered a relatively concealed half-enclosed space formed by the collapsed giant cooling towers. Deciding it was time to rest, the interior of the tower was spacious, with rusted metal walls marred by mottled traces, and a portion of the domed ceiling provided shelter from the elements while offering a degree of visual concealment, although there was little need for such protection in the ruins. Confirming that the surroundings were temporarily secure, exhaustion surged within the hearts of all. Sherming plopped down onto the ground, leaning against the cold metal wall with a dull thud. He grimaced as he examined his nearly wrecked gauntlets, feeling a pang of sorrow. My precious gauntlets, now reduced to mere scrap metal. Sun Xiaoying, on the other hand, chose a corner away from the others and sat quietly, maintaining a posture of hugging her knees. Her hat's brim lowered as if she merged with the surrounding rusted metal. Lin Xiaoyun did not rest immediately. First, he set up a simple vibration alarm at the entrance. Only then did he step into the central space, his gaze sweeping over the weary team members. Finally resting on Zhang Xiao, the objective was clear yet challenging: to distribute those precious 3 blood jade fruits. The impediments were evident. The resources were too valuable, enough to incite envy in any martial artist. The method of distribution not only pertained to each individual's enhancement, but also tested the hearts of this team that had just experienced a fracture and was in the early stages of cohesion. Mismanagement could instantly shatter the fragile trust that had just been established. Lin Xiaoyun took a deep breath and retrieved the jade box containing the fruits from his storage pouch. The moment the box was opened, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air once more, accompanied by energy waves that invigorated the fatigued individuals. 3 fruits, each the size of a longan, glistening with a blood-red luster, lay quietly on the velvet lining, radiating an enticing sheen. Sherming's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat involuntarily swallowing as he murmured, "Wow, is this the legendary fruit? Just the smell is invigorating." Even Sun Xiaoying, who had been largely unnoticeable, slightly lifted her hat's brim, her cold gaze landing on the fruits, revealing a flicker of interest. Lin Xiaoyun cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the spacious cooling tower. The blood jade fruits. 3 in total. Their value is self-evident. According to the wilderness rules and the contributions from our mission, before he could finish, Zhang Xiao suddenly interjected, calmly interrupting him. "I will take 1. That is sufficient." At this statement, Lin Xiaoyun, Sherming, and even Sun Xiaoying were momentarily stunned, all turning to look at him. Zhang Xiao met their gazes and continued. During last night's battle, Sherming bore the brunt of the pressure. Sun Xiaoying's control was indispensable, and Lin Xiaoyun commanded the overall strategy, contributing significantly as well. He paused, his tone unwavering, as if stating a simple fact. "I will take 1 for recovery. The remaining 2, you 3 may decide amongst yourselves." His approach was decisive, devoid of any hesitation. He neither chose to hoard the 3 fruits for himself nor feign modesty. Instead, he made a seemingly disadvantageous yet profoundly wise decision based on the reality of the situation. He claimed only what he urgently needed, relinquishing the power of distribution to Lin Xiaoyun. This not only respected Lin Xiaoyun's position as captain, but also acknowledged the contributions of Sherming and Sun Xiaoying, exemplifying a fairness rooted in strength. Sherming gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long while. He looked at Zhang Xiao and then at the alluring fruits, scratching his bald head as he said in a deep voice, "Zhang Xiao, how can this be? If it weren't for you last night, we would have all been finished. You should take more." Lin Xiaoyun regarded Zhang Xiao with a complex gaze, understanding his intention. This was not charity but a stance, a genuine acknowledgement of the team as a collective interest community. The last remnants of any estrangement he felt due to Zhang Xiao's mysterious identity quietly dissipated at that moment. Zhang Xiao's reasoning was sound. Lin Xiaoyun suppressed his emotions and stated solemnly, "In that case, one of the remaining 2 fruits will go to Sherming. His formidable physique will benefit most from the fruit's refining effect, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. The other will go to Sun Xiaoying. Her ice abilities are highly demanding, both physically and mentally, and the fruit will not only strengthen her vitality, but also nurture her spirit, crucial for her sustained combat effectiveness." This distribution plan was entirely grounded in the enhancement of the team's overall strength, rational and reasonable. Upon hearing this, Sherming chuckled foolishly, rubbing his hands together. "Well, I want to be polite." He carefully accepted the fruit Lin Xiaoyun handed him, as if cradling a rare treasure. Sun Xiaoying silently stood and approached Lin Xiaoyun, receiving her designated fruit. She lifted her gaze, and the coolness in her eyes briefly met Zhang Xiao's. And though her expression remained unchanged, a slight nod conveyed her recognition and gratitude. The outcome was seamless. What could have been a contentious resource allocation settled smoothly through Zhang Xiao's voluntary concession and Lin Xiaoyun's fair adjudication. The core trio, Lin Xiaoyun, Sherming, and Sun Xiaoying, now regarded Zhang Xiao with entirely different eyes. No longer were there traces of fear, scrutiny, or mere collaborator detachment, but rather a newfound sense of genuine acknowledgement and trust. With Zhang Xiao serving as the spearhead, Lin Xiaoyun as the brain, Shi Meng as the steadfast shield, and Sun Xiaoying as the support, this four-member core team truly solidified at that moment, sharing common interests and a solid foundation of trust. There was no time to waste. It was imperative to quickly absorb the energy of the fruit and restore their strength. Lin Xiaoyun declared, "I will take the first watch." Zhang Xiao, Shi Meng, and Sun Xiaoying each found a spot to sit and consumed the blood jade fruits in their hands. The fruits melted upon entering their mouths, transforming into a warm, yet powerful surge of energy that instantly coursed through their limbs. Zhang Xiao felt the pain that had lingered within his meridians due to exhaustion and power conflict being rapidly nourished and repaired, his vitality visibly replenishing and refining. The energy from the fruit exceeded his expectations, not only accelerating his physical recovery, but also subtly enhancing his control over the three bloodline powers within him. Meanwhile, Shi Meng experienced immediate and remarkable effects. The earthy yellow glow of his vitality erupted uncontrollably, his muscles slightly swelling as if inflated, and his bones crackled lightly as his breath steadily improved, clearly reaping immense rewards. Sun Xiaoying was enveloped in a faint chill, yet amidst this cold mist, there was a subtle hint of warm crimson, lending her complexion a healthier hue. Observing her teammates swiftly regaining their strength, Lin Xiaoyun clenched his fist, feeling a sense of reassurance. He approached the lookout of the cooling tower, vigilantly surveying the desolate ruins outside. However, as his gaze swept over a particularly tall abandoned office building in the distance, the reflection from his glasses flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, as if it were a mere illusion. Lin Xiaoyun's heart raced, and a chill coursed down his spine. Those lingering specters were still watching them. Chapter 45. The shadow of the hunter. The pure energy of the blood jade Zhuguo flowed gently through Zhang Xiao's meridians, akin to the spring sun melting snow to nourish a parched riverbed. As he opened his eyes, a fleeting dark crimson gleam danced within his pupils. He attentively sensed the palpable fullness of his vital energy and the somewhat calmer, yet still turbulent conflict among the three bloodline powers within him. While complete mastery remained a distant goal, the imminent threat of power backlash and self-destruction had notably diminished. The wound on his right arm, marred by the chilling energy of the purification blade, had finally healed under the invigorating surge of the Zhuguo, leaving behind a faint pink scar that still bore a trace of warmth. Nearby, a dull thudding sound emerged. Shi Meng was excitedly pounding his chest, resembling a mighty gorilla showcasing its strength. His joints cracked audibly, and his already robust physique appeared even more solidified, with earthy hues of vitality swirling around his body, exuding a heavier presence. Haha, this fruit is truly invigorating. I feel like I could smash a hole through this tower with a single punch, he exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness to test his newfound strength on a mutated beast. Sun Xiaoying's aura had become more restrained and profound. Her face beneath the brim of her hat now flushed, losing some of its previous pallor. A wisp of cold energy twisted around her fingertips. No longer just a pale blue, but now imbued with a barely perceptible hue of warm crimson, appearing more refined and controllable. Clearly, the blood jade Zhuguo was also immensely beneficial to her, a practitioner reliant on mental and unique energies. Lin Xiaoyun observed the transformations in his teammates. Feeling a significant weight lift from his heart, he glanced at the coordinates and countdown flashing on his personal terminal. His voice steady yet imbued with undeniable urgency. The rest period is over. We must depart immediately to the backup assembly point number 3 to rendezvous with other survivor groups, and then execute the predetermined evacuation plan for this area. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. The objective was clear, a safe return to the assembly point. Yet, obstacles loomed like an invisible web, cloaking every corner of the ruins. The Purification Society, clad in deep gray uniforms and employing cold, eerie methods, resembled serpents lurking in the shadows, their subsequent hunting plans unknown. One could not ascertain whether they were casting a wider net, waiting for the team to unwittingly fall into their trap. Moreover, this forsaken city graveyard itself was a vast death trap, filled with elusive mutated creatures, deadly radiation zones, unstable buildings poised to collapse, and remnants of ancient civilizations' dormant defense mechanisms. Any small oversight could plunge the team into an abyss of no return. The mission commenced. The four-member team set forth once more, but this time, their formation and roles subtly shifted. Zhang Xiao was no longer merely the silent figure trailing at the rear, exploding into action only at critical moments. He took the initiative, positioning himself at the forefront as the vanguard and pathfinder. After merging with the bloodline of the Earth core demon ape, his perception abilities underwent a qualitative leap. This enhancement transcended mere improvements in basic senses such as sight, hearing, and smell. It was an extraordinary sensitivity to energy fluctuations, life forces, malicious gazes, and even minute changes in the environment, a near bestial instinct. His ears functioned like the most advanced sonar, effortlessly picking up the faint rustling of mutated rats scuttling through rusted pipes 100 meters away, even distinguishing the varying frequencies of insect wing beats. His nose could keenly detect the concentration gradients of radioactive dust in the air, guiding the team to circumvent invisible high-radiation death zones. His skin could even faintly sense the subtle currents of Earth energy flowing deep below, as well as energy sources radiating cold hostility hidden behind crumbling walls. "Stop!" Zhang Xiao suddenly raised his right fist, his motion crisp and decisive. The team halted instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed, swiftly taking cover behind nearby concrete debris and twisted metal frameworks. To the left front, about 50 meters away, something lurked behind a pile of abandoned vehicles. Its presence was chilling, imbued with a metallic scent. It was not a living being, but rather an automated defense mechanism. He lowered his voice, speaking rapidly yet clearly. Lin Xiaoyan's expression stiffened, and he immediately signaled the team to halt. They held their breath, focused intently. Moments later, a mechanical spider, the size of a grinding stone and covered in dark metallic armor, emerged slowly from behind the abandoned vehicles. Its 8 mechanical eyes blinking ominously with red light. Its abdomen was clearly modified, equipped with a small energy projector, and it rotated slowly, scanning its surroundings. Had Zhang Xiao not issued an early warning, the team might have unwittingly ventured into its detection range, with dire consequences. "Let us take the long way around. Through the ruins on the right, and watch your step." Lin Xiaoyan decisively chose the most prudent course of action. With Zhang Xiao serving as both a human radar and energy detector, the team navigated through the mine-laden marshland with agility and caution, successfully avoiding several potential deadly traps and nests of mutated creatures. They even preemptively identified and evaded a seemingly tranquil area that was, in reality, riddled with cavities, poised to collapse at any moment. "Hey, you really are something, brother Zhang Xiao." Sherming could not help but grin widely, giving a thumbs up to Zhang Xiao's back. "With you leading the way, I feel safer than carrying a warm stove in my chest." He attempted to express his admiration and camaraderie in his rugged manner. Zhang Xiao remained silent, not looking back or responding to Shermeng's teasing, his entire focus immersed in perceiving the external environment. Just moments ago, his gaze had swept over the particularly tall, tombstone-like abandoned office building to the side. In that direction, he once again detected a faint, fleeting energy fluctuation imbued with a clear intent to observe. It was not merely the natural reflection of a lens, but rather the residual energy signature from some high-precision observation device, cold, focused, and purposeful. The members of the Purification Society, indeed, resembled tenacious parasites, still lurking in the shadows, watching them. They were akin to the most patient of hunters, concealed in darkness, awaiting the moment when their prey would lower its guard and reveal a critical flaw. Zhang Xiao did not immediately disclose this discovery to avoid inciting unnecessary panic. However, he firmly etched this information into his mind, simultaneously heightening his perceptive abilities to their utmost, like an expansive spider's web, meticulously monitoring every subtle movement in the surroundings. Along the way, they encountered small groups of mutated creatures that could not be entirely avoided, a flock of radiation-affected, highly aggressive mutated crows. Yet, thanks to Zhang Xiao's advance warning a dozen seconds prior, the team was well prepared, making the ensuing battle efficient and brief. Sherming stood resolutely at the forefront, akin to a human tank, as he swung his fists with such force that gusts of wind surged forth, sending the oncoming crows flying in disarray. Suan Xiaoying wielded her ice abilities with precision, enveloping the area in a frigid aura, instantly freezing several crows attempting to flank them, causing them to plummet like dumplings from the sky. Lin Xiaoyun maneuvered along the edges of the battlefield, his rifle delivering pinpoint shots to eliminate those trying to ascend or find opportunities to attack from the rear. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao moved like a specter across the battlefield, his claws leaving a trail of black feathers and blood with each strike, efficiently dispatching the most formidable threats. The quartet's coordination had grown increasingly harmonious through countless real combat experiences, seamlessly forming an efficient small-scale combat system. After hours of intense exertion and heightened focus, as the setting sun bled a desolate yellow hue into the ruins above, a relatively open area, transformed from several reinforced and camouflaged underground garage entrances, finally came into view. At the entrance stood makeshift sandbag fortifications, emitting faint energy waves, revealing shadowy figures moving behind them, alongside temporary lighting equipment casting their glow. The third backup rendezvous point had finally been reached. Halt. Identity verification. The guards at the entrance were evidently members of earlier arriving teams, their expressions vigilant. Weapons trained unceremoniously on Zhang Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiaoyun stepped forward briskly, presenting the sole identification code of the squad along with his personal credentials. After a meticulous verification by the guards and a system check, the pale blue energy barrier slowly opened a passageway wide enough for one person to pass through. Stepping into the relative safety of the rendezvous point, the tightly wound nerves could finally ease slightly. Sherming let out a deep breath, plopping down onto a nearby ammunition box with a dull thud. Wiping the sweat and grime from his face, he exclaimed, "Damn it, we finally made it. This journey has been tenser than facing those wolf cubs and gray-skinned dogs in a real fight." Lin Xiaoyan immediately began communicating with the leaders of the other early arriving teams to exchange intelligence, grasping the current overall situation, casualty figures, and the command structure's next steps. Zhang Xiao silently retreated to a quieter corner within the rendezvous point, leaning against the cold concrete wall, though he appeared to be resting his eyes to regain stamina. His inner vigilance had not waned in the slightest upon reaching the so-called safe zone. In his mind, the Wanshou Tulu no longer echoed a craving for a specific prey, but instead emitted a continuous low warning of potential threats. As if someone were tapping a dull drum by his ear, the chilling gaze of the Purification Society, akin to a serpent's stare, had not dissipated upon their arrival at this rendezvous point. Rather, it had intensified, becoming clearer and more oppressive. He understood all too well that the struggle against this mysterious organization, which regarded him as a cursed vessel to be eradicated, had merely begun its bloody prologue. The brutal game of hunting and counter-hunting, survival and annihilation amidst the ruins, was far from over. He could even vaguely sense that within this seemingly secure rendezvous point, amidst the flickering shadows and the cacophony of conversations, numerous pairs of hidden eyes were discreetly scrutinizing him, the outlier, with a myriad of complex meanings. The shadows remained thick, and the hunters lurked in the dark. Chapter 46. Return. The setting sun painted the sky a blood-red hue, as if heralding some ominous portent. Before the grand alloy gates of Jiangnan Wuda, several armored personnel carriers, caked in mud and bearing deep claw marks and dried bloodstains, slowly rolled into the campus with weary engines. One of the vehicle doors creaked open with a harsh screech, laboriously sliding aside. Zhang Xiao was the first to leap from the vehicle. A gaping, jagged tear marred his combat uniform from shoulder to waist, its edges soaked in dark red blood, revealing underneath a recently healed, still swollen scar. As he landed, his right leg faltered noticeably, a remnant of the previous night's sacrifice to shield Zhaoing from the dying counterattack of a three-eyed demon ape. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes glistened like cold iron quenched in ice water. Beneath his calm demeanor lay an indomitable sharpness, scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a wilderness returnee. Lin Xiaoyan followed closely behind, his once pristine combat attire now coated in dust and scratches. His signature glasses bore a shattered lens, precariously held together with tape of unknown origin. Clutching a miniature data pad tightly, his knuckles turned white from exertion, yet the gaze behind the lenses remained keen, swiftly analyzing the environment. Zhaoing was the last to jump down, her movements still agile. Yet the blade of the dagger she held reversed had already dulled from cutting the throat of the third purifier, marked by the damaged neck armor. She pressed her lips together, her gaze sharp like that of a startled yet more vigilant leopard, scanning every eye that fell upon them. In stark contrast to the complete 10-member squad that had set out, only 3 returned. This overwhelming disparity in numbers, coupled with the unmistakable scent of blood and gunpowder that clung to them, crafted an arresting tableau. As they emerged, the area near the school gate seemed to be muted. The previously boisterous voices abruptly quieted. Countless pairs of eyes converged upon them, like searchlights, filled with curiosity, surprise, scrutiny, and schadenfreude, weaving a thick atmosphere that felt suffocating. Other teams returning in jovial spirits, exchanging tales of their accomplishments, halted their actions, casting uncertain glances at these 3 companions who seemed to have crawled back from hell. Look, it's that team from the special training class. Why are there only 3 of them? Where are the others? My heavens, what have they been through? Whispers buzzed like mosquitoes, their hushed tones adding an eerie quality to the air. Zhang Xiao appeared oblivious to it all, dragging his slightly limping leg straight towards the task submission point set at the entrance. Lin Xiaoyun, and Zhao followed silently behind him, like two loyal shadows. As they passed, a path opened through the crowd. The officer at the task submission point was a stern-faced middle-aged man, who accepted the identity wristband and sealed box handed over by Zhang Xiao. Inside were the task items, including blood jade and vermilion fruits, along with fragmented objects scavenged from the bodies of purifiers that might hold clues. The officer swiftly verified the information on the light screen. When he read that the team's life signals had plummeted from 10 to 3, a barely perceptible shift crossed his stoic expression. C-17 Ruins Practical Task, 7th Squad. The officer's voice remained devoid of inflection, yet his gaze lingered on the trio's disheveled appearances, particularly on the gruesome wound on Zhang Xiao and his slightly limping right leg. Confirming completion. Additional kill records, several beast-level monsters, one three-eyed demon ape, an engagement with an unidentified armed personnel squad. Upon reaching this entry, the officer's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and he looked up at Zhang Xiao, as if inquiring. The surrounding crowd, eavesdropping intently, held their breath. Yes, Zhang Xiao's response was succinct, devoid of any unnecessary elaboration. He did not even mention the word purifier. The officer scrutinized him deeply, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating flesh to uncover the secrets hidden beneath. Without further inquiry, he continued with the procedure. Task evaluation, excellent. Points have been allocated to the squad account. Given your squad's significant loss and the unexpected combat engagement, you are entitled to additional medical and psychological support. Unnecessary. Zhang Xiao calmly declined, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He picked up the updated wristband and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward, adjusting his broken glasses, and added, "Commander, regarding those unidentified assailants, we suspect their objectives are clear, their organization tight. They are not mere bandits encountered by chance. I recommend the school enhance vigilance in the surrounding areas and verify if there have been any recent similar incident reports." The officer noted this and nodded. The situation has been recorded and will be forwarded to the security department for assessment. The journey back to the training building 7 felt unusually prolonged. Those they encountered along the way, whether students of the training class or not, regarded them with curious stares. Those glances seemed to bear hooks, attempting to unearth the bloody truths hidden beneath their weary exteriors. "Hey, have you heard? The team from the training class nearly suffered total annihilation. Apparently, it was an internal conflict, that Zhang Xiao lost control and harmed his teammates. Is that true? I always said he was a ticking time bomb. Just look at them. They seem to have gained a lot. But who knows how it came about? Perhaps it was a case of black eating black." Rumors spread like vines thriving in the dark, bearing malicious thorns that quietly ensnared them. Some words were not intentionally hushed, clearly drifting into the ears of the trio. Zhao Ying's fingers rested on the hilt of the dagger at his waist, his gaze as cold as frost. Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with calm analysis, and whispered, "The speed and direction of information dissemination are unusual. Someone is systematically fanning the flames, attempting to isolate us, particularly Zhang Xiao." Zhang Xiao's footsteps did not falter, nor did his breathing rate change. He merely replied with a faint, low voice that carried a sense of detached insight. "Flies are always drawn to the scent of blood." His tranquility disappointed those who secretly observed, anticipating a display of anger or loss of composure. They felt a mix of disappointment and greater trepidation. Upon returning to the gray, fortress-like Building 7, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. A few scattered students in the hall immediately ceased their conversations upon seeing them, their eyes evasively shifting away or pretending to be busy. This invisible sense of isolation felt heavier than before, almost tangible. Even the usually expressionless floor administrator, while verifying their identities, could not help but cast several furtive glances at Zhang Xiao, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible dread, as if confirming whether the figure returning was human or a beast clad in human skin. The three made their way directly to Zhang Xiao's room 013. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud, finally separating them from the prying eyes, noise, and malice of the outside world. Zhao leaned against the cold metal wall, exhaling deeply. He rubbed his still numb, bruised shoulder. They had finally returned. This feeling was far worse than being surrounded by that group of madmen and demon apes in the ruins. Lin Xiaoyan walked straight to the only table in the room and opened his miniature holographic computer. His fingers swiftly danced across the virtual keyboard, the screen's faint glow reflecting off his shattered lenses. The speed and pattern of public opinion's fermentation are problematic. Internal conflict and loss of control are core keywords. Several high-level encrypted anonymous accounts are simultaneously spreading this on multiple campus forums, steering the discussion. Should I attempt a deep trace? Zhang Xiao removed his severely damaged combat uniform, revealing a lean physique marked by both old and new scars. The prominent scar on his chest twisted like a centipede, surrounded by numerous small burns and scratches. He took a set of clean clothes and headed toward the small restroom that could offer a moment of solace. "Not for now," came his calm voice, undisturbed by the sound of running water. "It's a waste of energy. Preserving strength and preparing to face the upcoming troubles is what truly matters." The cold water washed away the blood, dirt, and fatigue from his body, also irritating his various wounds, bringing a faint yet distinct sting. Zhang Xiao lifted his head, allowing the water to cascade over his face, gazing into the mirror at his still youthful visage, yet the depth of his eyes held an unsettling complexity. "Jinghua," he whispered softly, the sound of the water concealing the weight behind his words. Those assailants clad in standardized uniforms, radiating an icy aura, practicing strange techniques, and chanting purification slogans were certainly not ordinary forces. Their objectives were clear, and their methods ruthless. They were here to eliminate him. The rumors outside. This sudden atmosphere of isolation perhaps had their orchestrators as well, confusing perceptions, creating pressure, and undermining potential alliances from within. They sought to create opportunities for a more precise and lethal next strike. He turned off the faucet and dried himself with a towel. The wounds tingled under the influence of the medication, a sign of healing. Yet, the fatigue of the spirit and the intangible pressure from the outside world clung to him like a festering wound, difficult to dispel. Exiting the restroom, Lin Xiaoyan had already organized some data. The points are sufficient to redeem a batch of high-quality recovery agents and the upcoming training resources, which are crucial for our rapid recovery and enhancement of strength. Additionally, regarding Jinghua, I found some extremely vague records in the internal database's edge logs that I have access to. Associated terms include extreme ideologies, elimination of abnormal individuals, and ancient legacies, described very obscurely, with a high permission lock. Zhang Xiao toweled his hair and nodded. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Not only did he have an unruly giant ape within him that needed constant suppression, but there was also a mysterious and powerful organization lurking outside. Even within the school, distrust and potential hostility permeated the air. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was light, yet bore a unique heaviness. Zhao Ying immediately grew alert, pressing close to the door, the dagger silently slipping into his palm, his gaze sharp. Lin Xiaoyan swiftly closed his holographic computer. Zhang Xiao approached and opened the door. Standing outside was Instructor Hong Zhan, still donned in that seemingly unchanging, worn combat vest, his bronze skin marked with scars. With arms crossed over his muscular form, he blocked the doorway like a towering iron wall, nearly obscuring all light from the corridor. His eyes first swept over the three within, scanning their injuries and exhaustion, before settling on Zhang Xiao with the precision of a scanning device, as if verifying whether he was still intact, whether he was still the student he once knew. "You survived out there. Consider yourselves fortunate." Hong Zhan's voice remained as rugged and hoarse as ever. He tossed a small metal box, which arced through the air before being caught steadily by Zhang Xiao. "Take this. It's an emergency recovery agent approved for you. Don't you dare slack off during tomorrow's training and embarrass the training class." Zhang Xiao received the box, feeling its slight weight and the cold metallic surface still warm from Hong Zhan's hand. However, Hong Zhan did not depart immediately. He fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhang Xiao, as if intent on peeling away all pretense. "Kid, I've heard the rumors swirling outside." He paused, his tone adopting a brutally candid edge. "Some say you went mad in the ruins and harmed your own. I don't care what the truth is. Just remember this. Before I break you, you better not let these nonsensical words crush you, or..." His gaze discreetly flicked to the black identity band on Zhang Xiao's wrist, as if warning against being consumed by the rats lurking in the shadows. With that, he snorted coldly, turned, and departed with his characteristic heavy footsteps, the sound echoing down the empty corridor until it faded away. Zhang Xiao stood in place, clutching the box of recovery agents until the footsteps completely disappeared, then slowly closed the door. "Share this, and recover swiftly." He placed the metallic box upon the table, addressing Lin Xiaoyan and Zhao Ying with a voice that had regained its customary calmness. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened, and the cold illumination within Building 7 flickered to life, casting a ghastly pallor throughout the room, devoid of warmth. The tranquility of the campus night was scarcely more serene than the perilous wilderness. Underneath the surface, unseen currents swirled and surged with increasing intensity in the shadows where the light could not reach. They had merely emerged from one storm, yet were on the precipice of being drawn into an even greater vortex. Chapter 47. Disclosure: the frigid restorative serum coursed through his veins, bringing a sharp, stinging chill. It soon transformed into a warm flow, nurturing his battered body. In room 013, the three of them tended to their wounds. The air thick with the acrid scent of the medicinal concoction and a heavy silence. Zhang Xiao leaned against the cold metallic wall, his eyes closed, sensing the subtle changes within. The special medication sent by Hong Zhan proved effective, as he felt a pronounced itch emanating from the deepest scar on his chest. His fractured ribs were also mending at an accelerated pace. Yet, the fatigue of his spirit and the intangible pressures from the outside world clung to him like a stubborn affliction, difficult to dispel. He understood that certain truths must be spoken. He could no longer allow Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying to remain in the dark regarding the imminent dangers they faced. Lin Xiaoyun sat on the sole chair, having donned a pair of spare glasses. His fingers glided swiftly over the touchscreen, analyzing the residual energy data from the weapons of the assailants they had recovered from the ruins. His brow furrowed in concentration. Zhao Ying silently polished her dagger, the blade reflecting the cold light from the overhead lamp, revealing the taut line of her jaw and the fresh, shallow marks on her arm. The energy signatures did not match any known sequences from official or common civilian organizations, and Lin Xiaoyun broke the silence first, his voice hoarse from sleeplessness, yet strikingly clear. It possessed a peculiar purifying property, exhibiting a strong corrosive and repellent effect on life energy, resembling a weapon specifically designed for certain targets. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he turned to Zhang Xiao, asserting that they were not here by mere chance. Their objective was clear, their tactical coordination seamless. This was not a question, but a cold conclusion derived from data and analysis. Zhao Ying halted her dagger's polishing, lifting her gaze to Zhang Xiao, her eyes sharp as a blade, waiting for his response. Zhang Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Lin Xiaoyun's calm analysis and Zhao Ying's silent support became particularly vivid at that moment. Together, they had fought their way through a sea of corpses and blood, and trust had begun to form in the crucible of life and death. However, what he was about to say could irrevocably pull them into a deeper, darker, and more perilous whirlpool, leaving no room for retreat. The sensitivity of the information felt like a searing brand pressed against his tongue, bringing a sense of urgency. He inhaled deeply, the cold, thin air of the room filling his lungs, granting a fleeting clarity and resolve. He could not afford to be selfish. The assailants. Zhang Xiao began, his voice soft, yet causing the air in the room to thicken. It seemed as if even the hum of the air circulation system had been silenced. Belonging to an organization known as the Purification Society. Purification Society? Lin Xiaoyun echoed the name, pausing his fingers on the touchscreen, as if rapidly searching through his memory banks. His brow tightening further. Zhao Ying clenched her dagger, her knuckles turning pale. An extremist organization, Zhang Xiao continued. He carefully chose his words, striving to maintain a steady tone while omitting the more profound and shocking secrets, such as the Beast Compendium and the Titan's legacy, knowing they could invite unimaginable calamities. Their ideology aimed to eradicate what they deemed abnormal individuals who posed a threat to the existing order. He hesitated, his gaze instinctively falling upon his once altered, torn dragon, now resembling an ordinary arm. His voice lowered. Individuals like myself. Eradicate? Zhao Ying's voice was laced with a chilling edge, the dagger's tip tapping lightly against the floor. You mean, kill without hesitation? Just because they consider you abnormal? Yes, Zhang Xiao's reply was succinct and definitive, leaving no room for further discussion. The room fell into silence once more, only the sound of their suppressed breaths filling the space. Lin Xiaoyun set the light brain aside, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, attempting to dissect every nuance of Zhang Xiao's expression. So, the spatial rift in the Weapons Research Academy and the ironclad dragon were not mere coincidences? This ambush in the ruins, with its precise encirclement and targeted attacks, was aimed at you? Because the Purification Society has deemed you an abnormal individual that requires cleansing? His thoughts flowed rapidly, seamlessly connecting seemingly disparate events, sketching a vague yet malevolent thread of conspiracy. Zhang Xiao nodded, offering no denial. This was the extent of what he could divulge without dragging his comrades into a deeper abyss. His hand rested on his knee, unconsciously clenching, bracing for the anticipated fear, retreat, or even a desire to distance themselves. Damn it, Zhao Ying muttered under her breath, the profanity unexpectedly grounding in the gravity of the situation. She swiftly sheathed her dagger with a sharp metallic sound. What gives them the right? Just because you possess greater strength? Can transform? Have slain the beasts that needed to be killed? She stood up abruptly, confronting Zhang Xiao, her height barely reaching his chest, yet her gaze held no trace of fear. Only indignation and unmasked fury. Who are these cowards hiding in the shadows to dictate the fates of others? Her reaction was direct and fervent, embodying the spirit of a righteous warrior. Lin Xiaoyan remained silent, merely observing Zhang Xiao intently. His fingers unconsciously drummed against his knee, a habit he exhibited when deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons. Seconds stretched into eternity as Zhang Xiao felt his heartbeat slow, resonating heavily within his chest. After an entire minute, Lin Xiaoyan finally spoke, his tone unexpectedly calm, even carrying a hint of scholarly detachment. I had my suspicions. Zhang Xiao and Zhaoing turned to him. From the moment you tore apart the ironclad dragon with your bare hands, I knew you were abnormal. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was as flat as if he were dissecting a physics problem, not in a derogatory sense. Your power system, energy manifestations, and even certain instinctual reactions in battle transcend the boundaries of current martial arts understanding and common special physiques. It resembles the awakening of a dormant bloodline or the manifestation of some ancient power. He paused before continuing. Such anomalies inevitably come with risks that are difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend, along with covetousness from various levels. There may be official observation and utilization, but there is also the fear and hostility from extremist factions. The name Purification Society aptly describes their modus operandi. His analysis was coherent and methodical, cold yet incisively brushing against the edges of truth. Zhang Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoyan's insights to reach such depths. This rational, yet piercing perception sometimes instilled a more profound sense of dread than mere intuition. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bright light that momentarily obscured the emotions in his eyes. "Afraid? Of course I am." His honesty was startling, revealing the peril of being entangled with a teammate who was being hunted by a mysterious extremist organization, possessing unstable powers that could erupt at any moment. This implied that the future would be fraught with unpredictable and fatal dangers, where annihilation could occur at any time. Who wouldn't he be afraid? He shifted the conversation, his tone suddenly infused with a faint, almost fervent excitement, a primal desire for exploration in the unknown. But more than fear, I wish to uncover the truth. What is the origin of your power? Why is the Purification Society so obsessed with eradicating your existence? What secrets and worldviews lie hidden beneath the surface? The pursuit of these unknowns, the unraveling of such enigmas, is far more intriguing than the monotonous path of cultivation and the competition for tangible resources. It resembles the challenge of solving an unprecedentedly complex equation, fraught with peril, yet brimming with allure. Zhang Xiao remarked, "Well, this is very Lin Xiaoyan," articulating the most fervent and obsessive thoughts with an astonishingly calm demeanor. The spirit of exploration inherent in scientists sometimes surpasses that of reckless adventurers, disregarding the consequences. Zhaoing scoffed, shattering the slightly eerie atmosphere. She forcefully patted Zhang Xiao's arm, her movements crisp and decisive, imbued with undeniable strength. A bookworm is simply a bookworm, their mind tangled in convoluted thoughts. I never pondered so much. She gazed up at Zhang Xiao, her eyes clear and resolute. I knew that amidst the ruins, you would not abandon any of us who could be saved. When Lin Xiaoyan calculated the retreat route, it was you who held back the majority of the pursuers. When I was cornered by the three-eyed demon ape, it was you who nearly smashed its head into its chest. That is sufficient. There were no grandiose proclamations, no weighing of pros and cons, only the simplest and most direct trust, born from shared experiences. Whatever Purification Society nonsense there is, if they wish to harm you, they must first seek my dagger's consent. Her words resonated with authority, as sharp as the edge of her blade. Zhang Xiao observed the two before him. 1. A rational mind bordering on madness, perceiving danger as a subject of study, and the other, emotional and loyal, viewing camaraderie in battle as the highest principle. They chose to remain, to confront together the immense and perilous enemy lurking in the fog. The heavy stone that had long pressed upon his heart seemed to have been pried open, allowing a sliver of faint light to penetrate. A lone wolf may survive in the wilderness, but it is unlikely to go far, especially in an environment fraught with crises and hidden foes. He needed companions, trustworthy allies to rely upon. "Thank you." Zhang Xiao's voice was somewhat hoarse, his throat tight. He understood that these two words could hardly convey the complexity of his emotions at this moment, yet they signified a beginning, a promise. "Do not be hasty in your gratitude." Lin Xiaoyan resumed his usual pragmatic tone as he picked up the light brain again, as if the momentary sentiment had never existed. "Having confirmed the enemy's existence and nature, we must immediately devise a counter-strategy. The Purification Society operates in the shadows while we stand in the light. Their failure this time will only lead them to send stronger and more formidable adversaries next time. Our current priorities are, first, to rapidly enhance individual and team strength at all costs. Second, to gather intelligence on the Purification Society through all available channels. Third, to investigate and remain vigilant for any signs of infiltration or spies within Zhang and Wuda. He began sifting through some publicly available data streams and access records of personnel on campus, quickly filtering for anomalies. Zhaoing also returned to her seat. But instead of polishing her dagger, she began inspecting the various concealed weapons and equipment on her person. Her gaze was focused, as if she were already simulating the next encounter with those unknown foes in her mind, contemplating how to more efficiently sever their throats. The alliance among the three, at this moment, fortified by a shared secret, an impending threat, and their unreserved trust in one another, not only withstood the pressure but was tempered into something even more resilient. An invisible bond, one of mutual life and death, flowed quietly through the room. More powerful than any oath, Zhang Xiao clenched his fist, feeling the warmth brought by the restorative agent within him, alongside the restless pulsing deep within his veins. Both a source of strength and a harbinger of calamity. The road ahead is long, the enemies formidable, and the shadows of the future loom thick and unyielding. Yet at least, he was no longer alone. Just then, the cold black identity bracelet on Zhang Xiao's wrist trembled imperceptibly without warning. A fleeting line of complex and cryptic encrypted runes flashed at the edge of the screen, and then everything returned to normal, as if it had been merely an illusion. On Lin Xiaoyun's light-brain screen, a window monitoring external data streams suddenly displayed a small red warning symbol, which vanished in an instant. Chapter 48, Scrutiny. Instructor Hong's warning, imbued with an almost palpable malice, still reverberated within room 013, intertwining with the refreshing sensation of the restorative agent. The following morning, as the sharp assembly whistle tore through the tranquility of the special training class like a poisoned whip, Zhang Xiao and the others exited their room, acutely aware of the air around them thickening. If their return yesterday had been a blend of curiosity and trepidation, today it was marked by a more blatant scrutiny and an almost tangible sense of alienation. Rumors of internal strife, loss of control, and the slaughter of teammates had proliferated overnight, nurtured by certain forces, flourishing with vivid details, as if everyone had become a witness to the tragedy of the ruins. Look, he has come out. His gaze is even more terrifying. Stay away. I heard he had some strange movements in his room last night. Instructor Hong sought him out alone. It can't be anything good. Such a monster should not be allowed to remain in the school. Whispers slithered like cold venomous snakes, lurking in every corner of the corridor, flicking their tongues. The group, led by Huoji, saw Zhang Xiao from a distance, and, instead of retreating as before, gathered together, their faces betraying unmasked glee and a malicious curiosity about how long he could maintain his arrogance. Clearly, the spread of rumors had emboldened them. Zhang Xiao's expression was as calm as water, ignoring it all. Lin Xiaoyun adjusted his newly replaced glasses, his gaze behind the lenses coldly recording every face that spread the gossip. He murmured, "The nodes of dissemination have increased. In addition to the previous anonymous channels, there are now numerous eyewitness testimonies, artificially elevating their credibility among the ignorant." Zhaoing let out a cold snort, her thumb gently pressing the release of her dagger, producing a subtle yet clear click. Her icy gaze swept across, instantly freezing the most vociferous gossipers, their faces paling as they fell silent. Hong Zhan remained the unyielding iron tower, standing at the front of the hall, his bald head glinting with a metallic sheen under the harsh fluorescent lights. His eagle-like eyes scanned the ranks, lingering on Zhang Xiao for a full 3 seconds longer than on the others. That gaze was no longer a mere examination, but rather an evaluation, imbued with an oppressive sense of insight and an indescribable complexity. The routine morning pressure was particularly weighty today. Hong Zhan seemed to deliberately direct more of his oppressive energy towards Zhang Xiao's direction, making the air thick as mercury. Difficult to breathe. Zhang Xiao straightened his back, his internal energy circulating naturally. He resisted the invisible weight, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if he were merely withstanding a gentle breeze. Once the pressure subsided, Hong Zhan did not immediately announce the harsh training regimen, but instead directly called out Zhang Xiao's name. "Zhang Xiao, come with me." His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness, like a boulder cast into still waters, creating ripples amidst the complex gazes of the other trainees. Zhang Xiao felt a slight chill in his heart, but maintained an impassive facade as he stepped forward to follow Hong Zhan's heavy, drum-like footsteps. He could feel the eyes upon him, some filled with schadenfreude, others with curiosity, fear, and a few with barely perceptible concern. Hong Zhan's office was located on the top floor of Building 7. Rather than an office, it resembled a small training equipment storage area, infused with the sense of strong liquor and sweat. Various, unnamed, heavily worn apparatuses were haphazardly arranged, some stained with dark brown spots, presumably remnants of dried blood. The air was thick with the odors of machine oil, sweat, leather, and a faint, unique scent of bloodlust characteristic of those who had truly traversed the valleys of death. The walls were devoid of superfluous ornamentation, save for an enormous map of Jiangnan Wuda and its surrounding areas, marked with intricate symbols and crimson lines. Several points were deliberately circled in a dark red hue. Hong Zhan plopped down onto a metal chair that appeared on the verge of collapse, yet was surprisingly sturdy. The chair emitted a disconcerting groan. He gestured towards a similarly weathered and stained iron stool across from him. Sit. Zhang Xiao complied, maintaining an upright posture akin to a solitary pine standing resolute upon a snow-covered expanse. Hong Zhan did not rush to speak. Instead, he reached beneath the table to retrieve an unlabeled bottle of murky liquor. He uncorked it and took a generous swig, the sharp, acrid scent immediately pervading the air. He roughly wiped the remnants of the drink from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand before fixing his gaze upon Zhang Xiao. His eyes were as sharp as blades, cold and precise. I have thoroughly examined the report on the ruins practice. Hong Zhan cut straight to the chase. Task completion rate, excellent. Kill count, considerable. Your squad suffered a loss of 7 men, with the report stating they encountered high-intensity beasts and unidentified armed attacks, ultimately succumbing to their might. With each statement, he paused, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Zhang Xiao's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul and unearth the concealed truths drenched in blood. Now, explain to me the unidentified armed group. Hong Zhan leaned forward slightly. The palpable aura of malice honed amidst countless battles silently enveloping the room, rendering the air thick and heavy, each breath tinged with a metallic taste. Do not waste my time with tales of wandering bandits or the unworthy shadows from neighboring institutions. The C-17 ruins, that forsaken place, housing a well-equipped, trained, and purpose-driven team, is inherently abnormal. Their target has been alarmingly clear from the onset. Your squad, or rather, you. Zhang Xiao felt his heart constrict slightly. Hong Zhan's acuity and directness once again exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated inquiries, but not such a blunt and incisive approach that seemingly tore away the flimsy veil of the official report, laying bare the most pressing questions. He fell silent for 2 seconds, his mind racing under the pressure, weighing the risks of revealing too much. The existence of the Purification Society and the curse was a line that must not be crossed. However, since the other party had come knocking and Hong Zhan seemed to sense something, perhaps a partial disclosure could garner limited trust or information. They are a group dressed in uniform, Zhang Xiao began, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. He chose his words with caution. They refer to themselves as executing purification. Their methods are peculiar, possessing an energy attribute that exhibits a strong repulsion and an eroding effect on life force. The target is indeed me. He concealed the specific name of the Purification Society and the direct accusation related to the curse, only describing the most superficial characteristics and the other party's obsessive, lethal intent. Purification? Hong Zhan echoed the term, his rugged brows knitting together. A glimmer of acute insight flashed in his eyes, as if he had connected the dots. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not probe further into the organization's particulars, but abruptly shifted direction, akin to a seasoned hunter altering his approach. Your injuries, Hong Zhan's gaze sharpened, sweeping over Zhang Xiao's still pale countenance and the concealed body beneath his clothing. They were not solely inflicted by the beasts and those purifiers, were they? The residual energy is chaotic, harboring an ancient, savage aura that does not belong to you. Although suppressed to the point of being nearly undetectable, my senses are keen. Zhang Xiao's heart raced, a cold sweat instantly trickling down his back. Hong Zhan had discerned the subtle changes in energy attributes resulting from his fusion with the heart demon bloodline, as well as the lingering essence of the Titan bloodline. Such perceptiveness was nothing short of terrifying. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, attempting to downplay the focus. I gained insights during the battle. My energy is still unstable. Please forgive me, instructor. Insights? Unstable? Hong Zhan scoffed, clearly skeptical of this perfunctory explanation, yet surprisingly chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the seemingly ordinary black bracelet on Zhang Xiao's wrist, his eyes taking on a significant glint. That a dormant of yours. Did it exhibit any unusual vibrations after you returned yesterday? Very faint, a fleeting sensation. Zhang Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat momentarily faltering. The minuscule, almost illusory encrypted code vibrations of the bracelet had nearly gone unnoticed by him. How could Hong Zhan know? Was he monitoring him in real time? Upon witnessing the barely concealed astonishment on Zhang Xiao's face, Hong Zhan coldly remarked, "Do not look at me with such eyes. I have no time to spend monitoring your surveillance feeds while drinking." He shook the bottle in his hand. "An old acquaintance from the security department owes me a favor and subtly hinted to me that your alert level might have been elevated. Just last night, someone attempted to access your basic physiological data stream and mission records through unorthodox channels, triggering the underlying counter-tracking alarm. Although they were unsuccessful, the flies have caught the scent." The terms security department, elevated alert level, unorthodox channel access, 3 layers of encryption, and counter-tracking alarm struck Zhang Xiao's mind like a series of ice picks, constructing a chilling tableau. This implied that the threat was not only external from the Purification Society, but also escalating interest and vigilance from within Jiang and Wuda, and even higher official institutions. Invisible tendrils were beginning to breach the rules, probing into his secrets. Hong Zhan observed the drastic change in his expression, took another swig of the fiery liquid, and spoke with a near-cruel frankness. "Kid, it seems the trouble you've attracted is larger and more complex than I had anticipated." He stood up and approached the enormous map, his thick fingers unconsciously pointing at a rugged area circled in red, which marked an abandoned mine. "The wolves outside, the eyes within, and that ticking time bomb within you." Hong Zhan's voice deepened, carrying a gritty resonance. "Miss Su fought against all odds to bring you in. I took you under my wing because I saw a glimmer of humanity in your eyes, not the kind of monster wholly consumed by power, but someone who still has a chance." He abruptly spun around, his gaze penetrating like lightning, seemingly pinning Zhang Xiao's soul in place. "I can shield you from some obvious threats and teach you how to fortify yourself, but for the more insidious arrows lurking in the shadows, you'll have to rely on your own instincts to sniff them out, evade them, and disarm them. The special training class can provide you with a crucible for strength and a temporary refuge, but it cannot offer you absolute security. Until you possess enough power to control your own fate, at the very least ensuring you won't be crushed like a mere insect." He paused, each word heavy as if extricated from his chest. "It is best for you to keep your wits about you, widen those color-changing eyes of yours, and scrutinize every individual who approaches you, then survive. Survive with every ounce of strength you have." Upon finishing, he appeared to exhaust his patience, or perhaps wished to avoid seeing Zhang Xiao's youthful, yet burdened expression any longer. He waved his hand irritably, as if swatting away flies. "Get lost." Zhang Xiao rose, silently nodding vigorously at Hong Zhan's broad, scarred back, and turned to push open the heavy metal door, stepping out. The door slammed shut behind him with a clang, momentarily severing the overwhelming scent of alcohol and the almost suffocating aura of malice. The cold, lifeless light cascaded down the corridor as Zhang Xiao stood at the doorway, slowly and profoundly exhaling a breath tinged with the metallic taste of rust. The warning from Instructor Hong echoed in his ears, the weight of information threatening to overwhelm his mind. The menace of the purification meeting had been substantiated. An official scrutiny was intensifying. Unseen forces lurked within, while his own strength was still far from sufficient to adeptly navigate these challenges. The path ahead seemed strewn with thorns and traps. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. Instinctively, he raised his wrist to gaze at the seemingly ordinary, yet at this moment felt exceedingly burdensome, black wristband. This object was both a shackle of surveillance and, at present, appeared to serve as a feeble and unreliable warning barrier. Indeed, the road ahead was growing ever narrower and perilous. Chapter 49. Undercurrents on campus. The resounding clang of the heavy metal door to Hong Zhan's office closing behind him felt as if it had severed 2 worlds. Within lay a haze permeated with the scent of strong liquor and ominous energy. Outside, the stark reality under the cold light was rapidly becoming hostile. Since that fateful day, Zhang Xiao had sensed the atmosphere around him thickening with an invisible toxin, turning more viscous, frigid, and laced with palpable malice. Rumors regarding the ruins exercise, his loss of control, and internal strife within the team had not waned with the passage of time. Rather, they proliferated like carefully nurtured weeds, entwining every inch of his existence at Jiang and Wuda. The initial suspicion surrounding his supposed loss of control and conflict with teammates had, within mere days, morphed into a richly detailed and vividly terrifying tale. Zhang Xiao, under the control of a beastly bloodline amidst the ruins, had gone berserk, tearing 7 teammates to shreds. The scene as gruesome as a slaughterhouse. It was said that an ancient malevolent spirit resided within him, demanding blood every full moon, lest he lose all semblance of reason. The special training class had merely planted a ticking time bomb within the campus, one that could explode at any moment. These malicious rumors spread like a living plague. Utilizing the anonymity of the campus network, whispers during training breaks and some ill-intentioned individuals hidden among the crowd fanned the flames, quickly infiltrating every corner of the campus, even beginning to extend into ordinary classes and certain elite ones. As Zhang Xiao and his companions walked toward the gravity training ground, they could keenly feel the gazes directed at them. What had begun as curiosity and apprehension had transformed into overt fear, rejection, and a disgust akin to witnessing something vile. "Look, that murderer is coming. Stay away from him." I heard his gaze is unsettling, almost beastly. What is the school thinking? Why haven't they restrained him? He is too dangerous. Shoo, don't say that. He seems to be listening. Words sliced through the air from all directions. Where there had once been a few curious or uninformed students observing him, now everyone avoided him as if he were a plague, hastily retreating, leaving behind a suffocating vacuum that followed him wherever he went. It felt as though an invisible aura of misfortune surrounded him. The cafeteria had become yet another test of patience, as Zhang Xiao carried a tray laden with high-energy nutritional paste toward his usual isolated corner. Students at nearby tables suddenly erupted into a flurry, scattering like startled flies, their movements so frantic that they knocked over chairs. The vast, bustling cafeteria contrasted sharply with the eerie emptiness that enveloped his small area, creating a glaring dichotomy. On one occasion, as he turned a corner in a narrow hallway, a timid freshman girl, burdened with heavy books, rushed headlong into him. Books tumbled to the ground, and as she looked up in panic and recognized who she had collided with, the color drained from her face, her pupils dilating in sheer terror as she let out a short, piercing scream. Like a frightened rabbit, she stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably as she trembled, as if confronted by a primordial beast. Zhang Xiao's outstretched hand, intended to assist her, froze mid-air as he watched her scramble away. Not daring to look back, he quietly returned his hand to his side, bending down to gather the scattered books and neatly place them against the wall. His expression remained unchanged, but a faint, almost imperceptible ripple of emotion flickered in his eyes before swiftly subsiding into silence. "Damn it, these brainless fools," Zhao fumed, her chest heaving as she twirled a dagger between her fingers, sparks nearly flying from her agitation. Her fierce gaze swept over the evading eyes around her, wishing to instantly unearth the source of the rumors and dismantle them piece by piece. Lin Xiaoyun, however, maintained a calm demeanor, adjusting his glasses. The gaze behind his lenses functioned like a precise scanner, documenting every face that spread or believed the rumors. He spoke softly. "The public opinion has been systematically guided and amplified. In addition to online trolls, there are now more testimonies from supposed witnesses. This phenomenon is known in psychology as the false consensus effect, and it is highly contagious within groups. Someone is methodically constructing an information bubble, with the intent of isolating or rather, isolating Zhang Xiao, attacking him on both psychological and social fronts." Listening to his companion's angry and analytical remarks, Zhang Xiao's gaze settled calmly upon the unappetizing clump of nutritional paste in his tray. He chose to ignore it. This had been the collective decision made by the three of them. In a situation where public opinion could be as destructive as fire, any defense, rebuttal, or even anger would be utterly futile. Such attempts would only fall into the traps set by those behind the scenes, providing them with more opportunities to manipulate and distort the narrative, draining their precious energy and time. Power was the only language capable of breaking through this oppressive atmosphere. He forced himself to suppress and transmute all the negative emotions born from isolation and malice into a near self-destructive dedication to training. By day, he endured the increasingly grueling and torturous physical and combat training devised by Hong Zhan, resembling a silent rock, weathering repeated shocks that pushed him beyond his limits. He isolated himself from all external noise, ridicule, and fear, encasing himself within a barrier of focus. By night, upon returning to the cold room 013, he consumed the restorative and training resources allocated to him, including the precious, blood jade zhugua, acquired at great cost amidst the ruins. Upon ingestion, the zhugua did not immediately erupt into violent energy. Rather, it flowed into him like a gentle yet powerful current, akin to the thawing snowmelt of early spring. It gradually and steadily permeated his recently healed but still somewhat weakened meridians and flesh, nurturing every parched inch of his body and bones. He could distinctly perceive the steady rise of his vital energy. though the pace was not rapid. His foundation was becoming increasingly solidified through repeated extreme training and the nourishment of rare medicinal properties, refined like pure iron forged through relentless hammering, stripped of impurities, leaving only pure resilience. More importantly, his mastery over his own strength was becoming increasingly nuanced and profound, having experienced life and death struggles amidst the ruins. Particularly the forced suppression of his bloodline's tumultuous urges, along with the subtle comprehension of destruction and searing attributes gained from merging with the earth-core demon-ape bloodline. He began to utilize his energy with greater sophistication. He endeavored to concentrate all his strength into the tip of his fist, as if twisting a rope when throwing a punch. The synchronized oscillation of muscle fibers and the harmonious flow of vital energy transformed even an ordinary straight punch into a devastating strike, slicing through the air with a piercing howl. Upon striking the specially crafted alloy target, the sound transformed from a dull thud to a sharp, piercing crack, concentrating its destructive force. While moving at high speed, he meticulously adjusted the exertion of his leg muscles and Achilles tendons. Inspired by the nimbleness of the magical ape leaping between the cliffs, his steps became not only heavy and steady, but also infused with an elusive unpredictability, leaving faint afterimages within short distances to bewilder his opponents. He began to cautiously explore how to summon a subtle yet potent force derived from the Titan bloodline, without awakening the slumbering giant ape within him, integrating this essence into the rhythm of his attacks. Although he had yet to achieve a substantial impact during intense confrontations, his gaze could abruptly transform, exuding a weight like that of a mountain, or his punches could carry an unsettling intensity, capable of suppressing the very soul, causing opponents to falter and falter. This refinement of control was particularly evident during the perilous practical training occasionally arranged by Hong Zhan. His adversaries were often those in the special training class who harbored a mix of fear and animosity towards him, spurred on by rumors and eager to challenge him. Among them were the likes of the Turkey Gang or other students hoping to ascend by stepping on the back of the Jiangxing giant ape. In practice, these individuals often found themselves hampered by the fear lurking deep within, exposing numerous vulnerabilities, or driven by resentment ignited by rumors, resorting to particularly vicious tactics in an attempt to validate the tales. Yet, Zhang Xiao consistently countered with the most concise, efficient, and energy-conserving methods. He refrained from employing any powers beyond the ordinary. Instead, he relied solely on his increasingly refined physical mastery, keen perception of combat opportunities, and absolute control over the rhythm of battle. Whether effortlessly deflecting fierce assaults, executing precise blocks against fatal strikes, or counterattacking in the blink of an eye, he often forced seemingly formidable opponents into dire straits within just a few exchanges, leaving them in utter disgrace, unable to even graze the hem of his clothing. This effortless, almost overwhelming display, combined with his perpetually calm demeanor, only heightened the trepidation of those who observed him discreetly and retained a semblance of clarity. This individual-esque command and application of power appeared far more formidable than the monstrous image portrayed in rumors. He resembled a top predator, having sheathed its claws, calmly observing its prey. However, despite Zhang Xiao's steady ascension in strength and composed demeanor during confrontations, the external discourse remained unchanged. Rather, it was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, provoking an even more intense reaction. Rumors continued to rage uncontrollably, evolving into more bizarre and fantastical versions that catered to the darker imaginations of the masses. Some claimed he had mastered a long-lost, malevolent martial art, thriving by consuming the vitality and lives of others. Others suggested he was a failed experiment from a forbidden human trial, secretly placed in Jiang and Wuda for observation by clandestine forces. There were even those who vehemently asserted they had witnessed him stealthily infiltrating the back mountains on a full moon night, howling at the moon, with bizarre, beast-like dark golden patterns and fur materializing on his body. Isolated, the malice continued to deepen, accelerating like a boiling cauldron. Zhang Xiao was acutely aware of this. Yet he chose to remain silent. Each day, he engaged in repetitive training and cultivation, confronting various overt and covert provocations in a relentless cycle. Like a precise and tireless machine, he transformed all external pressures into motivation for self-refinement. Only in the depths of night, after concluding a day of training, did he occasionally raise his hand to examine his palm. There, the skin's texture bore no difference from that of an ordinary person. Yet he could almost feel the overwhelming power reminiscent of tearing through iron armor, or the chilling impulse and madness that surged within when nearly consumed by the primal instincts of his bloodline. yearning to obliterate all living beings before him. He slowly clenched his fist, the joints emitting a faint crackle. He felt the steady growth of his vitality, akin to a stream converging into a river, and the insatiable tremor of that slumbering force deep within his blood, both a supreme treasure and a deadly poison. He understood that this seemingly tranquil, or rather artificially cultivated, isolated campus life was merely a brief and oppressive calm before the storm. Whether from the external mysterious and powerful purification society or the internal, surging malevolence of unknown origin, all were accumulating strength, awaiting the arrival of a critical juncture. Poised to consume him entirely, he must grow faster and stronger before the storm utterly shattered him and the few companions he had left. Chapter 50. League notification days flowed past like a sluggish journey through murky waters, tainted by the brackishness of rumors and sweat. Zhang Xiao resembled a piece of iron or cast into a furnace, enduring the increasingly harsh and almost torturous training under Hong Zhan's relentless regime. Surrounded by the ever-present cold stares and whispered gossip, along with the awakening stirrings of the giant ape within him as his strength revitalized, he was repeatedly forged, hammered, and tempered. He grew more taciturn, his figure resembling a specter on the training grounds. Efficient, precise, and imbued with a gravity that belied his age. The medicinal properties of the blood jade ju fruit had been thoroughly absorbed, and the affinity for heat and earth brought by the integration of the earth core demon ape bloodline gradually melded into his combat instincts through this intensive training. Coupled with the basic resources provided by the academy and the occasional special allowances from Hong Zhan, his vitality steadily ascended, not only solidifying his standing at the initial level of martial master, but also brushing against the barriers of the intermediate stage. The vigor coursing through him far surpassed that of his peers at the same rank. More importantly, his mastery over strength became increasingly nuanced. When he struck, the force remained contained until the very moment of contact, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion, compressing the air to emit a brief yet thunderous crack. In motion, his steps combined the agility of the magical ape with the weight of the titan, allowing him to move silently like a shadow in the night or cause the specially alloyed ground to tremble slightly with each stride. He even began to experiment with subtly infusing the trace of heat derived from the earth core demon ape bloodline onto his fists and feet without triggering a full-scale transformation. This resulted in seemingly ordinary attacks carrying an indescribable, suffocating pressure, akin to a red-hot branding iron approaching the skin. This visibly terrifying progress did not ameliorate his situation at Jiangnan. Rather, it was akin to pouring cold water into boiling oil, inciting an even more intense reaction. Those lurking gazes grew colder, and rumors began to spawn new variants, distorting his rise in power into evidence of consuming demonic arts or the return of malevolent souls. Yet, all the undercurrents, isolation, and malicious conjectures were momentarily dispersed and suppressed by a piece of news that struck like thunder from the heavens. On a bright morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, a colossal holographic announcement screen awakened, illuminating the main squares of Jiangnan. The dazzling golden letters cascaded like a waterfall, accompanied by a stirring, mighty soundtrack, instantly seizing the attention of all students. The National University Martial Arts League is officially launched. Format: a combination of individual duels and team collaboration, with tiered elimination. Only the strong prevail. Rewards: abundant cultivation resources, the inheritance of lost high-level martial techniques, tailor-made divine weapons, and the precious qualification to enter the Earth Core's secret realm. The phrase Earth Core's secret realm was deliberately bolded and enlarged, radiating a dreamy glow, akin to the golden apple from myth, suspended before every soul yearning for power. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan erupted into fervor. Regardless of whether they are the proud and self-important geniuses of the elite class, the ordinary students who struggle and yearn for opportunities, or the peculiar individuals in the special training class, often regarded as outcasts and problem children, all eyes are firmly fixed on the magnificent rewards list. Particularly the enticing prospect of entering the DXINME. Breaths become labored, and gazes blaze with an intensity that seems ready to ignite. The DXINME. It is the very qualification for entry to the DXINME. Legend has it that this is an ancient battlefield, buried with the legacies of countless powerful beings and treasures long lost to the outside world. Training within for a single day is equivalent to a month of arduous effort in the outside realm. It is a genuine opportunity to leap like a carp over the dragon's gate. The championship. Victory must be claimed at all costs. The clamor, the excited discussions, and the fervent shouts erupt like a long simmering volcano, sweeping through every corner of the campus. Previous rumors, intrigues, and factional struggles seem to be momentarily diluted and set aside in the face of this monumental opportunity that could alter destinies, power, resources, and the ticket to a stronger realm. These are the timeless and most alluring themes of the martial world. In Building 7, the students of the special training class are similarly drawn, like iron filings to a magnet, gathering before the largest projection screen in the hall. Their expressions varied. Ming's eyes sparkle, his large hands rubbing together like fans. The joints crackle lightly, and the earthy-colored blood energy ripples slightly around him. With a fierce battle intent burning in his gaze, Lung Ning remains expressionless, like an ancient ice sculpture frozen in time. Yet the flickering cluster of ethereal blue flames at her fingertips dances with unprecedented liveliness and intensity. The group, led by Huiji, whispers amongst themselves, their astonishment mingling with schemes and envy as they steal glances at Zhang Xiao and his companions, who stand at the edge of the crowd, seemingly in their own realm. Lin Xiaoyan quickly scans the announcement details, the light behind his glasses flashing with absolute rationality as he quietly analyzes. The league is divided into two phases, the internal selection and the national finals. The internal selection will commence in a month, utilizing a combination of arena battles and specific tasks to select the primary and substitute team members representing Jiangnan Wuda. The qualification for the DXINME Jing is exceedingly stringent, granted only to the core members of the team that ultimately secures the national championship. Accompanied by rigorous evaluations of contributions, Zhaoying licks her slightly dry lips, her hand instinctively brushing the dagger hilt at her side. Her eyes burst with excitement akin to encountering a formidable foe. This sounds thrilling. Just what I need. I've been coiled up for too long, my bones are nearly rusting. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words DXINME Jing, Zhang Xiao's heart feels as if it has been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Not because of the legendary training environment or the potential treasures, but at that very moment, he senses a slight tremor from the beast codex deep within his consciousness, a tome that has long remained dormant, like a gravestone of civilization bearing heavy history. A vague yet unmistakably clear intent, imbued with strong yearning and guidance, crosses the eons directly into the depths of his soul. The essence of the Titan heart within the core of the DXIN lava is eager for fusion. The key to the next stage of bloodline advancement points towards the DXIN Mijing. How fortuitous. At this instant, the Titan ape bloodline within him, along with the newly merged DXIN demon ape bloodline, spontaneously resonates with a powerful surge of emotion. It is an attraction stemming from the very essence of life. A clear and brilliant coordinate on the path of evolution. All obstacles, all rumors, all latent dangers seem to be imbued with new meaning in light of this clear objective. He requires power, the need to grow stronger with haste. Strong enough to crush all impediments. Strong enough to confront the purifier's pursuit. Strong enough to shatter the heavy shackles binding him. Strong enough to explore the ultimate mysteries of his bloodline and truly take control of his destiny. The DXINME Jing is the fastest, most direct, and inevitable springboard visible to him at present. He must go. He must obtain the qualification. He must become the champion. An unprecedented surge of intense desire and determination boils within him, akin to the molten lava of the Earth's core. It roars and crashes within his chest, nearly shattering the cold shell he has erected for self-protection. His gaze sharpens, becoming as keen as a drawn sword, while an unconscious aura of solemnity emanates from him, carrying an ancient pressure that sends a chill through the souls of the nearby special training students. They involuntarily take a half-step back, their expressions reflecting their astonishment at truly realizing the terrifying potential of this classmate. Xiao Ge. Zhaoying keenly perceives the unusual fluctuations in his aura. The latent momentum sends a shiver through her. Lin Xiaoyun adjusts his glasses and looks over, calmly stating, the DXINME Jing, based on our current intelligence analysis, may possess an internal environment that highly resonates with your power attributes, which is vital for our next steps. Zhang Xiao takes a slow breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions and the resonance of his bloodline. Yet the light in his eyes grows ever more resolute and fiery, akin to two burning stars. He gazes at the immense announcement screen, at the golden characters of champion, seemingly forged from the dreams of countless martial artists, and an undeniable conviction blossoms within him, rooted firmly in his heart. Indeed, he affirms quietly, his voice low yet imbued with an unwavering, oath-like strength. The objective has never been so clear, so urgently laid before him. As for potential obstacles, the threat of the purifiers, the undercurrents within the school, His own hidden dangers? He will crush them all with absolute power. He will stride forth. Hongzhan, unbeknownst to Wen, has also appeared at the hall's entrance. With his muscular arms crossed, he stands like a guardian deity, observing the fervent and ambitious students. His profound gaze sweeps over the crowd, landing precisely on Zhang Xiao, the corners of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly, carrying an indescribable mix of anticipation and cruelty. Did you all see that? Hongzhan's voice, gravelly like sandpaper, somehow drowns out the surrounding clamor, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. If you wish to feast, you must demonstrate the prowess and bite to claim your share. I will fight for you to secure spots in the special training class. But whether you can represent Jiangnan Wuda on the national stage or cross the threshold of the DXI Jing, his voice suddenly crescendos, echoing like thunder, that depends on you. Use your fists, your blood, your lives to earn it. 1 month. I shall grant you but 1 month. He declares. 1 month until the internal selection. Do not bring disgrace upon me. With that, he utters no more, turning to leave with his signature heavy strides, leaving behind a fervent atmosphere filled with fervent discussions, eager preparations, and an intensifying sense of competition. Zhang Xiao does not engage in any discussions. He turns resolutely, striding directly toward the training grounds under the gaze of myriad complex expressions, his silhouette tall and determined. Time suddenly feels unbearably urgent. 1 month. He must elevate his strength in this month to a level capable of overwhelming all internal competitors, securing the qualification without a hint of doubt. The league championship and the DXI Jing are his absolute goals. The blood coursing through him seems to boil with this crystal-clear objective. The dormant shadow of the giant ape within him appears to awaken, its cold eyes opening, emitting a deep, battle-laden roar. The next station on the path to becoming a formidable being has been illuminated. Chapter 51. Internal selection. The news of the National University Martial Arts League spreads like wildfire, and a month slips by in the blink of an eye. The day of the internal selection arrives, anticipated and filled with ambition by countless individuals. Within the confines of the Panshurjin Jingwen, the atmosphere was electric, with the circular stands brimming to capacity. 10 alloy arenas, adorned with protective runes, shimmered under the harsh lights, exuding a cold, steely sheen. The air was stifling, thick with the mingled sense of sweat and exhilaration, as if a mere spark could ignite the fervor of the crowd. Zhang Xiao and his 2 companions stood in the special training section, feeling utterly out of place amidst the fervent ambience. The gazes cast upon them were complex. Yet today they bore an added weight of scrutiny and anticipation. Look, there stands Zhang Xiao, whose mentors have jointly opposed his participation, deeming him an unstable element. Instructor Hong has stubbornly defended him, eager to see what he is truly capable of. Rumors have not dissipated with time. Instead, they have incited controversy among the higher-ups. Several conservative mentors in the judging seats bore expressions of discontent, believing the risk of allowing a student with a history of instability and under the watchful eye of a mysterious organization to represent the school was far too great. Instructor Hong stood resolute, arms crossed, like an iron tower in front of the special training class. He remained indifferent to the accusatory glances, occasionally casting a scrutinizing eye toward Zhang Xiao, betraying a hint of concern. The pressure is palpable, Xiao Ge. Zhaoing flexed her wrists, her gaze sharp as it swept over several sources of evident hostility. Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, the data on the screen scrolling rapidly. 17 opponents to be wary of. Elite class Qin Hao, having recovered from injury, was now nearing the intermediate level of a martial artist and required special attention. Furthermore, according to recent analysis of his training footage, his methods of exertion showed subtle changes, suggesting he had cultivated a secret technique or employed auxiliary means. Zhang Xiao nodded calmly. A month of grueling training and battling illusions had rendered his aura more restrained and profound. He resembled a placid sea before a storm, concealing immeasurable power beneath the surface. He felt no need to utilize his bloodline abilities, at least not in the presence of these opponents. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that he could triumph over all without relying on that perilous power. The draw results were swiftly announced via holographic projection. Zhang Xiao's first match was set for the 3rd arena, against an elite class swordsman. The opponent, with a solid foundation at the initial stage of a martial artist, wielded a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light, his demeanor haughty, clearly dismissive of the various rumors surrounding Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, I hope you are not as fragile as the tales suggest. I would hate to be disappointed. The long sword hummed as his opponent struck first, the tip vibrating as it transformed into 3 points of cold starlight, targeting Zhang Xiao from above, the middle, and below with astonishing speed. eliciting gasps from the stands. Zhang Xiao moved. Just as the sword tip was about to make contact, he glided to the side like a wraith. It was not a retreat. Rather, he precisely entered the opponent's most vulnerable center line, narrowly evading the strike. His right index and middle fingers came together, and with a delayed yet swift touch, he struck gently at the meridian node on the opponent's wrist. Clang! A peculiar, crisp sound resonated, not the clash of metal, but the precise vibration of concentrated finger strength, instantaneously disrupting the flow of the opponent's chi. The opponent felt a tingle in his wrist, as if electrified, nearly dropping his sword. His forward momentum faltered, and his technique transformed in an instant. In that moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiao's shoulder was already deftly pressed against the opponent's chest. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any hint of aggression. Bang! A force, gentle yet firm, surged within, causing the opponent to emit a muffled groan as his chi surged tumultuously. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, collapsing onto the ground, his sword clattering beside him, his face a mask of disbelief and confusion. Silence engulfed the arena. There were no earth-shattering exchanges, no frenzied displays of chi, only the precise disruption of techniques and absolute control in the blink of an eye. What just happened? How did he accomplish that? It seemed he had exerted no force at all. Was it merely a touch? The mastery displayed was utterly terrifying. The contemptuous gazes began to retract, replaced by astonishment and gravity. In the second match, his opponent was a so-called impenetrable defensive warrior, clad in heavy, earthy yellow rock armor. He resembled a moving fortress, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Zhang Xiao, your strength may be formidable, but it cannot breach my immovable rock armor. The opponent was brimming with confidence, arms crossed defensively before him, prepared to endure. Zhang Xiao uttered no words. He stepped forward, the ground barely stirring, and delivered a simple straight punch. The chi at the tip of his fist was highly condensed, not a trace of power leaking. All of it compressed within a mere inch. The air seemed to be drawn towards him. PFF, a strange sound, akin to a heavy object falling into cotton, echoed. The rock armor remained intact, not a single crack marring its surface. Yet the warrior behind it was struck as if by a tremendous blow. His eyes bulged, and he coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments, the armor's rear inexplicably caving inward. The overwhelming force had completely passed through the armor, directly affecting the body. Intrusive energy? And such pure penetrating force. A discerning mentor could not help but exclaim in astonishment, their gaze toward Zhang Xiao entirely transformed. In the third match, the opponent was a student renowned for his elusive movements and speed. As he activated, the arena was filled with afterimages, the real and the false indistinguishable, as if a dozen of him were moving simultaneously, punctuated by the sharp sound of tearing air. Zhang Xiao stood still, even closing his eyes as if surrendering his sight. Whispers of confusion arose from the stands. What is he doing? Has he given up? How absurd. Until the opponent, believing he had found the perfect opening, launched a silent, lethal backstab from Zhang Xiao's blind spot. Zhang Xiao moved. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Or perhaps he relied on an extraordinary perception of the airflow, murderous intent, and energy fluctuations. With a reverse elbow, the angle was deviously precise, and the timing impeccable as he struck the opponent at the critical juncture of their chi circulation. PFF. The myriad afterimages dissipated like bubbles, revealing the real body, which flew backward, blood spewing forth, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Total domination. An unequivocal crushing victory. Each match unfolded in an unexpectedly brilliant manner, showcasing a radically different understanding and profound application of power. The discourse among the audience shifted dramatically, with earlier doubts and fears largely replaced by awe and reverence. On the judging panel, several mentors who had previously opposed him transformed from displeasure to astonishment and eventually to silence before the undeniable strength and artistry of control. Any questions based on conjecture appeared utterly feeble. In the finals, as Lin Xiaoyan had anticipated, Zhang Xiao faced the formidable Qin Hao, whose aura was even more menacing upon his return from injury, imbued with an unsettling restlessness. Qin Hao's expression was dark enough to drip water. His eyes filled with a palpable malice as he fixated on Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, this time, I shall not be careless. You will pay the price. He roared, his chi erupting within, a pale blue light swirling maniacally in his palms. It emitted a piercing shriek, far more jarring than a month prior, resonating with an underlying thunderous presence, astonishing in its might. At the referee's command, Qin Hao unleashed both palms, no longer a singular vortex, but two intertwining pillars of blue energy, like venomous dragons, tearing through the air with a destructive aura, instantaneously sealing off all possible avenues for Zhang Xiao's evasion. This strike transcended the realm of the initial stage of martial artists. Zhang Xiao's gaze sharpened. In that fleeting moment, his extraordinary perception caught a glimpse of a strange blood hue flashing in Qin Hao's eyes. The flow of his qi bore an abnormal, almost incendiary turbulence. Not merely a secret potion, but other intentions flickered through Zhang Xiao's mind like lightning. Yet his movements remained unhurried. Faced with the torrent that could tear apart an average martial artist at the intermediate stage, he neither flinched nor retreated, but forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. Bang! The specially crafted arena floor emitted a deep, resounding echo, trembling slightly. He resembled a spring compressed to its utmost, or a cannonball fired from its chamber, charging directly into the minuscule gap between the two energy pillars, born from their unstable energies. The figure moved with an extraordinary, fleeting grace, akin to willow catkins dancing in the wind, yet it concealed a resolute power reminiscent of a mountain's collapse. In an instant, Qin Hao's vision blurred, his pupils constricting as Zhang Xiao's icy visage drew alarmingly close. A hand, veiled in an almost imperceptible dark crimson glow that stirred his very soul, seemed to glide through his final defenses and imprinted upon his Dantian's qi. Qin Hao, engulfed in terror, hastily countered, consolidating all his remaining vitality into his palm. However, upon contact, there was no explosive clash of energies as anticipated. Zhang Xiao's hand moved with the fluidity of a boneless fish, slipping away with remarkable agility. Yet, a searing and sinister force, sharp as a needle, disregarded his defenses, penetrating deeply toward the core of his qi circulation. Qin Hao felt as if his Dantian were being stirred violently by a red-hot iron rod. The qi that had just been forcibly elevated turned chaotic, rebelling violently within him like a volatile explosive. He emitted a horrific scream, one that seemed almost inhuman, as blood seeped from his orifices. His body convulsed violently before he toppled backward, crashing onto the arena floor, plunging into unconsciousness, his breath rapidly fading. Another strike. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. This time, even the gasps of astonishment were forgotten. Qin Hao's exhibited prowess evidently surpassed that of a month prior, even brushing against the threshold of mid-tier martial masters. Yet his defeat was more devastating, more complete, and more enigmatic than before. Zhang Xiao slowly retracted his hand, casting a glance at the unconscious Qin Hao, whose face had turned ashen, his brow furrowing slightly. Was this it? In that fleeting moment of contact, he distinctly sensed a cold, eerie, and ominous aura fleeting from within Qin Hao, one that was far from the norm of martial vitality. Following the profound silence, a cacophony erupted, nearly threatening to topple the arena's ceiling with its uproar and disbelief. In the judging panel, Hong Zhan's lips curled slightly before he resumed his stoic demeanor. When the referee took a deep breath and declared Zhang Xiao the victor, securing a formal spot for Jiangnan University in the National League, the last remnants of complex gazes in the stands were ultimately replaced by sheer astonishment. Zhang Xiao descended from the stage with calm composure, his breath steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Lin Xiaoyan expressed succinctly, yet his gaze behind the lenses reflected deep contemplation, clearly noting Qin Hao's anomaly. How satisfying. Let us see who dares to complain now. Zhao clapped him on the shoulder, a triumphant expression illuminating her features. Zhang Xiao accepted the water Zhao offered, taking a sip as he felt his depleted vitality gradually replenishing. His gaze swept across the bustling arena before drifting toward the vast sky outside. The internal selection was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. Unbeknownst to him and everyone in the stands, in a shadowy corner of the elevated spectator area, a seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man clad in ordinary staff attire was rapidly jotting notes in an encrypted notepad. Below the line stating the target possesses extraordinary perception and interference capabilities regarding alien energies, and that his bloodline traits seemed to be awakening. He drew two heavy lines and marked a dangerous red question mark beside it. Chapter 52. Special training. The exhilaration of securing a spot in the internal selection faded in Zhang Xiao's heart like a stone thrown into a lake, quickly sinking to the depths. What replaced it was a more profound pressure and a clearer understanding of his own limitations. The National League stage gathered true geniuses from various martial universities, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers, far beyond the caliber of his current opponents. More critically, the qualification for the Earth's core secret realm allowed for not a single mistake. Conventional training, whether through weighted running in the gravity chamber or sparring with other trainees, had become increasingly ineffective for him. It was akin to stirring a vast river with a toothpick, incapable of creating any real waves. He needed more extreme, more effective methods to unearth his potential. Most importantly, he must master his own power perfectly on that stage under the public's gaze, ensuring that no hint of his bloodline's secrets was revealed and that not a trace of instability surfaced. Otherwise, all prior efforts and patience could be rendered futile. As night descended, the training hall remained resonant only with the cold reflection of equipment and the heavy breaths of the three individuals present. Zhang Xiao observed Lin Xiaoyun as he analyzed the next stage of the training plan, alongside Zhao Ying, who practiced the trajectory of a dagger against thin air. Conventional training is yielding minimal results, Zhang Xiao remarked. Lin Xiaoyun lifted his gaze from the screen, adjusting his glasses. The data supports your assessment. Your physical foundation strength and total qi volume have plateaued. More efficient stimulation is required, or a shift towards a deeper exploration of precision in power control and energy utilization. Zhao Ying sheathed her dagger, wiping the sweat from her brow. What's the matter, Xiao Gu? Planning to ask old Hong for special training? Her tone hinted at jest. Evidently still wary of Hong Zhan's rigorous methods. Zhang Xiao nodded, his gaze resolute. There can be no errors in the league. I require more precise control. He referred not only to martial skills, but also to the beast within him that could roar forth at any moment. The next day, Zhang Xiao sought out Hong Zhan, who was deep in the equipment storage, drinking in front of a battered strength testing machine covered in fist imprints. Instructor, Zhang Xiao initiated. Hong Zhan did not turn. Taking a swig of his drink and muttering, cut the nonsense. Spit it out. I wish to apply for special training, Zhang Xiao stated plainly. Targeting power control and stability. Conventional training is insufficient. Hong Zhan paused his drinking. Slowly, he turned to face Zhang Xiao, his bloodshot yet sharp eyes sizing him up with a knowing gaze. Afraid of revealing your secrets in the league? Concerned that your hidden flaws might be exposed? Zhang Xiao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Humph. At least you possess some self-awareness, Hong Zhan scoffed, tossing the bottle into a corner pile of refuse with a sharp crack. You want me to give you special training? Fine. He stepped closer, nearly nose to nose with Zhang Xiao, the strong scent of alcohol and intimidation overwhelming. But my special training is no child's play. If you can't handle it and end up ruined, don't say I didn't warn you. Understood. Zhang Xiao's gaze did not waver. Very well. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Hong Zhan's mouth. Starting tonight, after lights out, in the underground training room 3, I will be waiting for you. Don't be late. That night, long after the lights out whistle had sounded, the campus fell into eerie silence. Like a shadow, Zhang Xiao stealthily infiltrated the underground area of Building 7. It was colder here than above, with the air thick with the scent of decay and rust. The door to Training Room 3 was ajar, the main lights unlit, illuminated only by a few dim red emergency lights casting an ominous glow. Hong Zhan awaited inside, clad in a tighter black training suit that accentuated his muscular physique, resembling a rock formation. In the center of the training room lay several peculiar devices Zhang Xiao had never encountered before, a metallic cylinder riddled with thousands of tiny holes, continuously spraying high-pressure air. A floating platform that required standing upon and could randomly flip in any direction, and a wall that appeared soft yet responded to applied force with varying frequencies of oscillation. Control is the first step. Perception, Hong Zhan's voice echoed in the spacious training room. Perceive every tremor of your muscles, every flow of qi, even the subtle shifts in your center of gravity brought on by each heartbeat. In an environment of utter chaos and interference, maintain absolute stability and precision. He pointed to the metal cylinder that was continuously expelling air. Get on it. Without being struck by the airflow. Carve the complete emblem of Jiangnan University with your fingertips. The depth of the lines must remain consistent. Any deviation exceeding 1 millimeter necessitates a complete restart. Zhang Xiao's pupils constricted. The holes on the surface of the cylinder emitted chaotic jets of air, their velocity astonishing. It was already a challenge to evade them, let alone divert attention to etch intricate patterns with his fingertips upon the specialized alloy. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply and leaped to the top of the cylinder. Instantly, countless invisible high-pressure air currents surged from all directions, akin to a multitude of icy needles piercing at his vital points. Zhang Xiao's body instinctively sought to dodge and block, but he forcibly suppressed this urge. He concentrated his mind to the utmost, sensing even the slightest disturbances in the air currents. His body moved like willow fluff in a tempest, executing various ergonomically defiant evasive maneuvers. Simultaneously, he extended his index finger, channeling his vital energy to the tip, attempting to carve upon the quivering surface of the cylinder. A sharp rush of air grazed his arm, leaving a searing pain in its wake. The carving motion distorted instantaneously, resulting in only a slanted shallow mark on the alloy surface. Too slow. Distraction. Hong Zhan's reprimand struck like a whip. A sudden imbalance beneath his feet sent a jet of air crashing into his chest, propelling him off the cylinder and forcefully onto the ground. Zhang Xiao coughed up bloodied spittle, rose again, and silently leaped back onto the cylinder. Failure. Descent. Another attempt. This cycle repeated. His fingertips quickly became a mangled mess of flesh, only to be gradually mended by his remarkable self-healing abilities, only to be torn anew. The intense concentration brought about a headache akin to being pricked by needles. Sweat drenched his training attire, dripping onto the cold ground. Hong Zhan stood with crossed arms, resembling a merciless overseer, pinpointing every mistake Zhang Xiao made with precision. Excessive force in the waist muscles disrupted balance. Stagnation in the flow of vital energy within the arms led to loss of control at the fingertips. Misled by deceptive air currents, he misjudged. Time passed slowly in this torturous ordeal. After an indeterminate period, when Zhang Xiao finally managed to etch a crooked, uneven outline of a badge onto the cylinder, the dawn began to break with a pale light on the horizon. He nearly rolled off the cylinder, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained both physically and mentally. Rubbish. Hong Zhan's critique was merciless, yet a fleeting glimmer of faint satisfaction flickered in the depths of his gaze. This was merely the beginning. Tomorrow would bring the addition of the floating platform and the oscillation wall. In the days to come, Zhang Xiao seemed to have returned to hell. Each night of specialized training saw new challenges layered atop one another, with difficulty escalating geometrically. He needed to evade randomly jetting air currents on a chaotically rotating floating platform while using the oscillation knife. This training tool altered its oscillation frequency based on the wielder's fluctuating strength. He had to carve standard geometric shapes into the soft, yet highly responsive oscillation wall. Any slightest loss of control, whether it be a minor tremor in the muscles, a momentary stagnation in the flow of vital energy, or a subtle dip in mental focus, would lead to immediate failure, resulting in Hong Zhan's unrelenting reprimands and even harsher training penalties. Yet, under such near-torturous training, the results were unmistakable. Zhang Xiao's perception and control of his own power reached an unprecedented level of precision. He could even clearly visualize the flow of vital energy within the minutest capillaries, mastering the ability to isolate and exert force in specific muscle fibers. With each punch, his power coalesced like a diamond, without any leakage. In movement, his motions became ghostly, seamlessly transitioning between action and stillness. The ferocious energy, simmering deep within his bloodline, was forcibly restrained, bound like a horse with a stronger bridle. A week later, one evening, Zhang Xiao was able to relatively steadily complete intricate carvings on the cylinder and the oscillation wall despite the triple interference of air currents, rotations, and vibrations. Though still arduous, he was no longer as clumsy as at the outset. Hong Zhan observed Zhang Xiao's figure soaring through the training apparatus, sweat pouring down, yet his movements increasingly precise and stable, and for once, he refrained from immediate reprimand. He approached the wall, opened a concealed compartment, and retrieved a metal sphere the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely black with a surface riddled with minute holes. Subsequently, Hong Zhan tossed the black sphere to Zhang Xiao, who caught it, feeling its chilling weight, as if it contained some peculiar energy. This is Qianjun, the latest model of the mental and physical coordination training device, Hong Zhan explained. Use your consciousness to lock onto it, control it to float, and move it along your desired trajectory. It will continuously emit disruptive mental waves and, as your control precision improves, autonomously adjust its weight and inertia. Zhang Xiao attempted to concentrate a fragment of his mental intent upon Qianjun. A low hum resonated as the black sphere quivered slightly, lifting from his palm and hovering. However, it immediately swayed left and right like a drunken person, its trajectory chaotic. Simultaneously, a tumultuous wave of mental disruption slammed into his mind, causing a bout of dizziness as the sphere fell to the ground with a thud, its weight seemingly multiplying within an instant. Mental distraction, wavering will. Hong Zhan scoffed. Zhang Xiao shook his head, refocusing his mind. Controlling Qianjun proved more challenging than previous physical and technical training. It directly tested the cohesiveness of his mental power and the most fundamental fine motor control of strength. With each failure came a dizzying mental shock. Yet Zhang Xiao's gaze grew increasingly sharp. By the time the training whistle blew at dawn, Zhang Xiao could barely manage to keep Qianjun hovering half a meter in front of him, tracing a shaky, uneven circle like a toddler taking its first steps. He felt as if he had just emerged from water, his complexion pale, his temples pounding. Yet, gazing at the finely formed circle, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Hong Zhan observed him, unusually refraining from cursing, merely gesturing for him to leave and rest. Tomorrow, we continue. Zhang Xiao, though fatigued to the brink of collapse, felt a sense of fulfillment as he exited the dim training room. The cold wind outside offered a slight refreshment to his spirit. Undoubtedly, his control was steadily improving. However, as he walked alone down the silent corridor, preparing to return to his room, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, a vague shadow lurking in the depths of the staircase corner. As if it had melded into the darkness itself, silently watching him. The sensation vanished in an instant, seeming merely a mirage born from extreme fatigue. Zhang Xiao hesitated briefly but did not turn back, continuing onward, his posture instinctively straightening, the flow of vital energy within him accelerating subtly. The night was still long, and the shadows appeared to be omnipresent. Chapter 53, Whispers of Illusion. Hong Zhan's specialized training was like an unyielding shackle, squeezing every ounce of potential from Zhang Xiao. It pushed both his mind and body to their limits. Each night, as he emerged from the underground training facility, he felt as though he had been disassembled and reassembled anew. His fingertips retained the sensation of carving metal, while the mental hum from the Qianjun training device echoed in his mind. Yet, this extreme exhaustion and tempering brought not only refinement and control, but also an unexpected side effect. Acting as a key that more frequently pried open the forbidden door deep within the ocean of his consciousness. As his sensitivity to his own power heightened, the once dormant 10,000 beasts compendium grew restless, no longer content with passive resonance. In moments of utmost fatigue, when his defenses were weakest, perhaps during late-night meditation or in the brief lapse following intense focus and training, those ancient, shattered, yet grand illusions surged forth, crashing into his consciousness like a flood unleashed from a dam. No longer mere vague fragments, but an immersive and fierce experience. He witnessed the fiery claws tearing the heavens apart, obliterating the magnificent palace suspended among the clouds into dust, leaving only desolation and despair in their wake. He heard the stars falling amidst the Titan's roar, trailing luminous tails, crashing onto the vibrant earth, triggering cataclysmic tsunamis and infernos. The acrid scent of civilization burning under absolute power, mixed with the metallic tang of despair, filled the air. Prosperous cities were reduced to ruins, their legacies of wisdom and artistry disintegrating into nothingness. These were no longer passive historical accounts. They were memories seared into his very blood, belonging to the aggressors. Saturated with destruction and brutality, each onslaught of visions constricted his heart and sent tremors through his soul, as if he had become a part of that torrent of annihilation, experiencing the suffocating ecstasy of obliterating everything. Alongside the visions came whispers, filled with endless temptation and twisted power, resonating in every corner of his soul. Clearer and closer than ever before, imbued with a magnetic allure. Behold, this is the true essence of power, transcending the mundane fate. Why resist? Embrace it. You are the very embodiment of destruction, the harbinger of civilization's end. Pain, struggle? Simply relinquish and submit to your bloodline, and you shall attain true freedom. What do the lives of ants matter to you? Their civilization is laughably fragile. This whisper was not mere noise. It deftly stirred the dark emotions within Zhang Xiao. Born from years of isolation and animosity, it magnified the hidden superiority he felt when wielding power, even distorting the pain inflicted by Hong Zhan's rigorous training into shackles imposed by the weak. Passively enduring would only lead to gradual erosion, a truth Zhang Xiao was acutely aware of. Thus, during the brief respite between training sessions, as Lin Xiaoyun immersed himself in data analysis and Zhaoying maintained their weapons, Zhang Xiao made a nearly insane decision. He would no longer wait for the visions to come naturally. Instead, he actively submerged himself into the sea of consciousness, daring to touch the tome of beasts and confront the apocalyptic scenes and tempting whispers head-on. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, meditating on the precipice of a cliff. In his first voluntary attempt, he almost instantly lost control. As soon as his consciousness brushed against the tome, a torrent of destructive intent engulfed him like a tsunami. He found himself in a land of scorched earth, surrounded by countless shattered bones and twisted metal. A massive, scaled shadow cast by enormous wings overhead brought forth endless despair. The whispers clamored in his ears, urging him to destroy, to kill, to revel in this feast of annihilation. His consciousness trembled violently, with Zhang Xiao's reason resembling a solitary boat in a tempest, liable to capsize at any moment. He abruptly withdrew from the sea of consciousness, And in reality, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat, as if awakening from a nightmarish drowning. Xiao Gu. Zhao immediately darted to his side, half drawing a dagger, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Lin Xiaoyun also set aside his light brain, his gaze scrutinizing from behind his lenses. Mental backlash? The energy fluctuations are extremely chaotic. I'm fine. Zhang Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice hoarse, yet his eyes glimmered with a near-paranoid resolve. Just practicing control. Lin Xiaoyun pondered, but refrained from further inquiries. Zhao frowned, sheathed his dagger, muttering, madman. It was undoubtedly a madman's endeavor. Yet Zhang Xiao did not cease. In his second and third attempts, he approached the abyss of consciousness like a masochist willingly walking to the gallows, repeatedly plunging into that hell of awareness. He began to learn how to maintain a sliver of clarity amidst the illusions, akin to clinging desperately to a reef amidst raging waves. He forced himself to observe the details of the civilizations that had been destroyed, exquisite carvings on collapsed structures, unknown creatures struggling in flames, yet still attempting to protect their young, and runes that continued to shine with their final brilliance beneath the Titan's footfalls. He no longer merely sensed the power of destruction. He began to comprehend the indelible weight and guilt that such power bore. The temptation of the whispers remained potent, yet they began to intermingle with something else. As Zhang Xiao's will endured for longer periods within the illusions, the whispers occasionally revealed a hint of incredulity, even a trace of offended anger. Why resist your destiny? Do you feel pity for these remnants? Absurd. Your struggles are meaningless. You will ultimately succumb to annihilation. Zhang Xiao paid no heed. He regarded this whisper as a tool for honing his will, much like the chaotic distractions crafted by Hong Zhan. He silently recited his mother's gentle admonitions, recalled his father's silent support, and remembered the unwavering presence of Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying by his side. With these feeble yet resilient human emotions, he constructed a dam against the relentless tide of destruction. The results were significant, yet the costs were immense. His willpower, akin to steel repeatedly forged, became more resilient and substantial. He gained a deeper understanding of the so-called curse. It was not merely the risk of losing control, but a malicious erosion, attempting to assimilate his will stemming from the very essence of his bloodline. He even began to capture fragments of information about the Titan's bloodline within the violent torrents of the visions. They seemed not to be born destroyers, but rather entities that had endured unimaginable upheaval or betrayal in a distant era. However, each time he actively faced the visions, it felt as though he was subjecting his brain to relentless grinding beneath a millstone. The psychological toll far exceeded the fatigue of physical training. He often found himself slipping into brief moments of daze, echoes of the roaring and whispering from the visions lingering in his ears. It required immense effort to pull his consciousness back to reality. His eye sockets were sunken, dark circles under his eyes betraying the extreme depletion of his spirit. Your mental fluctuation curve is quite peculiar, Lin Xiaoyun remarked after one of the assessments, frowning. The peaks and troughs exhibit significant disparity, as if undergoing some form of extreme stretching. This is abnormal and perilous. I know, Zhang Xiao replied coolly, popping a basic elixir with focusing effects into his mouth. Chewing it, the bitter taste spread through his mouth, offering a fleeting clarity. He understood the danger, yet he had no choice. With the league approaching, he must flawlessly master himself under the scrutiny of the masses, leaving no opportunity for the Purification Society or any potential foes to exploit. Confronting the visions proactively, though perilous, was the swiftest method to forge his will and deepen his understanding of his bloodline. That night, after a grueling round of physical training, Zhang Xiao returned to room 013, his body nearly falling apart. Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying were already resting. He did not lie down immediately, but bore the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped him. Once again sitting cross-legged, his consciousness dove into the depths of the sea, filled with destruction and whispers. A new round of purgatory had begun. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Jiangnan Wuda, in the profound night sky above the abandoned mine marked on the map by Hong Zhan, a faint, unnatural signal flickered like a ghost, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 54. Su Wan's intelligence. The mental tug-of-war is far more exhausting than physical training. As Zhang Xiao once again struggled to break free from the sea of consciousness filled with visions of destruction and seductive whispers, the morning light of the real world filtered through the narrow windows of Building 7, casting a cold patch of light on his pale face. He felt as if a part of his soul had been siphoned away, leaving only unending fatigue and an overwhelming sense of alienation from the surrounding world. Hong Zhan's specialized training remained relentless, torturing him night after night, Yet the results were undeniably evident. His mastery over Qianjuan has progressed from awkward, distorted circles to a form that can barely outline the emblem of Jiangnan Wuda. Though still trembling, it possesses a semblance of precision. His physical control has reached an extraordinary level, with every punch and kick executed with intentional force, devoid of any superfluous waste. However, this rapid advancement comes at a cost. Both mentally and physically, the dark circles beneath his eyes have almost become a permanent adornment, accompanied by occasional moments of distraction and an instinctively taut body. This has resulted in several noteworthy anomalies recorded by Lin Xiaoyun in his data log. On this particular afternoon, during a rare training interlude, Zhang Xiao leaned against the edge of the training ground, quietly circulating his qi to dispel the lingering echoes of illusions in his mind. Lin Xiaoyun swiftly sifted through the public information of the seed players from various schools for the upcoming national competition on the screen beside him. Meanwhile, Zhaoying practiced her throwing knife skills against a rapidly moving target, the sound of blades slicing through the air reverberating incessantly. Just then, the metallic doors of the training field slid open silently, and a tall, agile figure stepped in against the light, clad in a combat uniform that accentuated her flawless curves. She moved with decisive grace. It was the long-absent Suwan. Her entrance instantly captivated all eyes in the training ground. As an instructor at Jiangnan Wuda, particularly one who had gone against the grain to recruit Zhang Xiao, Suwan had always been a distinctive presence in the special training class. Her arrival often signified that something significant was afoot. Her gaze swept across the arena, ultimately honing in on Zhang Xiao. She approached him directly, nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoying, who paused her practice, her eyes questioning. Zhang Xiao, Suwan's voice remained clear, but it carried an imperceptible weight of seriousness compared to before. Let us find a quiet place to talk. Zhang Xiao opened his eyes, meeting her penetrating gaze, and nodded. He rose to follow her to a small compartment adjacent to the training area designed for tactical simulations. Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoying exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly deciding not to follow, yet their attentions were evidently fixated in that direction. The compartment was soundproof. Once the door closed, the external clamor was instantly muted. Suwan wasted no time, getting straight to the point. The competition is set to commence in a week. How prepared are you? Her sharp gaze scrutinized Zhang Xiao. Instructor Hong's special training seems effective. Your control has markedly improved. However, your mental state appears to be severely depleted. Zhang Xiao refrained from addressing the concern regarding his mental state, calmly stating, I am preparing. Suwan did not press further, shifting her tone to a more serious note. I'll be succinct. Based on some intelligence I've received and limited information shared by the security department, the Purification Society has been unusually active lately. Upon hearing the name Purification Society, Zhang Xiao's expression sharpened, his aura momentarily stalling as if caught in a sudden chill. Suwan noted this change and continued. Their reach extends further than we anticipate. There are indications that they may have infiltrated the structure of this national competition. Lowering her voice slightly, she added, they could be members of a school's accompanying staff, personnel from the organizing committee, or even competitors who may have been recruited or compromised by them. Their objective is clear. It is you. The competition arena, teeming with various talents and complex rules, presents them with an opportune moment to strike. Zhang Xiao listened in silence, unconsciously rubbing the calluses formed on his fingertips from the intense training. This revelation was not entirely unexpected, yet hearing it confirmed by Suwan still weighed heavily on his heart. It signified that from the moment he embarked on this competitive journey, he would not only contend with overtly talented opponents, but also remain vigilant against unseen, lethal assaults from the shadows. Has the official body taken action? Zhang Xiao inquired. Suwan shook her head, a hint of frustration crossing her features. There is no concrete evidence. The Purification Society is exceedingly cunning, operating in secrecy, and all signs remain at the level of conjecture. The authorities cannot trigger widespread changes in the competition based solely on unverified suspicions. Such actions would incite panic and potentially alert the enemy. She regarded Zhang Xiao with a complex expression. I share this with you to ensure you are psychologically prepared. The intricacies of the competition far exceed mere victories in the arena. While visible threats are easier to evade, hidden dangers are much harder to defend against. In the arena, you must not only win, but do so cleanly, without granting them any opportunity to exploit. Simultaneously, you must maintain the highest level of alertness. Trust your teammates, but do not easily trust strangers. After a pause, she added, I will communicate with Instructor Hong, but outside the arena, his capacity for direct protection is limited. Much will depend on you. The information was scant, yet the warning was palpable. Zhang Xiao could sense the helplessness behind Su Wan's words. Clearly, even she felt constrained in the face of the formidable Purification Society, lurking in the shadows. I understand, Zhang Xiao nodded, his voice subdued. Thank you. Su Wan looked at his youthful face, which bore the weight of numerous burdens, and sighed softly. Take care of yourself, and also look after your teammates. You are now a collective. She cast a pointed glance towards Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoing outside the compartment. I will, Zhang Xiao replied succinctly, yet with conviction. Su Wan seemed poised to say more, but ultimately just patted his shoulder before turning to leave the compartment. Zhang Xiao stood alone for a moment, processing the information Su Wan had imparted. The stage of the competition was indeed not merely a realm of glory and opportunity. It was a perilous arena fraught with dangers. The Purification Society clung to him like a persistent shadow, refusing to dissipate. He pushed open the compartment door and stepped outside, where Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoing immediately approached him. What did Instructor Su say? Zhaoing, ever impatient, asked directly. Zhang Xiao did not withhold information, succinctly relaying Su Wan's warning regarding the potential infiltration of the Purification Society into the competition. Lin Xiaoyun adjusted his glasses, the reflective lenses obscuring his gaze. Our information channels are limited, but the likelihood is extremely high. We need to reassess the risks and formulate contingency plans, including identifying potential threats, establishing emergency communication codes, and devising countermeasures for potential attacks in varying competitive environments. Zhaoing snorted, her dagger glinting coldly as it spun between her fingers. Just in time. I was looking for a place to test my blade's swiftness. Whatever fiends dare to extend their claws, I shall sever them. Zhang Xiao observed his comrades springing into a state of readiness, and the weight in his heart lifted slightly. He was not alone in this fight. The competition, it seemed, was poised to become anything but mundane. It looks like this will not be a boring affair, Zhang Xiao remarked, his gaze drifting towards the vast sky outside the training ground, his expression sharp and steely. His perception of the imminent national event had transformed. It was no longer merely a battleground for obtaining qualifications for the secret realms, but a battlefield where he needed to remain vigilant, constantly maneuvering against unseen adversaries. Meanwhile, in a secure communication channel far from Jiangnan Wuda, a brief message was being transmitted. Target confirmed to be on the move. Cleanup operation initiated. Chapter 55. The expedition. As dawn's light began to break, a delicate mist enveloped the grand entrance of Jiangnan Wuda like a gossamer veil. However, the atmosphere today was decidedly different from its usual tranquility. The expansive airfield echoed with the low growl of engines, reminiscent of a slumbering beast stirring in its dreams. Stirring the moist morning air, several sleek, military-grade transport airships adorned with Jiangnan Wuda's azure emblem lay in wait, like dormant metal leviathans, poised for takeoff. The hatches stood wide open, ready to carry the hopes and ambitions of its students. The National University Martial Arts League was on the brink of commencement. The moment to embark had arrived. The participating team from Jiangnan Wuda gathered at the center of the airfield. The 20 selected primary and substitute team members represent the strongest combat prowess of the school's younger generation. At this moment, each individual is brimming with vitality, their gaze is sharp, radiating an uncontrollable excitement and martial spirit. Leading the group are several seasoned combat mentors, along with Hong Zhan, who stands at the forefront like a guardian deity. His expression darker than the bottom of a pot, clearly unimpressed by this collective endeavor. Zhang Xiao, Lin Xiaoyan, and Zhaoing occupy a relatively rear position in the formation. Zhang Xiao remains clad in his faded deep gray training uniform, which starkly contrasts with the resplendent, personalized battle attire adorned with family crests worn by others, making him conspicuously out of place. His eyelids droop slightly, seemingly in a state of meditation or attempting to shut out external distractions. A month of grueling training and battling illusions has rendered his aura more subdued, yet imbued with a chilling sense of detachment. Lin Xiaoyan seizes the final moments to rapidly scan the updated profiles of competitors on his personal holographic device, his gaze focused and composed behind his lenses. Meanwhile, Zhaoing, filled with excitement, surveys the massive airships, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly against the dagger sheath at her thigh, seemingly assessing the armor's thickness. Aboard the airship, Hong Zhan's gruff roar shatters the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. The team begins to board the designated airship in an orderly manner. As Zhang Xiao moves toward the gangway with the crowd, he distinctly feels countless gazes converging upon him from all directions, akin to searchlights. These stares do not merely originate from the teachers and students bidding farewell. They predominantly come from other teams gathered here, also preparing to embark. Look, the people from Jiangnan Wuda are here. Is that the famed Jiangxing giant ape, Zhang Xiao? He seem particularly special. Shoo, keep it down. I've heard he's ruthless. He incapacitated Qin Hao from the Qin family in the school selection with just one strike. Is that true? Isn't Qin Hao at the pinnacle of the initial stage of martial masters? Who knows? It might just be Jiang and Wuda trying to create hype. However, I've heard he has a peculiar temperament and is prone to losing control. It's best to keep your distance. The murmurs swell like a tide, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and unabashed hostility. The name Jiangxing giant ape, undoubtedly accompanied by various rumors, some true, some false, has circulated among the early arriving teams. A newcomer from a small town, possessing bizarre powers, known for his ruthless nature, and even bearing the reputation of being uncontrollable, has become a focal point for many arrogant prodigies eager to surpass him. Zhang Xiao remains unfazed, his steps unyielding as he boards the airship. Lin Xiaoyan follows closely behind, whispering quickly. Initial observations indicate that the team on the left, donned in white and gold-trimmed battle attire, is from the imperial capital Wuda. Their aura is notably strong, particularly their leader, Yuan Xuan, warrants close attention. The individuals in dark green uniforms on the right are from the Northwest War Academy, exuding a heavy murderous intent, practical combatants. The group behind us, clad in vibrant colors resembling peacocks, is from the East Sea United Academy. Their methods are rather cunning. Zhaoing scoffs, a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins, staring at Xiao Ge like they've never seen a handsome man before. Her voice, perfectly pitched, draws the ire of several nearby students from other schools who were eavesdropping. Zhang Xiao's lips twitch slightly, while Lin Xiaoyan helplessly adjusts his glasses. The interior of the airship is spacious, yet the seating arrangement subtly reflects status and affiliation. The elite class students naturally occupy the most comfortable and well-placed front rows, engaging in lively conversation amidst a vibrant atmosphere. Conversely, Zhang Xiao and his companions find themselves relegated to a noisier, more secluded corner near the engine compartment. They exhibit no reaction to this arrangement, relishing the quiet. The massive airship ascends steadily under the power of its robust engines, breaking through the clouds as it speeds toward the venue of the upcoming league, located in Lonyuan City. Renowned for its colossal ancient arena in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Outside the porthole, the Sea of Clouds roils, and the landscape is majestic. However, the atmosphere within the cabin remains tense. Even across the aisle, Zhang Xiao can sense the faint, evaluative, and provocative gazes of students from other schools scanning him. It feels as if he is a piece of fresh meat thrown into a pack of wolves, attracting all hungry eyes. He even notices a few individuals, distinctly different in aura from the students and clad in staff uniforms, whose gazes linger on him momentarily. Their expressions are not of curiosity, but rather a chilling confirmation. Are they regular committee staff or the spies deployed by the Purification Society? As Suwan warned, Zhang Xiao closes his eyes, choosing not to look further, and immerses his mind inwardly. He silently circulates his qi and blood, while a thread of vigilance remains, akin to an invisible radar, sensing the malice surrounding him. To remain low-key is both Su Wan's admonition and his current strategy. Before the true battle commences, he wishes to avoid any unnecessary trouble. However, the winds of fate are ever restless. After approximately 2 hours of flight, a somewhat flippant voice resonates from the adjacent aisle. Oh, aren't these the talented individuals from Jiang and Wuda? What an honor. Zhang Xiao opens his eyes to see a youth clad in the East Sea United Academy's flamboyant battle attire, his hair dyed a gaudy shade of purple. Standing in the aisle with a few followers, grinning broadly as his gaze unabashedly roams over the three of them, lingering especially on Zhang Xiao. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Juanxiu from East Sea United Academy. The purple-haired youth brushes back a lock of hair from his forehead, his tone laced with an inexplicable sense of superiority. You must be the illustrious Jiangxing giant ape, Zhang Xiao. I've heard you possess immense strength. I wonder how it compares to the sea beasts we specially train at our academy. Perhaps we could spar some time? His words seem courteous, yet the disdain and provocation in his gaze are almost transparent. Clearly, he views Zhang Xiao as a stepping stone to his own fame. Before Zhang Xiao can respond, Zhao Ying, seated by the aisle, abruptly lifts her head, her eyes icy as blades. A spar? We can do that right now. I'll ensure you remember it vividly. She has unsheathed her dagger to the extent of half an inch, its cold gleam intimidating. Li Juanxiu is momentarily stifled by Zhao Ying's unabashed hostility, his complexion shifting. His followers instinctively take a half-step back. Lin Xiaoyan adjusts his glasses, his tone flat as he adds, according to public records, East Sea United Academy ranked 9th overall in the last league. Li Juanxiu, your personal best achievement was reaching the top 32 in the Southeast Regional Qualifiers. I suggest you focus on improving your own ranking rather than engaging in meaningless comparisons of cross-species strength. Li Juanxiu's face flushes to a deep shade of liver red as he points at Lin Xiaoyanyu. Get lost. A cold word escapes Zhang Xiao's lips. He does not look at Li Juanxiu, his gaze remaining calm as he stares out at the turbulent sea of clouds beyond the porthole. Yet in that moment, an extremely subtle but weighty pressure descends, akin to an invisible mountain, causing Li Juanxiu and his followers to momentarily struggle for breath, as if targeted by some primordial beast. The harsh words that lingered on the tip of Li Juanxiu's tongue are abruptly stifled. Li Juanxiu's expression fluctuates several times before he ultimately huffs in frustration and retreats with his entourage, defeated. The minor disturbance subsides. Yet the gazes directed toward this corner of the cabin now carry a greater measure of caution and complexity. The name of the giant ape, with the first brief skirmish on this expedition, is swiftly proclaiming his existence within this confined space, announcing his presence to all participants. Zhang Xiao recloses his eyes. Longyuan City draws ever nearer. The true storm still lies ahead. Chapter 56. The first battle. The arena of the National University League is a vast vortex composed of fervor, vitality, and the thunderous roar of combat. The circular arena was filled to capacity, the roar of the crowd nearly palpable, striking against the eardrums of every individual present. The energy shield rippled like water at the edges of the platforms, separating the audience from the deadly battlefield, yet failing to diminish the fervent atmosphere that seemed capable of igniting the very air. In the resting area of Jiang and Wudao University, however, the mood was marked by an unusual tranquility. Zhang Xiao leaned back against his chair with his eyes closed, his deep blue combat uniform accentuating his tall and powerful silhouette. The cacophony surrounding him resembled a tidal wave, seemingly warded off by an invisible barrier. The scrutinizing, curious, and even hostile gazes directed at him felt as inconsequential as pebbles thrown into a deep pool, failing to disturb the surface. Xiao Gu, it's the first match, platform B3. Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, cold data streaming across the tactical tablet screen. Opponent, Chen Feng from Xishan Wuda. Vitality, 195, a solid beginner warrior. Core advantage, speed. Practicing wind-based martial technique, the wind-rending claw, with a tactical style leaning towards agility and attrition. Zhang Xiao's eyelids remained undisturbed, a low, rumbling sound emanating from his throat. Beside him, Zhao Ying, lithe as a cheetah, yawned languidly. A speed type? How dull. Xiao Gu, wrap it up quickly. I want to see that fire-wielding beauty captain on platform A. Lin Xiaoyan disregarded Zhao Ying's banter, turning to Zhang Xiao. Strategy? Zhang Xiao finally opened his eyes, revealing a depth of calmness that seemed unfathomable. 3 moves, he stated, devoid of any ripple of emotion, as if proclaiming an established fact. Without further explanation, he rose. The simplicity of his movement exuded a steady, tiger-like grace, prompting the talented competitors from other universities to instinctively part to create a path. An intangible pressure spread with his movement. Is that Jiangqing's giant ape, Zhang Xiao? He looks quite ordinary, yet his aura is entirely restrained. Chen Feng's speed is top-notch, specifically designed to counter such brute strength. Let's see how he fares. Whispers of discontent floated around. Jiang and Wuda is truly desperate, sending a problematic student to the front lines. Zhang Xiao paid no heed, stepping onto the cold, polished alloy platform. Across from him, Chen Feng of Xishan Wuda was already poised, lean and agile. With lively eyes and hands clad in metallic claws that glimmered a ghostly blue, he leaned slightly forward as if ready to merge with the wind. Assessing Zhang Xiao, a smirk of confidence and disdain crept across his lips. Zhang Xiao, I've heard of your reputation, Chen Feng began, his voice sharp as the wind. However, this arena is not a wilderness. Mere brute force won't suffice. My speed will show you the meaning of despair. Zhang Xiao cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, his gaze akin to that of a person observing a lifeless object. Nonsense. The judge, an unflappable middle-aged warrior, surveyed both competitors with keen eyes. Intentional fatal or crippling actions are prohibited. A party concedes if they yield, fall for 10 seconds, or exit the boundary. Prepare. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, his pale blue vitality light instantly enveloping him. He became a blur, seemingly transforming into a wisp of smoke. Begin. The referee's command and the sound of the wind coincided. Chen Feng's figure abruptly vanished, leaving only fleeting afterimages. Like a phantom, he dashed around Zhang Xiao at breakneck speed, the wind-rending claw generating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. From all directions, he sought a fatal opening. So fast, it's impossible to discern where he truly is. Chen Feng's wind spirit step has improved. Why isn't Zhang Xiao moving? Is he stunned? On the platform, Zhang Xiao remained as steadfast as a rock, not even adopting the most basic defensive stance. As the claw-like wind approached within mere inches of his body, it was silently neutralized and extinguished by the natural flow of his dense vitality, leaving not even a strand of hair disturbed. He stood calmly, his gaze sharp as the most precise radar, locking onto the swiftly moving azure shadow. The first move, Chen Feng's rapid probe, returned empty-handed, unable to make Zhang Xiao budge even an inch. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Chen Feng. The opponent's defense exceeded his expectations. Yet, he held unwavering confidence in his speed, his form blurring once more, velocity surging as his afterimages coalesced into a curtain of blue. Simultaneously, he crossed his claws over his chest, vitality surging wildly, and the blue light of his claw covers intensified. Wind-rending cyclone. A razor-sharp, high-velocity blue wind blade coalesced, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed for Zhang Xiao's seemingly unguarded neck. This strike combined both speed and power, one of his signature moves. However, just as the wind blade was about to graze his skin, Zhang Xiao moved. Without warning, without any build-up, he merely sidestepped with effortless precision. The blue wind blade grazed past his neck by mere millimeters, the force of its passage ruffling a few of his hairs. With a resounding thud, the wind blade crashed against the energy shield at the edge of the platform, sending ripples surging outward. The second move, a lethal attack, effortlessly thwarted. Chen Feng's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was not mere resistance. Zhang Xiao had completely read his trajectory and timing. What terrifying dynamic vision and combat instinct did this require? Just as Chen Feng's previous force began to wane, and he found himself in the moment of transition, Zhang Xiao, who had remained motionless until now, sprang into action. A low hum resonated from the alloy surface beneath his feet, as if straining under an immense weight. He erupted like an ancient beast freed from the shackles of gravity. No afterimages, no frills, only a pure, explosive linear advance. The speed reached its zenith, even leaving a fleeting sonic boom in its wake. Chen Feng's vision blurred. That deep blue figure filled his entire field of view as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, as if not a man, but an entire mountain was crashing into him. The air thickened, and his wind spirit step experienced an unsettling inertia. He wished to retreat, to evade. Yet his body lagged behind his thoughts. That domineering presence had completely locked onto him, making even breathing an arduous task. Zhang Xiao did not even throw a punch. He simply raised his right hand, pointing like a blade directly at Chen Feng's chest. This gesture, seemingly slow, was inescapable, sealing off all avenues of retreat. A tremendous force surged forth, and Chen Feng felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding armored vehicle. His protective vitality shattered like paper, and a painful crack echoed from his ribs. He found himself airborne, propelled backward, moving faster than he had ever been before. With a thud, Chen Feng's body traced a chaotic parabolic arc, precisely crossing the boundary of the platform. He crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground beyond, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he tasted blood in his throat, and as he coughed it out, darkness enveloped his vision, robbing him of any will to fight. Around platform B3, an eerie silence fell. From the referee's call to the moment Chen Feng was ejected like a discarded sack, the entire sequence took less than 3 breaths. 3 moves? No, strictly speaking, Zhang Xiao had only actively engaged once, a dodge, an advance, and a gentle press. There were no dazzling displays of vitality clashing, no earth-shattering techniques colliding. Not even a word escaped Zhang Xiao's lips. The battle concluded before it even began. Clean, swift, brutal, marked by an almost indifferent absolute efficiency. In the profound silence, a single, laborious gulp echoed distinctly, shattering the stillness. Then, a cacophony erupted like a flood breaching its dam. What transpired? How did Chen Feng get thrown out? Did he collide with someone? Did he merely press against them? Who discerned his movements? Why did I see nothing? This creature is undoubtedly a monster. The referee, momentarily stunned, swiftly approached to assess Chen Feng's condition. Upon confirming his disqualification, he announced in a voice tinged with subtle dryness, "The victor is Zhang Xiao from Jiangnan Wuda." Zhang Xiao retracted his hand, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He did not glance at his unconscious opponent, but turned to leave the arena. His stride remained steady, his breath as even as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. In the audience, countless gazes converged upon him like spotlights, filled with shock, apprehension, and disbelief. The earlier voices of skepticism and mockery fell silent, replaced by a more profound emotion, reverence. In the VIP viewing area, several formidable figures with deep auras cast their eyes upon him. His physical prowess was formidable, his explosive power astonishing, and his timing impeccable. A middle-aged man in a military uniform, bearing the insignia of a general, nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Beside him, an elderly gentleman clad in an ancient robe narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. The strength is concentrated yet fluid, emanating from the heart. What is even rarer is that calmness, not typical of youth. Zhang Xiao has indeed unearthed a gem. On the other side, the radiant Yuan Xuan, surrounded by a gentle halo, observed Zhang Xiao's retreating figure. A fleeting flicker of disdain crossed his golden eyes, as if he had glimpsed a taint upon the purity of light. He muttered softly, audible only to himself, "The brutality of such power is sickening." Zhang Xiao remained oblivious. Returning directly to Jiang Wuda's resting area, Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold data. Objectives achieved. Muscle explosion efficiency exceeds estimates by 85. Neural reaction speed is exceptional. No anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Pure physicality and vitality employed. Zhaoing whistled, raising his eyebrows. "Xiaogu, you were spectacular. That guy is probably still dreaming on the ground. Your method of dissuasion is quite direct." Zhang Xiao unscrewed a bottle of water and took a sip, remaining silent. His gaze swept across the distant, fiercely contending arenas, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. This was merely the beginning, hardly a warm-up. He sensed several particularly sharp, scrutinizing gazes directed toward him from various angles. One gaze, imbued with a barely perceptible aura of light, instinctively provoked a sense of rejection and restlessness within his veins. Zhang Xiao set down the water bottle, a subtle glint of intensity flashing deep within his eyes. The hunt had just begun. Chapter 57. Advancement. The tournament raged on. The colossal venue resembling an unceasing furnace, refining the brilliance of young martial artists. As the competition progressed, the clashes upon the stage grew increasingly fierce. The resounding booms of vitality colliding and the bursts of energy seemed unending. Amidst this boiling tumult, Zhang Xiao of Jiang Wuda emerged as a silent, yet stable current of cold. Wherever he passed, opponents quickly disintegrated. His second adversary was Badu from Beijing Wuda, a figure of towering stature at 2.08 meters, renowned for his mastery of Xian Gui Gang Qi. It was said he had once confronted a mid-tier beast without sustaining harm. Standing on the stage, he resembled an iron tower, muscles coiled like springs. "Zhang Xiao, your brute force ends here." Bada's voice boomed like thunder, his arms crossed over his chest as earthy Gang Qi surged forth. It coalesced around him into a heavy, rock-like phantom of a turtle shell, exuding an aura of immovable solidity. "This Xianrock barrier shall be your wall of despair." The moment the referee announced the start, Bada bellowed, augmenting his Gang Qi further. His feet appeared rooted to the stage, embodying an unwavering stance against any tempest. Zhang Xiao's response was astonishingly simplistic. He did not dash forward, but rather approached Bada step by step. His movements were steady, his pace unhurried, as if he were not attacking but surveying his domain. What was he doing? Taking a stroll? Bada's defense was notoriously formidable. Even mid-tier martial artists had to exert considerable effort to breach it. Did he intend to shatter the Xian Gui Gang Qi with mere physical strikes? How arrogant! Amidst a sea of skeptical and derisive gazes, Zhang Xiao reached Bada's side. Then, under Bada's serious and confident scrutiny, he raised his arm, clenched his fist, and struck directly. The action was unadorned, devoid of any radiant display of vitality. Merely the low whistle of his fist slicing through the air, as if the very atmosphere was being compressed by the blow. A flicker of disdain crossed Bada's eyes as he channeled all his Gang Qi. The turtle shell phantom solidified, ready to absorb the impact before launching a counterattack. Boom! Upon contact between the fist and the earthy Gang Qi, there was no stalemate, no ripple. The seemingly indestructible Xianrock barrier shattered as if struck by a hypervelocity armor-piercing round, producing a deafening crack of destruction. Fragments erupted into chaotic waves of vitality, scattering in all directions. The force of the punch remained unabated, landing squarely on Bada's crossed arms. Crack! Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing sent shivers down spines. Bada let out a cry of agony and disbelief. His over 200-pound frame hurtled backward like a sandbag struck by a battering ram. He collided harshly against the pale blue energy shield behind him. The shield rippled violently, emitting a shrill hum. Bada slid down the barrier and collapsed to the ground. His arms twisted at unnatural angles, already unconscious. One punch. Merely one punch. The Xian Gui Gang Qi, reputed to withstand mid-tier martial attacks, shattered. The famed defender from Beijiang was defeated. The audience erupted in astonishment. Did I not see correctly? One punch obliterated the Xian rock barrier? What monstrous strength is this? Is his vitality forged from magma? I can hardly perceive the limits of his vitality. It is unfathomable. In Jiangnan Wuda's resting area, Zhaoing snapped his fingers. Well done. Xiao Gu, next time, could you try a different style? Perhaps a spinning kick or something. Using straight punches all the time lacks flair. Lin Xiaoyun adjusted his glasses. The tablet displaying rapidly scrolling data. The threshold for defense collapse exceeded estimates by 187. Power output stability is exceptionally high, with energy dissipation below 0.05. It is advisable for subsequent opponents to abandon absolute defensive strategies in favor of evasive maneuvers or attribute countering. Zhang Xiao shook his wrist, his expression impassive as he descended from the stage. Defeating such a caliber of opponent failed to elicit even the slightest stir within his colossal ape bloodline. In the third match, his opponent was a prodigy from Sinan Women's Wuda, Lu Ruyan. What a cliché name. This woman moved with an elusive grace, akin to smoke and illusion, wielding a pair of poisoned short blades with angles of attack that were both cunning and vicious. She specialized in targeting vital points and energy nodes, having previously bested two formidable competitors with her phantom smoke steps and serpent kiss blades. As the match commenced, Lu Ruyan flickered, and suddenly 3 or 4 indistinguishable pale purple afterimages appeared on the stage. Like phantoms, they circled Zhang Xiao, seeking an opportune moment for a lethal strike. The hissing sound of blades slicing through the air emanated from all directions, imbued with a sickly sweet aroma that unsettled the senses. Zhang Xiao stood firm, his gaze calmly tracking the afterimages. His evasive movements were minimal. Occasionally, he tilted his head slightly or shifted his position just enough. The venomous blades, capable of slicing through gold and jade, always brushed perilously close to his form, failing to even graze the hem of his attire. His movements were precise, akin to a machine programmed with predetermined responses. Such swiftness of movement. Lu Ruyan's phantom smoke steps became increasingly challenging to capture. Zhang Xiao is indeed remarkable. Observe his foresight, as he consistently evades danger with precision. This is the epitome of a confrontation between spear and shield. Lu Ruyan, unable to break through, wore a slightly troubled expression. With a sharp cry, she accelerated, her afterimages merging into a blur. Simultaneously, her hands wielded dual short blades in a crisscross manner, her vitality surging as she unleashed her ultimate technique, the 1,000 phantom venomous fangs. Countless blade shadows, imbued with a metallic scent, surged forth like venomous serpents emerging from their lair, enveloping Zhang Xiao in an unavoidable onslaught. At this critical juncture, Zhang Xiao lifted his eyelids, his gaze akin to 2 chilling bolts of lightning. In an instant, he pierced through the myriad illusions, accurately locking onto Lu Ruyan's true form. Intimidation activated. There was no earth-shattering force, only an intangible yet weighty will that bore down like a mountain. It descended upon Lu Ruyan's soul like an icy shackle. In that moment, she felt her heart abruptly halt, her breath caught, and her mind went blank. The strike, which had consolidated all her energy and confidence, was rendered fatally stagnant. As the illusions dissipated, her pale visage and eyes wide with horror were revealed. She felt as though an ancient beast was regarding her, its indifferent gaze fixed upon her as a mere prey. The flaw was but a fleeting moment. Yet, for Zhang Xiao, it was sufficient. He moved, slipping into the exposed opening created by Lu Ruyan's paralysis. His right hand, with fingers poised like a lightning bolt, struck her wrist at a vital point. Clang! The short blade fell to the ground. Lu Ruyan stifled a groan, feeling a numbing sensation coursing through half her body. A force both supple and inescapable, pushing her back several steps, causing her to stumble and fall off the stage. Sitting on the ground, she clutched her tingling wrist, gazing at the still composed Zhang Xiao, her eyes filled with disbelief and trepidation. In that fleeting instance, the shadow of death had gripped her throat. The referee paused momentarily before announcing loudly, "The winner is Jiangnan Wuda, Zhang Xiao." The audience below erupted into whispers of confusion. What just transpired? How did Lu Ruyan fall on her own? She was on the verge of victory, yet suddenly faltered? Was it Zhang Xiao? What did he do? It was completely unclear. It was incomprehensible, utterly unfathomable. This individual was exceptionally enigmatic. In the VIP section, several dignitaries exchanged glances. Although the mental assault was subtle, it was unmistakable. The middle-aged man in military attire affirmed, "The control is proficient. It disrupts without harming the essence." The elderly figure in ancient robes stroked his beard. This young man's application of mental force is not that of a novice. It appears he possesses more than mere physical prowess. The young member of the Yuan clan seemed to take note as well. Yuan Xin sat poised, a radiant aura surrounding him, his golden eyes glinting with increasing coldness. The manipulation of souls is indeed a trait of the fallen curse bearers, utterly repugnant. Zhang Xiao disregarded the myriad of gazes as he returned to the resting area. The use of intimidation was part of Lin Xiaoyan's tactical planning, designed to resolve troublesome foes with minimal cost while preserving his trump card. The effect was remarkable. Lin Xiaoyan quickly recorded, "Mental disruption effective time, 3 seconds." Successfully interrupted the opponent's lethal technique of high agility. Target's mental resistance assessment. See, data updated. Intimidation may serve as a standard tactical option. Zhaoing leaned closer, grinning mischievously. "Xiao Gu, impressive. Can your gaze kill? Teach me. Next time I see a girl who displeases me, I'll just glare at her, and she'll surely obey." Zhang Xiao, uninterested in this lively character, took a sip from his water bottle. He sensed an increase in scrutinizing eyes from the shadows, laden with examination and a barely perceptible, icy malice. Could they be members of the Purification Society? He chuckled coldly within, not concerned. As the subsequent matches unfolded, the opponent's prowess steadily escalated. Second-stage martial artists became commonplace, and their techniques increasingly diverse. Flames surged, ice encased the ground, and thunder reverberated, transforming the arena into an elemental trial ground. In the fourth match, facing an opponent who commanded flames, Zhang Xiao advanced with blinding speed, disregarding the searing heat, and with a gentle push of his palm, sent the opponent reeling, blood spilling forth, the flames failing to ignite even a strand of his hair. In the fifth match, his adversary summoned a rain of ice spikes, dense as a storm. Zhang Xiao strolled through the icy downpour, all approaching spikes shattering into vapor 3 feet away from him under an invisible force field. Subsequently, with a swift hand strike, he shattered the opponent's hastily assembled thick ice shield, sending it crashing off the arena. Clean, brisk, and devastatingly efficient, he resembled an unfathomable abyss. No matter how fierce the tempest raised by his foes, they could only be silently consumed, unable to even stir a ripple. The phrase impenetrably profound accompanied each of his dominating victories, etching itself deeply into the minds of all who followed the league. The media began to refer to him as a humanoid beast, an enigmatic man, the most understated king. His match viewership soared, as people yearned to witness this expressionless youth, who swept through all with sheer physicality and painfully simplistic techniques, and to discover the limits of his capabilities. Finally, following yet another predictably swift victory, the league committee unveiled the latest advancement list. On the vast holographic screen, 32 names shimmered brilliantly, representing the strongest 32 talents of the current tournament. Zhang Xiao's name stood out prominently. Jiangnan Wuda, Zhang Xiao, successfully advanced to the top 32 of the main competition. His gaze swept across the screen, landing on several names of potential upcoming opponents, his expression remaining as serene as a still pond. The stage of the main competition was teeming with formidable competitors. But what of it? He picked up the pristine battle chart beside him, clearly printed with the information of his opponent in the top 32. From Donghai Wuda, renowned for his water manipulation techniques, Shin Kanglin, water and fire. The ultimate contradiction. Chapter 58, the sacred light of the imperial capital. With the list of the top 32 unveiled, the league entered a brief intermission. The protective barriers of the various arenas dimmed temporarily, yet the atmosphere within the venue remained fervent, even more so with the impending clashes of titans. The analysis panel screen replayed highlights repeatedly, while media reporters scurried like hounds, seeking to unearth the stories behind the prodigies. In the resting area of Jiangnan Wuda, Zhaoing lounged with his legs crossed, the screen displaying humorous highlights from a martial arts variety show. He laughed uproariously, occasionally emitting sounds that disrupted the ambience. Lin Xiaoyan, however, was engrossed in a tactical tablet, the screen flooded with dense streams of data, as he constructed threat models for the potential opponents in the top 32. Zhang Xiao closed his eyes, his vitality flowing through him like the mighty Yangtze River, nurturing every sinew and bone. The bloodline of the great ape lay dormant, akin to a slumbering volcano, exuding a reassuring sense of strength. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. A faint sensation, akin to a red-hot needle, suddenly pierced deep into the lake of his heart. It was a warmth, a radiance, yet infused with a sense of superiority and purifying exclusion. It was in stark contrast to the primal, domineering energy coursing through his veins, almost a natural antithesis. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, precisely directed towards the grandest platform, the most prominently featured in the spotlight, the center stage of the Imperial Capital University, where the match of the top contender, Yuan Xian, was about to commence. Xiao Ge, something's up? Zhao keenly sensed the subtle shift in Zhang Xiao's aura, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instantly, he muted the raucous variety show, his body tensing slightly. Lin Xiaoyan also raised his head, his expression grave behind his glasses. Yuan Xian, the top contender of the Imperial Capital University, widely regarded as the favorite to win. Vitality unknown, estimated lower limit, 25. Bloodline ability, holy light, effects unspecified, yet known to possess formidable purification, healing, and offensive characteristics. All publicly available competition records show that opponents were swiftly defeated, leaving no substantial data for in-depth analysis. His tone was imbued with rare seriousness, resembling an information black hole, with a threat level classified as extremely high. Let us proceed and take a look, Zhang Xiao declared, rising with a calm voice that carried an undeniable conviction. The radiant power stirred the bloodline within him, an instinctive agitation that evoked a persistent sense of aversion and rejection. As if confronting a natural enemy, the trio arrived at the viewing area near platform A1, which was already densely packed with spectators. The fervent cheers and screams coalesced into a wave, nearly threatening to lift the arena's roof. Countless cameras, akin to moths drawn to light, focused intently on the stage. Centering on a singular figure, Yuan Xuan stood poised at the center of the arena, his stature erect like a pine tree. Adorned in the emblematic pure white battle robe of the Imperial Capital's Martial University, intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns. His features were chiseled as if sculpted by the gods, with golden hair glimmering softly under the bright lights. He simply stood there, emanating a gentle yet sacred aura, as though he were a source of light, inspiring feelings of insignificance, reverence, and an impulse to worship. Yuan Xuan, Holy Light Prince, invincible, perfect. This is truly the favored child of heaven. The deafening roars of fervent fans formed a powerful crescendo, nearly drowning out all other sounds. Yet, Zhang Xiao's gaze penetrated through this superficial radiance and tumult, precisely landing on the intangible yet undeniably existent light surrounding Yuan Xuan. In his perception, beneath that warmth lay an essence of ultimate restraint and dominion, a rule-like power seemingly capable of cleansing all impurities from the world. It silently provoked the dormant giant ape bloodline within him, which stirred for the first time, not with the fervor of a warrior facing a formidable foe, but rather with a profound aversion and rejection, as if encountering a natural nemesis. A faint, burning sensation emanated from deep within his bloodline. Did you feel that? Lin Xiaoyan inquired softly, noticing Zhang Xiao's slightly furrowed brow and the sudden tautness of his jawline. Indeed, Zhang Xiao replied, his gaze growing increasingly profound and frigid. Such pure power, so pristine, aims to purify all it deems unclean, including myself. At that moment, Yuan Xuan's opponent ascended the stage, a formidable warrior from the Northwest Martial University, Lei Lai, with a vitality value of 23, renowned for his ferocious and violent lightning attacks. Towering in stature, he was surrounded by crackling blue arcs of electricity, exuding an aggressive aura akin to a human tempest. Yuan Xuan, I have long wished to test whether your holy light is indeed as invincible as the legends proclaim. Lei Lai's voice thundered, brimming with battle fervor, attempting to overshadow Yuan Xuan's disconcerting tranquility. Yuan Xuan inclined his head slightly, a gentle yet distant smile gracing his handsome face, akin to a deity gazing down upon devout worshippers. Please. The referee announced the commencement of the match. With a primal roar, Lei Lai unleashed his most powerful attack without reservation. 9 prisons of thunder. He struck with both fists, summoning the full force of lightning around him. As 9 thick blue electric serpents, as robust as human arms, roared and tore through the air with a devastating presence. Striking at Yuan Xuan from various angles like the whip of a thunder god, the blinding light and deafening thunder illuminated the entire arena in a vivid azure, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. In the face of this violent assault, capable of reducing an ordinary martial artist to ashes, Yuan Xuan merely raised his right hand slowly. His movements were elegant and composed, as if he were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather participating in a sacred prayer or ritual. The impure shall fade, and the light shall endure. He uttered softly, his voice unassuming, yet curiously overpowering the cacophony of thunder. Clearly, it flowed into the depths of every soul like a gentle stream. In an instant, centered around him, a pure, gentle yet immensely powerful holy white light erupted like the dawn's first rays. This radiance was not blinding, yet it bore an irresistible aura of authority and order. As the light passed, the frenzied howls of the blue electric serpents dissipated as if exposed to the scorching sun, emitting a mournful hiss as they rapidly disintegrated, leaving no trace of electricity, as though they had never existed. The arrogance and battle spirit on Lei Lai's face instantly froze, transforming into sheer astonishment and disbelief. He felt the thunderous power he had summoned, capable of shattering mountains, rendered fragile as paper before that seemingly gentle holy light. It was as if a higher-order power had directly erased him from existence on a fundamental level. Yet, the spectacle had not concluded. Yu Wenxuan gently pointed his index finger forward. Purification. A beam of holy light, distilled to perfection and no thicker than a finger, traversed the space between them in an instant, silently striking Lei Lai's chest. Thud. Lei Lai was as if struck by an ancient giant elephant, his protective energy and residual lightning power proving impotent before the holy light. He was propelled backward, all arcs of electricity extinguished as he flew through the air. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments. Upon landing heavily, he convulsed, unable even to lift a finger. It was not merely a severe injury. Rather, the essence of his vitality and core of thunderous energy appeared to have been largely purified by that beam of holy light, plunging him into utter exhaustion and chaos, rendering him incapable of fighting back within a short span of time. One strike. A casual strike. It was akin to a near-instantaneous defeat of the formidable Lei Lai. The arena fell into a brief silence, as if time itself had halted for a moment. Then, an eruption of even more fervent cheers and shouts ensued, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Holy light. Invincible. So powerful. Is this truly the strength of His Highness Yuan? It was a being of an entirely different dimension. He is a god. The referee quickly approached to assess the situation and declared Yu Wenxuan the victor. Yu Wenxuan withdrew his hand, the surging holy light around him receding like a tide. He did not even glance at his defeated opponent, his gaze calmly sweeping over the frenzied audience below, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. His demeanor was flawless, resembling a deity descending upon the mortal realm, untouched by any earthly trivialities. However, just as his gaze seemingly brushed over Zhang Xiao's vicinity, it appeared to pause for an infinitesimal fraction of a second. A fleeting flicker passed through his pure golden eyes, an almost imperceptible fluctuation. It was not directed at anyone in particular, but rather seemed to be an instinctive reaction to a certain tainted presence, imbued with profound aversion and a subtle, cold desire for annihilation. Zhang Xiao clearly detected that transient emotion. The agitation within his bloodline intensified abruptly, and the obscure burning sensation sharpened, as if scorched by an invisible flame. The analysis results indicated energy nature, highly ordered, exhibiting potent characteristics of suppression and decomposition on a rule level, possessing absolute restraint over chaos, darkness, and negative attributes. Lin Xiaoyan recorded rapidly, his tone heavier than ever. Threat level, maximum. Recommendation, extreme caution, absolutely avoid direct confrontation of attributes. Zhaoing also ceased his playful demeanor, smacking his lips, a rare expression of solemnity crossing his face. This fellow is your natural nemesis, Xiao Ge. Even I feel uncomfortable just looking at his light, as if it intends to cleanse one inside and out. Zhang Xiao remained silent, casting a profound glance at the center of the arena, where Yu Wenxuan stood, radiant as the sun, surrounded by throngs of admirers. Shengguang Jinghua, he slowly clenched his fist hanging by his side, the knuckles turning slightly pale from the force. It was not fear that compelled him, but rather a primal, violent battle intent ignited deep within his bloodline, a fierce defiance that was innate and unyielding. Yu Wenxuan undoubtedly stood as the most formidable, radiant, and challenging peak on his path to victory. He turned, silently departing from the hub of commotion and light. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary, yet resolute amidst the fervent crowd, as if he were embarking towards a dense, opposing shadow. In a hidden angle, his lips gradually curled upwards, culminating in a quintessential Van Ma smile. Let it come. The more dazzling the light, the denser the shadows it casts. And he was the great ape born from that shadow and curse. Chapter 59. The 16-strong battle. The National University League has entered the brutal competition for the top 16. The atmosphere within the venue resembled an exquisitely compressed powder keg, with each duel capable of igniting deafening roars. Those who have reached this stage are all powerful individuals who have fought their way out from the elite of various provinces. The weakest among them stands firm at the pinnacle of the second tier of martial masters. Zhang Xiao's opponent is Shi Jian from Zhongzhou Wuda. True to his name, Shi Jian is tall and robust, his skin radiating a light brown sheen, a result of years of merging with the energies of the earth. He practices the renowned Xuanwu Panshi Gong, boasting a vitality value of 24, specializing in defense. In the earlier rounds, he had worn down two formidable second-tier martial masters, earning the reputation of being an unbreakable barrier among his peers. On the arena, Shi Jian stood like a true mountain. He did not initiate an attack, but instead slightly spread his feet, lightly treading the surface of the arena in a peculiar rhythm, his hands forming an ancient, weighty seal before him. In an instant, a torrent of earthy vitality surged forth, no longer merely a protective aura, but coalescing around him, stacking to form a heavy, solid phantom of a tortoise shell, as if crafted from countless ancient stones tightly interlocked. The patterns were clear, exuding a profound aura that had withstood the test of time. Unyielding as a mountain, even the surrounding air seemed to thicken, becoming heavy. Zhang Xiao, I have studied your match footage for quite some time. Shi Jian's voice was as deep as rolling boulders, imbued with calculated calmness rather than blind confidence. Your strength, speed, and even that peculiar mental interference are all comprehensive and perilous. However, the essence of your power is fraught with unstable ferocity. His gaze sharply fixed on Zhang Xiao. My Xinyan heavy barrier is not merely for defense, but the ultimate battlefield of attrition. I will exhaust all your strength against this wall of size. When your fury cannot be unleashed, when your emotions spiral out of control, that shall be your moment of defeat. A monster shall ultimately be ensnared by the walls of reason. The tactic was clear-cut: defense, attrition, provocation. Seeking vulnerabilities that lay bare in moments of loss of control. The referee signaled the start. Zhang Xiao maintained his signature opening, his figure darting forward, producing a deep sonic boom as he closed the distance to Shi Jian. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a straightforward punch towards the solid yellow barrier as formidable as a millennia-old city wall. Bang! A sound erupted, far more thunderous than any collision prior, akin to an ancient war hammer striking a bronze bell. Where his fist met the rock-like tortoise shell, waves of vitality violently rippled, spreading outward. The entire metallic arena groaned under the strain, slightly sinking. However, the Xinyan heavy barrier merely flickered brightly, the surface of the rock phantom revealing minute cracks. Yet, its overall structure remained steadfast, the cracks even beginning to mend as light coursed through it. Shi Jian's body swayed violently, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. Yet, he let out a roar, his vitality surging once more, stubbornly holding his ground, a glimmer of calculated realization flashing in his eyes. Useless. Raw strength cannot breach absolute defense. Where is your fury? Let your cursed power boil. Zhang Xiao remained expressionless as he retracted his fist and struck out again. Bang, bang, bang. The second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch. Each strike was heavy and forceful, like a relentless barrage of meteors hammering against the Xinyan barrier, causing its light to flicker wildly. Cracks spread and healed, oscillating violently, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet perpetually lacking that decisive final force to shatter it completely. Shi Jian's complexion grew increasingly pale with each heavy blow, his vitality draining like a torrent unleashed. But he gritted his teeth, a smile of mixed agony and cunning triumph tugging at his lips. Yes, just like that. Roar like a true beast. Strike. Seizing the brief moment when Zhang Xiao retracted his fist to catch his breath, Shi Jian gasped, his voice penetrating through the barrier, deliberately amplified to pierce the psychological weak spots with mockery. Look at you. What else do you possess besides the instinct for destruction? Your martial way? Your will? Has it been consumed by that filthy bloodline? Truly a pitiful and lamentable creature. Monster, beast, filthy bloodline, pitiful. These words struck like poisoned daggers, precisely piercing the most sensitive and reluctant nerves deep within Zhang Xiao's heart. Past taunts, isolation, fearful gazes, the heavy pressure and struggle brought by the bloodline deemed a curse. And Yu Wenshuan's gaze imbued with a sense of purification, all ignited in this moment by the meticulously crafted venom of his opponent's words. An uncontrollable, searing fury erupted from the depths of his being, akin to the long-suppressed magma of a volcano. It exploded forth, surging towards the heavens. The edges of his vision seemed to be tinged with a faint crimson hue. His formerly calm eyes were suddenly veined with a savage crimson. In the sea of consciousness, the dark red veins representing the earthly demon ape flickered with unprecedented brilliance. An intense, violent power, laden with the essence of annihilation, surged uncontrollably, breaking free from some restraints. Rushing along the boiling vitality, all converging towards his right fist. Roar! A low, hoarse sound, utterly unlike that of a human, erupted from Zhang Xiao's throat. Filled with pain and brutality, his right fist, beneath the skin, glowed with dark red patterns, surging like awakened rivers of lava, twisting and rising. The searing heat caused the air around his fist to warp and boil. The surface of his fist even faintly radiated a dark red glow, as if thick magma flowed beneath the skin, roaring, ready to burst forth at any moment. A wave of devastating energy radiated outward from him. The embryonic form of the lava fist began to manifest. What is that? Sharp-eyed spectators in the audience gasped in horror, their voices trembling. His fist, like a red-hot branding iron. No, even more terrifying. The temperature. The air around is igniting. I see things distorting. Something is wrong. His aura has completely transformed. How terrifying. Like a ferocious beast awakening. In the VIP section, the elderly figure in ancient robes who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce light shooting forth. The power of lava, such a domineering attribute of bloodline, and filled with a will of destruction. The middle-aged man in military attire also stood up abruptly, his expression grave, not just an attribute, but a deeply awakened bloodline power. Extremely volatile and unstable, he is beginning to lose control. Yu Wenxuan's golden eyes displayed a noticeable fluctuation of emotion for the first time. It was a profound and unapologetic disdain, coupled with a chilling intent to kill. As the holy light around him unconsciously rippled, he murmured softly, his voice chilling to the bone, such a filthy existence as the cursed power must be purified. In the Jiangnan Wuda rest area, Zhaoying suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. Damn. Xiao Gu has been provoked by that turtle son. Lin Xiaoyan, behind his glasses, fixed his gaze intently on the arena, his speech rapid. Energy response is skyrocketing, exceeding the safety threshold by 400. Attribute bias, a volatile and unstable fusion of fire and earth. The mental fluctuations are chaotic, posing a risk of losing control. Record. Document thoroughly. This is crucial data. On the arena, the calculating and mocking expression on Shi Jian's face abruptly froze, transforming into sheer horror and dread. From that dark red fist, seemingly cradling a miniature sun, he sensed an overwhelming aura of absolute destruction, one potent enough to incinerate souls and melt the very earth beneath. Before this aura, his Xian Yin heavy barrier emitted a continuous, mournful crackling sound, reminiscent of ice on the verge of shattering. This was not merely a disparity in strength, but a crushing dominance at the level of existence itself. No, you cannot. Shi Jian let out a desperate roar, frantically squeezing every ounce of vitality from within, attempting a final, desperate struggle to reinforce his barrier to its utmost limit. Yet it was all too late. Zhang Xiao, his eyes burning crimson, was nearly overwhelmed by a torrent of fury, wielding a molten fist that seemed capable of melting all creation. Again, with an unyielding resolve to obliterate everything, he struck with devastating force against the ever-wailing Xian Yin barrier. This time, it was no simple thunderous impact. Instead, a resounding boom, followed by hissing sounds erupted, akin to a volcano suddenly awakening from slumber, releasing its destructive energies. The dark red glow and terrifying heat instantaneously engulfed the struggling earthen barrier. That so-called indestructible Xian Yin heavy barrier crumbled in less than a mere tenth of a second, like a snowflake cast into the core of a star. It collapsed with a deafening crack, disintegrating not into shards, but evaporating into vapor. In the wake of his fist, all that existed was ash. The residual, terrifying force imbued with a will to annihilate ruthlessly surged into Shi Jian's crossed arms, then into his chest. Crack, crack, sizzle. The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing intertwined with the sickening scent of searing flesh. Shi Jian emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his form resembling a meteor ignited in flames, hurtling backward uncontrollably. His arms twisted grotesquely, charred and bent. The combat suit over his chest vaporized in an instant, revealing a chest scorched a deep crimson, exuding smoke and the stench of burning. Thud! He crashed heavily like a broken marionette at the edge of the arena, several dozen meters away. A brief twitch, and he fell into unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of charred flesh and the searing heat of molten rock. One punch. Just one punch. Where the lava passed, the strongest defenses turned to dust. The opponent lay on the brink of death. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been frozen by that singular blow. All eyes were fixed, wide in disbelief, upon the young man on the platform, maintaining his striking posture, radiating an aura of lingering heat and ferocity. The dark red lines on his fist gradually faded. Yet the remnants of brutality and a desire for destruction in his eyes caused all who met his gaze to tremble in fear, as though plunged into an icy abyss. The murmurs among the crowd silenced, replaced by a primal fear devoid of any contempt. The referee, stunned for a moment, finally announced in a pale and trembling voice, "The victor, Zhang Xiao from Jiangnan Wuda." Zhang Xiao slowly, albeit somewhat stiffly, retracted his fist. The crimson hue in his eyes ebbed like a receding tide, revealing a hint of concealed fatigue and clarity. He glanced at his hand, then at the distant, charred, unconscious Shi Jian, his brows knitting tightly. This power was more ferocious and unmanageable than he had anticipated. In that moment, he had nearly succumbed to the desire for destruction. Without lingering further, amidst the profound silence and myriad fearful gazes, he turned and silently exited the arena. Behind him lay the spectators, still frozen in shock, their frantic cameras flashing, yet seemingly voiceless. His singular punch not only shattered Shi Jian's defenses and tactics, but also completely dismantled everyone's perception of his physical capabilities. The fangs of the lava giant were beginning to reveal themselves, suffused with the essence of blood and fire. Meanwhile, some hidden eyes, after experiencing ultimate terror, grew even more fervent and frigid. Chapter 60. The focused Zhang Xiao's earth-shattering punch, imbued with the essence of lava and destruction, detonated within the entire league venue like a red-hot iron plunged into a boiling pot of oil. The shockwave radiated outward at an astonishing speed, engulfing all who were watching the event. As he descended from the platform, it was as though he had traversed an invisible barrier composed of countless expressions of awe, respect, fear, and raw curiosity. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted as if compelled by an unseen force. Whispers ceased abruptly as he approached, only to surge forth like a plague once he had moved on. "Look, it's him, the lava fist master, Zhang Xiao. That punch made my skin feel scorched even from across the arena, warping the very air." Shi Jian's Xianyan barrier, renowned for withstanding a strike from a martial king, was obliterated? He nearly cooked him alive. What manner of monster is this? Where did Jiangnan Wuda find such a fearsome entity? The journalists in the media area went into a frenzy. Like hyenas drawn to the scent of blood, they swarmed the exit of the player's tunnel. Cameras and recording devices threatened to invade Zhang Xiao's personal space, blinding flashes of light converging into a sea of brightness. "Zhang Xiao, please wait. Allow us an interview. Was that punch a manifestation of your bloodline ability? Can you disclose what specific bloodline it is? There are rumors you are the child of the curse, bearing the risk of losing control. What is your response to that? Who do you believe possesses greater destructive power, you or the competitor you in Xi'an from the imperial capital? What are your thoughts on the upcoming quarterfinal match against the Bai-Bo Dragon King, Shin Kanglan? Are you concerned that the potential for losing control may lead to even graver consequences?" Questions rained down upon him like a tempest, sharp, direct, filled with provocation and a thirst for revelations. Zhang Xiao remained unperturbed, confronting the microphones that nearly pressed against his lips. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, his deep and serene eyes sweeping across the eager, avaricious faces before him. "Wushu has gone awry." His voice, though soft, bore a chilling quality that cut through the clamor instantaneously. 5 simple words, straightforward, acknowledging part of the truth while stifling further inquiries. The remnants of the primal fury inherent to the giant ape lingered in his gaze, sending shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned entertainment journalists, prompting them to instinctively take a step back, hesitant to press further. What kind of martial art could unleash such lava-like power, exuding such pure and primal intent to destroy? No one believed his nonchalant explanation, yet no one dared to delve deeper. The tempestuous force hidden beneath his calm exterior was a formidable deterrent, capable of incinerating all in its path. Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying swiftly advanced, flanking him like steadfast shields. They separated him from the frenzied tide of media. "Make way. Clear the path. The athlete requires urgent recovery. No interviews," Zhao Ying shouted, extending her arms to deftly block a camera that nearly intruded upon Zhang Xiao's face. Lin Xiaoyun, expressionless, adjusted his glasses, using his body to shield against the most intrusive angles and recording devices, For related inquiries, please refer to the official announcement post-match. Personal questions will not be addressed. The trio formed a small triangular formation, forcibly breaking through the encirclement, swiftly disappearing into the dimly lit end of the player's tunnel, leaving behind a throng of frustrated yet helpless journalists, along with a burgeoning array of explosive topics surrounding the Lava Fist Master, the risk of losing control, and the calamity of a human disaster. However, the superficial escape does not signify the calming of the storm. Rather, it is the opposite. The eye of the storm is forming. Within the confines of Jiangnan Wuda's secluded lounge, the luminous screen astonishingly cycles through headlines and trending topics from various media platforms at a breathtaking pace. Lava devastation. Jiangnan's dark horse Zhang Xiao evaporates barriers with a single punch. Martial technique or curse. An in-depth analysis of Zhang Xiao's catastrophic lava power. Is the championship scale tilting? The threat index of Lava Fist Master Zhang Xiao soars. Highest alert. Multiple experts jointly urge re-evaluation of Zhang Xiao's danger level and competition eligibility. A fateful duel of light and fire. Analyzing Zhang Xiao and Yu Wenxuan's championship prospects. The visuals depict Zhang Xiao's fist, adorned with dark red patterns and distorting the air, played back in slow motion, magnified and dramatized, accompanied by chilling titles and stirring background music. In the moment he shatters the obsidian fortress, the scene is dissected from multiple angles, each frame bursting with an overwhelming sense of power and aesthetic destruction, tinged with an unsettling ferocity. Ah, Xiaogu, it's nearly impossible for you not to gain notoriety now. Zhao, lounging with her legs crossed, pointed at a short video on the screen where his fist was embellished with roaring flames and explosive effects. Look at this share count. It's almost rivaling the federal president's announcement of interstellar colonization. Lin Xiaoyan, however, focused on the substantial implications, as his tablet displayed fragments of encrypted information acquired through special channels. The military's Great Wall Security Department had sent an informal contact letter, revising the assessment level to extremely high value, extremely high risk, under key surveillance. The Ancient Martial Arts Family Council issued an inquiry, demanding Jiangnan Wuda submit a detailed lineage assessment report, particularly a stability analysis. The Alliance Martial Arts Medical Center proposed a goodwill suggestion, hoping to conduct a comprehensive psychological and physiological status evaluation for him. An internal memo from the Alliance Events Safety Committee. The potential risk coefficient has been urgently raised to level A. Note: the nature of power is extremely violent, with a clear record of loss of control, requiring the highest level of practical monitoring and recommending a review of subsequent competition qualifications. Moreover, at least 7 highly anonymous IPs have been intercepted, employing top-tier decryption methods. A comprehensive data sweep of all information since his enrollment has been conducted, revealing a 927 match rate with known high-level operational characteristics of the Purification Society. Each piece of information represents a vast and clandestine force, revealing that Zhang Xiao's presence can no longer be overlooked. Whether out of a desire for control, profound apprehension, or blatant hostility seeking swift eradication, we have officially entered the eye of the storm. Lin Xiaoyan summarized, his tone still calm, but his gaze exceptionally sharp. From this moment on, the opponents on the arena are merely the visible challenges. Zhang Xiao leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, seemingly detached from the external clamor, accolades, skepticism, and malice. Yet, the slight tremor of his fingers and a faint trace of fatigue upon his brow betrayed the turmoil within. This was not due to the attention and evaluations, but rather the intense feedback and cost reverberating through his bloodline following that punch. The power of the Earth Core Demon Ape was indeed unparalleled, capable of obliterating all in its path. Yet, the will of destruction and ferocity contained within felt like a ferocious beast that had partially broken its shackles, leaving clear claw marks deep within his soul. In that moment, he was indeed consumed by rage and a desire for annihilation, nearly shattering the defenses of his rationality. Although the refreshing aura emanating from the compendium of beasts timely suppressed a more severe backlash, the sensation of standing on the precipice of a bottomless abyss, peering down at madness and destruction, filled him with a profound sense of vigilance. This power is a shortcut to the pinnacle, yet also a chain that could drag one into hell. The curse lurks closely behind him, attempting to devour his soul each time he utilizes his true strength. Meanwhile, within the exclusive lounge of the imperial capital Wuda, Yu Wenxuan stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the still tumultuous venue below. Behind him, the luminous screen froze on the frame, depicting Zhang Xiao's lava-infused fist shattering the obsidian fortress. The dark red glow and the rising heat seemed to dim the room's previously pristine holy light for a fleeting moment. The pure holy light appeared to ripple slightly, coldly. As a result of his emotional fluctuations, the tainted and ferocious curse power, he murmured softly, his golden eyes devoid of warmth. Only a pure, innate loathing and a chilling resolve akin to a sacred mission resided within. Such an ominous, twisted existence, imbued with a will for destruction, should not inhabit this luminous arena, tainting the purity and glory of martial arts. He raised his hand, a thread of meticulously condensed holy light flickering at his fingertips. Like the most pristine flame, it silently purified, dispelled, and erased the image of destruction and ferocity from the screen as if it had never existed. I will personally cleanse this distortion, which should not exist under the gaze of the multitude. He turned, sunlight streaming through the window and enveloping him in an eternal and sacred halo. Yet, that warmth could not thaw the frozen chill and resoluteness deep within his eyes. The storm had fully erupted, and Zhang Xiao was irresistibly thrust to the pinnacle of the tide. The cries for victory surged unprecedentedly high due to his display of absolute destructive power, with countless gamblers betting on underdogs viewing him as the new myth. Yet, simultaneously, the labels of uncontrollable, extremely dangerous, a walking natural disaster, and questionable competition eligibility were solemnly, even fearfully, affixed to the top of his dossier by various factions. He was no longer merely a somewhat special young martial artist from Jiangqing. Instead, he had officially entered the sights of all factions as a strategic entity that must be treated, assessed, and even guarded against with the utmost seriousness. A gentle knock echoed at the lounge door, and a staff member, bearing a complex expression, delivered the freshly minted bracket for the top 8. Zhang Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze landing on a name he had anticipated yet remained striking. In the top 8 battle, from the Eastern Maritime Coalition Wuda, the master of water manipulation. Revered as the Azure Wave Dragon King, Shun Kanglin. Water and fire, a clash of extremes. A fateful duel. Chapter 61, the top 8 battle, a silent warning. The atmosphere of the top 8 battle starkly contrasted with any previous round. The air felt as though it had solidified, laden with a metallic heaviness. The arena appeared larger, and the surrounding audience seats seemed deeper, with every gaze cast upon him carrying the weight of scrutiny. Zhang Xiao stood in the preparation area, executing his final warm-up. His movements remained steady, betraying no hint of tension. Lin Xiaoyan stood beside him, conducting a final confirmation of information. His opponent was from the northern glacial Wuda, Hanbing. Vitality value, 245, pinnacle of the second-rank martial artist. His bloodline is suspected to be related to ice crystals, specifics unknown. His combat style is ruthless, adept at creating frigid environments to hinder opponents, with attacks as forceful as a collapsing glacier. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Zhang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the encrypted communicator he carried for receiving competition information flickered unexpectedly. A message from an unknown number appeared on the screen. No signature, only a line of chilling text. Seemingly imbued with some curse-like power, piercing his vision, monsters should not exist under the sun. Zhang Xiao's gaze lingered on the words for a moment, his pupils imperceptibly contracting. Subsequently, he expressionlessly raised his hand, deleted the message, and tossed the communicator back to Lin Xiaoyan. Spam, he said flatly. Lin Xiaoyan caught the communicator, his fingers deftly operating it, the lens reflecting a stream of icy data. The signal source had undergone 7 layers of encryption rerouting, ultimately tracing back to an external public network node of the venue. Untraceable. The message carried a faint psychological suggestion wave, attempting to incite anxiety and self-doubt. He glanced at Zhang Xiao, discerning the handiwork of the Purification Society. They are attempting to disturb you, even provoking you. Zhaoing leaned closer and sneered. TSK. Those sneaky little mice. If you have the guts, come up and confront me. Xiao Gu, ignore them. Later. Knocking that ice player down will be the best response to this bunch of gutter rats. Zhang Xiao remained silent, merely moving his neck, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. A glint of icy ferocity flickered in his deep-set eyes. The tentacles of the Purification Society had indeed infiltrated the League. This level of disruption was insufficient to shake his resolve, yet the incessant buzzing in his ears was undeniably irksome. The referees signaled for the contestants to take the stage. Zhang Xiao stepped onto the platform, and his opponent, Han Bing, assumed his position simultaneously. Clad in an ice-blue battle suit, Han Bing's countenance was stern, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Merely standing there, the temperature around him began to noticeably drop, and a thin layer of white frost formed on the surface of the arena. Zhang Xiao, Han Bing spoke, his voice resonating like the clash of ice crystals, imbued with a chilling air. I have observed your matches. Your strength is formidable, yet excessively brutal. In my realm of absolute zero, your flames will extinguish even more swiftly. Without further ado, he declared his tactical territory suppression. As the referee's voice announcing the start faded, Han Bing's eyes suddenly glowed with an icy blue light. Ice Age. Centered around him, a visible icy blue wave surged forth, sweeping across the entire arena like a tsunami. The moisture in the air instantaneously froze, transforming into countless tiny ice crystals swirling around. The white frost on the arena floor rapidly thickened, solidifying into a hard ice layer. The terrifying low temperature even caused the energy shield at the edge of the arena to emit faint, crackling sounds, as if it were on the verge of freezing. The extreme cold realm was instantly established. Within it, it felt as though even the flow of blood was about to freeze, and thoughts became sluggish. What a powerful domain! Han Bing unleashed his full force right from the start. The temperature was such that I felt my blood flow becoming obstructed. Zhang Xiao's magma power was completely restrained. Let us see how he responds. The cold wave bore down upon him, and Zhang Xiao felt the bone-chilling cold attempting to penetrate his pores, freezing his blood. His external vital energy naturally circulated, isolating the chill. However, his movements were indeed somewhat affected, lacking the fluidity of before. Han Bing made his move. With fingers sharpened like blades, he condensed his ice-blue vital energy into a massive ice blade several meters long. With the sharpness to tear through anything and the coldness to freeze one's soul, he cleaved through the icy mist, aiming directly for Zhang Xiao. Wherever the ice blade passed, the air was marked with white streaks. Faced with the dual pressure of this extreme cold realm and the fierce attack, a spark of determination flickered in Zhang Xiao's eyes. He not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. With that step, his vital energy, as thick as lead and mercury, surged forth, transforming from mere defense into a terrifying will that was overbearing and contemptuous of the world. Intimidation fully unleashed. This time, it was not a targeted mental disturbance, but an indiscriminate, area-wide psychological impact. An invisible, heavy pressure, as burdensome as a mountain, erupted from Zhang Xiao, colliding violently with the encroaching extreme cold realm. A hum. It was as if a silent explosion resounded at the level of the soul. The originally stable and powerful icy blue tide collided with an invisible, indestructible wall of size, being forcibly halted in its expansion. The ice crystals within the domain trembled violently, shattering. The massive ice blade Han Bing had struck out also experienced a momentary stasis. Minuscule yet potentially lethal, under this sudden, life-level mental pressure. For the first time, cracks appeared in Han Bing's eternally frozen visage, a mixture of shock and disbelief. He felt as though his very soul was gripped by an invisible giant hand, his thoughts frozen and the circulation of his vital energy thrown into chaos. Now's the moment. Zhang Xiao moved. In the fleeting moment created by the forced intimidation, his right fist glowed once more with that haunting dark red pattern. This time, the pattern was clearer, condensing at an accelerated pace, emitting an even more repressed, yet terrifying heat. He did not allow the power of magma to fully explode, but rather compressed it to an extreme, concentrating it at the tip of his fist. Like lightning, he tore through the icy mist and frigid waves, swiftly closing in on the rigid Han Bing, whose movements had been hindered by mental trauma. The magma-enhanced punch erupted with pinpoint precision. One punch. Without any flashy maneuvers, it slammed against the solid ice crystal shield Han Bing hastily conjured in front of his chest. Boom. The compressed magma power was unleashed in a thunderous roar. It was not a widespread explosion, but a concentrated, piercing destructive energy. The thick ice crystal shield could not withstand even a fraction of a second, akin to an ice block pierced by a searing red-hot iron rod. Instantly, a large hole was melted through. The residual force of the punch crashed into Han Bing's chest. Thud. Han Bing was struck as if by lightning, propelled backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards as he flew through the air. His extreme cold domain shattered like broken glass, and the ice layer on the arena rapidly melted away. He landed heavily, struggling to rise, but ultimately collapsing helplessly. The battle attire over his chest was charred black, emitting wisps of white vapor. The fight was over. From start to Han Bing's fall, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Zhang Xiao stood at the center of the arena, slowly retracting his fist. The dark red patterns on his fist quickly faded. The terrifying pressure around him receded like the tide. He glanced at the unconscious Han Bing, then cast a cold, piercing gaze over certain shadowy corners of the arena. That look seemed to convey, "Your tricks are futile." The venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Was it over? So soon? Han Bing's domain was forcibly shattered? What was that suffocating sensation just now? Did Zhang Xiao use a new ability? So powerful. An absolute crushing victory. After the referee approached to check, he announced loudly, the winner, Jiang and Wuda, Zhang Xiao, advancing to the semifinals. Zhang Xiao descended from the stage with an expressionless demeanor. Lin Xiaoyun immediately approached, whispering, the intimidation effect was significant. The area-wide psychological impact effectively dismantled domain-type abilities. Control precision of magma power increased by 17. Additionally, in the northwest corner of the stands, two individuals displayed a noticeable energy shielding reaction when you used intimidation, and then swiftly exited. Characteristics recorded. Zhao waved his fist. Well done, Xiao Gu. Let us see if those mice dare to act smug. Zhang Xiao accepted the water bottle, but did not drink. He could sense that prickling feeling of being watched had not diminished due to this rapid victory. Instead, it had become clearer and colder. The tentacles of the Purification Society extended deeper than he had anticipated. This league was increasingly resembling something far more complex than a mere competition. He lifted his head, gazing at the list of opponents for the semifinals. Who would it be next? Regardless of who the opponent was, he would unearth every venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Chapter 62. Infiltration. On the night following the conclusion of the quarterfinals, in the luxurious hotel suite arranged by the league officials, the atmosphere was anything but the dazzling and relaxed nightscape outside. Zhang Xiao sat cross-legged on the carpet in the center of the living room, his eyes gently closed. His vital energy flowed around him in a unique rhythm, akin to the tides under moonlight. He was digesting the gains from the day's battle while anchoring himself to sense the dissonant, malicious noises in the surrounding environment. The bloodline of the giant ape bestowed upon him not only strength, but also a near-beastly intuition for danger. Meanwhile, the inner chamber of the suite had been temporarily transformed into a small command center. 3 high-performance optical brains operated simultaneously, with a cascade of verdant data streams flowing across the screens, while intricate topological diagrams and signal spectrum analyses were refreshed incessantly. Lin Xiaoyun sat before the optical brain, the cold glow reflecting off his glasses. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, leaving behind afterimages. Occasionally pausing to adjust his glasses and plunging into brief, yet intense contemplation. Zhao Ying, resembling a true shadow, silently tinkered with a collection of small, intricate instruments in the corner of the room. High-frequency signal detectors, environmental energy fluctuation monitors, and even miniature bionic reconnaissance insects were among the devices. The encryption method for the anonymous information was highly sophisticated, involving 7 layers of redirection, ultimately vanishing into the ocean of public data in the western district of the city, akin to a drop of water merging with the sea. Without raising his gaze, Lin Xiaoyun calmly narrated as if delivering an academic presentation. The other party was cautious, leaving no electronic fingerprints for tracing. So it is futile? Zhao Ying picked up a device that resembled a metallic beetle, examining its compound eyes under the light. No. Lin Xiaoyun's fingers struck the virtual keyboard with forceful precision. The main screen instantly transformed into a complex 3D architectural schematic, depicting the very arena they occupied. If electronic phantoms elude capture, they must seek out the real mice. Sending information requires both equipment and timing. The ability to transmit precisely before the match signifies that the sender possesses a certain understanding of the competition, of Xiaoyun's movements, and even of his communication channels. His gaze sharpened. The most likely suspects were insiders or individuals with access to internal information. The scope remained too vast, ranging from committee officials to cleaning staff. Zhao Ying curled her lip in disdain. Thus, filtering is necessary. Lin Xiaoyun accessed the logs from 1 hour before and after the quarterfinals, examining all surveillance records within and around the venue, staff scheduling logs, and reports of energy fluctuations. I will cross-compare all data, focusing on individuals exhibiting anomalous behavior patterns around the time of information transmission or present in areas potentially covered by the signal. The data streams surged once more. Countless avatars and information flashed across the screen, swiftly filtered out. The room was left with only the faint hum of the optical brain's fan and the occasional delicate sounds of Zhao Ying manipulating her instruments. Zhang Xiao, in the outer room, seemed isolated from the tense atmosphere within, yet his ears twitched slightly. He could hear the concentrated tapping of keyboards inside and sense Lin Xiaoyun's brainwave activity, as stable as a precision instrument, emanating from his focused mind. Time passed steadily. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyun halted his actions. He magnified an image on the main screen. It depicted a corridor surveillance clip, Timestamp just 5 minutes before the anonymous information was sent. A man clad in the logistics uniform of the event, wearing a hat and mask, pushed a cart of equipment, seemingly passing through a corridor connecting the internal and external areas of the venue without any issue. This individual, identified as W73 and registered under the name Li Gong, was responsible for maintaining some audio equipment. Lin Xiaoyun's speech quickened. His route appeared unproblematic, yet as the image froze, he zoomed in on a minute detail at the man's wrist. It was an ordinary-looking fitness band, but its color and model slightly differed from those uniformly issued to staff by the league. As he passed a decorative metal pillar midway through the corridor, the band emitted an exceedingly brief, encrypted signal pulse, its power far exceeding that of a typical fitness tracker. The pulse was directed outward, away from the venue. Lin Xiaoyun retrieved the signal analysis graph, a sharp peak clearly visible, with a timestamp that perfectly matched the transmission of the anonymous information. Zhao Ying immediately leaned in, her expression turning serious. Is it him? A high degree of suspicion. Lin Xiaoyun swiftly accessed all registration information for Li Gong. The information was straightforward. He was a temporary hire with an excessively clean background. His registered address was a short-term rental apartment, which upon verification proved to be false. The mouse has revealed its tail. Zhao Ying rubbed her fists together. Should I invite him over for a chat right now? She mimicked a slicing motion with her hand. That would only alert the snake. Lin Xiaoyun shook his head. We lack direct evidence to prove he is the sender, much less any connection to the Purification Society. A rash move would only cause them to retreat further into hiding. He quickly operated the system, entering Li Gong's avatar and identifying information into a program. I have set up digital traps in his work permissions and potential activity zones. Should he utilize any connected devices again or enter critical areas, we will be able to lock onto him immediately and attempt to gather more information. At that moment, a small detector disguised as an ordinary sports watch on Zhao Ying's wrist emitted a faint vibration. She glanced down, her expression shifting. Xiaoyun, there was a subtle, unofficial energy scanning pulse that just swept past our floor. Very discreet, as if confirming something. Lin Xiaoyun's gaze sharpened, and he promptly called up the surveillance and energy monitoring network map surrounding the hotel. On the screen, a light representing an unknown energy source moved swiftly around the hotel's perimeter before vanishing. They are also confirming our position and status, Lin Xiaoyun stated in a low voice. Reacting quickly, our data tracking may have aroused their suspicions. In the outer room, Zhang Xiao had unknowingly opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly capable of penetrating walls. Gazing into a dark corner outside the window, the primal blood of the giant ape within him stirred with an almost imperceptible yet unmistakable restlessness, as if it had caught the scent of prey. Let them confirm. Zhang Xiao's calm voice resonated from the outer chamber, carrying a chill. No matter how deeply the mouse hides, it will eventually emerge for the cheese. Lin Xiaoyun nodded, his fingers typing out the final command on the virtual keyboard. An invisible surveillance network had quietly unfolded. He gazed at the blurred face of Li Gong frozen on the screen, his eyes behind the lenses sharp as blades. The clue has been found, the bait has been laid. What follows is merely the wait. In this game of light and shadow, they were no longer mere prey to passively endure. The hunters were already in position, while the lurking serpent appeared more alert than anticipated. Chapter 63. The trap of the semifinals. The atmosphere of the semifinals was as heavy as the stillness before a storm. The immense circular arena was filled to capacity. Yet an unusual hush prevailed. Countless gazes were fixed on the grand central stage. The air seemed to be sucked dry, with each breath feeling laden with pressure. Zhang Xiao's opponent was Wang Hao from the Southwest United Martial University. This individual boasted a vitality score of 248. Firmly established at the pinnacle of the second-tier martial artist level, practicing the rare Zhang Xiao, a discipline that hones the body to its utmost. With vitality as deep and vast as the rivers and seas, he was not particularly massive, yet every inch of his muscle seemed to harbor explosive power. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, imbued with the calmness and ferocity of a seasoned warrior. Zhang Xiao. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse yet powerful, akin to sandpaper rubbing against wood. Your lava fist is unparalleled in might. Yet, my Zhang Xiao has been tempered through countless trials. I fear not the clash of brute strength. Today, I shall measure the caliber of this monster with these iron fists. His words carried the pride and fighting spirit of a martial artist, seemingly devoid of any shadow. The referee signaled the start. Wang Hao launched the first attack. He held nothing back, unleashing his full power. With a roar of vitality, he seemed to swell in size, his skin taking on a metallic sheen. His fists shot forth like cannonballs, slicing through the air with a deafening shriek, aimed directly at Zhang Xiao's center. The force of his punches was fierce and unyielding, intent on a direct confrontation. Zhang Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly, stepping forward as well, his right fist revealing dark red patterns as he prepared to counter with a lava-heavy fist. This was the ultimate collision of power against power. However, just as the two were on the verge of contact, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A barely perceptible glimmer, akin to the vapor of water stains, flickered upon Wang Hao's metallic fist. An odorless, tasteless, formless essence, accompanied by the ferocity of his punch, quietly spread like the most insidious of serpents. Instantaneously inhaled by Zhang Xiao. This was not the scent of blood or the fluctuation of energy, but rather a bizarre substance that directly affected the very essence of life, penetrating the depths of his bloodline. Frenzied potion. Zhang Xiao's forward momentum suddenly faltered. It was as if a red-hot iron rod had pierced through the top of his skull, violently stirring his brain and soul. In the sea of consciousness, what had once been a low murmur of destructive whispers transformed into the frenzied wails of a myriad of vengeful spirits. The world before him was instantly shrouded in a viscous crimson hue. The blood within his veins seemed ignited, transforming into flowing magma, searing through his limbs and bones. The ferocity, destruction, and madness that belonged to the Titan great ape, long suppressed by the compendium of beasts and his own will, burst forth like Pandora's box, overwhelming his rationality in a cataclysmic surge. A roar erupted, entirely inhuman, filled with agony and ultimate brutality, exploding from the depths of Zhang Xiao's throat. His eyes were instantly consumed by a fiery red, leaving only the most primal desire for annihilation. The dark red patterns beneath his skin spread uncontrollably, like burning fissures, exuding a sinister aura that sent chills through the souls of those nearby. Lin Xiaoyan, beneath the arena, suddenly stood up, his expression drastically changing. This is bad. It's a dual induction agent for spirit and bloodline. Unknown components, extremely violent effects. Xiao Ge has fallen prey. Zhaoying was also taken aback, instinctively preparing to rush onto the stage, only to be firmly restrained by Lin Xiaoyan. Do not go. He cannot distinguish friend from foe right now. In the VIP section, the elderly man in a traditional robe furrowed his brows tightly. Such a malevolent tactic. This drug amplifies inner demons and induces bloodline backlash. The middle-aged man in military attire turned pale. It's a modified variant of frenzied blood. What on earth is the League's security doing? Yu Wenxuan's aura of holy light fluctuated intensely as he gazed at the seemingly mad figure on stage. Disgust and coldness intensified in his golden eyes as he softly uttered two words, abomination. On the stage, Wang Hao was likewise startled by Zhang Xiao's sudden change. Yet his offensive had already been initiated and could not be retracted. His heavy fist crashed down onto Zhang Xiao's shoulder, which was slightly hunched in pain. Boom. Under normal circumstances, this punch would have merely caused Zhang Xiao to sway. Yet at this moment, with his rationality collapsing and defensive instincts diminished, he was actually staggered by the blow, a sharp pain akin to bone cracking shooting through his shoulder. However, this excruciating pain did not awaken him. It only ignited his final madness like cold water splashed into a boiling pot. Death! Zhang Xiao let out a garbled roar, completely abandoning defense and form. Like an ancient beast truly enraged, driven by instinct and that destructive fury, he lunged at Wang Hao with reckless abandon. His attacks were chaotic yet swift and vicious. Each punch and claw bore the searing heat of lava and the potency to rend everything apart, fighting for life with every ounce of his being. Wang Hao was horrified. He had never anticipated how terrifying his opponent would be once unhinged. He could only push his 100-battle body to its utmost limits, crossing his arms to withstand this tempestuous assault. Bang, bang, boom. The dark red silhouettes of fists collided with the metallic body, producing thunderous roars. Each clash caused Wang Hao's blood to surge, his arms to tingle. That scorching power even burned through his defenses, searing his meridians. Zhang Xiao disregarded his own safety, as he braced against Wang Hao's punch with his shoulder while his left hand, glowing with dark red light, clawed fiercely at Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao, alarmed, tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the sharp claw that grazed the side of his ear. The intense gust of heat singed half of his hair, leaving a burning scar on his cheek. Madness! You lunatic! Wang Hao was both astonished and enraged. He felt as though he were not battling a human, but rather confronting a prehistoric beast that had completely lost its reason and sought to tear everything asunder. The situation spiraled entirely out of control. Zhang Xiao's attacks grew increasingly frenzied and erratic, riddled with openings. Yet that all-consuming destructiveness kept Wang Hao on the defensive, perilously navigating the chaos. On the stage, dark red and metallic gleams flashed wildly. Energy radiated forth. The sturdy alloy floor was deeply indented with footprints, and the energy shield at the edges rippled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The audience fell silent, all stunned by this sudden, uncontrollable violent clash. Lin Xiaoyun fixed his gaze on the stage, his fingers frantically maneuvering on a tablet, attempting to analyze the components of the potion and find countermeasures, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhao fidgeted anxiously, his fists turning white. Damn it! It must be that group of rats in the sewers. Don't let me catch them. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner of the audience, a man dressed plainly with a blurred visage watched Zhang Xiao, who had completely descended into madness, a barely perceptible, cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The prey is ensnared. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for this uncontrollable beast to either obliterate its opponent or self-destruct. Regardless of the outcome, it would greatly benefit the purification process. Zhang Xiao's consciousness drifted amidst an endless sea of murderous desire and blood. The last flicker of clarity, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, was perilously close to being extinguished. The refreshing aura from the compendium of beasts was firmly suppressed by the violent surge of bloodline power. The illusion of civilization shattered into fragments, leaving only the roars of destruction resonating within his soul. He was teetering on the brink of the abyss. Chapter 64, Struggle. Hell. Zhang Xiao's consciousness felt as if it had been torn in two. One half floated in an endless sea of blood, driven by the most primal, savage desire for slaughter. The other half, a faint glimmer akin to a candle flickering in the wind, struggled to maintain itself amidst the roaring will of destruction. Everything outside became blurred and distorted. Wang Hao's metallic figure, in Zhang Xiao's blood-red vision, was no longer a concrete opponent, but a symbol that must be torn apart, annihilated. The gasps from the audience sounded like distant winds echoing from a cavern. Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying's anxious shouts were drowned out by the roaring of blood and the piercing wails from the depths of the soul. Kill! 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 The whispers of destruction transformed from mere murmurs into the frantic wills of billions, directly imprinted upon his soul, urging him to reduce everything before him to ashes. His body was entirely governed by primal instinct. The attacks were chaotic, yet as swift as lightning and as weighty as a collapsing mountain. The dark red force of lava was no longer controllable, leaving scorched marks across the arena with each wild swing. The scorching waves of heat caused those in the front rows of the audience to feel their skin prickling. Wang Hao lamented silently. He felt as if he were grappling with a humanoid disaster. The opponent's attacks lacked logic and presented numerous flaws, yet that reckless, mutually destructive madness, coupled with the searing, violent power, made him hesitant to meet it head-on. He could only rely on the formidable defense of his 100-battle body and his rich combat experience to awkwardly evade and block. Bang! Zhang Xiao's unadorned heavy punch struck Wang Hao's crossed arms. The dark red power exploded, and Wang Hao felt as if his arms were about to shatter, blood surging. He staggered backward several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Seizing the advantage, Zhang Xiao pounced like a mad tiger, his claws ablaze with dark red light, lunging straight for Wang Hao's heart. The sharp killing intent made Wang Hao's hair stand on end. In a moment of impending peril, Wang Hao executed a desperate roll, narrowly evading the deadly claws that grazed his back, tearing through his resilient combat attire. 5 charred marks were left on his back, searing with pain. Referee, he's lost control. Terminate the match. Wang Hao shouted in a blend of fear and fury toward the audience below. If this continued, he might truly be killed by this rampaging beast. The referee's face grew solemn as his hand hovered over the match termination alarm. Yet, according to regulations, the referee could not intervene unless one party explicitly conceded defeat or faced an absolute threat to life. Lin Xiaoyun in the audience nearly crushed his tablet, the screen scrolling rapidly with simulated breakdown data of the drug's components and their effects on the nervous system and blood vessels. This was untenable. The drug's potency was too fierce, directly affecting the essence of life and the subconscious. Forcing suppression could incite even more violent backlash. Zhao Ying's eyes were bloodshot with urgency as he fixated on the frenzied figure on stage, his teeth gritting audibly. Xiao Ge, wake up. For heaven's sake, wake up. Just as the endless darkness and madness seemed poised to engulf the last flicker of light, a glimmer emerged deep within Zhang Xiao's consciousness, suffused with blood and rage. It was the illustrated compendium of beasts. That battered stone tome no longer merely conveyed a refreshing aura, but projected a vague yet grand image. No longer the despair of civilization's destruction, but the silhouette of a colossal ape standing tall. It roared toward the heavens, not for destruction, but battling against the torrential meteor shower. Behind it lay countless small yet tenacious sparks of life. It was a guardian, an ancient essence, both desolate and heroic, yet imbued with indomitable will, seeped into Zhang Xiao's soul, which was on the brink of desiccation and collapse. Guardian. These words resonated like thunder in his chaotic mind. Simultaneously, from the depths of his being, a fainter yet more stubborn voice penetrated the roar of annihilation. Struggling to rise. I cannot fall here. I am not a monster. I will win. This voice stemmed from his defiance against ridicule and isolation, from his unwavering promise to his family, from the trust forged alongside Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying in battle, and from his deepest rebellion against his own fate. Guardian. Faith. This spark, derived from the ancient will of the illustrated compendium of beasts, intertwined with an innate, fragile obsession. Like two frail ropes, they clung desperately to a soul teetering on the brink of oblivion. Zhang Xiao let out a howl, a cacophony of extreme agony and arduous resistance. In a charge toward Wang Hao, just moments before contact, he suddenly froze mid-air. A dark red glow surged around him, flickering violently, unstable. The frenzied, molten patterns on his skin twisted like a living entity, expanding and contracting in a chaotic dance. Most alarming were his eyes. Once consumed by pure crimson, they now flickered like a faulty bulb, oscillating rapidly between frenzied blood red and struggling clarity. When the crimson dominated, it bore endless brutality and destruction, as if to incinerate all existence. When clarity flashed, it revealed agonizing struggle, a desperate battle for control over his own body. In that instant, he was no longer merely a ferocious beast, nor a typical human. He had become a battlefield, a coliseum where will and instinct, humanity and savagery, guardianship and annihilation clashed in the most brutal of duels. His body trembled from the internal conflict, fists clenched tightly, nails dug deep into his palms, piercing the skin, blood mingling with the heat, dripping onto the arena, hissing as it met the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone held their breath, incredulously witnessing this bizarre and shocking scene on stage. They could palpably sense the suffocating aura of ferocity oscillating violently within that frenzied figure. A battle more perilous than the external conflict was raging. Xiao Gu, Zhao Ying shouted, his voice laced with a glimmer of hope. Lin Xiaoyun scrutinized the data screen. Speaking rapidly, the mental waves are experiencing violent oscillations. The rational and the frenzied are in fierce conflict. There's a chance, but it's extremely unstable. In the VIP section, the ancient robed elder was visibly moved. What a resilient will, to struggle against such fierce drugs and the backlash of bloodlines. The middle-aged man in military attire also displayed a look of astonishment. He is battling with himself, and he has yet to lose. Yuan Xuan observed Zhang Xiao's eyes, shifting chaotically between blood red and clarity, and slightly furrowed his brow. The fleeting clarity, though filled with agony, radiated an extraordinary purity and determination, somewhat differing from his expectations of a completely submerged curse-bearer. Yet, his gaze turned even colder. No matter what, that violent power, reeking of destruction, was the original sin. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Xiao, who stood frozen and breathing erratically, momentarily hesitant to advance and attack. He sensed the other was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, or a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap. The man lurking in the shadows slightly retracted the curve of his lips, his expression darkening. He can still struggle? This cursed vessel is far more troublesome than the records indicated. Zhang Xiao stood at the edge of collapse, half engulfed by the consuming flames of destruction, half clinging to the last remnants of his humanity like a cold, stubborn stone. Each shift of his gaze was a perilous dance of his soul on the knife's edge. The scales of victory and defeat swung violently on the tightrope between madness and reason. Chapter 65, Reversal. That brief moment of stillness was akin to the false calm within the eye of a storm. Wang Hao, filled with uncertainty, finally allowed his warrior's instinct and desire for victory to override caution. He recognized Zhang Xiao's extremely unstable condition. This was an opportunity, perhaps his only chance to defeat this monster. 100 battles. Breaking the army. Wang Hao roared, unleashing the last remnants of his vitality without reservation. A metallic sheen coalesced on his right fist, resembling a falling meteor. With a fierce momentum, he surged forward, seizing the moment of Zhang Xiao's rigidity to strike ruthlessly at his head. This punch encapsulated all his strength and will, aiming to alter the very course of fate. However, he underestimated the perilous nature of the beast struggling on the edge of madness and reason. Just as Wang Hao's fist approached, Zhang Xiao's eyes, oscillating between blood red and clarity, suddenly locked into place. They fixated upon the unfathomable depths of pure crimson. The refreshing essence from the illustrated compendium of beasts and the conviction within him acted like the last bastion. Although it could not completely stop the flood of destruction, it infused this uncontrollable power with a flicker of primal, pure combat instinct. Reason vanished entirely. Yet the hunting and killing instincts imprinted deep within the bloodline of the Titan ape surged to their zenith at that moment. Facing Wang Hao's annihilating punch, Zhang Xiao neither evaded nor blocked. Instead, he executed an action completely unexpected and utterly illogical. He abruptly turned his body, using his left shoulder to bravely meet the meteor-like fist capable of shattering mountains. A sickening crack echoed clearly. Zhang Xiao's left shoulder instantly caved in, the excruciating pain coursing through him like electricity. Yet this agony felt like the final fuel poured onto the dying flames of destruction. Roar! Utilizing the impact from Wang Hao's fist slamming against his shoulder blade, along with the piercing pain as a catalyst, Zhang Xiao emitted a roar that shattered the heavens. His body, entirely governed by primal instincts, manifested in extraordinary coordination and explosive power that transcended all limits. His right fist, which had always hung low, now burned with a dark crimson glow, resembling a volcano that had been suppressed for millennia. In that moment, following the most instinctual trajectory of slaughter, it tore through the air from below, erupting with a ferocity that was both cunning and unrestrained. This punch bore no semblance of martial techniques or constraints of any form. It was swift, fierce, and precise, consolidating all the uncontrollable power of molten lava, all the boiling will of destruction, and all the enraged ferocity. The dark red light no longer merely enveloped his fist. Instead, it coalesced into a concentrated shockwave that distorted the air, akin to the claw of a colossal ape rending the firmament. Wang Hao's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. He poured all his strength into his right fist, his old power exhausted and new power yet to be born, leaving him wide open. Helplessly, he watched as the deathly crimson shockwave rapidly magnified before his eyes. No, he let out a desperate howl. Boom. The dark red shockwave struck Wang Hao's unguarded chest with tremendous force. There was no stalemate, no resistance, only a cataclysmic annihilation. Wang Hao's body, honed to the toughness of refined steel, crumbled like paper before this pure and extreme force of destruction. His protective vitality evaporated in an instant, and the sound of his ribs fracturing echoed horrifically, sending chills down the spine. He was as if struck head-on by a meteor, his feet lifted off the ground, his body contorting at a grotesque angle. In a speed faster than that of his approach, he was propelled backward with wild abandon. Bang! Crash! His body collided violently with the flickering energy barrier at the edge of the arena. The shield, capable of withstanding the full force of a martial master, emitted a mournful cry of strain, shattering like glass. Wang Hao's momentum did not wane. He penetrated the fractured barrier like a broken doll, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the spectator wall dozens of meters away. Boom! The wall bore a spiderweb-like indentation from his impact, dust swirling around. Embedded in the wall, Wang Hao was charred black, a terrifying depression in his chest. Blood gushed forth like a stream from his mouth and nose, from the wound in his chest, and he lost all consciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. One punch, merely one punch. It penetrated defenses, shattered the barrier, and sent the opponent flying beyond the confines of the arena. The entire venue descended into an absolute, deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt as though they had been choked. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the solitary figure standing in the arena. Zhang Xiao maintained his striking posture, breathing heavily like a bellows. His left shoulder sagged, blood staining half of his body, mingling with sweat and the odor of charred flesh. The boiling dark red light surrounding him gradually receded, and the lava-like patterns beneath his skin began to fade. Yet, his eyes remained a haunting blood red, filled with an unspent aura of brutality and destruction, scanning the audience like a king surveying his desolate domain. Where his gaze fell, no one dared to meet it, bowing their heads instead, a chill rushing from their skulls to the crown of their heads. He stood there, drenched in blood, breathing heavily like a beast, no longer resembling a human but rather an ancient, primordial predator that had just completed a massacre. A Pyrrhic victory. The referee opened his mouth as if to say something, but found himself unable to utter a sound. He glanced at Wang Hao, embedded in the distant wall, and then at Zhang Xiao, radiating an aura of menace. Ultimately, he could only laboriously lift his arm, signaling the end of the match. There were no cheers, no applause. Only an overwhelming silence, mixed with countless gazes filled with fear, awe, and an indescribable shock. In the resting area of Jiangnan, Zhao gaped, stammering, I, realizing he was at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoyan adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses grave as he quickly noted, the target, in a state of complete loss of control, executed a lethal counterattack relying solely on primal instincts. The efficiency of the attack increased under this state of chaos, with destructive power exceeding estimates. Side effects include a comminuted fracture of the left scapula, minor internal organ trauma, and a significantly heightened mental burden. The risk of losing control escalates dramatically. In the VIP section, an elderly man in an ancient robe slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, remarking, "Such terrifying combat instincts are beyond human capability. They verge on the Tao." A middle-aged man in military garb wore a somber expression, stating, "He won. But the cost is too great. Moreover, this state poses a hidden danger." Yuan Xian's aura pulsed with holy light as he gazed at the unyielding figure in the arena. The coldness in his golden eyes nearly crystallizing, must be purified. In the shadows, a hidden man's expression darkened considerably as he quietly spoke into a communicator at his collar. The target, under the influence of Frenzy 3, was still able to execute a counterattack. The assessment of his will and combat instincts is severely underestimated. Recommend initiating the contingency plan. Zhang Xiao slowly retracted his fist, a sharp pain radiating from his left shoulder, causing him to grunt softly. The blood-red hue in his eyes began to recede like a tide, revealing a profound fatigue and a hint of bewilderment beneath. He had won, in the most brutal and frenzied manner. Yet, he felt as though he had just awoken from a nightmare, his body and soul riddled with cracks. He raised his head, gazing toward the blinding lights at the top of the venue, his blood-red vision gradually normalizing. The next match was the finals. Chapter 66, Review after the semifinals. The venue was devoid of victorious cheers. Instead, a strange, oppressive silence was abruptly shattered by chaos. The medical team rushed toward Wang Hao, embedded in the wall, carefully extricating him from the deformed metallic structure. They swiftly placed him on a stretcher, connected him to life support equipment, and hurried him to the nearest intensive care center. The charred chest and faint life signs silently testified to the terror of that recent blow. On the arena, as medical personnel began to treat his sunken left shoulder, the fierce aura that had sustained Zhang Xiao seemed to dissipate rapidly with Wang Hao's departure, leaving only an all-consuming weariness and excruciating pain. He was assisted down from the arena, each step aggravating the injury to his left shoulder, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet his spine remained straight, and in the depths of his exhaustion, there was an unyielding coldness. However, the storm was just beginning. Almost the moment he stepped into the resting area of Jiangnan, officials from the League Discipline Review Committee, along with the head of the Event Safety Department, blocked the entrance with grave expressions. The leading bald middle-aged official, with eyes sharp as an eagle, wore a badge identifying him as Chief Reviewer Yen Lu. Competitor Zhang Xiao. Yen Lu's voice was devoid of warmth, strictly official. In light of your actions during the semifinals, which endangered the life of your opponent Wang Hao, we are conducting an emergency review in accordance with Article 7, Clause 3 of the League's safety regulations. Your qualification for the finals is hereby temporarily suspended. An assistant behind him promptly produced electronic documentation, ready to record. What does this mean? Zhao exploded, stepping in front of Zhang Xiao, glaring at Yen Lu. Suspend qualification? On what grounds? Brother Xiao is the victim. He was drugged. Drugged? Yen Lu frowned slightly, looking at Zhao. Where's the evidence? We have received over 17 formal accusations, alleging that competitor Zhang Xiao intended to kill during the match, seriously violating the spirit of martial arts, and demanding the cancellation of his competition eligibility and referral to judicial authorities. Accusations? Those guys understand nothing. Zhao Ying's face flushed with anger. They only saw Brother Zhao's final blow, but they didn't see what happened before. Xiaoying. Lin Xiaoyan restrained the nearly pouncing Zhao with a shake of his head. He stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and addressed Yen Liu with a calm yet assertive tone. Inspector Yen, we comprehend the committee's procedures. We indeed possess evidence regarding the frenzy drug. He produced his tactical tablet, swiftly maneuvering it before turning the screen towards Yen Liu. The display revealed a slowed and enhanced video segment, showcasing the faint, almost imperceptible reflection on the edge of Wang Hao's fist just before he struck, resembling vapor rising from water. Accompanied by an energy spectrum analysis graph, it distinctly marked an anomalous energy peak, which corresponded closely with the known activation characteristics of the Frenzy 3 drug. This analysis captured abnormal energy fluctuations and signs of material residue, matching the traits of the black market frenzy 3 mental inducement agent with a compatibility score of 897. Lin Xiaoyan spoke steadily. This drug can significantly stimulate bloodline backlash, leading to loss of control. My client, Zhang Xiao, exhibited a frenzied state during the match consistent with drug intoxication. We have substantial reason to believe this is a premeditated act of malicious poisoning targeting our contestant. Yin Liu scrutinized the data on the tablet, his gaze flickering slightly, yet his stern demeanor remained unchanged. This analysis alone cannot fully substantiate the act of poisoning, nor can it eliminate the possibility of inherent risks within Zhang Xiao's bloodline. We require more direct evidence and a comprehensive assessment report on the stability of Zhang Xiao's bloodline. The atmosphere grew tense once more. At that moment, a steady voice emerged from behind the crowd. I will vouch for his bloodline. Everyone turned to see Instructor Hong, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Clad in his crisp instructor uniform, his expression stern and his gaze resolute as rock, he approached Yin Liu, locking eyes with him. Zhang Xiao is a student of my Jiangnan Wuda special training class. Each instance of his power surging has been meticulously documented and subjected to targeted training. The loss of control this time stemmed from external provocation and was not his intention. I, Hong Feng, in my capacity as the chief instructor of Jiangnan Wuda, and under my personal martial reputation, assure his integrity. Instructor Hong's declaration resonated like a heavy hammer, carrying immense weight. The endorsement from a seasoned martial arts king held considerable significance. Almost simultaneously, the sound of sharp high heels striking the ground echoed. Su Wan hurried in, clad in a sharp professional outfit, holding a document. Inspector Yen. This is a summary of the latest joint evaluation report from Jiangnan Wuda Medical Center and 3 specially appointed bloodline specialists regarding Zhang Xiao's pre-match medical examination. Su Wan presented the document to Yin Liu, her tone clear and assertive. The report indicated that Zhang Xiao's bloodline was stable before the match, with all physiological indicators normal, showing no signs of potential loss of control. Coupled with the evidence of drug residue provided by Lin Xiaoyan, we have ample grounds to assert that Zhang Xiao is the direct victim of this heinous incident. The committee's primary task should be to thoroughly investigate the source of the poisoning and ensure the safety of the contestants, rather than hastily punishing the victim and allowing the true perpetrator to evade justice. The unyielding guarantee from Instructor Hong, the authoritative medical report from Su Wan, and the technical evidence presented by Lin Xiaoyan collectively formed a formidable pressure. Yin Liu examined the document in his hand, then glanced at the composed yet steadfast faces of Instructor Hong and Su Wan, pausing in silence. The other officials behind him whispered among themselves. The public discourse within the venue was also intensifying. Major media platforms were flooded with headlines concerning the semi-final tragedy, the frenzy drug, and whether Zhang Xiao should face disqualification. Supporters viewed Zhang Xiao as a victim, while opponents clung to the monster label, demanding severe punishment. The online debate was on the verge of overwhelming server capacity. At that moment, Yin Liu's encrypted communicator vibrated. He glanced down, his expression shifting slightly, seemingly receiving directives from a higher authority. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, sweeping his gaze over Zhang Xiao, Lin Xiaoyan, Instructor Hong, and Su Wan, before announcing in a solemn tone, based on the existing evidence and the guarantee from Jiangnan Wuda. The committee preliminarily determines that Zhang Xiao is a victim in this incident. His qualification for the finals will be retained. Upon hearing this, Zhaoing nearly leaped in joy, only to be restrained by a warning glance from Lin Xiaoyan. Yin Liu shifted his tone, growing more severe. However, in the finals, the committee will appoint 3 senior judges to jointly officiate, and the highest level of security monitoring will be activated. Should Zhang Xiao display any signs of loss of control again, the judging panel reserves the right to terminate the match unconditionally and take all necessary measures. Concurrently, regarding the frenzy drug incident, the committee's security department has established a special investigation team for a covert and thorough inquiry. We hope all parties will cooperate actively. He cast a deep, complex look at Zhang Xiao, one that bore scrutiny and a hint of warning. Take care of yourself. With that, Yin Liu turned and departed with the inspection committee. In the rest area, tranquility was momentarily restored, yet the air remained heavy. Having secured his qualification, Zhaoing exhaled a long breath, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Lin Xiaoyan turned to Instructor Hong and Su Wan, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Instructor. Thank you, Sister Su Wan. Instructor Hong patted Zhang Xiao's uninjured right shoulder, saying nothing, yet the trust in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Wan offered a gentle nod to Zhang Xiao. Focus on your recovery and be cautious in the finals. Zhang Xiao, enduring the intense pain in his left shoulder, slightly inclined his head to both. He felt the invisible net tightening around him. Although the examination had been successfully navigated for now, a greater pressure and responsibility rested heavily upon his shoulders. Finals, Yuan Xuan. He closed his eyes, shutting out the external clamor, and began to circulate his vital energy with all his might. Coupled with the medical gel, it worked to mend the injury on his left shoulder. The calm within the storm is the most lethal, and the hidden serpent lurking in the shadows, having failed to strike once, would not rest easily. Chapter 67. The night before the finals, the night deepened, like thick ink splattered across the heavens. In the top-tier suite provided by the league officials, silence prevailed, broken only by the low hum of the central air conditioning system. Outside the window, the city's neon lights continued to flicker, outlining the distant mountains, yet failing to dispel the gravity that hung in the room. Zhang Xiao sat alone before the floor-to-ceiling window. Lights off. Moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a cold silver sheen upon him. His left shoulder was encased in thick biological gel and a nano-stabilization brace, sending waves of dull pain deep into his bones. Each breath tugged at the nerves in his injury. However, this physical agony paled in comparison to the mental fatigue and weight he bore. The madness of the semifinal, the harrowing sight of Wang Hao on the brink of death, the pressure from the inspection committee, the overwhelming doubts and fears from the outside world, along with the malicious intent that shadowed him from the Purification Society, felt like countless heavy chains wrapping around his soul. The colossal bloodline of the giant ape within him, having been stimulated by the frenzy drug and pushed to its limits, appeared to grow even more restless, its destructive whispers buzzing like background noise deep within his consciousness, even in moments of calm. Finals, Yuan Xuan. This name loomed before him like a mountain radiating light and heat, yet chillingly cold to the bone. That pure holy light was the natural antithesis of the cursed bloodline within him, and merely sensing it sent shivers through his soul, evoking both loathing and trepidation. A soft creak of the door broke the silence. Zhaoing tiptoed in, carrying 2 cups of hot milk, his face adorned with a rare, uncharacteristic concern. Brother Xiao, would you like some more milk? Analyst Lin said it helps to, soothe the spirit. He placed a cup on the low table beside Zhang Xiao, taking the other for himself and gulping down a large mouthful, only to wince from the heat. Lin Xiaoyan followed closely behind, holding a tablet that displayed Zhang Xiao's real-time physiological data curve. The healing progress of his left shoulder was at 178, with a projected recovery of basic functional ability by the finals, yet it remained unable to withstand high-intensity impacts. The fluctuations in his mental strength were still 35 points above the baseline, indicating a potential risk of instability. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at Zhang Xiao. The external pressure index continued to rise, with support and opposition rates polarizing sharply. The number of anonymous threat messages related to the purification meeting had tripled following the review. The data was cold and objective, yet it painted a suffocating reality. Zhaoing set down his cup, scratching his head in frustration. Damn it, those scurrying rats. Brother Xiao, don't feel too pressured. Just step onto the stage tomorrow and give it your all. Who cares about the so-called holy light? Just smash them. Lin Xiaoyan shot Zhaoing a glance, remaining silent, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. Things were far more complex than they appeared. Zhang Xiao did not touch the cup of milk, his gaze still lost in the darkness outside, his voice a bit hoarse. I know. He was aware that Zhaoing was cheering him on in his own way, and he understood that Lin Xiaoyan was cautioning him about the grave circumstances he faced. Yet, he was more aware that the battle tomorrow was not merely a clash of strength. He waved his hand. You two go rest. I wish to be alone for a while. Zhaoing opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Xiaoyan silenced him with a look. Lin Xiaoyan nodded. If you need anything, call us anytime. After that, he gently urged the somewhat reluctant Zhaoing out of the room, softly closing the door behind them. The room once again fell into silence. Zhang Xiao slowly closed his eyes, no longer suppressing the pain in his left shoulder. He disregarded the disturbances from the outside world, even the irritating whispers deep within his bloodline. He plunged his consciousness deep within, actively reaching out to touch the menagerie of beasts that floated in the center of his awareness. This time, he did not seek the soothing coolness, but instead guided his consciousness to immerse itself in the heaviest and darkest fragments of memory contained within that tome. The illusion of civilization's destruction swept over him like a raging tide, engulfing him entirely. He was no longer a mere observer, but a participant. He witnessed burning colossal cities, collapsing mountains, and beings wailing as they turned to dust beneath the Titan's feet. He felt the destructive will that obliterated everything, how it corroded and twisted, ultimately consuming those ancient entities that were once equally powerful but had succumbed to madness. He heard the unbearable cracking sound of the world's rules under absolute power. Despair, madness, and destruction, these negative emotions slithered like venom, attempting to erode his will. The whispers of obliteration became strikingly clear and tantalizing at that moment, as if beckoning him. Behold, this is the ultimate power. Destruction is creation. Join us, embrace this supreme authority. His body trembled slightly, a tearing pain radiating from the wound on his left shoulder. The lava-like patterns beneath his skin glowed uncontrollably, and an unsettling energy surrounded him. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his temples. He embraced the source of this curse, confronting the darkest part of his bloodline. A faint but resolute thought flickered like a candle struggling against the storm of annihilation. He gazed into that illusion, realizing not all light had been extinguished. Beneath the ruins of collapsed civilizations, by the banks of the flowing rivers of lava, flickered the faintest embers, representing life and civilization, desperately fighting for survival. This was hope born from despair, the possibility of rebirth after destruction. He recalled the trusting gaze of Instructor Hong, Su Wan's unwavering assurance, Lin Xiaoyun's precise data support, and Zhao Ying's lighthearted concern. Even the expectant yet worried expressions of his family. He remembered every struggle, every persistence, every refusal to yield throughout his journey. I possess strength not to become the destroyer within the illusion. He roared within, battling the boundless darkness and temptation. My fight is not for destruction, but for protection. To safeguard all that I hold dear. To uphold my will as a human. I must never become a monster that knows only destruction. This conviction, like a sharp sword, cleaved through the fog of annihilation. Like a solid rock, it repelled the encroaching madness. He no longer viewed the illusion of civilization's destruction as a source of fear, but rather as a whetstone to sharpen his will. Each time he held firm to his true self within the illusion, his will became like steel forged through relentless trials, growing more resilient and pure. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder persisted, and the fatigue of his spirit remained, yet that heavy pressure seemed to transform into a source of motivation at that moment. His understanding of the outcome of the finals transcended the mere trophy or the qualifications for the secret realm. This was not just a battle for honor. This was a declaration of war against his own fate, a proclamation to prove to everyone that the curse is not beyond control, a dialogue with the lofty light regarding the meaning of existence. He slowly opened his eyes, no longer reflecting fatigue and struggle, but a settled, abyss-like calm and determination. The moonlight outside appeared even colder, illuminating the chiseled lines of his profile. The support brace on his left shoulder glinted with a cold, metallic sheen under the moonlight. Dawn was approaching, and the final moment was imminent. Chapter 68, the final stage. Dawn dispelled the last remnants of night, but could not shake off the intangible, yet suffocating sense of expectation and oppression hanging over the league's main venue. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the vast circular arena's dome, the area outside was already a sea of people, bustling and clamorous. Scalpers had driven ticket prices to astronomical heights, yet they remained elusive. Countless individuals unable to attend in person had already gathered before various screens, awaiting the match destined to enter the annals of history. Inside the locker room of Zhang and Wuda, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Zhang Xiao carefully placed the final layer of biological gel on the edge of the support brace for his left shoulder, his movements steady and unwavering. After a night of rest and urgent treatment, the collapsed bone had been forcibly secured by a nanoscale brace. The surface muscles, aided by an efficient healing agent, barely adhered. Yet deep within, a constant dull pain persisted. This injury would be a critical weakness in the finals. Lin Xiaoyun conducted one last check of his status data. His tone unusually grave. The structural strength of your left shoulder has only recovered to 41. It is advised to absolutely avoid any weight-bearing or direct impact on the left arm. Yuan Xuan's energy response model has been updated. His holy light possesses strong penetrating and purifying properties, which could cause persistent erosion to both energy defenses and the physical body. A direct confrontation would place you at a significant disadvantage. Zhao Ying, beside them, was anxiously fidgeting, wanting to say something to lighten the mood. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter the usual light-hearted banter, ultimately giving Zhang Xiao's uninjured right shoulder a firm pat and managing to say, "Brother Xiao, be careful. That pretty boy looks ominous." Zhang Xiao stood up and moved his right arm, feeling the flow of energy coursing through his body. His will, honed through a night of trials, was like tempered steel, firmly suppressing the pain of the body and the fatigue of the spirit deep within his heart. His gaze was calm and profound, like two ancient wells untouched by ripples. Let's go. No grandiose declarations, no anxiousness, just a simple two-word phrase. Yet it carried an unwavering resolve. As they exited the locker room and stepped onto the long path leading to the central arena, a roaring wave of sound surged from the end of the passage like a tangible wall. The cacophony intertwined fervor, anticipation, skepticism, and fear, creating an immense psychological pressure. The light at the end of the passage grew ever brighter. At long last, he took a step forward. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the cacophony of the entire world had vanished, or perhaps all sounds converged into an intangible torrent, assailing his senses. He stood at the precipice of the ultimate stage. The colossal circular arena was filled with countless faces, myriad gazes fixated upon him like searchlights. He could distinctly feel the weight of those stares. There were the fervent shouts and anticipatory cries of supporters from Jiang and Wuda, alongside the inscrutable scrutiny from rival competitors. Media reporters greedily documented the scene, while hidden in the shadows lurked malice as cold as a venomous serpent. Yet his gaze pierced through all of this, precisely and unerringly landing on the figure across the arena. There stood Yu Wenxuan, adorned in a pure white battle robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. His posture as erect as a towering pine. His golden hair shimmered under the deliberately intensified lights of the venue, flowing like liquid gold. His countenance remained tranquil, a hint of an almost imperceptible, compassionate curve gracing his lips. An aura of purity and warmth emanated from him, imbued with an unparalleled sanctity that commanded respect. It was as if he had not come to compete, but rather to descend upon the mortal realm to conduct a sacred rite of purification. He stood there, an embodiment of light, order, perfection, a reflection of the ideals cherished in the hearts of countless individuals. In the audience, his supporters erupted in a fervor surpassing any prior moment, their cheers coalescing into a tangible halo that surrounded him. The appearance of Zhang Xiao was akin to a single drop of thick ink falling into an ocean of pristine light. He bore no dazzling radiance, no divine aura. Clad in an ordinary deep blue combat uniform, the prominent brace on his left shoulder disrupted the fluid lines of his physique, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale from blood loss and fatigue. Yet he stood there with serene composure, exuding a profound, restrained presence, akin to an unfathomable abyss. This aura was not ostentatious. Instead, it carried a weighty essence from the wild, tinged with an unsettling hint of suppressed ferocity. Light and shadow, sanctity and curse, order and chaos. These two fundamentally opposed, inherently conflicting presences collided in the expansive arena. A hum echoed, silent yet resonating, as if some primal rule reverberated within the souls of all present. The air in the center of the arena became thick and distorted, light bending in bizarre ways. One half was warm and gentle, as if heaven had descended. The other half was deep and restrained, as if connected to an endless abyss. The gazes of the two met in the air. In Yu Wenxuan's golden eyes, beneath the curve of compassion lay an absolute rationality, as cold as ice, akin to the gaze directed at something that must be eradicated. His eyes swept over Zhang Xiao's left shoulder injury with nary a ripple of emotion, only a detached acknowledgement of its reality. Zhang Xiao's eyes remained calm and profound, yet beneath that tranquility lay an unyielding defiance, a resolute conviction in his own path, a silent challenge to the so-called light. He perceived the chill in Yu Wenxuan's gaze and felt the pure, sanctified light suppressing and rejecting the very essence of his bloodline. There were no words spoken, no external gestures exchanged. Yet, all could sense that the battle had begun at the very moment their gazes intertwined. This was a prelude to a clash of wills and beliefs. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Even the most fervent fans instinctively held their breath. An indescribable pressure gripped each heart. They beheld the two figures on stage. One radiating like a deity descended, the other poised and restrained like a slumbering demonic entity. The judges, three venerable elders with profound auras, stood in a triangular formation, their expressions gravely serious. They could keenly sense the fierce clash of opposing energies in the center of the arena. It was not merely a contest of vitality, but a deeper struggle of powers governed by rules. In the VIP section, an elderly man in ancient robes nodded slightly. The fated duel had finally commenced. A middle-aged man in military attire, with piercing eyes, remarked that the intensity of the energy clash was already overwhelming. The true battle would likely exceed their control. The hidden gazes in the shadows burned hotter, awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between light and darkness. Zhang Xiao slowly lifted his foot, advancing toward the center of the arena. His pace was unhurried, slightly hindered by the injury to his left shoulder, yet each step was steady, as though nothing could impede his progress. Yu Wenxuan also stepped forward, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if traversing his own divine realm. The two stood 10 meters apart in the arena's center. The atmosphere was thick, as if it had reached a critical juncture. The tension was broken by the judge's slightly dry command to begin. The moment the words fell, Yu Wenxuan moved. He did not charge forward with reckless abandon like previous opponents, but elegantly raised his right hand, palm upward, as if lifting an invisible sun. The divine decree, where there is light, darkness shall retreat. His gentle voice possessed a peculiar penetrating quality. In his palm, a point of purest sanctified light suddenly blazed forth, rippling outward like waves, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. This was not a mere illumination, but a sacred domain infused with the power of rules. As the light enveloped him, Zhang Xiao felt a delicate yet unmistakable sting on his skin, as if countless heated needles pricked him. This was not a physical assault, but rather the sacred light's energy rejecting and purifying the cursed essence within him. He sensed his own vitality momentarily stagnate, as if flowing water had encountered an invisible barrier. Even the myriad beasts within his consciousness stirred with a sense of alarm, an absolute suppression of attributes. Zhang Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he exerted force beneath his feet, swiftly retreating from the core of the sacred light domain. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched tightly, the dark red lava patterns beneath his skin glowing fiercely, warping the surrounding air with searing heat. Lava-heavy fist, he bellowed, opting not to close the distance, but instead launching a powerful punch from afar. A concentrated, dark red shockwave of lava tore through the pervasive sacred light domain, bearing the momentum to incinerate all in its path, aimed directly at Yu Wenxuan. This was the most optimal strategy he could employ in his current state, a tactic of attrition from a distance, unfazed by the lethal strike capable of melting steel. Yu Wenxuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his elevated right hand forward. Purification, a barrier of sacred light, as thin as a cicada's wing yet honed to perfection, materialized before him like the purest crystal wall. With a resounding impact, the dark red lava shockwave collided violently with the sacred light barrier. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a grating sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron block plunging into icy water, a fierce corrosive noise. The force of the lava surged and scorched, striving to dissolve the barrier. Yet, the seemingly fragile sacred light barrier proved astonishingly resilient. As the radiant energy flowed, it gradually dismantled, dissolved, and purified the raging lava energy. Ultimately, the lava shockwave spent its energy and dissipated into nothingness, while the sacred light barrier merely dimmed slightly, quickly restoring itself under the continuous support of Yu Wenxuan's vitality. He had not moved an inch. Futile, he stated plainly, his golden eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an air of detached superiority. The forces of darkness, when confronted with true light, were destined for purification. With his left hand poised like a sword, he gently pointed. Spear of sacred light. A spear, pure and formed from the essence of divine light, materialized instantaneously at his fingertips, with a speed that pierced through the void and an aura that purified all. It disregarded distance and suddenly appeared before Zhang Xiao's chest. Swift beyond measure, it locked onto Zhang Xiao's vital energy, leaving him with no means of escape. Zhang Xiao's pupils constricted. With an injury to his left shoulder, he could not withstand it directly. He had no choice but to twist his body violently, channeling his vital energy to its utmost limit. His right arm crossed in front of him, dark red patterns flashing wildly, attempting to endure the impact. With a resounding thud, the spear of divine light struck his right arm with tremendous force. An indescribable power, imbued with potent purification and burning sensations, surged through him. Zhang Xiao let out a muffled grunt. His body propelled backward, sliding over 10 meters, leaving clear tracks on the alloy floor beneath him. His right arm throbbed with a numbing ache, as the divine energy sought to invade his body through the meridians, bringing with it a persistent sting and chaos to his vital energy. He forced himself to circulate his energy, expelling the invading divine light. Though a faint burn mark lingered on his right arm, he found himself at a disadvantage, completely passive. Yu Wenxuan's attacks were akin to a precise and merciless scalpel, striking at Zhang Xiao's most vulnerable spots each time. The pervasive suppression of the divine light field rendered long-range attacks trivial, while the opponent's counterattacks were swift and devastating. Infused with significant elemental restraint, Zhang Xiao could only rely on his extraordinary reflexes and combat instincts. He continuously darted around the arena, evading the onslaught of divine light spears, which struck like golden lightning. Occasionally, he attempted to retaliate with magma-infused punches from a distance, but these were effortlessly deflected and purified by the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably resilient barrier of divine light. The scene appeared entirely one-sided, with Yu Wenxuan standing calmly as a deity of light. Solely through ranged assaults and field suppression, he cornered Zhang Xiao, forcing him into a state of desperate evasion and retreat. The contrast between Yu Wenxuan's flawless poise and Zhang Xiao's hasty movements was stark. In the audience, Yu Wenxuan's supporters erupted in fervent cheers, as if victory was already theirs. Indeed, his divine light is invincible. That monster cannot come close. The elemental restraint is too pronounced. Zhang Xiao is doomed. In the Jiangnan Wuda area, Zhaoying stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! This pretty boy only knows how to shoot from afar. Why not stand and fight?" Lin Xiaoyan frowned deeply, analyzing rapidly. The divine light energy possesses rule-level purification characteristics, which greatly restrains Xiao Ji's energy attacks. Close combat is the only means to break the deadlock, but the injury to his left shoulder and the field suppression make advancing perilous. In the VIP section, an elderly figure in a traditional robe shook his head slightly. Elemental opposition, combined with a disparity in strength, puts Zhang Xiao in a precarious situation. A middle-aged man in military attire observed keenly. He is searching for an opportunity, but Yu Wenxuan will not present him with any openings. Eyes hidden in the shadows glimmered with cold anticipation, awaiting something. Zhang Xiao narrowly dodged a divine light arrow that whizzed past his cheek, the scorching purification aura stinging his face. His breath quickened, and the pain in his left shoulder intensified with each rapid movement, reminding him of his physical limits. He gazed steadily at the radiant figure before him, seemingly invulnerable. Ranged confrontations and elemental restrictions blocked his path. He needed to close the distance. But how to breach the omnipresent divine light field and withstand the swift and lethal divine attacks, and approach an opponent who seemed devoid of weaknesses? The primal bloodline within him stirred restlessly under the continuous stimulation of the divine light, and the whispers of destruction became clearer once more. Yet, he forcefully restrained himself, maintaining absolute clarity of mind. There was only one chance. Chapter 70. The Curse's counterattack on the arena. The struggle between light and darkness escalated into a more brutal phase. Yu Wenxuan was evidently not satisfied with mere suppression. He sought complete purification, to expose the filth before the eyes of the multitude and ultimately obliterate it. He lowered his right hand slightly, causing the divine light field enveloping the arena to surge with brilliance. Like a tidal wave, it advanced, compressing Zhang Xiao's already limited space for evasion. The sensation of needles in the air intensified, morphing into a persistent burning sensation, as if to place one at the edge of a furnace. Zhang Xiao felt his vital energy flow severely obstructed, as if he were mired in quicksand, each breath accompanied by the piercing pain of divine energy invading his lungs. His operational range was further constricted, making evasion increasingly difficult. The injury in his left shoulder throbbed under the strain of swift movements and divine light erosion, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, the support structure even emitting faint, unsettling creaks. To stubbornly resist only prolonged the suffering. Yu Wenxuan's voice, calm yet laced with undeniable judgment, echoed through the divine light field. Abandon your struggle. Accept the purification of the light, for it is your only salvation. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and this time, not one, but 3 exquisitely condensed spears of divine light formed instantaneously. The formation sealed off Zhang Xiao's escape routes to the left, right, and above, hurtling towards him with an aura that pierced through all, and straight ahead loomed an even denser barrier of divine light. There was no way to evade, no retreat possible. In the Jiangnan Wuda resting area, Zhaoying clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. This is too much. Lin Xiaoyan's expression turned grave. His active space is below 30%, energy erosion is increasing, and the left shoulder support is reaching a critical overload. At this critical juncture, the calm depths of Zhang Xiao's eyes ignited with a long-suppressed ferocity belonging to the wild. Retreat? There was nowhere to retreat. Defense? Only death awaited. Then let it be an offensive. A roar, a mix of pain and utmost rage, erupted from the depths of Zhang Xiao's throat. He no longer sought to suppress the restless primal bloodline within him. Instead, he willingly released some restraints, igniting it completely. A deep, violent surge of dark red vital energy erupted, infused with the essence of ancient chaos, blasting forth from him like a dormant volcano awakening. The lava-like patterns beneath his skin shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance, spreading and even protruding from the surface, resembling real flowing lava. His physique began to undergo visible transformation. Muscles bulged, bones crackled under the strain, and he grew more than 10 centimeters taller, stretching his combat suit taut. Though he had not yet reached the uncontrollable giant ape form of the semifinals, he had entered a deeper state of semi-bestial transformation. His eyes transformed into a blazing crimson gold, filled with wildness and fury. More astonishingly, the surging dark red vital energy no longer remained confined to his protection. Instead, it expanded outward as if alive, corroding and clashing fiercely with the advancing divine light field. The dark red and divine white energies, fundamentally opposed and naturally at odds, collided like two surging tides in the center of the arena, eroding and obliterating one another. No longer was it a one-sided purification by divine light. It had transformed into a fierce and unyielding battle of domains. The embryonic form of the lava domain began to emerge. Though its range was nowhere near as extensive as Yu Wenxuan's divine light field, and its form remained unstable, like a flickering candle in the wind, that searing, violent dark red force field forcibly carved out a space belonging to Zhang Xiao, albeit insufficiently small, at less than 3 square meters. The 3 approaching spears of divine light. Upon entering this dark red domain, the speed abruptly diminished, and the radiance faded at a visibly discernible pace, ultimately being completely eroded and dissolved by the frenzied molten lava blood aura, mere half a meter from Zhang Xiao's body. What? For the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared on the usually unperturbed face of Yu Wenxuan, a manifestation of unexpected astonishment. He sensed that his holy light domain was actually obstructed by that tainted power. Was it even being eroded in reverse? The audience erupted in uproar. Blocked. He actually managed to obstruct the holy light domain. What is that dark red domain? Is it his bloodline ability? Such a terrifying aura. It feels even more violent than before. Has the situation reversed? In the Jiangnan Wudao region, Zhaoing was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Wow. Xiao Gu is incredible. A domain. It's a domain. Lin Xiaoyan quickly took notes, his tone tinged with excitement. Energy response skyrocketing. Suspected deep awakening of bloodline. Spontaneously forming an attribute domain. Although unstable, it successfully countered the suppression of the holy light. The injury on his left shoulder has been temporarily suppressed. In the VIP seats, the old man in the ancient robe had a glint of brilliance in his eyes. To achieve a breakthrough in battle, to condense the embryonic form of a domain? This child's comprehension is nothing short of monstrous. The middle-aged man in military attire also displayed a shocked expression. To combat order with violence, to confront purification with destruction. He has truly accomplished it. The hidden gazes in the shadows grew colder and more covetous. On the arena, Zhang Xiao stood at the center of his narrow yet solid dark red domain, breathing heavily. The burden of semi-beastification and the immense consumption of vitality to maintain this nascent domain left him feeling as though he were hollowed out. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder became numbed under the onslaught of the frenzied blood aura, yet it served as a perilous warning. Nevertheless, his gaze was sharper than ever, with unyielding flames burning in his crimson golden eyes. He lifted his head, looking across his swaying molten domain towards the radiant Yu Wenxuan. Your light, Zhang Xiao spoke, his voice raspy and metallic due to semi-beastification, cannot penetrate my domain. The astonishment on Yu Wenxuan's face swiftly receded, restoring his demeanor of cold compassion. However, a trace of genuine gravity lingered deep within his eyes. Unyielding, he slowly uttered 4 words. As the holy light surrounding him surged once more in brilliance, let your final struggle be completely purified along with your domain. He clasped his hands in an embrace. And a more intricate and colossal holy light rune gradually formed before his chest, emanating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Zhang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his physical weakness and excruciating pain. The edges of the dark red domain flickered violently like flames, fiercely contending against the encroaching holy light once more. At this moment, the battle truly reached a boiling point. The boundaries between light and dark blurred at the center of the arena, leaving only the most primal and savage clash of 2 extreme powers. Chapter 71. Yu Wenxuan's belief. The domains of light and dark frantically tore at each other in the center of the arena, emitting a piercing shriek. Yu Wenxuan stood at the core of the holy light domain, his golden eyes reflecting the dark red figure charging valiantly under the judgment of light. A ripple stirred within his heart, not of fear, but of an offended displeasure. As the holy son of the Yuan family, a rare prodigy, He had been nurtured under divine teachings since childhood. His life was destined to purify the world's filth, uphold the order of light, and ultimately become the supreme bastion of humanity against the abyss. His power, his belief, his very existence was the embodiment of righteousness. Yet this Zhang Xiao, a cursed vessel emerging from the ruins of Jiangxing, radiated a sulfurous and destructive aura that instinctively repulsed him. Daring to use that tainted power to confront the sacred light, he even managed to condense an embryonic domain. Unyielding, Yu Wenxuan murmured to himself, his perfect lips maintaining a curve of compassion. But the temperature in his gaze dropped to freezing point. He could see that Zhang Xiao's molten domain was extremely unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. Supported solely by a fierce will and surging bloodline. The injury on his left shoulder was a glaring flaw, the abrupt fixation standing out vividly amidst the dark red glow. This power, reliant upon self-inflicted harm and the draining of life, was a curse filled with ominous destruction, the very cancer that the world desperately needed to purify. Your tenacity merely proves the stubbornness of the curse. Yu Wenxuan's voice resonated through the holy light domain, clearly reaching every ear, penetrating even the roar of the molten domain. Darkness can never comprehend the vastness of light. He slowly raised his hands, forming an ancient and sacred seal before his chest. The holy light surrounding him ceased to merely radiate. It began to collapse inward, condensing as if a miniature sun were gestating within him. The brilliance intensified, growing ever purer, emitting a pressure that caused the protective barrier of the arena to tremble violently, groaning under the strain. Holy light's secret cannon, judgment sword, pseudo, as he chanted with clarity. A massive sword, fully composed of refined holy light, 3 meters in length and adorned with flowing golden runes, gradually materialized above his head. The sword's tip pointed directly at Zhang Xiao. The terrifying power radiating from the giant sword was no longer a gentle purifying force, but a deadly and judgmental might capable of annihilating all. It resembled the sword of divine retribution descending from the heavens. The audience erupted with gasps of astonishment. Many knowledgeable experts turned pale. The judgment sword, though a pseudo-form, how could the Yuan family allow him to cultivate at this stage? This was a true holy art of slaughter. It was no longer within the realm of competition and sparring. What did he intend to do? Did he truly want to kill Zhang Xiao? In the Jiangnan Wudao region, Lin Xiaoyun's pupils constricted sharply. Data streams flashing across his glasses. Energy levels have surpassed the critical point. Locking onto target. There is no escape. Xiao Ji's molten domain lacks the strength to completely withstand it. Zhaoing shouted angrily, "Bastard! Can't play fair, can you? Using such moves." In the VIP seats, the old man in the ancient robe furrowed his brows. The young man from the Yuan family harbors a heavy killing intent. The middle-aged man in military attire also bore a grave expression, his hand already pressing on an emergency communication button. Yu Wenxuan disregarded all exclamations and doubts. His golden eyes fixed on Zhang Xiao. That gaze resembled a deity looking down upon an ant struggling in the mire. "Zhang Xiao, your very existence is a mistake." His voice was as cold and clear as water striking stone. "Your power is filled with ominousness, violence, and a will to destroy. It is a poison that erodes the very foundations of this world. It should not exist, nor does it deserve to tarnish the purity and glory of martial arts on this grand stage. Accept the judgment of light. It is your only salvation." The judgment sword descends. He pointed his fingers like a sword and swung downward. The holy light giant sword hovering above him emitted a resonant chime that echoed through the soul. Carrying the supreme will of judgment and purification, it tore through space, disregarding the obstacles of the molten domain, and struck down towards Zhang Xiao. Before the sword arrived, the extreme sharpness of its intent and the terrifying purifying power caused the dark red domain surrounding Zhang Xiao to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. The sword's edge targeted not just his body, but also the boiling curse of bloodline within him. Yet, in the face of this seemingly punitive strike, Zhang Xiao felt neither fear nor retreat. The lofty and judgment-laden words of Yu Wenxuan burned into his heart like a red-hot iron. Mistake, ominous, should not exist. Tarnishing glory. These words bore a striking resemblance to the labels he had heard before. Waste, monster, calamity. Only now, they were cloaked in a more splendid and self-righteous divine veneer. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, mixed with the violent instincts awakened deep within his bloodline by the holy light, shattering the last remnants of his calm. Mistake. Zhang Xiao lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon the descending sword of holy light and the indifferent visage of Yu Wenxuan behind it, releasing a roar akin to that of a wild beast. My power is forged through every punch and kick I delivered from the abyss of despair. My path is paved with blood and sacrifice. By what right do you judge me? Just because you were born with light? You wish to purify me? Then come and try? He no longer held back, disregarding the injury on his left shoulder, relinquishing any attempts to suppress the overwhelming desire for destruction that surged within him. The realm of molten rock erupted violently, dark red radiance soaring skyward, momentarily halting the descent of the Sword of Judgment. The lava patterns on his right fist blazed with an almost blinding intensity, transforming his hand into an imminent volcano ready to erupt. He infused all his rage, all his resentment, all his will, along with the cataclysmic strength coursing through his veins, into this single strike. No retreat, no evasion, fist against sword. With the power of curses, he clashed directly with the divine judgment. The lava exploded. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his form surging upward, his fist ablaze with dark red flames, akin to a meteor defying gravity, forcefully striking against the descending sword of holy light. A thunderous explosion unprecedented in its ferocity erupted at the center of the arena. Blinding white light intertwined with the violent dark red glow, engulfing and obliterating everything in its wake. The terrifying shockwave of energy swept outward like a tsunami. The triple-layered energy shield emitted a grating sound as the first wave struck. The second layer rippled violently, and the third layer surged with waves. The entire venue trembled. Countless spectators were momentarily blinded by the intense light, their eardrums pained by the deafening roar. Light and darkness, two extreme forces, collided in the most direct, brutal, and frenzied manner at this moment. The battle escalated to a life-or-death crisis. Chapter 72. The edge of control. The devastating explosion began to dim, the rampant energy turbulence gradually subsiding like a retreating tide. The scene at the center of the arena caused all who had barely regained their sight to gasp in astonishment. The innermost layer of the three energy shields was utterly shattered, dissipating into specks of light. The middle layer was marred with a web of cracks, its brilliance dimmed to near transparency. The outer layer also rippled, emitting a low groan under immense strain. The alloy-forged arena floor bore a massive pit exceeding 5 meters in diameter, its edges appearing molten and charred. At the center of the pit, dark red, lava-like substance intertwined with remnants of golden holy light, hissing and steaming, distorting the air with waves of heat and light. On either side of the pit, two figures stood defiantly amidst the acrid smoke and surging energy remnants. Yu Wenxuan remained upright, though his once pristine white battle robe bore several conspicuous burn marks at the cuffs and hem, with edges showing signs of melting. His previously flawless golden hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and for the first time, a slight breathlessness betrayed his composure. He raised his right hand, staring at a faint red mark in his palm, reminiscent of a burn, a flicker of incredulous fury flashing in his golden eyes. He was injured, marked by that filthy, curse-laden power? Though merely a trivial superficial wound, it was an intolerable desecration in his eyes. On the opposite side of the pit, Zhang Xiao knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed deeply against the cracked, charred ground, supporting his body. His entire right sleeve had turned to ashes, exposing his arm, which was now covered in burns and scorch marks. The dark red lava patterns beneath his skin throbbed violently, as if poised to erupt once more. More grievous was the fact that the formerly secured nanobrace on his left shoulder had twisted and deformed under the recent violent energy impact and his own explosive power, embedding itself deep into his flesh. Blood continuously seeped from the edges of the brace, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave. Yet even more overwhelming than the pain was the frenzied tide threatening to engulf his very soul. He had clashed head-on with the false sword of judgment, pushing the lava power within him to its limits, resisting the all-pervasive purification and scorching of the holy light. Everything felt like the most intense catalyst, rousing the ferocious beast named Curse within his bloodline. Zhang Xiao bowed his head, issuing heavy, labored breaths reminiscent of a bellows. Each inhalation carried a sulfurous heat. In the ocean of his consciousness, the cooling will of the bestiary had long been swept away by the boundless crimson tide. The whispers of destruction no longer seduced, but had transformed into the sole dominion. Yu Wenxuan's chilling words still echoed in his ears. Error and omen should not exist in this world. It is not me. Zhang Xiao growled, his voice a muddled, beast-like roar, striving to resist with the last remnants of his rationality. Yet the world before him began to shroud itself in a viscous, undulating crimson hue. Yu Wenxuan's figure, radiating pure holy light, twisted and magnified within Zhang Xiao's blood-tinted vision, becoming an absolute target that must be torn apart, trampled, and utterly annihilated. Roar. Another uncontrollable roar erupted from Zhang Xiao's throat. This time, the sound was deeper, more brutal, and less human. Under the horrified gazes of countless spectators, his body began to undergo a more terrifying transformation. His already bulging muscles expanded further, ripping apart his tattered combat attire. The dark red patterns beneath his skin no longer merely glimmered. They protruded like searing iron, stretching and crawling up his neck and onto his cheeks. His physique grew visibly taller and more robust, his bones cracking ominously. Most terrifying of all, sharp, pale bone spurs, tinged with dark red, pierced through his skin at the joints of his shoulders, elbows, and knees, grotesquely exposed to the air. The tips of these bone spurs dripped with scalding blood. His facial features contorted, his jaw jutted forward, his canine teeth elongated, ripping through his lips and becoming exposed. In his crimson eyes, the last vestiges of humanity were rapidly consumed by pure, frenzied savagery. His height approached 2 meters 80 and continued to grow. The complete transformation into a beast was occurring irreversibly. Such a monster. In the stands, the crowd closest to the arena could no longer withstand the overwhelming terror bearing down upon them, erupting into panicked screams and retreating like a tide. Even through the damaged energy shield, the onslaught of malevolence, ferocity, and destruction still rendered their legs weak and their souls trembling. Stop. Terminate the match. In the Jiangnan Wudao region, Lin Xiaoyan shouted into the communicator, his face pale. Zhao had rushed to the edge of the isolation zone, shouting up to the arena. Xiao Gu, wake up. Look at me. It's Zhao. His voice trembled with rare panic. In the VIP section, the elder in ancient robes suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Not good. It's completely out of control." The middle-aged man in military garb pressed the communication button. Judging panel, intervened immediately. Highest authority, use force if necessary. On the arena, the 3 senior judges who had remained on high alert wore expressions of utmost gravity. The elder at the forefront gazed at Zhang Xiao, whose body was still mutating, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. He then looked at Yu Wenxuan, whose icy demeanor had begun to gather holy light once more. Finally, he sighed heavily, raising his right hand, ready to signal the termination of the match and initiate emergency suppression protocols. Yu Wenxuan observed his opponent, who was transforming into a true monster, his eyes reflecting a cold disdain tinged with a hint of satisfaction. See, this is the true face of the curse. His voice resonated through the holy light, clear and frigid, shedding the hypocritical veneer of humanity to reveal merely the primal essence of a beast yearning for annihilation. Your very existence is a provocation against order. The holy light surrounding him surged once more refined and intense than before. A more solid and intricately runic shadow of the Sword of Judgment began to slowly coalesce above his head. This time, the sword's edge was imbued with a chilling intent to kill. He no longer intended to judge. Instead, he prepared to purify. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, entirely consumed by his primal nature, his towering figure nearing 3 meters, his body adorned with grotesque bone spikes, slowly lifted his head, now resembling that of a half-ape. His blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on Yu Wenxuan, locking onto the forming sword of light. A deep, guttural growl filled with a desire for destruction emanated from his throat. His knees, twisted and covered in bone spikes and molten patterns, slightly bent, causing the charred ground beneath him to crack. The next moment heralded an explosive charge of annihilation. The hand of judgment was poised to strike. The match was about to be forcibly concluded in the most brutal manner, and the name Zhang Xiao might be forever nailed to the pillar of shame and calamity alongside the suppression of this uncontrollable beast. Chapter 73. I am not a monster. The tide of destruction had already risen to his chin. Zhang Xiao felt himself sinking into a viscous, searing sea of blood filled with endless madness. The light above was receding, leaving only the thunderous roar of his blood coursing and the seductive whispers. Destroy it all. Tear everything apart. This is your true self. His body was uncontrollably swelling and mutating. The pain of bones piercing through flesh was replaced by a warped ecstasy. Power, an unprecedented strength, surged through his limbs as if relinquishing that pitiful humanity would allow him to embrace this cataclysmic authority. The even more terrifying sword of judgment was forming above Yu Wenxuan. The holy light locked onto his soul, imbued with the chilling intent of purification. The hand of judgment was about to descend. The match was on the brink of being forcibly halted. And then what? To be suppressed? To be taken away for research? To be forever branded as a rampaging monster, dragging down all who believed in him? No, it should not be this way. But what of it? I am so tired, truly exhausted. Let me surrender and sink into this sea of power. No more struggles, no more burdening those heavy gazes and expectations. The process of beastification accelerated, consciousness rapidly fading. His vision was completely shrouded in crimson, Yuan Xuan's figure reduced to a mere outline radiating an unbearable light. A roar of destruction brewed in his throat, muscles taut, ready to launch one final, total charge into oblivion, just as consciousness was about to be entirely devoured by the blood-red abyss. In that fleeting moment when the last vestige of Zhang Xiao's will was about to extinguish, a glimmer of light pierced through the sea of blood. It was not the blinding, searing light of the holy light, but a warm, familiar glimmer belonging to humanity. He saw it, through the blood-tinted haze. He spotted two familiar figures outside the isolation zone at the edge of the arena. Lin Xiaoyun clung desperately to the barrier, her usually calm face etched with unprecedented urgency and concern. Her eyes, hidden behind glasses, were fixed on him, her lips moving as if shouting something he could not decipher. But he could read her lips. Xiao Ge, stay true to yourself. Zhao Ying, nearly throwing himself against the barrier, his face contorted in desperation, was yelling with all his might, tears and snot plastered across his face, his voice faintly penetrating the cacophony of energy and the audience's gasps. Xiao Ge, wake up. You promised to take us to the secret realm for a feast. You are not a monster. You are Zhang Xiao, our leader. Worry, not fear. A call, not disdain. Moreover, countless fragmented memories flickered through his fading consciousness like a revolving lantern. The moment during the martial arts exam when he pushed aside a classmate, charging towards the ironclad earth dragon's claws, driven by an impulse to protect. In the wilderness, when he stood back-to-back with Lin Xiaoyun and Zhao Ying against a pack of wolves, entrusting their backs to one another. The subtle acknowledgement from Instructor Hong beneath his stern gaze. Su Wan's unwavering support time and again. The mixed expressions of pride and concern from his family as they looked at him. The countless nights spent making vows to the starry sky. I want to grow stronger. Strong enough to control my destiny and protect everything I wish to safeguard. I am not a monster. A voice as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to resonate from the depths of the blood-soaked abyss, emerged with immense tenacity. I am not. More fragments of memory surged forth. Small sparks resiliently flickering beneath the feet of the colossal ape amidst the illusions of civilization's destruction. The indomitable will to protect relayed through the compendium of beasts. Protect. I do not exist for destruction. I am Zhang Xiao. A roar unheard before erupted from Zhang Xiao's half-human, half-ape figure, adorned with menacing bone spikes. Yet this time, amidst the pain and brutality, there was a discernible note of human resilience and anger. I am not a monster. This cry did not emerge from his throat, but resonated from the deepest core of his soul, like thunder on level ground, like the clarion call of dawn echoing through the depths of despair. It pierced through the roar of energy, through the audience's astonished gasps, even momentarily overpowering the hum of the holy light domain, ringing clearly in every ear, reverberating through souls. A miracle transpired in that instant. The irreversible process of beastification, which was about to be completed, was suddenly seized by an invisible hand and came to a halt. The dark red molten patterns surging beneath his skin recoiled like a startled serpent, the light dimming. The grotesque bone spikes that pierced through his skin rattled and began to tremble violently, then slowly began to retract inward. The terrifying figure, swollen to nearly 3 meters, began to deflate, collapsing as his distorted facial features struggled back towards a human semblance. In his blood-red eyes, now solely embodying beastly instincts, the pure crimson ebbed away like a receding tide. Bit by bit, he struggled to reveal the clear and pained whites and pupils belonging to humanity. This is impossible. Yuan Xuan's pupils constricted, even the sword of judgment forming above him flickered with uncertainty. He could not comprehend how a person could, at the brink of bloodline backlash and total beastification, forcibly reverse this process through sheer willpower. This defied all the principles he understood. Reversed. He was reversing the beastification? My heavens, what is he shouting? I am not a monster. He has gained control over himself. The audience was dumbstruck, forgetting their fear, forgetting to retreat. They merely stared in disbelief at the miraculous scene unfolding on the stage. In the Jiangnan Wuda area, Zhao Ying's shout came to an abrupt halt as he stared blankly. Then joy surged across his face, torn between tears and laughter. Xiao Ge, Xiao Ge. Lin Xiaoyun gripped her tablet tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes alight with unprecedented brilliance. Willpower has breached the critical threshold, forcibly interfering with the transformation of life forms. A miracle. This is the miracle of life's will. In the VIP section, the elder in ancient robes took a sudden step forward, his beard trembling. Well, what a declaration of I am not a monster. This child's heart is as solid as a rock. The middle-aged man in military attire inhaled sharply. His eyes filled with shock. The soul's cry has overwhelmed the instincts of the bloodline, an unheard-of phenomenon. The hand of judgment, poised to strike, froze midair as the three elder figures exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and hesitation. Should the match still be halted? Amidst the excruciating crunching sounds, the final few bone spurs on Zhang Xiao retracted completely into his body. The wounds upon his skin, fueled by the surging vitality within, swiftly ceased bleeding and began to scab over. His physique stabilized at approximately 2 meters, towering yet no longer monstrous in appearance. The dark red markings faded beneath his skin, leaving only faint traces. His eyes, although restored to clarity, were lined with blood vessels, reflecting a profound weariness intertwined with unwavering determination and an indomitable fighting spirit. He remained on one knee, his left shoulder grievously wounded, blood staining half of his body. Yet, with painstaking effort, he gradually supported himself with his right arm. Rising inch by inch, bathed in blood, marred by wounds, he exuded a feeble breath. Yet he stood tall, embodying the essence of a solitary warrior. He lifted his face, pale as parchment yet resembling a human form once more, directing his gaze towards the radiant yet frigid figure of Yu Wenxuan. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with unyielding conviction, proclaimed, I do not accept your judgment. Chapter 74. The Essence of Fist, I do not accept your judgment. The hoarse yet resolute voice resonated throughout the arena. Zhang Xiao straightened his posture, yet the movement caused his left shoulder wound to rupture anew, blood gushing forth from the distorted framework. Remarkably, he seemed impervious to the pain. His eyes, recently freed from the crimson haze, now shone with an astonishing brightness as they locked onto Yu Wenxuan without a hint of evasion. The chilling demeanor on Yu Wenxuan's face shattered, replaced by a brooding fury. Zhang Xiao not only reversed his beastly transformation, but had the audacity to confront him with such calm and steadfast defiance against his decree. This was no mere contest. It was a desecration of his beliefs and everything he stood for, light and order. Stubbornly embracing darkness, you shall be obliterated alongside this foul power. Yu Wenxuan's voice lost its last vestiges of warmth, leaving only a pure intent to kill. No longer maintaining a facade of compassion, the sword of judgment hovering above him, momentarily stalled by Zhang Xiao's reversal, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The domain of sacred light constricted violently, channeling all energy into the sword's blade. The runes along the blade pulsated as if alive, emitting a regal hum. This strike left no room for mercy. It was a true sword of purification, a lethal blow. With both hands poised, Yu Wenxuan slashed towards Zhang Xiao. The colossal sword of sacred light, honed to perfection, carried the terrifying will to purify all. It tore through the air, devouring the very light around it, leaving in its wake a fleeting golden vacuum. Before the blade even arrived, the pure force of purification set Zhang Xiao's already tumultuous vitality ablaze once more. The surface of his skin burned with a searing pain, and even his soul trembled in response. In his current state, Zhang Xiao's body was in utter disarray. The forced reversal of his near-complete beast transformation had drained not only his vitality, but had inflicted irreparable wounds on his very essence. Every muscle screamed in agony. Every bone felt as though it might shatter, and the excruciating pain in his left shoulder rendered half of his body numb. Though his consciousness remained clear, it flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment due to overwhelming exhaustion. Could he evade? In his present condition, evasion from this soul-targeting strike was impossible. Could he endure? With a frail body and dwindling strength, how could he withstand the purifying sword imbued with Yu Wenxuan's lethal intent? It seemed that defeat was inevitable. Yet, as Zhang Xiao beheld the approaching light of death, there was neither despair nor fear in his eyes, nor even anger. Instead, he was enveloped in a profound tranquility, akin to a still ancient well. Memories flooded back to him. The worried gazes of Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoying during his transformation, their desperate cries echoing in his mind. He recalled the flickering embers of civilization within the compendium of beasts, enduring even amidst destruction. He remembered every struggle he had faced, every act of defiance, every vow to protect. My strength may stem from a curse, he whispered softly, his voice barely audible yet resounding with an enlightening clarity. But how I wield it is my own choice. He ceased attempting to summon the violent, destructive power of the molten force within his bloodline. That power was too fierce. His weakened body and soul could no longer bear it, and forcing its use would only plunge him deeper into despair. Instead, he called forth every remnant of his vitality. It was the unyielding spirit forged through tribulation, the purest and most primal belief in his mission to guard his path, to protect the trust of his companions, to uphold the dignity and pride of being human. He poured all of this, without reservation, into his right fist. No dark red markings illuminated. No searing heat distorted the air. No ferocious momentum erupted. His fist appeared unremarkable, even somewhat pale from blood loss. However, as he slowly raised his arm and clenched his fist into the simplest, most fundamental stance for a straight punch, an indescribable force, heavy as a mountain, steadfast as iron, rose from within him. This was no longer the pressure of bloodlines nor the display of power. It was a pure spiritual force, a manifestation of the essence of his resolve. The guardian's fist. Zhang Xiao gazed at the imminent sword of sacred light, summoning the last of his strength, and spoke calmly. For all that exists beyond the definition of light, he unleashed his punch. The motion was not swift, indeed somewhat sluggish, burdened by the weight of his body. The trajectory was straight, devoid of any embellishment, merely the simplest of straight punches. Upon his fist, no dazzling brilliance shone, only a faint, almost illusory glimmer, a manifestation of his concentrated will. Then, this seemingly ordinary punch collided with the earth-shattering, radiant sword of sacred light without any flourish. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no rampant energy chaos. Only a delicate sound, akin to the shattering of crystal, resonated, a crisp note that echoed through the soul. Under the astonished gazes of countless witnesses, the sword, embodying Yu Wenxuan's entire intent to kill and purifying power, halted the instant it touched the faint glow upon Zhang Xiao's fist. Subsequently, the flowing runes on the blade, symbols of sacred order, flickered violently, as if encountering an arch-nemesis. Then, from the tip of the blade, fine cracks began to appear, swiftly spreading like a plague across the entire sword. The cracking intensified, multiplying, and thickening. The icy malevolence on Yu Wenxuan's face was finally replaced by horror. He felt the connection with the sword of judgment being forcibly severed by an astonishingly resilient will. Being eroded. This will was not overwhelmingly powerful, but was pure and resolute, imbued with a determination that pressed forward despite the multitude. With a belief that his body was a barrier, this essence rendered his invincible sacred purification power unable to cleanse it. This is impossible. Yu Wenxuan cried out in disbelief, attempting to force the sacred sword into action. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, akin to ice crystals being struck by a hammer, the entire sword of sacred light shattered before Zhang Xiao's fist, which had coalesced all his remaining will. It transformed into a cascade of golden light, akin to a rain of light falling from the heavens. The momentum of the punch did not cease. That faint yet indomitable essence of his fist broke through the light rain, traversed the shattered domain of sacred light, and crossed the short distance to firmly imprint upon Yu Wenxuan's chest, who was left dazed and disordered from the destruction of the sacred sword. With a violent gasp, Yu Wenxuan's countenance turned ashen, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The sacred light enveloping him flickered violently like a candle caught in the wind, wavering and ultimately dissipating entirely. He staggered backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each footfall. Finally, his legs buckled, and he knelt on one knee, hands braced against the earth, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, unable to rise for a moment. He lifted his gaze towards the opposite end of the arena, his golden eyes filled with incomprehensible shock, bewilderment, and a hint of wavering that even he himself had not yet realized. How could this be possible? His pure, divinely derived power of purification had been directly shattered by such a feeble, yet tenacious will? On the stage, the light rain gradually faded. Zhang Xiao remained poised in his striking stance, utterly still. After several seconds, he slowly retracted his fist, as if this simple motion had drained his last ounce of strength. His body swayed slightly, and the support on his left shoulder creaked under the unbearable strain. Yet he did not fall. He stood amidst the wreckage of the arena, surrounded by fading glimmers of light, drenched in blood, his complexion pale as parchment, his breath so faint it seemed he might extinguish at any moment. But he remained steadfast, in a completely human posture. Although weary, his gaze was clear and resolute. He looked towards the kneeling Yu Wenxuan in the distance, as well as this world that had witnessed the clash of light and dark. Inside the venue, a heavy silence prevailed. Only the sound of labored breathing and the thunderous beats of hearts echoed in every chest. Chapter 75 Champion. The silence persisted. Within the vast circular arena, tens of thousands of spectators were, as if spellbound, frozen in their seats. Their eyes were fixed on the bloodied figure at the center of the stage, who swayed yet stood resolutely. Zhang Xiao had triumphed, the one who, in the final moments, had cried out with a soul's lament declaring he was not a monster, had shattered the sacred light's judgment with sheer willpower, forcing the radiant Yu Wenxuan to bleed and kneel. Was this Zhang Xiao? This realization washed over each individual like a delayed tsunami, slow yet unstoppable, sweeping through their minds. The three senior judges at the judging table also fell into an unusual silence for several seconds. They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and complexity reflected in the other's eyes. Finally, the elder among them took a deep breath, seemingly resolved, and slowly raised his right hand, pointing in the direction of Zhang Xiao. His voice, amplified through the sound array, resonated clearly across the venue, tinged with an almost imperceptible dryness. The finals are concluded. The winner is Jiangnan Wudao University, Zhang Xiao. This year's champion of the National University League is Jiangnan Wudao University. At that instant, the air, once frozen, erupted completely. The roar of the crowd surged like a volcanic eruption, first exploding from the area where Jiangnan Wudao University was located, then sweeping across the entire venue. Yet within this jubilation, the emotions were far more intricate than ever before. There was ecstasy, disbelief, profound shock, and a lingering heartache from the breathtaking spectacle just witnessed. Champion. Jiangnan Wudao University is the champion. Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao has won. He has defeated Yu Wenxuan. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? Willpower has triumphed over the divine. He is not a monster. He truly is not a monster. Lin Xiaoyan exhaled heavily, releasing a long-held breath of frustration, his fingers turning white as they gripped the edge of the table. He gazed at the figure on the stage, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with a myriad of complex data streams, ultimately coalescing into a whispered realization. He has won in the most improbable manner. Zhao, on the other hand, had completely lost his mind. He leapt onto a chair, waving a Jiangnan Wudao flag he had somehow obtained, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Xiao Gu! Champion! Incredible! I knew you could do it! To hell with that sacred light!" As he shouted, his eyes reddened, and he wiped his face with force, exclaiming, "Damn! You scared me to death." On the opposite side of the stage, medical personnel swiftly ascended, assisting the kneeling Yu Wenxuan. His complexion remained pale, blood staining the corners of his mouth, his splendid white battle robe soiled with dust, and a trace of his own blood, appearing somewhat disheveled. He refused assistance, slowly rising to his feet unaided. His golden eyes lifted, peering across the disheveled arena towards Zhang Xiao. In his gaze, shock and confusion had not yet completely faded, but more prominently was a cold, scrutinizing appraisal, along with a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of trepidation, one he himself had not fully comprehended. He did not speak, merely cast a profound glance at Zhang Xiao, before silently turning away, flanked by the medical staff and attendants from the imperial capital Wuda, descending from the stage. His silhouette remained upright, yet it seemed to have lost some of its previously absolute radiance. Zhang Xiao reacted not at all to Yu Wenxuan's departure. All his strength was devoted to maintaining the simplicity of standing. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the overwhelming fatigue coursing through him crashed over him in waves. Darkness encroached upon his vision, the cheers around him becoming muffled and distant. Only when the team doctor and staff from Jiangnan Wudao rushed onto the stage, supporting his nearly collapsing body and administering efficient treatment and stabilizers into his neck artery, did a refreshing sensation disperse some of the darkness, allowing him to cling to consciousness. Congratulations. Instructor Hong had appeared on the stage at some point, standing before Zhang Xiao. His usually stern face bore no smile, yet his gaze was heavy as a mountain. He simply patted Zhang Xiao's uninjured right shoulder firmly, conveying everything without words. Su Wan followed closely, quickly checking his injuries, her gentle face reflecting both concern and pride. "Well done, Zhang Xiao. You have proven yourself." The award ceremony did not delay due to Zhang Xiao's severe injuries. The league's proceedings, like a finely tuned machine, swiftly resumed after a brief moment of shock and chaos. The damaged arena was urgently repaired, at least its surface made level. A massive award platform rose at the center of the stage, lights converging. Zhang Xiao, with the team doctor's basic treatment and support, donned a brand new champion robe of Jiangnan Wudao University, concealing most of his wounds and bloodstains, though his pale complexion and the deep fatigue in his eyes remained unmistakable. He ascended to the highest point of the award platform. To his left was the podium for the runners-up. Empty as Yuan Xuan had declined to attend the awards ceremony, citing the need for urgent medical treatment. To his right stood the third-place winner. The spotlight shone upon him, hot and blinding. Below, countless cameras and gazes were fixed upon him. Those gazes held cheers, admiration, jealousy, confusion, residual fear, and deep inquiry. He could not clearly hear the host's impassioned award speech, only seeing the highest-ranking official of the league committee, an elder with white hair and an aura as profound as the ocean, slowly approach him amidst the multitude of cameras. The elder held two items in his hands. One was a heavy trophy, entirely forged from starry blue gold, engraved with intricate martial arts runes and the names of past champions, the National University League Champion Trophy. The blue gold shimmered under the lights, exuding a deep and noble luster. The other was a palm-sized token, neither gold nor jade, of a dark red hue. Its surface naturally adorned with flowing patterns reminiscent of molten lava. At its center, an ancient secret character pulsed faintly like a heartbeat, emanating a warm energy wave resonating with the depths of the earth. The Earth Core's secret realm qualification token. Young man. The white-haired elder spoke in a calm, yet penetrating voice, gazing deeply at Zhang Xiao. This trophy represents that you have defeated the strongest opponents of your generation and ascended to the pinnacle of glory. And this token, his gaze fell upon the dark red token, represents responsibility, opportunity, and danger. He solemnly placed the trophy and the token into Zhang Xiao's hands. The trophy felt cold and heavy, as if it bore the weight of countless warriors' dreams and aspirations. The metal felt warm to the touch, resonating subtly with the blood coursing through his veins, bringing a comforting warmth. The pulsation of the secret symbol seemed to strike directly at his soul. I hope you will make good use of this honor and find your own answers within the secret realm. The old man whispered before nodding at him and turning to leave. Zhang Xiao stood at the center of the light beam, cradling the trophy and the medal in his hands. The cheers reached a crescendo once more, as ribbons and virtual fireworks erupted within the venue. Yet, he felt as though everything around him was fading away. The trophy was heavy. The medal was warm. His left shoulder throbbed with pain. His body ached with fatigue. But he had emerged victorious. In the name of Zhang Xiao, in the form of humanity, he had triumphed in this battle of light and darkness, earning the right to ascend to the next stage. He lifted his gaze, sweeping across the fervent crowd, glancing at the distinguished figures in the VIP section, and passing over the cold, indifferent eyes lurking in the shadows, finally resting on the ecstatic faces of Lin Xiaoyun and Zhaoying below. He offered them a slight nod in their direction. Then, amidst the deafening roar and the dazzling array of lights, he slowly closed his eyes, firmly grasping the weight and warmth in his hands. A new storm may well begin to take shape from this silence at the pinnacle.